Chapter 241 Head-on Confrontation. What kind of attack is this? It's so shameless. Not only will the explosion be powerful, but the flames after the explosion cannot be extinguished. How can we play this game? The Centaur Lord looked at the main building which was still burning. He felt like crying but had no tears. His emotions were about to break down. Li Ziyu, who was several kilometers away, had no idea what the Centaur Lord was thinking. He was still ordering the undead to prepare for the third bombardment. Compared to the Centaur Lord's emotional breakdown, Li Ziyu is now full of energy and extremely excited. He likes this feeling. I can hit you, but you can't hit me. I can hit you, and you can't do anything about it. Just be happy. After a month of seclusion and consuming a lot of resources to unlock the Fist of Annihilation, it was finally not in vain, and the effect was amazing. After the second bombardment, the natives reacted quickly and launched an attack immediately. The centaurs didn't have time to pay attention to the situation in the main building, as they were caught up in the battle and continued shooting. My lord, what should we do now? The centaur guard looked at the chaotic main building and asked the Centaur Lord. Since coming to this world, the centaurs have been doing smoothly under the leadership of their lord, and they even avoided the battle in the central area. They have always been the ones bullying others, never the ones being bullied by others. After being bombarded twice, the centaur guards were somewhat dazed. When the Centaur Lord heard the guard's question, he looked up with a dazed look and wanted to retort, "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Fortunately, he remembered his identity before he said that. He is the Centaur Lord, and these people are counting on him. If I can't cheer myself up, then there will be real problems. The two attacks dampened the Centaur Lord's morale, but he still forced himself to cheer up. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. The enemy launched the attack from a distance. Did you see the direction where the star rose just now? The Centaur Lord raised his head and asked. Yes, I can determine the approximate location. The Centaur guard nodded. Then can you calculate how far we are from each other? Asked the Centaur Lord with burning eyes. According to my guess, it should be within a range of 10 kilometers. The Centaur guard thought carefully before answering. Okay, let's go over there. Speed up and rush over as fast as we can. We can't just let them attack us like this. We have to fight back. The Centaur Lord's expression became determined. Since he couldn't defend, he might as well attack and fight the opponent first. Just run away. The Centaur Lord had considered it, but felt that there was little hope. The other party was not stupid. So would he not chase him and fight him? The opponent's attack distance was too far. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. So he might as well rush forward. Yes. The half-man horse guarded his look. Okay. And hurried out. The half-person lord looked at the distance, wondering what the attack was sent out. Is it really a powerful magic ability? The Fist of Annihilation has finished cooling down. The soul energy is fully gathered. Psychic explosive bombs are ready. Aiming completed to lock onto the enemy fortress. Ready to launch. Messages were sent to Li Ziyu one after another. Li Ziyu looked at the Centaur fortress and ordered. Fire! Boom! Call out. Psychic explosive bombs flew into the sky. Li Ziyu stared at the Centaur fortress in the distance. But just as the psychic explosive bomb drew a parabola and fell towards the fortress, the Centaur fortress suddenly moved. With an emergency acceleration, it rushed forward for a distance and then moved forward at an extremely fast speed. The psychic explosive bomb that was supposed to fall on the main building of the fortress only hit the end of the fortress, causing a blue flame. What the hell? And you still know how to hide? Li Ziyu glared at him. He thought the other party would be stupid enough to take another hit. Judging from the movement route of the Centaur fortress, it was coming straight towards him. Good guy. Finally reacted. Okay. Come over here. Sooner or later, we have to fight this wave. The other lord is not a real fool. Li Ziyu shook his head and said to the undead around him. Prepare for the next attack. The undead in charge of the Fist of Annihilation immediately got busy. And at the same time the psychic explosive bombs were gathering energy again. Looking at your expression. You didn't hit him? Damanlevsky asked from the side. He couldn't see anything and was bored. When he saw that Li Ziyu's expression was not right, he immediately realized that the attack did not hit the intended target. The other side dodged and is coming towards us. The war is about to start, Li Ziyu said while smacking his lips. Sure enough, after he said this, both Bepta and Damanlevsky became excited. There is no way it is more satisfying to watch the bombardment than to do it yourself. Li Ziyu ignored the two excited people and passed messages in the Soul Network, arranging the next possible battle and making all the undead ready for battle. When the Centaur Lord saw another star rising into the sky, he had a bad feeling. Again? Does that make it easier for you to attack? Seeing that the star was gradually getting bigger, the Centaur Lord didn't bother to make any more preparations and immediately accelerated the fortress. His fortress has a characteristic that he can suddenly accelerate and wait for the acceleration time as other fortresses. This type of acceleration is called horse leap, and the fortress will suddenly jump forward a certain distance. This is a perfect time to avoid the opponent's attack. Ma Yu is still very easy to use. It avoids the location of the forest and the main building. The opponent's attack only burst at the tail of the fortress, which did not cause such great harm as before. Rush. The Centaur Lord pointed into the distance, his eyes wide open, and roared with bloodshot eyes. The fortress seemed to have gone crazy. After the horse leaped, it immediately increased its speed to the maximum and galloped forward. In normal conditions, after Ma Yu, you need to repair it to offset the impact brought by Ma Yu. But now there is no time to repair it, and you must rush over at the fastest speed. Prevent the other party from moving. As for the aboriginal people who are still attacking, the half-person and horse lord didn't want to care. If you can reach the fortress, just go for it. The Centaur warriors will deal with the natives anyway. At this point, it is no longer a question of whether the Centaur warriors will suffer heavy losses. What needs to be considered is how to deal with the enemies in the distance. Otherwise, the fortress will be destroyed by the enemy. The distance of a few kilometers is really nothing for the fortress at full speed. It didn't take long for the Centaur Lord to discover the attackers of his fortress. It was a huge city built of white bones. Fortress of the Dead? The person who launched the attack just now was not a magician, but the Lord of the Undead? When did the Undead become so powerful in attack? The Centaur Lord was filled with doubt and uncertainty. As they got closer, he suppressed his doubts in his heart. It was too late to think about it. Let the battle begin. Let's fight this battle first. Li Ziyu looked at the Centaur fortress approaching rapidly in the distance and pointed. Fire! Bomb it! Now that you've seen it, there's no need to raise the angle. Just aim and shoot. From the time when the opponent dodged the psychic explosive bomb to now, when he could barely muster up a single attack, the Undead operated quickly, adjusting the angle of the muzzle of the Fist of Annihilation and aiming it at the Centaur fortress that was rushing towards them. Boom! Call out. Psychic explosive bombs are fired. This time, the Centaur Lord saw clearly that a blue light ball was shooting out from the opponent's fortress. The attack is coming. Dodge! He shouted and looked for a place to hide. This was all he could do. It was too close, and it was too late for the fortress to dodge. Even if he wanted to turn around, it was too late. He had to take the shot head-on. Lightning burst bomb along the forest to the front of the front. A spacious passage was plowed in the forest, and then hit the mainstay of the half-person horse. Boom! The psychic explosive bomb exploded. The shockwaves spread, and the flames raged. The main building of the half-man horse fortress of the SH. Ling of the gun has been broken at this time, and is in danger that it may collapse at any time. Attack! Charge! Li Ziyu, who was standing on the main building, gave orders while pointing to the Centaur fortress ahead, which was still not slowing down as the artillery bombarded. Damanlevsky and Bepta both looked at Li Ziyu with strange eyes. They really don't know what the battle between the mobile forts is like. In fact, even Li Ziyu did not fight a few times after crossing. But in his mind, the combat method of the mobile fortress, apart from the normal dispatching of soldiers to fight each other, is similar to the gunfights of ancient warships. Far away, the two sides threw a long-range attack on each other. When they entered, they spent the bayonet from the corner to the city wall, and then to the side battle to turn on the comprehensive combat mode. The Fist of Annihilation takes 10 minutes to cool down and 10 minutes to charge. Judging from the opponent's speed, I don't have a chance to fire a second shot. Why not just face the enemy head-on? They are all mobile fortresses. Who the H.L. is afraid of who? Besides, the enemy's broken city walls are made of wood, like the wooden fences in ancient times. He doesn't believe he can stop them. Following Li Ziyu's order, the Undead fortress began to accelerate and aimed its ramming horns at the Centaur fortress. The Undead also rushed onto the city wall, ready to jump down after the collision and start a boarding battle with the opponent. Although the half-person and horse lord was prepared, the main building was hit by the front, and he almost fainted. While people were still in a daze, The undead fortress had already crashed into them. When Li Ziyu was studying the dying boxing, he also unlocked some buildings about the fortress, including the assault corner, the bone flying claws, the white bone ropeway, and the white bone chain bridge. Compared with the ferocious horns, the charging horns are larger, sharper and more aggressive. Usually, the collision of the charge will shrink into the fortress, and it is integrated with the city wall. At this moment, it is extended and aimed at the defensive wooden wall of the half-man horse fortress. Boom! With a loud bang, the thick and long charging horn slammed into the defensive wooden wall with unstoppable momentum. The wood chips fluttered, and the charge hit the wooden wall and pierced it. Tons. A flying claw was pulled out of the lower part of the undead fortress, pulling the half-horses and fortress, making it unable to escape. And to himself. Boom! Two huge fortresses collided. Li Ziyu, who was standing on the roof of the main building, was swaying. He just managed to keep steady by grabbing the wall, and narrowly avoided falling off the roof. If this falls, the joy is really big. The city walls were pressed against the city walls. The bone cableways were connected. The bone chain bridges were laid. And the skeleton undead, under the command of the skeleton warriors, surged towards the centaur fortress like a tide. The city walls were also restless. The undead fortress had thorn wall panels and thick bone plates, while the opponent's wooden walls seemed to be alive, constantly extending thick branches to whip the walls of the undead fortress. The all-out war between the two fortresses has officially begun. Damonrevsky and Beta were stunned. What the hell is this? What did I see? Both of them have experienced many battles, but they have never seen such a battle. It would be fine to take the city with you when you go to war, but you also use the city as a weapon and just attack it. It's so hacking outrageous. No, it's not outrageous anymore. It's just ridiculous. I have learned a lot. Li Ziyu was in no mood to care what they thought. He was concentrating on the Soul Network, which contained too much information in an endless stream. The skeleton undead crossed the chain bridge and attacked the walls of the centaur fortress. The centaurs also began to attack, with the warriors in front and the archers behind, attacking the skeleton undead on the chain bridge while attacking the chain bridge at the same time. Longbowmen. Shoot them for me. Skeleton longbowmen holding bone longbows stood up from the city wall and shot at the centaurs on the opposite side. The shortbowmen were unable to exert their full power at this time. Although the two fortresses collided with each other, there was still some distance between them, and they could not shoot that far. The longbowmen's accumulated shooting is more useful. Artillery. Fire. The spiritual fire artillery was the arms unexpectedly unlocked when Li Ziyu unlocked the silent fist. Spirit fire artillery. Introduction. Primary artillery. Short range. Average power. It can be used anyway, but the effect is just SOSO. Just make do with it. Requirements: 1,000 bones, 1 psychic core, 3,000 soul energy, 100 iron ingots, 100 copper ingots. As a basic artillery unit, the Spirit Fire Artillery is really rather weak. The so-called Spirit Fire Cannon is similar in style to the ancient Red Cannon, with 2 wheels underneath and equipped with 2 undead with hard and thick bones. These 2 undead spirits are not responsible for anything else but pushing. That's right. It's the artilleryman pushing the spiritual fire cannon. As for attacking, that is the Spirit Fire Cannon's own business. Well, the Spirit Fire Cannon has soul fire, and can adjust and fire on its own. But it is difficult to move, so it needs help from companions. It is really just as the system introduced. The power of the Spirit Fire Cannon is limited, and the range is very average. But it is a cannon after all. A cannon with group attack attributes. Considering that they were more powerful than Zipping and several other lords, and there was a high probability that they would engage in a boarding battle, Li Ziyu decisively sent out a batch of them. Put it on the city wall. At least there will be output. It should be stronger than the archer. Boom boom boom. The Spirit Fire Artillery opened fire on the city wall. They don't have to worry about anything. Just output. As long as there are LS. Just fire. The LS of the Spirit Fire Cannon are not cheap either. They are made of bones wrapped in an unstable psychic core. The explosion of this thing is not very powerful. But the problem is that it will produce psychic flames that can burn continuously, and are lethal to living things. The half-man horses who had been facing the bone-dead spirit and the long archer of the skeleton were still easy. But the spiritual artillery was different. The centaurs were not prepared for this kind of troops, and stood very close together. So the SHLs landed in the crowd. That scene was so exciting. It burned all over. This kind of soul flame cannot be compared with the soul flame of the Fist of Annihilation. Even if it is allowed to burn randomly, it will soon go out. But even so, the spirit fire artillery brought great chaos to the centaurs. The soul flame will go out. But it hurts when it burns. It's not just the skin and muscles that are burned. It's the soul as well. Who can bear that? The centaurs could not bear it after just a few rounds of bombardment. They had no time to pay attention to the skeleton undead rushing towards them, and launched an attack on the spirit fire artillery. The spirit fire artillerymen were a little sluggish, and had no defensive posture. So many of them were killed by the centaurs. Liziu was naturally distressed. But he did not dare to let the spirit fire artillery retreat. He still needed the spirit fire artillery to cover the undead as they charged forward. Forget it. Let it be a loss. At worst I can just rebuild it. Rush. Kill them. Chapter 242 Forest Advance. The spirit fire artillerymen were destroyed one by the centaurs. But the undead took advantage of the gaps when the other side destroyed the spirit fire artillerymen and madly rushed into the wooden walls of the centaur fortress. In close combat, the skeleton undead are no match for the centaur warrior. One centaur warrior can fight a group of skeleton undead, but he cannot withstand the large number of the undead. Rushing to the enemy's city wall. Attacking is secondary. The main thing is to use numbers to push the enemy back. They want to occupy the city wall. The centaur warriors also knew that they must not let the other side gain a foothold. Once they did, more undead would rush over. The undead coming over now are still easy to deal with. We can easily break their skulls and let the soul fire dissipate. But the undead cannot only have these low-level soldiers. The high-level undead warriors are still waiting behind. Half-man and horse soldiers want to stop the bones of the bones. But they can't hold a large number of people. And they don't even fight with you. They will pile up. Let you kill. Kill one casually. Kill one. Squeeze two up. And the spiritual fire artillery is output. The skeleton undead are not afraid of soul flames. Even if they burn on their bodies, they don't care. Own fire. This is such a shameless way of playing. The centaur warriors fought hard, but still could not defend their positions, and were forced to retreat by the vast number of skeletons and undead. Hold on. Don't retreat. Where are the archers? Shoot those undead coming over here. Hold the position. The centaur marshal roared at the top of his lungs. But he still couldn't stop the centaur warriors from being pushed back little by little. These are not just one or two undead that can be killed easily. These are almost endless undead that are not afraid of death, and do not feel any pain. Even if their bodies are broken into pieces. It does not matter. Only when their skulls are smashed will they really die. No matter how strong the centaur warriors are. It won't work. The centaur wizard has already used a ranged skill, which is quite useful. The magic resistance of low-level skeleton undead is not high, and one covering magic can clear out a large area. But the place that has just been cleared will soon be filled with more skeletons and undead spirits. What is a full-scale invasion? What is the Sea of the Dead? This is it. You can be as strong as you want. I only have one word for you, more. I will kill you until you are tired and exhausted. Seeing that the undead who arrived in the opponent's city wall had stood firmly, and the half-person horse soldiers were about to launch the city wall defense, Liziu ordered that the skeleton short archer, the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior, dispatched. The skeleton shortbowmen were fast and agile. They moved forward along the chain bridge, continuously shooting arrows at a rapid speed along the way to help the skeleton undead relieve pressure. When the skeleton shortbowmen climbed onto the city wall, the centaurs felt even more pressure, especially the centaur warriors in front. There is no problem in dealing with the skeleton undead. But now there is a group of skeleton shortbowmen who are good at shooting hidden arrows hiding behind the skeleton undead, which is very annoying. The skeletal short archer is not a particularly powerful arms. It is difficult to kill the half-person horse's soldiers. If it is positively dealt with, a half-person horse's soldiers can kill a large group of bone short archers. After all, one is a natural cavalryman, and the other is an archer with a very short range. But in a place like the city wall, the centaur warriors could not play any advantage at all. They just fight closely with the skeleton undead. Although they will be pushed back helplessly, the danger is not that great. At least they can kill the undead in front of them at will. When the skeleton shortbowmen arrive, They have to be careful of arrows that suddenly shoot out from the gaps. 1 or 2 arrows did not care. They could not make fatal damage. But they were shot more times. But they could not stand it. More and more skeleton short archers boarded the city wall, cooperating with the bone-dead spirit and the backlog of half-man horses soldiers' living space. Half-horses archers are still useful, but they cannot stop the trend. Seeing this, the supervisor also knew that things could not be done, and the city wall could not be kept. It took only one wave for them to be taken down by the undead. A group of half-man horses soldiers were left. The supervisor took the remaining half-man horses soldiers, and a large number of half-man horses archers withdrawn down the city wall, entered the forest below, and prepared to fight against the undead in the forest. Compared to defending the city walls, the forest is their real battlefield. Through the cover of trees, they can play their own advantages, can pass through, and at the same time, they can also put dark arrows. Even if the number of undead is large, don't think about occupying an advantage in the forest. The Centaur Lord has been paying close attention to the battle situation ahead. When he learned that the city wall had been lost, he didn't feel much. As a semi-people and horse lord, he naturally understands his subordinates. Using cavalry to defend a city is not very reliable. The centaurs are a race that excels at fighting in the forest. They are elusive and extremely fast. However, fighting on the city walls is small, and there is not enough room to move around. So the centaurs cannot bring out their true combat power. The city walls were already in his expectations. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it also resisted for a while, and it consumed a lot of cannon fodder. Enough. The next battle is the point. Open the mechanism. Ready to fight. The overseer shouted as he ran through the forest. The mechanisms that had been set up long ago were opened one by one, and the centaur warriors and archers hit according to their own habits. Hunting mode. Among the many forest races, the centaurs have a great reputation. Once the half-man horses fell in love with the elves in the forest, which shows how strong the opponent's combat effectiveness is. The elite heavy hammer skeleton soldiers took the heavy footsteps and boarded the city wall and entered the battlefield. The half-person horses soldiers couldn't hold it. The waved hammer flew out the half-person horses soldiers. The city walls are completely occupied by the undead, and more companions come here. On the chain bridge, the skeleton blaster one was moving forward slowly, which made people anxious. Beside them, groups of skeleton undead were constantly arriving at the centaur wall. Li Ziyu has shifted from the top of the main building to the cemetery. In such a state of war, the top of the main building is a bit unsafe, and it is much better in the tomb. There is no serious door of the big graveyard, as long as he does not order. Even if a killer sneak into the fortress, he can't find how to enter the cemetery, and can only be damaged violently. The main building of the fortress is different from the cemetery. The cemetery has its own defense mechanism. After such a long period of accumulation, a large number of undead have accumulated in the cemetery. If the opponent can really kill their way to the fortress, the undead in the cemetery will teach them a lesson. Through the consequences of the gemstone above the cemetery, Li Ziyu saw that the undead had conquered the city wall. Nice. Li Ziyu waved his fist. And then it was easy to do. What he is most afraid of is that he cannot enter the other party's fortress. As long as they enter the enemy's fortress, the massive amount of undead on his side will be able to play a role. Otherwise the skeleton undead will be completely useless. This wave of spiritual artillery has made great achievements. If there is no spiritual artillery bombardment, the bone-dead spirit has not rushed at all. And the opportunity to drive away the half-person horses soldiers, and even the chain bridge will be cut off by a half-man horse. However, the spirit fire artillerymen were limited in their use. They were the main focus of the enemy archers, and there were only a few of them left. Next, give it to the soldiers of the undead. As more and more undead came to the city wall, the strongest skeleton undead, under the command of the skeleton warriors, formed square arrays under the city wall. Go ahead. Forward. Into the forest. Commands were transmitted from the soul network to the soul fire of the skeleton undead. The low-level skeleton warriors swung their swords forward with force, and the skeleton undead took a step forward, without fear, and walked straight into the forest. At this time, the forest is like a giant mouth swallowing everything. The trees are tall. The branches and leaves are dense, and the leaves are covered with the sky. For many races, this kind of environment will cause them psychological pressure and reduce their combat effectiveness. Many races are not adapted to fighting in the dark. However, these races definitely do not include the undead. For the undead family, during the day, they are the most uncomfortable. Instead, in the dark environment, they can be improved by combat effectiveness. And the darker it is, the happier they are. As for the vision, the bone-dead spirit said that it is not a matter. Anyway, we perceive through the flexible fire, as long as there is a breath of life. As soon as I walked into the forest, the bone-dead spirit had perceived the creatures hidden around the forest. There are all kinds of animals, and even warcraft hiding in secret observation. These are domesticated by half-man horses, and can live peacefully with them in the half-horses fortress. Half-horses have the ability of animal husbandry to solve their food problems. And if someone attacks the fortress, the warcraft in the forest will become a half-person companion, a natural helper, and even obey the dispatch of half-man horses, which is equivalent to a lot of soldiers. The number of warcraft in the forest is not a minority. In addition to these animals, the undead also sensed the aura of the creature that had just fought with them. The centaurs hid themselves, but they could not hide their own life breath. It feels like it is strictly hidden, thinking that others can't find them. But in the perception of the undead, they are so bright and prominent. Although they sensed the centaurs, the undead did not care, and did not attempt to attack. These first group of skeleton undead, who entered the forest, were pure cannon fodder, used to explore the way, and let the skeleton warriors behind them know what was in the forest. Because of the obstruction of the trees, the skeleton undead lost their formation after entering the forest, and moved forward in a scattered manner. From time to time, the skeleton undead would stupidly bump into the trees, and directly break themselves into pieces. The semi-horses arranged agencies were quickly triggered. The thick branches were like hard steel whips, sweeping past, and instantly turning several undead spirits into skeletons on the ground. The vines lurk under the dead branches and leaves. When the undead enter them, they will be caught like a net, and then bounced into the air. These vines have sharp thorns. As the net pockets continue to shrink, the thorns will pierce into the prey, release neurotoxin, and absorb the vitality of the prey. There are also carnivorous plants, similar to flood cattle, and people who spend by people. When there are undead, these plants will survive, and suddenly launch an attack. Various traps and ambushes appeared one after another, and the undead, who had not gone far into the forest, were soon killed or injured. Half-horses are puzzled. Are these skeletons stupid? Don't hide or flash. Just walk in it so stupidly. If this is the case, then it is not necessary to do it. And you can kill all the undead just in the trap alone. The traps set by the centaurs are not simple big pits. They are set using plants in the forest, and are reusable traps. After the loss of bones, another group entered the forest, continued to explore the road, and then died stupidly in the trap again. Then the third batch. When the third batch of undead died, the centaurs breathed a sigh of relief and felt relaxed. It's not a big problem. Come on. See how many undead you have. Can you fill our traps? If this is a batch of delivery, then we welcome to the end. When they thought so, the undead changed the tactics suddenly. A group of powerful skeleton warriors holding square hammers walked out from the undead. These guys are not good at fighting, but they are good at destroying houses. The three waves of undead have figured out the general situation in the forest, knowing that many plants are dangerous. At least it is dangerous to the bones. And the senior skeletal warrior has changed tactics. Do you really think he would keep sending skeleton undead in foolishly? Even if I had no brain and only soul fire, I would not do this. There are traps and dangers in the forest, which can continuously consume the skeletons and undead. So why should I let you consume them? Aren't you hiding and not coming out? It doesn't matter. I can just destroy their house and that's it. After asking for instructions from the city lord Liziu, he mobilized a group of powerful skeleton warriors, ready to smash the trees directly, advance all the way forward, and force the other side to fight with him. When Liziu just received the report from the senior skeleton warrior, he was still thinking about building a resource point in the opponent's fortress and recruiting a group of lumberjacks. Wouldn't that be faster? Unfortunately, the idea is good, and the reality is cruel. He cannot build buildings on other lords' mobile fortress. Very disappointed. There is no more tower flow to play. Since it is impossible to build resource points, and with collection points, we have to let the giant skeleton warriors pass through. These guys are more suitable for causing destruction than others. A group of giant bones came to the forest in this way, They didn't go inside, stood outside, and smashed the hammer and smashed. The trees in the Centaur Fortress forest are very thick, but they can't withstand the continuous hammering of 80. 80. 80. 80. A few powerful skeleton warriors can knock down a tree in just a few minutes. Just push it inward slowly and smash the tree you see. They don't need to knock down all the trees. They just need to create a relatively safe passage for the undead army to pass through. When the half-man horses who were hiding in the forest just saw the giant bone warrior, they were still doubtful. But when they saw the trees falling down, they immediately understood the other person's intention. Oh, you don't talk about Buddha? Can war be fought like this? When the Julie skeleton soldiers pushed forward for a long time, and the dead spirit began to follow in, half a horses couldn't sit still. No, we can't let them continue. Get off. The commander-in-chief reluctantly issued the order to attack. Different battles in the forest are different from outside. The half-person horses will rely on the trees to continuously harassingly attack, making the enemy tired. But this trick seems to be less effective for the undead. After all, in the undead, there seems to be no difference between the half-horses hiding and not hiding. So when the centaurs approached and were about to attack, they found that the skeleton undead had discovered them in advance and were surrounding them. And there was a group of skeleton shorebowmen behind them drawing their bows and shooting arrows. Half-horses only launched a wave of attacks, shot a round of arrow rain, killed a few bone-dead souls, and hit again. The giant skeleton warrior was not disturbed at all and continued to smash the tree with his hammer. Occasionally they would encounter traps in the forest, and other undead would help them resolve them and protect their safety. The bones of the dead souls squeezed in one place along this channel, and slowly spread outward, and found that the trap was cleaned. Grab the bamboo shoots. You have taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. The centaur looked at the scene in front of him and cursed in his heart. Chapter 243. Battle in the Forest. Skeleton spray one type is slow, but the attack is quite strong. It was sent out to suppress the Hema-horse's soldiers in the forest. The team made a lot of steady walk. The traps arranged in the forest in the half-man horses, and the power suddenly reduced a lot, which made the half-person horses a headache. They fought in the forest, and traps and captive monsters were their advantages. They hated the steady advance of the undead the most. It is possible to attack, but it is not very useful. Every time the past harass, the short archer of the undead can always find the opportunity to take away a few of them. Although there are a lot of undead every time, the number of undead cannot be held, and a group of people do not care at all. On the contrary, it's the centaurs who care. It was all brothers of compatriots, and they were uncomfortable to die. Letting the undead do whatever they want is even worse. Wouldn't it be much fun if they could fight their way to the main building? The half-person lord also received news, knowing that the forest advantage is gradually being lost. If you wait any longer, there will be nothing left. Fight back. The centaur lord did not think too much and ordered the centaur warriors to integrate their forces and fight the undead head-on. There is no way we can be cowardly because the opponent is squeezing our living space. If we wait any longer, we will really have no chance to fight. Brothers, sisters, it's time to take out our courage. Let those skeletons see our centaur warriors. Warriors, charge. After the sh. Ling, the half-horses and horse lords did not have the opportunity to wash. After the gray face issued a declaration of fighting, he gathered the half-horses and started war with the undead. In the end, it is a home battle, and the speed of half a horses is quite fast. In addition to the centaur battle sequence, a large number of animals and monsters in the forest were also summoned. There was a rumbling sound in the forest, and countless animals were forced to gather together and stand in the front. Regardless of what animal you are, snakes, mice, rabbits, frogs, or bears, leopards, all have come, and it is time to live in death. Behind the animals are a large number of magical beasts. In fact, Warcraft's battle is not weak. Not only has it exceeded the physique of ordinary animals, but also has the ability to show magic. It is quite good cannon fodder. In the back, it is the pretending to be a half-man horses and horses. Travelers, light armored half-man and horses, heavy armored half-horses soldiers. All of them are cavalry. The melee forces under the men's lords. Centaur rangers are light cavalry, wearing cloth armor and armed with 3 spears that can be used for both piercing and throwing. Their defense is weak. The attack is still together, has magical ability, can launch a simple magic attack, can also enchant their own weapons, increase the puncture attributes. It is a typical harassment among the centaurs. They fight with guerrilla warfare and infiltration. They are a large number of warriors under the Centaur Lord. A basic unit. Lightly armored Centaur warriors are typical warriors, and are the backbone of the Centaur Lords. They wear chain mail and are equipped with 3 javelins, scimitars, and shields. Thanks to their race, the attack power of lightly armored Centaur warriors is quite impressive. In addition to basic equipment, they can also use simple magic to increase their defense and piercing ability. Lightly armored Centaur warriors are the main type of soldiers who fight the enemy head-on. Heavy armored Centaur warriors. This is a very strong team under the Centaur Lord, with extraordinary combat effectiveness. Defense equipment is a plate armor covering the whole body, and the night-long guns are specially used for charge. When the heavily armored Centaur warriors charge, they are very powerful. But if they don't have the advantage of charging, they will become a group of iron cans with combat effectiveness similar to that of the lightly armored Centaur warriors. After the rear of a half-man horse warrior, the half-person horses are proud of the archer forces. In a sense, the archers of the half-human Ma tribe are not weaker than the elven archers, and they can fight each other. Attack! After the whole army was completed, the half-man ordered the army ordered. The Centaur warriors immediately drove the animals and monsters forward. Whether the animals were willing or not, they had to move forward. Forest beast tide. The countless teams came out of the forest and rushed towards the dead legion. The animals running in the front are not to kill the undead, but the team that dispersed the undead. In fact, they did it. The bone dead spirit found the atmosphere of the life of the animals, but did not pay much attention. When the animals rushed out, they had no time to respond, allowing the animals to rush into the team. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. The skeleton short archer and the bone spray one reaction was much faster. When I saw an animal shock team, they did not hesitate to fire. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior also raised the hammer and 1 round. It was not until this time that the bones of the bones reacted. And these weak animals were actually enemies. Oh wow! This really surprised the skeleton. The animal's charge was successful, catching the undead off guard. But there were too many undead in number, and they were constantly replenished. So they quickly curbed the animal's charge and launched attacks at the same time, killing the animals that rushed into the team. At this time, the monsters behind the animals arrived. They did not care about ordinary animals. After seeing the undead, they immediately launched a magic attack. Air blades, fireballs, water bombs, all kinds of magic were thrown at the undead team. The magic fell into the undead team, and the effect was really good. Low-level bone dead spirits actually eat such magic damage. They are already weak, and many magic in Warcraft is scope. Although low-level, it can cause small harm to the bone dead spirit. Suddenly, the skeleton dwellings fell, and under the scope attack, the skull was broken and the soul was overwhelmed. But that's it. Just when the Warcraft thought they were successful and excitedly rushed over to harvest, the dead sequence of the undead gave them a headache. Whether it is a short archer or a skeleton warrior, it is not soft to kill Warcraft. There are too many Warcraft on the Soul Mountains. Don't the undead stand still? If you dare to come, we dare to kill. The battlefield fell into chaos. Taking advantage of this chaos, the centaurs finally took action. Half-man's archers put the bow, pointed at the sky, and let go of his fingers. The arrow shot up, and at first glance, the dense arrow thought it was Wuyun, and passed a parabolic line, and it fell down. The animals and monsters fighting with the undead became the unlucky ones. The centaur archers had no intention of taking them into consideration, and their rain of arrows was an indiscriminate attack. A wave of arrows rained down, and a large number of undead fell, as did a large number of animals and monsters that were driven over. The centaur ranger appeared silently, wielding a spear and throwing it out, then took out a second spear from behind and charged at the chaotic undead group. He easily cut through the ranks of the undead. After breaking through, the centaur rangers immediately dispersed and scattered into the forest, hiding in an instant, turning back, and gathering together again to prepare for a second attack. What happened? What happened? It seems like something has passed by. The travelers rushed over and spread out. The bones and dead souls hadn't responded yet. The main reason was that the animals had just brought them into confusion, and the rangers had acted too quickly, catching them off guard. Before the undead could figure out what had just happened, the lightly armored centaur warriors arrived. The centaurs' attacks were extremely fierce, wave after wave, making it difficult for the undead to resist, and they retreated, which was a rare occurrence. The war intelligence ahead was passed on to Liziu. Liziu couldn't help feeling that no lord was simple. The fact that the centaur lord has reached the fortress level has proven his strength. When the battle just started, the undead did have the advantage. Liziu was still wondering, could it be possible that they could win so easily? The centaur lord used practical actions to tell Liziu that you were overthinking. The battle has just begun, and there is still a lot to fight. The centaur's attacks came in waves, continuously, with the word fast being the key. It's a surprise attack right from the start. But does Liziu care? Of course. Don't care. Isn't it the loss of some bones and dead souls? That's what we don't have. There are no skeletons. There are many skeletons. And the sky is full. Just fight again. Under the attack of a half-man horse, the undead was suppressed out of the forest and pushed back to the outside. The centaur warriors wanted to pursue the victory. But when they rushed out and saw the dense undead and the skeletons holding sledgehammers behind them, they hesitated. Fighting the undead in the forest is one thing. Fighting the undead outside is another. Fortunately, the centaur marshal also realized that he could no longer charge and issued an order to retreat. After a wave of arrow rain shot in the direction of the undead, half of the horses returned to the forest. The frequency of the undead's attacks was much faster than the centaurs had imagined. From the undead fortress, a steady stream of undead were marching towards the centaur fortress. Outside the forest, a terrifying number of skeleton undead and elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors quickly gathered. Liziu was too lazy to talk to the half-man horses. He let more bones spray one time, and the spiritual artillery entered the half-man horse fortress. The bone-dead spirit is in front. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior is behind. The short archer, the bone-jet one accompanying. The long archer, the spiritual artillery crushed, and launched an attack on the forest again. The spiritual artillery was the first to fire. Although they were not as much as they were, it was barely strong to suppress it. There are far more undead entering the forest this time than before. And more are on the way. The fighting began again. How many undead are there? Can the undead lord produce unlimited troops? The centaur lord felt absurd as he looked at the undead that were almost continuously entering the forest like a white tide. The centaurs are infinitely stronger than the undead in one-on-one combat. But there are so many of them that it makes one's scalp tingle just by looking at them. That's a despairing number. Now the undead does not care about the trap in the forest, and does not hide anymore, and uses the number to use the quantity to cover the ground cover. Only the undead can attack in this way. What frightens the centaur lord even more is that as time goes by, the combat effectiveness of the undead is constantly increasing. Even the most common skeleton undead's weapons are being replaced from bone knives to crossbows. The power of a crossbow arrow is much stronger than that of a bone knife. The skeleton crossbow is a simple and cheap weapon that can be equipped on skeleton undead. Liziu originally equipped 100,000 skeleton undead with it. In order to deal with the centaurs, Liziu made more crossbows and equipped them to the skeleton undead so that they could be of some use. A single crossbow arrow, shot on the half-man horse, even if there is no armor defense, it will not hurt or itching. But if there are hundreds, tie you into a hedgehog. See if you still hurt. Itchy. The skeleton undead holding the crossbow didn't care whether there was a beast or a centaur in front of him. As long as he sensed the breath of life, he would release arrows and shoot towards them. The centaurs were fine, but their cannon fodder animals and monsters were in big trouble. They were killed before they could even rush over, with range plugs all over their bodies. Kick them out. Don't let the undead advance. Centaur warriors, charge. The half-person lord shouted exhaustedly. His order was passed to the ears of the half-man supervisor. The supervisor is annoying now, and he encounters the kind of war that the half-person horses dislikes. The opponent launched a covering attack, and the number of them was so large that it made my scalp numb. Fighting in the forest, the most favorable is to hide, sneak attacks, and constantly harass on the terrain. For other races, this trick is very effective. But when they come to the undead, they suddenly become clown. Sneak attack? How to sneak attack? As soon as I was hidden, I was discovered by the undead. Let alone sneak attacks. Relying on the terrain? No need to be so troublesome. Dense, and dead souls everywhere. The only thing they can do is to fight the undead head-on. They had driven out the undead before because they were stupidly gathering in a passage. There were not many undead in the forest, so they used a charge to drive them out. The problem is now full of forests, and the arrows and artillery LS are shot, and they are injured when they approach. But the Lord is right, and the undead can no longer move forward. You must desperately. Warriors, brave battles. Let the corpses of our enemies bear witness to our bravery. Exit the invaders out of the forest. Don't be afraid. Don't retreat. Charge. The Centaur warlord also gave it his all, pointing the long sword in his hand. The Centaur legion was dispatched again, driving the remaining animals and monsters to attack the undead, using the same tactics as last time. The effect this time is far from the last time. The firepower of the undead has become too fierce, and has already seen their offensive. This time has been prepared. The animals and monsters failed to disrupt the undead as they had hoped. Instead, many of them were consumed by arrows and artillery fire. The remaining ones just barely made it into the undead ranks, but were quickly overwhelmed by them. Li Ziyu used the cemetery gem to observe the entire war scene in the forest. The dense white figure pushed forward a little bit, and the fire and arrows flew into the sky. When the trees moved in the army, they occasionally collapsed. The wild beasts and monsters rushed towards the tide of undead, but disappeared without a trace, without even a ripple. The main force of the half-horses is here. Their fighting power was very strong, and they cooperated with each other in a fierce battle with the undead. The tide of undead seemed to have hit a wall and stopped. They were in a stalemate, and neither side gave in. On the battlefield, the skeletons were responsible for the death, and the half-person horses' soldiers were responsible for gaggling. No matter how they killed, the number of undead did not decrease. When they killed one, another would come to replenish it, and there were more powerful undead moving towards them from behind. According to the usual battle, they would retreat at this time. Unfortunately, they cannot retreat this time, and must fight and persevere. There is no way to retreat. The elite hammer skeleton warriors and skeleton blaster one have moved to the front. The sledgehammer was stunned and smashed against the half-person horses. When the battle sequence of the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior, it can cause harm to the half-person horses soldiers. The rangers and light cavalry in the front really couldn't hold on, and centaurs were knocked away from time to time. The bone spray one lifted the gun in his hand, opened the fire, and output towards the half-man horse. Chapter 244, Horses Trampling Mountains and Rivers. Stop them. Yes, that's it. Rush over. Kill those undead. Come on, my half-people. The centaur lord clenched his fists. His eyes were red, and he muttered to himself, just like he was having a mental illness attack. The battle between the undead and the half-man horses fell into a state of stalemate. At this point, the centaurs could not help but suffer casualties, and the number of casualties continued to increase as time went on. But after fighting for a long time, what made the centaurs feel desperate was that the number of undead did not decrease at all, and there were still endless streams of undead pouring in from behind. Looking at it, all the skeletons, the number is still increasing, especially those undead carrying sledgehammers. They stood out from the crowd, coming in groups, and their number was much larger than before. The centaur lord knew that he could only hold on. He had no other chance. Otherwise, the undead is out. Otherwise it will wait to be destroyed by the undead. In this kind of all-out battle, if one side retreats, the other side will surely take advantage of the situation and pursue, ending the battle in one wave. Li Ziyu in the cemetery was not worried at all. He really didn't care about the stalemate in the battle. Half-horses are not very good. My strongest wave of battle sequences have not been fighting, so I have already become like this. That's right. Li Ziyu has not sent the Black Knight and Skeleton Knight to the battlefield yet, and intends to keep them as trump cards. Both the Centaur Lord and Li Ziyu were immersed in the battlefield and ignored others. Hydroxy. Attack. The Golden Horde, which had been keeping an eye on the occupied battle, saw an opportunity and ordered the Hydroxyslave cavalry to attack. In his opinion, the current battle was like fighting a boss. The Centaur Lord is the boss, and Li Ziyu is the main T. The main T has already been fighting with the boss in close combat and has attracted aggro. Now it is the turn of the warrior to enter the field. There's no better opportunity than now. The 12 huge stone horses raised the hoof, dragged the golden Account Khan city and ran. Ranging around Shima, tens of thousands of Hydroxy slavers screamed and moved forward and initiated in charge. The sound of the stone horse stepping on the ground was so loud that it soon attracted the attention of the Centaur Lord. What sound? He looked in the direction of the sound, but his view was blocked by a tall wooden wall, preventing him from seeing what was happening outside. Guards, go and see what's making the noise. The Centaur Lord had a bad feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell what it was. Maybe it was a man's sixth sense. He always felt that there was some kind of crisis hidden in that voice. Soon the half-man and horse guard ran back hurriedly. Lord, a bad thing. The enemy has killed it. It is a cavalry. Cavalry? Hearing that they were cavalry, the Centaur Lord was relieved. It is strenuous for the wooden wall of the half-human fortress to resist the undead fortress, but the cavalry siege the city. Hee. The problem is not big and can keep it. Just when the Centaur Lord was relieved, the golden horde was accelerating. The stone horses left after images, and the sound of horse hooves became more and more rapid. In front of it is the wall of the half-horseman fortress. But Batu and Shima did not mean to decelerate at all. Instead, Shima accelerated, raised the speed to the fastest, and rushed up at the tall wooden wall in front. The golden halo was lit up on the 12 stone horses, as if a layer of shield was added, and the white thick fog permeated by the side, like the white smoke that burned out. With dense fog and shield, Shima collided into the wooden wall. Crack! Boom! The seemingly tall and hard wooden wall did not even hold it for a second. It was directly crushed by the stone horse. Following the gap in the city wall, Shima jumped up and rushed directly into the half-man horse fortress. When the horse's hooves landed on the ground, the huge force caused a series of spreading waves, and cracks appeared on the ground of the Centaur fortress. Fortress skills mod a mountain river. This is the unique skill of the Hydroxy fortress, which is specifically used to deal with the attack of mobile fortress. After the half-man horse fortress platform, Batu and Shima still did not stop, rushing into the forest, and the diffusion waves brought out the trees in the forest out. There was a gap in the city wall, and the Shianu cavalry drove straight in through the gap, as if they were in an empty space. What? The smoke and dust rising from the direction of the city wall, and the collapsed wall made the Centaur Lord, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, turn his head in horror. The city was broken? The city was broken in an instant? What happened over there? Isn't it a group of cavalry? Is this something that cavalry can do? Even if they use artillery bombardment, they may not be able to destroy a city wall like this so quickly. The other party even rushed directly into the forest. The huge stone horse and the golden tent all prove the other party's identity. He is also a time traveler lord. The opponent rushed into his fortress with their fortress. What kind of development is this? It's so fantastic. Half Hercynians were numb. He turned his head and looked at the guard who returned to the return, and scolded. Is this a cavalry? Do you care about this cavalry? What kind of cavalry can ride such a big horse? The Centaur guard looked aggrieved. I haven't finished talking yet. You won't let me continue. Seeing the guard still dared to return, the half-person and horse lord was out of anger, and raised his legs and kicked it on the half-man horse guard. The opponent was fine, but the Centaur Lord himself fell to the ground in a mess. He rose to his feet, dizzy with rage. It's over. It's really finished. There was no mood to take care of the daddy half-man and horse guard. Turned his head to look at the direction of the forest, and 12 stone horses dragged the golden account and railed. And the trees couldn't stop it at all. The traps in the forest were useless against such a huge creature. The Centaur Lord took a deep breath and turned his head to look in the direction the stone horse was moving. Sure enough, the direction of the opponent's progress is the battlefield of half-horses and undead. If this guy is in the past, then play a fart. Moreover, this way, it is equivalent to destroying your fortress. Batu in the mobile fortress is also a fortress, not playing in trouble. Although it looks a bit smaller, the level is placed there, and Shima's body shape and weight are also there. Even after rushing into the Centaur fortress, the stone horse was still releasing the skill of horse trampling mountains and rivers. The Maton River is a special skill. The special feature of this skill is that there are additional layers of attacks on mobile forts. Once he hits the enemy's fortress, the destruction will continue. The fortress of the half-men and horse is not the same on the surface, but the forest has been destroyed. In fact, the body of the fortress has also been destroyed in Shima's advance. Why is he zipping Council Batu? Not because of anything else. Because Batuju and the mobile fortress are somewhat different. They have many skills. which is the special fortress that can directly launch attacks on other leaders. This is not something that can be filled by racial warriors. The Centaur Lord suffered a great loss this time. He had never dealt with Batubu and knew very little about him. So he had no idea that the other party was this kind of person. Seeing the stone horse dragging the golden tent and rushing towards the battlefield unstoppably, the Centaur Lord felt cold in his hands and feet. The Undead Fortress. The large cemetery. Li Ziyu saw that the wall of the half-Hersema Foster collapsed, and Shermara rushed into the forest with the golden account. This scene surprised him. What the HL? What's going on? This is understandable. But if you use your fortress to directly crash into other fortresses, and even rampage on top of other people's fortresses, that's going too far. This is a bit cheating. How did Batuju do it? Li Ziyu frowned. The main energy of his talents is on the battlefield. But the big cemetery can be seen. But he can't hear the sound. So he didn't notice when Batu and just launched an attack. If it wasn't for the collapse of the city wall, it attracted his attention. And he may not realize that Batu and had launched an attack. Even Li Ziyu and the Centaur Lord who were watching the battle were so shocked. How would the Centaur warriors who are still in the battle look like? The Golden Account Khan city is small, which is compared with the mobile fortress. For the undead and the half-person horses in the battle, the behemoth of the 8 classics came over by a city. From the perspective of the appearance, the Golden Account Khan Wang is a tent, but it is actually made. And although the appearance is a spire, it will only find that it is a very spacious platform. Batubu was standing on the platform at this time, looking at the battlefield below. He spread his arms, like an eagle spreading its wings. Feast. These 2 words spread out under the influence of special abilities, echoing with an ancient and vicissitudes of life voice. Ya-ya-ya. The Hydroxy slave cavalry gathered into a torrent and rushed towards the horrible half-man horses. The Undead Lord took the initiative to attack? Damn! Why not say early? He zipping roared angrily. The Centaur Lord was also confused. When the battle just started, he did not pass the news to Zipping and other helpers in the first time. It was not until the city wall was broken by Badab, and he led the Hydroxinus cavalry to charge and kill the Centaur warriors, and saw that the situation was hopeless, that the disheartened Centaur Lord remembered. Oh! By the way, I still have allies. Only then, before the undead and the Hydroxyl slave cavalry arrived, he sent a message to Zipping and other lords, telling them that he was doomed. But what's the point of telling us that you're cold? You should have said it earlier. If you tell us in advance, even if we can't save you, we will have more time to prepare. How long this brain is. Was it kicked by a donkey? He snorted calmly. But this is the case. He Zipping also did not expect Li Ziyu to suddenly take action. After so long, the shot was the killing move. The Lord of the Undead is really not an ordinary person. Half horses are really cold. What do we do now? Lord Xiongren took the lead in sending a message to Zipping. Gather. Let's attack. The Half-Dragon Lord quickly replied to the Bear Lord's message. Let's withdraw? The Crocodile Lord didn't want to continue. He felt that it was unnecessary. His strength was almost the same as that of the Centaurs. If the Centaur Lord was killed so easily, it meant that he was not safe either. He wants to preserve his strength at eliminating the Undead Lord. I think we should go in the past. He thought about it and replied. What to withdraw? Can the Undead Lord be strong? Can you fight the 4 of us? Said the half-dragon human lord. He was very dissatisfied with the crocodile. As a weak lord, how could I have the qualifications to speak? I should just listen to orders obediently. Why would I express my own opinions? Who would care about the opinion of a weak lord? That's ridiculous. Okay. Let's go now. The Bear Lord responded. The 3 lords, he Zipping, the half-dragon, and the Bear Man, reached a consensus and decided to go to the Centaurs to take a look. Now that it is too late, half the horses have not been saved. When he sent the message, he said that he was about to die. And even if they went there at full speed, they would not be able to save him. In order to prevent the undead from running away, they moved separately. Each mobile fortress was far from others, and it took time to rescue. Okay, let's go over there. The Crocodile Lord also sent a message, saying that he would go over there too. But after the news was postponed, the system was turned off, and the Crocodile Lord immediately ordered to leave. Past? What a joke. Only a fool would go there. Anyway, we have almost plundered this wasteland, and it is time to leave. Do we really have to accompany He Zipping to fight the undead? Is it necessary? The wasteland is so huge. It would be much more comfortable to plunder another area than to fight the undead. The crocodile leader had never believed in He Zipping and the other leaders. He was suspicious by nature. And since it was obvious that they were not good people, he naturally had to be on guard. After delivering the message to the three lords, the crocodile lord turned the mobile fortress around without hesitation, preparing to head to the wasteland and leave the area. After the half-person lord passed the information to He Zipping, they turned silently and returned to the ruined main building. My lord, what should we do now? The guard asked anxiously as he chased after the centaur lord. The centaur lord glanced at him and continued walking towards the main building. My lord, please think of a solution. Our brothers can't hold on any longer. The guard turned his head and looked at his tribesmen, who had already begun to collapse. And he was extremely anxious. There is no way. It's over. The half-person and horse lord silently responded, not talking, holding his body, and walking into the main building. The guard stood there in a daze, staring at his back stupidly. Finished? Finished. The centaur guards woke up as if from a dream. Did we lose? He turned around, looked at the broken city wall, was destroyed by the ingenious forest, and the ears who fled around were roar and screams in their ears. Everything seemed like the end of the world. No, it wasn't just the end of the world. It was the end of the world for their mobile fortress and the end of their army of centaurs. Although they are summoned by the system, the centaurs are alive. They are not NPCs, but living beings. They have their own emotions. The guard remembered that he should recruit the half-person lord. During this time, he guarded the lord's adults and fought with him. He had thought countless times about how he would die, but he always believed that under the leadership of the lord, the centaurs would surely reach the pinnacle. The lord is so wise that even when they encounter danger, he can lead them out of trouble. But today, everything has turned into a dream. The lord's heart died. He could sense the twilight in the lord. The centaurs are full of vitality, and they don't like this kind of decadence. The centaur guard took one last look at the crumbling main building, and his eyes became determined. We are half man and a great warrior. I will never admit it like this. Even dying on the battlefield is better than sitting and waiting to die. Brothers, follow me. The lord left silently, and the guard took over the command. He shouted loudly, awakening the other guards from their confusion. At this time, the other guards didn't know where to go. Since someone called out, they followed instinctively. The centaur guards led the remaining people and rushed towards the forest, shouting loudly, this is the last charge. It is the perfect ending for these warriors. They will die as heroes, not cowards. Chapter 245 Centaur Pawn. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the sound of armor clashing, the black warrior walked into the main building of the centaur fortress with heavy steps, holding a long sword. The main building, which was once bustling, was now very quiet. Many parts had collapsed, having been ravaged by the war. Lord Half-Men and Horse sat on the throne symbolizing their rights, and looked at the black warrior, who came step by step. This was his last act of stubbornness. In his previous life, he was competitive and ruthless, but still couldn't have the life he wanted. After traveling through time, he got everything he wanted. He had his own people, a mobile fortress, power, and the ability to enjoy beautiful women. Who can we blame if we lose the war? Don't blame anyone. It's just death. He had expected this day to come, and he was mentally prepared and ready to take it. He didn't want to die in panic. He wanted to die with dignity. He wanted to die like a lord. At least at the last moment, he was still above power. The half-person lord is very grateful to Liziu. At least the undead lord did not send some garbage dead to kill him casually, but sent a senior soldier. Although the half-human lord did not see the black warrior on the battlefield, the heavy armor on the black warrior and his image showed that the black warrior was not an ordinary undead. Gave me the last bit of dignity. The centaur lord sighed in his heart. It is impossible to say that I am not afraid. There is great terror between life and death. The half-person lord's legs trembled unconsciously, but still looked at the black samurai, watching him step by step. Did not evade, and did not scold. Just looked at it calmly. The black warrior walked up the wooden stairs step by step, and came in front of the centaur lord. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands, and held it upright in front of his chest. My master, the controller of the bones, the master of the great undead. Let me come to give you the eternal silence of glory. A deep and solemn voice sounded in the soul of the Centaur Lord. In the past, the Centaur Lord would have ridiculed this practice as too childish. But at this moment, he suddenly understood why many film and television dramas have to be so childish. It is a kind of respect. He nodded, took a deep breath, calmed down, and said in a calm voice, "Thank you for recognizing the Lord of the Dead. He is a very good enemy. What else do you wish for?" The half-person Lord swallowed. And in his heart, a sound kept growing. "I still want to live. Can I not kill me?" But he knew that if he said it, he became a joke before he died. There is no way the other party will let you go. Rather than begging for mercy like a wretch, it is better to face death like a true lord. "In that case, Centaur Lord, in the name of the Black Warrior, I will send you into the arms of death." Seeing the Centaur Lord remain silent, the Black Knight understood. He mentioned the long sword and aimed at the half-person Lord, and stabbed it straight. Puff! The long sword passed through the chest, not only piercing the half-person horse lord, but also pierced the throne together. Cough! Blood slowly flowed out from the corners of the Centaur Lord's mouth. "It hurts. Is this when this is pierced?" The Black Warrior's sword was fast, and the half-person Lord suffered too much. He only gave birth to two thoughts, and his consciousness fell into darkness. After confirming that the Centaur Lord's life breath had disappeared, the Black Warrior exerted a little force, drew out his sword, turned around, and walked out step by step. Boom! With a loud bang, the main building of the Centaur fortress completely collapsed, burying the body of the Centaur Lord. The destruction of the main building meant the complete destruction of the Centaur fortress. The next step is to clean up the battlefield. With the undead around, it is easy to clean up the battlefield. The tireless undead, like a group of hardworking ants, separated all the things in the Centaur fortress and worked hard to transport them back to the warehouse in the undead fortress. Batubu and his slaves also came to collect resources. Half Hirsima fortress is so large, and it is necessary to shorten the time to clean up the battlefield. Naturally, the more people, the better. Even Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng were called by Li Ziyu to collect resources together. The huge Centaur fortress is being quickly dismantled and transported to several mobile fortresses. The people under their hands were demolished. Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng, Lu Xingxing and Batu. "Boss, what should we do next?" Lu Xingxing asked first. He was a little embarrassed, and had nothing to do with the battle of the half-man horse fortress. He didn't help it at all. Instead, he had him when the battle was over to collect resources. It would be difficult for Lu Xingxing to pick up the fruits of victory for free. Zhang Peng and Batubu also looked at Li Ziyu, waiting for him to make a decision. "The next one is the Crocodile Lord." Li Ziyu grinned and said to several people, "Is there any explanation?" Batubu asked puzzledly when he saw Li Ziyu's smile. "I got the news before. He's zipping. Banlong man. Xiongren came to us. But it was interesting that the crocodile didn't come over and seemed to be going to run." Li Ziyu took out the news from the Soul Network to share with several people. "This, boss, wouldn't it be better to let the crocodile man go? With 5 lords, wouldn't it be a bit stressful for us?" Zhang Peng asked with a little hesitation. He Zipping's 5 lords are all fortress level, while on their side, Li Ziyu and Batubu are fortress level, while he and Lu Xingxing are ordinary fortress level. Now that we have killed one of the enemies, there are still 4, and it is still difficult to deal with them. If someone wants to run away now, won't that weaken the opponent's strength in disguise? We can just let him go. Why do we have to run over to start a fight? Peng, take us, let us down, eat us, and vomit it for us. Our things are our things. Dare to reach out, chop his claws. If we tolerate it once, there will be a next time. They will feel that we are easy to bully." Li Ziyu said softly. He didn't know that he was not dominant, but he still had to fight. The current situation is that in addition to several of their lords, the aboriginal people in the entire wasteland area are also helping. In that case, we can't let him go. Is it possible to plunder resources and then run away? Brotherly said that he couldn't let him run away like this. Let him run this time, and he will come next time. Batuin nodded to recognize. When it comes to enemies, the best way is to eradicate them completely. Otherwise, people think you are afraid, and will come to play autumn wind next time, which is even more troublesome. Seeing Li Ziyu and Batuin both said that, Zhang Peng was not good at saying anything. Nodded. Just fight if you want. There is a tall guy watching in front. And he and Lu Xingxing are just there to watch. Tell the people below to speed up and take over the Centaur Fortress as soon as possible so that we can go and kill the crocodile people. Li Ziyu stood up, stretched, and said to the three people, "Gone. Nothing is left. These guys actually dismantled the Centaur Fortress so cleanly. Don't even give me a chance to lick your bag." He zipping rushed to the battle scene and was extremely angry. He rushed over as fast as he could. But not only did he not see the Lord of the Undead, he didn't even see the Centaur Fortress. All that was left at the scene were worthless wreckage and a brutal battle scene. It didn't feel like it took he zipping long to rush over. In such a short time, the other party actually tore the Centaur Fortress apart. How come they moved so fast? He zipping stunned his chest because he didn't pick up his cheap. The Centaur Lord came to this area with them. They robbed a lot of good things. And the Centaur Lord also took a lot. Now, the Centaur Fortress is destroyed. Not only were the supplies they had robbed taken away by the Undead Lord, but even the Centaur Lord's own resources were taken away by the Undead Lord. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Just when he zipping was so angry that he jumped up and down. A rumbling sound was heard in the distance. Two huge fortresses were coming towards him. A fortress is shaped like a mountain. The body is dark, and the straight trees are planted on it. The surrounding walls are also undulating mountains, which looks extremely strong. This is the mobile fortress of the bear people. The other fortress looked much more normal, with a western-style pointed roof fortress-style building in the center, and a normal city surrounding it with tall walls. The city was built with thick, hard square stones. Half-Dragon Mobile Fortress. The two fortresses came from far away and soon arrived at the scene. Where are the people? What about the undead? The Lord of the Dragon and the Lord of the Bears has sent a message to ask He Zipping. Ran. He Zipping became even more depressed. Are you blind? Can't see? There is nothing here. How could I have taken it away? The Half-Dragon Lord and the Bear Lord really thought so at the beginning. They felt that He Zipping arrived first and collected all the supplies of the Centaur Lord. But thinking back, it doesn't seem likely. They should have arrived at about the same time. And He Zipping doesn't seem to have the time. The supplies have been robbed? Lord Xiong asked dissatisfied. The undead ran away. So they ran away. It doesn't make sense that the Centaur Lord didn't leave any resources for himself. Why did they come here in such a hurry? To fight the undead. Well, that's the surface. The real reason is not to take advantage of the opportunity. He Zipping and the other two had almost the same idea. They guessed that the undead would run away. As long as the other party was not stupid, they would not wait there if they found out that the lords, were coming. If the other party runs away, then naturally the Centaur Lord supplies will belong to them. What they didn't expect was that the people ran away and took all the supplies away without leaving behind. This is very depressed. Where did the undead go? The Bear Lord looked around the battlefield and found that there was really nothing left here. So he asked angrily, "Can't you see the traces yourself?" He Zipping was also angry and retorted to the Bear Lord, "Ask and ask. You know. Ask everything. Don't you look at it yourself? The undead fortress is so big that there must be traces left on the ground. As long as we send our tribesmen to investigate, we will know everything." Hearing what He Zipping said, the Bear Lord had no choice but to ask his men to go and check it out. To be honest, the bear people are all big and strong, so fighting is no big problem for them. But it is really difficult for them to do delicate work. The Bear Lord also knew this characteristic of his race, so most of the time, he did not trust his subordinates. The Bear Man went down and searched for a long time, then returned to the Bear Man Lord and told him naively that he had found the undead fortress and was walking towards that direction. Are we going to catch up? By the way, where did the crocodile guy go? Lord Xiong looked at the direction of the undead fortress and suddenly reacted. I didn't see the crocodile lord for a long time, and asked puzzledly. Logically speaking, the distance between them is about the same. Now that the three of them have arrived, the crocodile lord should have arrived as well. But they have been talking for a long time. But they did not see the crocodile lord, which was a bit wrong. He said so. He Zipping also reacted. Have you seen the crocodile man? He Zipping asked the Half-Dragon Lord. No. The Half-Dragon Lord said simply. What is this guy doing? I'll send him a message to ask. He Zipping replied while sending a message to the Crocodile Lord. After waiting for a while, there was no news, and He Zipping's face turned ugly. I have a bad feeling in my heart. I sent another message. Still no reply. Damn. That crocodile guy ran away. He zipping cursed angrily. If he still can't guess what's going on with the crocodile lord, then he is truly a moron. This person must have seen something wrong and just ran away. Run away? Don't let me catch him. He ran away without calling me. The bear man was also angry. But the reason for his anger was different from he zipping's. Oh no. The undead lord must be going to capture the crocodile lord. He zipping's eyes turned. And then he looked at the direction where the undead fortress left. He finally understood what Li Ziyu was going to do, and hurriedly reminded the two of them. Why bother with that coward? If the undead can kill that guy, I really have to thank the undead. The bear lord said unhappily. He was still upset about the crocodile man running away on his own. Damn it. It's not a question of whether the crocodile lord lives or not. It's a question of if the crocodile lord is captured by the undead lord, they will get more resources. He zipping was helpless with the bear lord. What's going on in this guy's head? If the crocodile lord dies, his resources will be divided up by several lords including the undead lord. Just like the centaur lord. He zipping was very clear about one thing. That is, with enough resources, it would be very easy for the mobile fortress to develop. The only thing that can hinder the development of the mobile fortress is resources. With resources, building buildings, developing technology, and raising troops are all easy tasks. After all, mobile fortresses are not a normal development trajectory. With the system, everything is foolproof and can be done with just a few clicks. There were 3 other lords beside the undead lord. One of them was Batubu, whom he was familiar with, and who had once been defeated on the battlefield in the central area. When the 5 lords first arrived in this area, they fought with Batubu. Batubu, who had not yet recovered to his prime, was consumed by another wave of their attacks, and was severely beaten. There are also 2 minor lords, who have not reached the fortress level. They have now obtained the resources of the centaur lord. If they can obtain the resources of the crocodile lord, Batubu and will likely be able to quickly increase their troops and restore their strength. At the same time, the other 2 lords will also most likely reach the fortress level because of the resources this time. If that's the case, then they're in danger. Before it was 5 versus 4. If it becomes 4 versus 3, their hope of winning will become very slim. After all, whether it is the undead lord or Batubu, they are both very powerful lords. Shit. Why didn't I think of that? Let's go and help the crocodile lord. We can't let him face the undead lord alone. After he zipping's reminder, the bear lord also reacted. He finally realized that he couldn't let the undead lord deal with the crocodile man like this. The crocodile lord can die, but it is better to die in his own hands, so that all the resources belong to him. The lord of the Banlongren didn't say a word, but had started the fortress and moved towards the undead fortress. Upon seeing this, the bear man and he zipping quickly turned the fortress around and chased after the half-dragon lord. When the 3 lords gathered, a message was also spread by Li Ziyu and his team, and sent to all the natives in the wasteland area. Chapter 246 Battle of Swamp. Boom! Call out. Psychic explosive bombs fell from the sky, and the muddy swamp suddenly surged. The sludge rushed up into the sky as if it had consciousness, and turned into a semi-liquid mud wall, blocking the psychic explosive bombs. Boom! Mud splashed everywhere, and a big hole was blown in the middle of the mud wall. The soul flame burned on the mud wall, but the mud wall was a dead object, without any breath of life, so the soul flame soon went out automatically. After blocking all attacks, the mud wall turned into muddy water, fell from the sky, and returned to the swamp. I'm so hacking. Li Ziyu on the rooftop of the main building gnashed his teeth. 2 shots. I've already fired 2 shots. A total of 200,000 units of soul energy. But it's all in vain. When we were attacking the Centaur Fortress, the 2 shots from the Fist of Annihilation really played a big role. It was because of the existence of the Fist of Annihilation that Li Ziyu ran over in a hurry, wanting to take the Crocodile Lord away before he escaped into the wasteland. After the death of the Centaur Lord, Li Ziyu, Batubu, Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng asked their ethnic warriors to collect resources. After plundering the entire Centaur Fortress until nothing was left, they hurriedly went after the Crocodile Fortress. Li Ziyu scattered a lot of skeleton undead in the wasteland. With the help of the Soul Base Station, these undead scattered in the wasteland became eyes, which could accurately detect the movements of the Crocodile Fortress. afraid that this guy would run into the wasteland and be difficult to pursue. And since they already knew the movements of Zipping and the others, Li Ziyu and his companions did not dare to delay and rushed over without stopping. Li Ziyu and his team's efforts were not in vain. They caught up with the crocodile fortress, blocked the front of the fortress, and successfully launched an attack. With the experience of the last attack on the centaur fortress, everyone was very confident and waited for Li Ziyu to destroy the crocodile fortress. But reality taught several people a lesson. The crocodile fortress looks like a huge swamp that is slowly moving on the ground. And there is almost no sign of any defense such as city walls on the outside. But when psychic explosive bombs fall from the sky, mud walls will automatically rise up in the mud to block them. This thing is actually automated. If you don't attack, there will be nothing. If you attack, it will jump out to block you. 2 shots were fired in succession, but both were blocked by the mud wall. That was not all. Even the soul flame could not burn on the mud wall. Soul flame burns things related to life, so it cannot be extinguished by water. The trees, animals, plants, etc. in the centaur fortress are all full of vitality. So soul flame poses a great threat to the centaur fortress. But the quagmire is a dead thing. It's mud. The soul flame cannot burn at all, like water off a duck's back. Seeing this scene, Li Ziyu was numb. The Fist of Annihilation is a main city-level weapon, but it is unable to cause effective damage. What should I do? They don't have much time. So if they want to deal with the Crocodile Lord, they have to fight quickly. Before coming, Li Ziyu discussed with Batubu and decided that he did not plan to get close to the Crocodile Fortress. He would hide from the fortress and bombard it indiscriminately, using the Fist of Annihilation to output firepower and forcibly break the Crocodile Fortress. But now, this seems impossible. There is no point in studying good tactics anymore. Behind them, 3 lords including Zipping were charging towards this side. Li Ziyu had already sent their movements to the indigenous people in the wasteland area, but Li Ziyu was not sure whether they would resist the 3 lords as they did to the centaurs. If the natives are willing to take action, they can at least stop the 3 people. If the natives do not take action, they will not have much time left, and they must take over the Crocodile Fortress as soon as possible. Brotherly, let's change the tactics. I'll go. Batubu also observed the battle situation ahead, and saw that the bombardment of the Fist of Annihilation had little effect on the Crocodile Fortress. So he volunteered. Brother Batu, are you sure? Li Ziyu quickly replied. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we have to give up. We can't waste too much time here. If those 3 guys get here, we'll be in trouble. Batubu analyzed calmly. Okay, Brother Batu, you go ahead. I'll help you. After Li Ziyu replied to the message, he immediately gave the order for the Fist of Annihilation to fire again. Boom! Call out. Another psychic explosive bomb flew towards the Crocodile Fortress. The Crocodile Lord hid in the main building under the swamp. He raised his eyes, looked upward and smiled disdainfully. I thought it was so powerful, but it turns out to be a paper tiger. I was so scared, he said with a chuckle. When the first psychic explosive bomb fell just now, it really hit him hard, and he quickly activated the fortress's defense. The mud wall blocked the attack, allowing the Crocodile Lord to breathe a sigh of relief. After asking the Crocodile Man again, he found out that the opponent's attack could even destroy the mud wall, not to mention the damage to the fortress. He was immediately relieved. It seems that I overestimated the Centaur Fortress. He had always thought that the Centaur Lord was much stronger than him. But now it seems that is not the case. The Undead can defeat the Centaurs, but they probably can't do anything to me. The futile attack made the Crocodile Lord disdainful and indifferent. Hit me. Hit me as much as you want. As long as you can't do anything to my mud wall, I won't be afraid. This is only the first layer of defense. If there is no way to break it, then what is there to be afraid of? If the speed of his moving fortress had not been too slow, the Crocodile Lord would have wanted to rush over and start a war with Li Ziyu. The special nature of the fortress makes the Crocodile Fortress move slowly, which cannot be compared with other mobile fortresses. It is almost hopeless to attack head-on with a fortress. After all, by the time you get in front of the enemy, they will have already run away. Will they wait for you to slowly pass by? We are all time travelers. So who doesn't know the kite-flying tactic? Just when the Crocodile Lord thought he could rest easy, the rumbling sound of horse hooves was heard, causing ripples in the mud. What the hell? Before the crocodile lord could react, he felt the entire fortress shaking violently. Horses trample mountains and rivers, taking advantage of the gap in the crocodile fortress's defense against psychic explosive bombs. 12 stone horses dragged the golden horde forward, rushing towards the crocodile fortress in an unstoppable manner. A mud wall was erected to block the stone horse, but it was directly broken through by the stone horse, rushing onto the swamp, and the horse's hooves fell down, making a shocking sound. Cracks appeared on the swamp, but were quickly repaired by sludge. The crocodile people hid in the swamp and successfully avoided the impact of the stone horses. The horses trampling on the mountains and rivers only caused an impact on the swamp of the crocodile people's fortress. Batubi rode the stone horse forward, but the more he ran, the heavier his heart became. This is not good. He had already rushed into the fortress, but the damage caused by the horses trampling on the mountains and rivers to the swamp was far less severe than he had expected. The opponent's fortress was repaired too quickly. As soon as the horse's hooves stepped on the cracks, the mud repaired them again, and as he continued to move forward, the horse's hooves sank deeper and deeper into the swamp, and the stone horse's forward speed was constantly decreasing. The Lord's hydroxyl slave cavalry also fell into the same situation. The momentum of the charge was curbed. Damn it! He scared me so much. How come he rushed to our fortress? What is this guy trying to do? The crocodile lord, whose face changed a little after being frightened by the rumbling sound, was so angry that he beat and scolded. Then I realized that the other person seemed to have come up to deliver the food on his own. A group of cavalrymen actually ran into their own swamp. Are you stupid? My fortress is in swamp terrain. The restrictions on heavy infantry, cavalry, and the like are far greater than those on other things. Now that you are here, I can't let you go. A ferocious smile appeared on the face of the crocodile lord. How could he not eat the meat that was delivered to his door? Go out and kill them! The crocodile lord ordered his subordinates. Batubu also found something wrong, but it was too late to make any other preparations, because the crocodile warriors rushed out of the mud frantically and attacked the hydroxyslave cavalry. Wrong decision. Batubu sighed in his heart. I thought I could use the skill of horse trampling mountains and rivers to directly intimidate the opponent, but I didn't expect that I would end up being taught a lesson. In the swamp, the hydroxyslave cavalry was greatly restricted and lost their previous flexibility. They had no advantage at all when fighting against the crocodile warriors. Hold on. Batubu could only grit his teeth and hold on at this time. He knew that this would cause great losses to the Hydroxina people. There was nothing he could do but wait for Liziu to come with reinforcements. Hold on, Batu. I'll be there soon. Liziu and Batubu sent out a message and activated the Undead fortress at the same time, speeding towards the crocodile fortress at a frantic pace. Batubu turned his head to take a look, relaxed a little, and commanded his hydroxyslave cavalry to continue fighting with the crocodile people. As the Undead fortress rushed forward, Undead continued to fall from it. Boom! The Undead fortress crashed into the crocodile fortress. Mud surged and formed a huge wall, and mud and water splashed everywhere under the impact. No matter how strong the mud wall's defense was, it could not withstand the impact of the fortress. Fortunately, the mud wall also completed its mission and successfully unloaded the force of the impact from the Undead fortress, turning into an overwhelming mud rain that scattered on the crocodile fortress. The crocodile fortress is relatively short, and you can look down on the Undead fortress from the wall. Chain bridges shot out from the Undead fortress and connected to the crocodile fortress. A large number of Undead swarmed down and pounced on the crocodile people who were fighting with the hydroxyslaves. The swamp environment of the crocodile fortress, even if it is an Undead, is also uncomfortable. It is light and shallow, and the mud is still absorption. On the other hand, the crocodile people were like fish in water. In the swamp, they did not run but leaped. They could jump far away in a short time, swing the big sword in their hands to attack, and then jump away without knowing where they were going. With the blessing of the terrain, even if the crocodile faces the hydroxy cavalry and the Undead army at the same time, it still has not fell into the wind. Fortunately, both the hydroxyl slaves and the Undead have archers. This long-range firepower can suppress the crocodile people who are darting around and make them prepared. Otherwise, they may not be able to win. No, brotherly. We may not be able to win if we keep wasting time like this. If we continue to waste time, it will be difficult to deal with Zipping and the others when they come. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly wrong, Batubu sent a message to Liziu. Stable. We still have a chance. Liziu didn't think about it, and immediately sent a message to Batu and sent. Batuba was confused. Still stable? If you have enough time, that's fine. At worst you can just waste it. He can find out that the undead is best at spent consumption. Let alone one change one. Even if it is 10 for 1. The undead is stable and earned. But time is not allowed now. Once he's zipping and his men arrived, they would be held back by the crocodile people and would have to fight on 2 fronts. So the probability of failure would be too high. He didn't believe that Liziu didn't know this. Since he knew it, he still made himself stable. What kind of idea Liziu was playing? Batubu frowned, unable to understand. But since Liziu said so, he accepted it and started fighting. The crocodile fortress was chaotic. The undead, the hydroxy and the crocodile were difficult to solve the points. And the entire swamp turned into a huge battlefield. Huh? Fight! Tom! Wait a while. Let you stay here. One cannot run away. Hiding in the main building under the swamp. The crocodile lord was always paying attention to the movements above. Seeing that Liziu and Bata did not mean to leave, they sneered. He was not the fool that was the centaur lord. He was attacked, but he kept silent, and only revealed the news before he died. When he was only attacked, he had sent a message to Ezipping, and gave them his coordinates. The 3 lords of Ezipping were coming towards him at this time. The lord of the undead and Batubi were not as powerful as he thought. Instead, they were held back by him. It seemed that he was not in any great danger. Hey! After Ezipping arrived, it was the death of these 2 guys. Each side had its own ideas. In a place that neither the crocodile man nor Batuba noticed. Underground in the wasteland, the undead were moving through the caves. There were also teams of cat people and mole warriors moving along the caves. In the convergence of the cave, the Ratman fortress is constantly adjusting the angle, digging the soil, and a diagonal cave. Zhang Peng. How long will it take? Liziu's message came. It's almost. Zhang Peng in the Mouse Man's fortress quickly returned the news. He knew his key in this battle. Speed up. Liziu urged. No. After Zhang Peng replied, he turned off the system and looked forward nervously. Who could have thought that in a battle with the crocodile lord, he would become the most critical link and the decisive factor? Pressure. The mouse-human fortress kept rising, and suddenly encountered hard things. Seemed to be blocked. City lord, we have emerged from the ground and have touched the enemy's chassis. A mole man came over hurriedly and said, "Ha ha, it's my turn at last. Drill a hole in his fortress. Success or failure depends on this." Zhang Peng was overjoyed and gave the order with a loud laugh. Yes! The mouse man hurried to pass the order. The drill of the mouse-human fortress was replaced with a greater blasting drill. Each mobile fortress has its own special attack mode. And the attack mode of the Moleman fortress is drill attack. The blasting drill rotated madly, making a buzzing sound. Mars splashed, and it was aligned with the top spot above and hit it. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded. Turn your head and turn your head. After touching the object, a continuous explosion will occur. It is specifically used to deal with other mobile forts, which also belongs to the main city level weapon. The crocodile fortress is a swamp above, and below is a hard rock composition. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult to invade the crocodile fortress from below. But the talent of the Ratman fortress is to drill holes. No matter how hard the rock is, it can't stop the Ratman fortress from drilling. The explosion was mixed with flames, and a large amount of stone chips flew down. The drill bit sank into the chassis of the crocodile fortress little by little. The crocodile lord hiding in the main building frowned, turned his head blankly to look at the crocodile guard beside him, and asked, "Did you hear any sound?" The crocodile guard looked at the lord in astonishment, and shook his head blankly. Seeing the crocodile guard deny it, the crocodile lord frowned even more. He didn't believe that he heard it wrong. He turned around twice, listened carefully, and finally lay down and put his ear to the ground. Chapter 247, Success in One Strike. Boom boom boom. A very slight sound came from underground. You come over and listen. There is a sound below. After lying on the ground and listening carefully for a moment, the crocodile lord stood up, pointed to the ground, and said to the crocodile guards. The crocodile guard was stunned. Then he ran to the lord and lay down beside him, listening carefully to the noise coming from underground. After a while, he got up and nodded to the lord. Well, the lord's ears are really sensitive. And there are indeed sound below. The crocodile lord looked at his guard silently, and said fiercely, "Do I make you tout me? What kind of sound? Where did you come from? And why did it sound underground?" The crocodile guard was confused and shook his head. "I don't know." "You are really honest." This answer made the lord very angry, raised his feet, and kicked on the crocodile man, and yelled, "If you don't know, you can check it. You can know what to look at me. You can see my face?" The crocodile guard then understood what the lord meant, and hurried out to find someone to find out what was going on down there. After the guards went out, the crocodile lord's brows frowned tighter. So for a while, he felt the sound was even more obvious. Something is approaching from below. But there are hard rocks below. What can come over? The crocodile hiding under the swamp also heard the sound. But he was also at a loss, and could not find the source of the sound. Just when all crocodiles were puzzled, the space under the swamp suddenly shaking. Boom, 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 boom! Along with the explosion, the crushed stones flew, and a rough drill bit broke the hard rock layer. The crocodile was stunned, and looked at the drill. "What is this? Lord. It's all." The mole man came skipping over to report. "Okay. Attack." Zhang Ping gave the order without hesitation. The Ratman warriors, who had been prepared for a long time, rushed out of the Ratman fortress and killed the crocodile people. At the same time, the Ratman fortress retreated slowly, retracted back to the ground at a much faster speed. Enemy attack. Until seeing the killer warriors who killed out, the crocodile talents reacted, which was killed from the bottom. The large troops were swamps above, and the undead. The hydroxy was fighting. The guards below seemed a bit empty, but they still rang the alarm. "What's going on?" The battle above collapsed. "And they are coming down here to kill us?" The crocodile lord, who was still waiting for news in the main building, was startled by the sudden alarm and quickly called the crocodile guards to ask, "My lord, there are enemies coming from underground." The crocodile guard said anxiously. "What?" exclaimed the crocodile lord. "I knew that the sound just now was wrong. There really was someone who could break through the thick rock layer of the fortress and kill his way in." "Careless. Who is coming?" asked the crocodile lord anxiously. "It's the mole people," the guard replied. "Mole people?" the crocodile leader repeated, feeling relieved. It was just the mole people, so there was no need to get so excited. They were a race with little fighting power. Even if they were just the crocodiles underground, they would be enough. He waved his hand and said, "Kill them." "Yes." Guard nodded and led out. Crocodiles assembled the troops and killed with the mouse fighters. It was just as the crocodile lord had expected. The mole people were no match at all. Even though they had planned on their own, they were still beaten dizzy by the crocodile people. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived soon. Soon after the drill retracted, a large number of undead emerged from underground. And behind the undead were a squad of catmen and more ratman warriors. If there were only the mole people, it would be fine and the crocodile people wouldn't panic. But with the addition of the undead and cat people, the battle situation instantly became one-sided. The crocodile people who stayed underground could not hold on, and were beaten back step by step. "Lord, we can't stop them." An alligator guard hurriedly ran in and shouted, "How could you unable to stop the offensive of the rats?" The crocodile lord asked surprisedly. "No, my lord. The undead and cat people are also coming," the crocodile guard said hurriedly. The crocodile lord suddenly stood up. His face became pale. "Damn. My house was robbed." At this point, he still didn't understand what was going on. It was obvious that the battle above was intentional. The other side attracted a large number of crocodile warriors over, and sent people to steal the house underground. "Where are they fighting?" The crocodile lord's voice was trembling. "They have started attacking the main building," said the crocodile guard anxiously. The crocodile warriors could no longer hold on, and retreated towards the main building, while the enemy followed them all the way, and chased them outside the main building. No matter what, the main building still has some defensive capabilities, and we can still defend ourselves by relying on the main building. "Hurry. Call back the soldiers up there," said the crocodile lord, gritting his teeth. "Yes." The crocodile guard hurried to pass on the order. Once the crocodile warrior in the battle above was called back, the undead and the hydroxia people on it had no constraints, and it was likely to rush down together. But the crocodile lord had no choice but to ask the people above to come and deal with the undead, mole people, and cat people who were besieging the main building. The main building cannot be lost. Once it is lost, everything will be over. As soon as the crocodile guard ran out to deliver the message, other crocodile guards immediately rushed over to report. Report? Lord. The enemy retreated and did not attack the main building. Where did you retreat to? The crocodile lord was stunned. What's going on? They fought all the way to the main building. And then retreated? Is the other party a fool? Retreat into the city. The crocodile guard continued. The space below the swamp is also a city. And crocodile people usually live in the city's buildings. They are intelligent creatures. Not real crocodiles. And they know how to live more comfortably. The crocodile lord scratched his head, not knowing what was going on. Instead of attacking the main building, attack other buildings? How does it work? I can't figure it out. But it's good news. This way we can hold out longer. And when the crocodile warriors return, we can kill all the invading undead. Cat people. And mole people. These damn guys. A grim smile appeared on the face of the crocodile lord. After all, the undead, cat people, and gopher people had left the underground passage. Zhang Peng controlled his fortress and drilled a hole again to expand the entrance. While the undead, catmen, ratmen and crocodile men were fighting. He enlarged the cave entrance to accommodate the ratmen's fortress. Hee. Zhang Peng let out a strange laugh. It was finally his turn to show off. Sun thief. Don't treat merchants as soldiers. I am a lord after all. Superior. At the command, the ratman fortress sped up its horsepower and went up along the passage into the city of the crocodile fortress. Roll over. Poison dragon drill. Special attack, spiral slam. The ratman's fortress began to spin wildly from the drill at the front. And the entire fortress turned into an electric drill. When the number of drills reached its peak, the mouse man's fortress made a burst. With a whistle and harsh wind. Rushing forward. The direction of impact is exactly the main building of the crocodile fortress. Enemy attack. The alarm sounded again. But this time it didn't work. That's a fortress rushing towards them. No matter how small the rat people's fortress is, the crocodile people can't stop it. Everything along the way was destroyed. The ratman fortress, which launched a spiral attack, was unstoppable and launched the most violent attack on the main building of the crocodile fortress. The news had just arrived at the main building, and the crocodile lord was still in a daze when he heard the explosion. Boom! The earth is shaking. Destroy with overwhelming force. No matter how strong the main building is, it can't stop a fortress directly. That's not even on the same level. The special attacks originally intended to deal with defenses such as city walls were used directly on the main building. What else is there? At the moment when the ratman fortress crashed into the crocodile man's main building, it was visible to the naked eye that the crocodile man's main building was damaged, destroyed, and collapsed. All the crocodile people looked at this scene. Their mouths slowly opened wider. Expressions of fear, confusion, and disbelief appeared on their faces. And they were completely petrified. The entire crocodile fortress was silent, with only the sound of explosions when the ratman fortress destroyed the main building. One strike. No one expected that it was just a blow. The main building of the crocodile fortress was destroyed so easily. Even Zhang Peng was in a daze. This? I knocked down the main building of the crocodile fortress? Zhang Peng was in a daze, muttering to himself. This matter is more or less bizarre. After Li Ziyu failed to attack the crocodile fortress with the hand of annihilation, he began to think of other ways. He contacted Zhang Peng and asked him if he could attack from underground. Zhang Peng didn't know at the time, but said he could give it a try. Hence the attack. This attack was originally a test attack. It would be best if the soldiers could be sent into the crocodile fortress. Li Ziyu's idea was very simple. Send the soldiers into the fortress, create chaos, attack the main building, and force the crocodile people to be attacked from two sides. In this way, Batubu, who is attacking from above, will be relieved of a lot of pressure. The plan did not change quickly. Li Ziyu did not expect that Batucha and Attack were trapped after the attack. Zhang Peng was acting according to the plan and launched an attack on the crocodile fortress from underground. The plan was implemented smoothly. The explosive drill broke through the enemy's territory and sent the soldiers into the fortress. At this step, the plan has actually been completed. All that was left was for the soldiers to carry out harassment, forcing the enemy to be attacked from two sides, and then hand it over to Li Ziyu and Batubu to end the battle. Zhang Peng, who is going to withdraw from, didn't know how it was the brain pumping. Anyway, I suddenly wanted to try it. He found that there were not many people under the other party. And the soldiers sent and quickly killed the main building. Since the soldiers can reach the main building, and we also have a fortress here, shouldn't we be more powerful? How can I, a lord, lag behind the warriors? Thinking of this, Zhang Peng decided to give it a try. He felt that even if he failed, at least he would not die in the crocodile fortress. At this point, he returned to his control of the mouse man's fortress, drilled out of the ground, and directly brought a poisonous dragon diamond to the main building of the crocodile fortress. Zhang Peng really didn't expect that he could destroy the main building of the crocodile fortress in one go. In fact, this is inevitable. After all, the Ratman fortress is also a complete fortress, while the opponent's main building is just a building. It is not a magnitude above. This feels like using a high-rise residential building several dozen meters high to smash down a bungalow. Isn't that simple? One strike and it's a success. Not only was the fortress of the crocodile fortress destroyed, but even the crocodile lord died in the attack. And even his body could not be found. The main building was destroyed. And the crocodile fortress immediately had a chain reaction. The swamp above suddenly exploded with countless mud. And then the originally muddy ground began to harden and collapse. The crocodile soldiers also lost their resistance. The lord died. The main building was gone. And they had lost the existence value. However, Li Ziyu and Batubu, who discovered the abnormality, had no intention of letting their soldiers fight the crocodile people. Although I don't know what happened, I still have to run. The two of them quickly sent out a signal, calling on the undead and hydroxin slave cavalry to retreat. As soon as I hurried out of the fortress, I saw that the original swamp platform collapsed. A huge city was revealed below. The hardening swamps fell into the city and destroyed the original building. Oh shit! So close. The crocodile lord is so cruel and ruthless. Is he going to kill them and the crocodile warriors together? If you fall from above into the city, the result is predictable. You will either die or be crippled. But is it that serious? Li Ziyu and Batubi were both at a loss. Does this mean the plan has failed? They still don't know what happened. Amidst the devastating scene, Li Ziyu saw a familiar-looking Ratman fortress standing in the city. Half of the fortress is located in the crocodile fortress city, and the other half is underground. What is Zhang Peng doing? When he was puzzled, Zhang Peng's information came. Boss, I think I have done something great. What did you do? I hit the main building of the crocodile fortress. Hack! Li Ziyu almost jumped up. This is not just a merit. It is just a merit. Li Ziyu was so surprised that she was speechless. He originally thought that there was still a tough battle to fight, but he never expected that the battle would end so suddenly. It was so abrupt and such a surprise. It's so hard to accept the ending. But this is a good thing. A very good thing. Brother Li, what happened? Batu and Li Ziyu sent a message and asked in doubt. He found that there was no movement over the undead. And he also saw the mouse man's fortress in the crocodile fortress. How did it collapse under the ground? Brother Batu, the battle is over. We win. Li Ziyu quickly gave Batu and sent a message. How did they win? Where is the crocodile leader? Is he dead? Is the main building destroyed? Look down there. Zhang Peng has crashed into the main building of the crocodile fortress. Got hit by. Look at the news sent. And look at the mouse-human fortress below. Batubi was silent at first. Then his eyes bulged, and he realized what had happened. It seems that the collapse occurred because the main building was gone. That's how we won. Batu and scratching their heads felt too obtrusive and had no sense of accomplishment. But I have to say that Zhang Peng is really awesome this time. What's going on? Brother Li? Tell me about it. Batubi couldn't help but send a message. He always felt like he seemed to have missed something fun. Brother Batu, there is no time to explain now. Let's take a break and prepare for the next game. He's zipping and the others should be here soon. Li Ziyu glanced at the information in the Soul Network. His heart tightened, and he quickly sent a message to Batabuha. In fact, He Zipping should have arrived long ago. But on the way they came, they encountered the crazy attacks of the Aboriginal people and barely delayed the time at a cost of death. But even so, the other party was still coming towards him, getting closer and closer. If Zhang Peng had not destroyed the main building of the crocodile fortress, he might have to face 4 fortress-level lords in a while. Chapter 248. Zhang Peng's success in this battle gave Li Ziyu and others new ideas. Although the Ratman mobile fortress is only a fortress level 1, it can kill enemies above its level, which is something that even a fortress level 1 cannot do. For example, Liziu's Fortress of the Dead. So how can the big fortress be over? And it is unrealistic at all. Zhang Peng's Mouseman's fortress can be done, because the mobile fortress itself is like a train, coupled with a special attack method, so that it can eliminate the main building of the fortress. Of course, this is inseparable from the help of Liziu and Batu. If they were not attracted the attention of the crocodile soldiers, Zhang Peng would not be so easy. After such a long period of development, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing's mobile fortress is actually only one step away from fortress level. If they have time to digest the resources in the crocodile fortress, their mobile fortress will naturally become fortress level. Unfortunately, there is no time. He Zipping and the other 3 lords were coming quickly, not to mention collecting the resources of the crocodile fortress. That is, to prepare for combat, you have to speed up. Aboriginal people are fighting for interception of 3 lords. But what they can do is limited after all. At this time, it is seen that the strong horizontal crossing of the mobile fortress, even if it is enemy with the entire wasteland area, there is no fear. Every traversal lord possesses extremely terrifying potential. How about the 4-legged fish? The lord of the Banlongren asked He Zipping and asked. The crocodile lord's private plan made the 3 lords feel unusually dissatisfied. We agreed to fight the undead together, and you are sneaking away. This is an act of betrayal. Do you think he will let you go? How about it? Let the undead block it. The crocodile lord is better than the half-Hama lord. Knowing that sending a signal for help, giving them a specific coordinate. I just hope it's not too late. The crocodile lord can die, but the resources cannot be lost. There is no news from the 4-legged fish since just now. It seems that it hasn't been holding up. It's already cold. Lord Xiongren replied to the news. He didn't want to save the crocodile lord. In his eyes, the crocodile lord is damn. If it weren't for the resources of the crocodile lord, he would not participate in this operation. The crocodile lord has always kept contact with them after sending a helping signal. Just now, the news they sent out. Suddenly the stone sinks the sea, and the crocodile lord no longer responds. This means that the crocodile lord is more fierce. I feel that the crocodile fortress may have been broken by the undead, but I don't know if we have time. He Zipping also replied to the message. He did not want the undead and other lords to get the resources of the crocodile and lord. He Zipping was very anxious, and he couldn't wait to fly over his wings. Why are these aborigines so annoying? If the natives hadn't fought desperately to stop them, they would probably have reached the coordinate point by now. It's not enough to ignore the natives. If you ignore them, these guys will rush to the fortress, and ignoring them will slow down the process. Aboriginal people who were oppressed by several lords of He were unprecedentedly this time. And the aboriginal people who could come on the entire wasteland came over. Many of them were the hearts that were holding with the equal lord of He. Their home was gone. The tribe was razed to the ground, and was forced to leave the ancestral land to escape. Their relatives were gone. The clan was slaughtered, displaced. Hunger and illness tortured them. Once the life became black. The instigators of all this are these moving fortresses in front of us, and the murderers inside them. The existence of the Seoul base station gave them a way of life. Gathered, and helped each other, at least to survive. Is it enough to survive? Naturally not enough. That is a blood feud. They were afraid of the undead. But now they thank the undead. The undead first gave them a chance to survive. And now they have given revenge. The countless indigenous people picked up their weapons, and rushed from various places to the coordinates from the undead. The mobile fortress is huge for the indigenous people, and it is a behemoth that cannot be matched. In the past, when they saw such things, they would avoid them from far away. But now, the enemy is right before their eyes. How can they endure any longer? Charge. Use flesh and blood to fill everything. If I die, my son will still charge. If my son is dead, my brother will succeed him. If my brother is dead, there will be more avengers waiting. Waves after another. Endless. In the eyes of He Zipping, these aborigines are a group of ants. And this group of ants are now gathered and want to overturn themselves. It's so annoying. In front of me, I saw a crocodile fighter. After moving forward for a while, the half-dragon lord sent out another message. Half-dragons are a race with high magic resistance and strong physical fitness. They are a subhuman race. They have excellent physiques. muscles all over their bodies, a pair of dragon horns on their heads, long tails behind them, and their chests, arms and legs are covered with dragon scales. They have part of the dragon blood and are hybrids of dragon and human. However, because of the identity of a mixed race, the lives of the aboriginal people of the Banlong people are not very good. The dragon race is proud and cares a lot about bloodline. In their eyes, half-dragons are no different from dragon beasts and other sub-dragon species, and they do not accept them. In human society, their appearance and image are very fearless and are regarded by human society as aliens. The half-dragon people inherit the talent of some dragons, so that they have high magic resistance. Coupled with a strong physique, they are naturally warriors and magician killers. This did attract the attention of some indigenous people. Of course, these indigenous humans did not want to accept the half-dragons. Instead, they captured them and turned them into slaves. It is excellent whether it is used for farming or for soldiers. So the half-dragon people are mixed in different worlds. After the Lord of the Banlong Ren traveled to this world, it was mixed. With the strength of the Banlong people, he walked forward step by step, walking in 4 levels. He even has the Air Force, a team composed of Griffin. Every time he went on an expedition, he would release the Griffin cavalry to conduct reconnaissance above the fortress. It is the credit of the Griffin cavalry. Have you seen the Undead? He zipping asked quickly. No. After a while, as if to be sure, the half-dragon lord sent another message. How is it possible that we found the crocodile fortress, but not the undead fortress? What about the other person? Could it be that they were scared away because of our presence? He zipping murmured in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. Ha ha, the crocodile fortress is still there, which means the undead haven't taken away the resources. That's great. Compared to his zipping's worries, the bear lord's mind was much simpler. The crocodile fortress is still there, so he has the resources to get it. As for where the undead is going, it must be scared away. Scared? Otherwise what else can be? Ambush yourself? Ha ha. Stop being so funny. This is a wasteland. There are not so many trees and mountains. It is difficult to hide it. Let's go over and take a look first. The half-dragon lord was very confident in his own strength. He was also wondering about the whereabouts of the undead. But he didn't care too much. He didn't think the undead were really that strong. And he wasn't afraid of the undead. Seeing that both lords wanted to go over, he zipping had no choice but to reply. Okay. We'll go over there. Be careful. Look at how timid you are. You are not afraid of anything. With me and the half-dragon lord here, you will not die. The bear lord replied with disdain. In fact, it is true. When the 3 fortresses are gathered together, the threat of the undead is not that great. No matter how strong the opponent is, it is impossible for him to deal with 3 fortresses at the same time. While removing the aboriginal people who kept pouring over the attack, 3 fortresses continued to accelerate to rush towards the crocodile fortress, who was already lying on the nest. Perhaps because the death and injury are too heavy. Maybe because they have been attacking and exhausted. As they approach the crocodile folder, the offensive of the aboriginal people gradually slows down and slowly dispersed. These damn guys run so fast. I was planning to kill them when I get there, the Bearman Lord said angrily when he saw the natives disperse. In order to hurry on his way, he didn't pay too much attention to the natives. But that didn't mean he wasn't upset. He was the Bear Lord. But he was chased and killed by the natives all the way, which made him lose face. The 3 controlled the mobile fortress, and they were cautiously closer to the crocodile fortress. There was chaos all around, which meant that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Four-legged fish still have no response. He zipping sent a message to the crocodile lord again, and still did not get a response. I also responded to a fart. Look, you see that his broken swamp is gone, and the city below is exposed. The lord of the Xiongren observed it very detailed and replied, I still feel a bit wrong. Otherwise we will wait. He was uneasy. He always felt that the atmosphere around him was not good, and the behavior of the undead was a bit strange. He said that he had no time to transfer the supplies in the crocodile man, and he believed it. He said that the undead is running, and he can understand it, but I don't know why. He always feels that this is not the style of the undead. The other party is not so easy to give up the crocodile fortress. What the hell are you waiting for? If you don't go, I will go. But I won't share the resources I get with you. The crocodile fortress was right in front of them. and the Bear Lord couldn't bear it any longer. This is a good opportunity to plunder. It seems that the other party has almost no crocodile fortress, and the resources inside are preserved quite well. Searching for a fortress, the resources obtained are much stronger than plundering those poor acid blogs on the wasteland. Lord of the Dragon, you are too brave. Don't be so afraid of the undead. He is the same as us. Like us? The Lord of the Dragon man also persuaded. There is no undead lord around. But I don't dare to go and loot him. What's the logic? If I tell others about this, I will no longer be able to get along with the Bear Lord. Seeing that both of them insisted, he zipping reluctantly agreed. The three fortress slowly approached, and he was alert. He said that he didn't care. But in fact, no one was a fool. For fear that the undead leader came to a sudden attack, he came to the Crocodile Man's fortress, and there was no change in it. Everything was as usual, and the three were relieved. Let's talk about it first. Whoever gets it, can't grab. Don't have conflicts between us. Lord Xiong people first said. Yes. Lord Banlong Lord agreed. Okay. Whoever gets it. It is already next to the Crocodile Fortress, and it is not necessary anymore. He zipping also agreed quickly. The three were arranged and sent their own hands to the Crocodile Fortress. This is really a windfall. It was clearly a battle between the undead and the crocodile people, but they gained the advantage. I am so happy. Boss, those guys have taken the bait. They've already sent people out into the Gatorman Fortress. Is it time to let Zhang Peng take action? Lu Xingxing, who was observed secretly, saw the three fortresses in front of him. Excitedly, entered the set. Upon learning that the three fortresses were coming to support, Li Ziyu did not let them collect resources from the Crocodile Fortress. Instead, he used the Crocodile Fortress as bait and set up a full set of tactics. Crocodile Fortress is a golden mountain, which is too important for the Cross Lord. Facing Jin Shan, the three greedy lords will inevitably not give up. And as long as they search for resources, it is equivalent to drilling into a full set. Li Ziyu no longer considers the problems of breaking. He planned to take away the three lords directly. This is very dangerous, but it is not possible. Mainly Zhang Ping gave him great confidence. I originally thought that Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing were just there to make up the numbers. But who would have thought that Zhang Peng was so powerful that he could actually destroy the main building of the fortress with one blow? Zhang Peng's poisonous dragon diamond is equivalent to a super powerful nirvana. If it is used well, it can solve a lord directly. In this case, Li Ziyu decided to deal with the opponent in one go, as he had to take risks to gain wealth and fame. The reason why he Zipping and his friends didn't see the Undead Fortress was because the Undead Fortress, the Golden Horde, and the treasure-hunting Catman's mobile fortress were all hiding underground. Under the operation of Zhang Peng, the underground of the entire wasteland area formed an underground network channel. It is rather difficult for Li Ziyu and his team's fortress to travel through the underground passage. But if they want to hide, it is very simple. They only need to temporarily expand the area of the passage. Li Ziyu and his companions were hiding underground, and it was not easy for them to find out what was happening above ground. They did not dare to show their heads for fear of being discovered by Zipping and the other three. Lu Xingxing is crucial at this time. The race under this guy is the treasure-hunting cat people. They are not very good at fighting. But when it comes to miscellaneous gadgets, the treasure-hunting cat people are much stronger than other races. They have a prop similar to a periscope, which is small and highly concealed. If you sprinkle a thin layer of soil on it, it will be almost exactly the same as the ground. In addition, I just experienced a battle here, and there was a chaos around. Who would notice an inconspicuous place on the ground? After being notified by Lu Xingxing, Li Ziyu did not hesitate, and immediately sent a message to Zhang Peng. The time has arrived. Do it. Zhang Peng, who has been waiting for the news, received the order of Li Ziyu, and immediately became spiritual and jumped up, shouting to the rats around him. Quickly, break the pillar. One after another, special grappling hooks shot out from the Ratman's fortress and accurately hit the load-bearing columns. The load-bearing columns were attacked and immediately covered with cracks. Under gravity, the cracks have continued to spread, and the load pillar began to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. What sound? He Zipping, who was looking at the resources collected below, took the lead in reacting, and frowned instantly. Did you hear the sound? He Zipping opened the system and sent a message to Lord Xiong and Half Dragon. But before the reply, the ground suddenly trembled, and He Zipping's pupils suddenly shrank, with the crocodile fortress as the center. The ground around it suddenly cracked, filled with smoke and dust, rumbled, and then collapsed downwards. Chapter 249. At first, it was just a circle of cracks sinking around, but soon drove the interior collapse. The ground where the three lords, including He Zipping, and the fortress were located were all within the collapse range. Not good. Ambush. He Z was horrified in his heart. He didn't care about anything else, and ran towards the main building. Without 2 steps. His body was suddenly short. And then he tilted, and he watched everything around him falling. This is exactly the trap that Li Ziyu's temporary thought of came out. It is very simple. Very practical. In popular terms, it is simply dug 2 words. Traditional skills. It's simple. No-brainer. But very useful. Especially there is Zhang Peng, the lord who owns the Mole Man fortress. Dig a pit. That is not easy. After killing the crocodile lord just now, Li Ziyu came up with this idea and discussed it with Zhang Peng. Digging a hole is not difficult. The key is to dig quickly and deeply. It is useless if it is too shallow. After all, it is used to pit fortress, which is somewhat difficult. But digging holes is the main job of the mole people. They may not be so good at other things, but when it comes to digging holes, the mole people always have a way. Zhang Peng's mobile fortress has the ability to be called emergency shelter, which can quickly dig out at temporary potholes in the ground. The use of this skill is that authentic sometimes collapses, in order to avoid the channels that the mouse men dug out by themselves. It has made such skills. Since it is called emergency hedging, it is not released free of charge, and a lot of resources need to be consumed. But now resources are called. In order to kill He Z, the 3 lords of He Z have to be invested in more resources. Therefore, Zhang Peng's Ratman fortress used emergency shelters dozens of times in a short period of time, and dug a huge pit with a depth of 10 meters under the Crocodile Man fortress. This big pit is supported only by load-bearing columns. Once the load-bearing columns are destroyed, everything above will fall down and fall into the pit. The trap for hunter hunting beast is not much worse. Zhang Peng also had a sudden idea and put a lot of stone spikes at the bottom of the cave. It is unknown whether the stone spikes have any effect on the fortress or whether they can cause damage, but it is not difficult to arrange them, just in case they work. A 10-meter deep hole sounds deep, but for a fortress-level mobile fortress, it is not too deep. Even if you fall in, you will not be submerged, and about 1/3 of it will be exposed. This is the most ideal. 10 meters of pit. It costs a lot of effort to crawl out, and the part that is exposed outside is exactly the target. Safe. The Half-Dragon Mobile Fortress, the Dragon Lizard Mobile Fortress, the Bearman Mobile Fortress, and the Lying Down Crocodile Man Fortress. The 4 fortresses fell directly into the pit and filled it up. No one expected such a sudden change and was completely unprepared. Not to mention the Lord. Even the warriors of all races in the fortress were knocked unconscious, and many unlucky ones were even killed. Looking at the fortress again, many places had collapsed. The buildings were destroyed, and it was in chaos. He Zipping and his men had planned everything, but they had never expected that the enemy's ambush would be like this. Are you personal? You said digging a hole and cheating people? That's fine. Has anyone ever dug a hole that destroyed a fortress as big as a city? Who could have thought of this? Even though they fell into the pit, they still didn't understand how the other party had dug such a big pit. Just after the 4 fortresses fell into the pit, the ground in the distance shook again, and Li Ziyu's Undead Fortress, Batubi's Golden Horde, and Lu Xingxing's treasure-hunting Catman Mobile Fortress broke out of the ground. Successful? Li Ziyu stood on the dusty rooftop of the main building, looking at the big pit in the distance, with surprise on his face. He was really surprised. According to his guess, if he could get one using this simple method, he would be successful. Unexpectedly, all the enemy fortresses including He Zipping fell into the pit. The surprise came too suddenly. Ha 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 ha, brotherly. This trick is amazing. Even through the system screen, Li Ziyu could feel Batubi's happiness. Brother Batu, let's follow the plan. Alright. Leave it to me. I promise not to let them crawl out. After Li Ziyu received Batubu's reply, the smile on his face became even wider. He rolled up his sleeves, turned around and shouted to the undead. Men, set up the cannons and fire. The fist of annihilation was ready long ago, And upon hearing the Lord's order, it immediately turned its gun around. Boom! Call out. This can be considered as shooting at a fixed target. Don't worry too much about it. Just aim for the area that's exposed above the ground. The psychic explosive bomb fell from the sky and landed in the pit. Boom. Keep shooting. Keep shooting. Don't stop until I say stop. Li Ziyu waved his hands and said proudly, "It's just one shot of 100,000 units of soul energy. I'll do it. It's so rare to come across such an opportunity. If I don't kill all these guys in the pit today, I really won't be able to survive in this world anymore." The fortresses of Zipping and other 3 lords fell into the pit and were knocked unconscious. The half-dragon lord was even worse off. He was standing on a high place, waiting for the Griffin Knight to report the news to him. But who would have thought that the fortress would suddenly fall down? He was standing at the window at the time. His body tilted and his legs were loose. His body was about to fly out of the window. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the window frame next to him. So he did not fall from the building. The main building of his fortress is more than 20 meters high. If he falls down, being smashed to pieces is the least he can do. He might even be stuck to the ground and unable to get up. The fortress fell into a pit. All the buildings on it became tilted, and the half-dragon lord was hanging in the air. Although he knew that even if he fell and died, he could be resurrected with the help of the mobile fortress. Maybe you can live. Who the hell wants to die? If you fall down, you can imagine how painful it would be. The half-dragon lord is not a masochist, and does not want to experience the feeling of falling to death. Help! Pull me up! Where are the people? So he screamed at the top of his lungs. Fortunately, there were many waiters and guards at his main building. Although they were confused due to the sudden fall, they still reacted quickly when they heard the lord's cry for help. When he rushed to the window and took a look, he was immediately shocked to see that the lord was hanging outside the window, his body suspended in the air, swaying from side to side, with his hands tightly grasping the window frame. The waiters and guards did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly pulled the half-dragon lord back to the main building. The half-dragon lord heaved a sigh of relief when his feet touched solid ground. A cold sweat broke out on his face. It was a close call just now. He almost died. When he reached a safe place, he felt his feet go weak. His calves cramped. His legs had no strength left, and he collapsed against the wall. The city lord is injured. Call a doctor. Seeing this, the half-dragon guard turned around and shouted outside. No. No need. I'm fine. The half-dragon lord quickly raised his hand to stop him. He was just hanging outside and was a little exhausted. But he didn't suffer any other injuries. The main thing was that his image was not good now, and he didn't want other people to see it. At this time, the half-dragon lord's face was pale. His limbs were trembling. He was sweating profusely, and his clothes were disheveled. He no longer had the wise image he had in the minds of the half-dragons. It is best not to let your subordinates know about this situation, as it will easily reduce their loyalty. Yes. Then before the half-dragon guard could finish his words, he heard an explosion above his head. Boom! The earth is shaking. The main building was shaking continuously, and broken stones and tiles were falling from the windows. The half-dragon guard lost his balance and fell beside the half-dragon lord, and heard chaotic screams from outside. What's going on? The half-dragon lord exclaimed. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he struggled to get up, leaned over the window frame, and looked out. Danger! The half-dragon guard grabbed the half-dragon lord's clothes and pulled him back. But with just one glance, the half-dragon lord's expression changed. He saw the Griffin Knight falling from the sky, his body burning with blue flames. The Griffin Knight was originally hovering above the main building of the half-dragon fortress. The fortress fell into a big pit. The Griffin Knight didn't know why, so he lowered his altitude. On the one hand, we must continue to be vigilant, and on the other hand, we must maintain defense. Then, they saw the blue sun. The sun hit their main building, causing an explosion. Soul flames flew everywhere along with the rubble and tiles. The unlucky Griffin Knight was caught by the soul flames, and was instantly burned beyond human form. The Griffin Knights were unable to take care of themselves, and the Griffins below, in pain from the burning souls, flew around recklessly, causing more Griffin Knights to be ignited and turned into fireballs that fell from the sky. It would have been better if there were no Griffin Knights. The psychic explosive bombs hit the main building, which was made of stone. Even if the soul flame was very powerful, stone had no life and would go out on its own after burning for a short time. But there happened to be a group of Griffin Knights around the main building, and they were also covered with soul flames. Now we have encountered something flammable. The half-dragons in the city below didn't know what was going on. They saw the roof of the main building suddenly explode, and then large broken rocks fell from the sky. And then the Griffin Knight, who burned into a fireball, also fell from the sky. The Griffin Knights were one of their proud arms. So how could they just stand there and watch? So they all carried water and helped put out the fire. The half-dragons did not understand the soul flame, and ordinary water could not extinguish this kind of flame. Seeing that water had no effect, these unfortunate guys tried to put out the flame. The result is predictable. The scattered sparks touched other people, and they immediately caught fire. Suddenly, many torches appeared in the half-dragon city. They ran around wailing and screaming, and then lit more torches. As luck would have it, Liziu's first shot was a great success. The half-dragon fortress was in chaos under the attack of the Fist of Annihilation. And he Zipping also woke up during this period of time. Shit! We've fallen into a trap. Quick! Get out of here! He Zipping reacted and immediately ordered everyone to leave the pit. The Triceratops carrying the city and the two Tyrannosaurus guarding it were injured by the underground stone spikes arranged by Zhang Peng. But their injuries were not serious and their mobility was not affected. Everything has its pros and cons. For example, the Bearman Fortress and the Half-Dragon Fortress both have thick soil. The stone spikes laid by Zhang Peng have little effect on them, but it is very difficult for them to climb out of the pit. The Dragon Lizard Fortress's ability to move comes from a huge Triceratops. When it fell, it was injured by the stone spikes, but now it is much better at climbing the pit than the other two fortresses. The Triceratops let out a roar, moved its four legs like giant pillars, and slowly climbed upwards, with two Tyrannosaurus Rex guarding it on its left and right. But just after he had climbed a distance and exposed his head, he saw from afar 12 war horses pulling a golden tent roaring towards him. Special skill, galloping horses. I'm hacking bumping into you. Batubu had been waiting for a long time, and he guessed that the first person who might climb out of the pit would be Zipping. So he was already prepared. Just then, the Triceratops just showed its head and was hit by the stone horse. Ah! This was not an ordinary collision, but an activation of a skill. The Triceratops met Batubu's skill with its face. All three horns were almost broken. Blood spurted out of its nose. It raised its head, and its four legs became uncontrollable. After struggling twice, it fell back into the pit. Oh my god! Batubu! You bastard! He Zipping fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The building part of the Dragon Lizard Fortress was on the back of the Triceratops, so he naturally saw Batubu in the charge. I want to stop it, but there is no way. Others were on top, and he was in the pit, so it was quite difficult for him to resist. The two Tyrannosaurus were still confused, but Batubu had already turned the stone horse and ran away. What are you standing there for? Go ahead and kill him. He Zipping got up from the ground and used the system to give orders to the two Tyrannosaurus guards. After receiving the order, the Tyrannosaurus guards opened their mouths and let out a thunderous roar, then climbed out of the pit to chase and kill Batubu, just as half of its body was exposed. A not-so-big fortress drifted over at the speed of the wind. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Look at my iron fist. It turned out that Lu Xingxing had arrived. The treasure-hunting Catman's mobile fortress was almost reaching the fortress level. In order to deal with this crisis, he had made a lot of preparations. For example, he installed a new robotic arm. A big iron fist. It is called the Big Iron Fist, but in fact it is just two oversized metal balls with spikes on them. With the help of catapulting, two big iron fists were launched out from the left and right. One on the left and the other on the right. No favoritism. One Tyrannosaurus. One punch hit the mouth and the other hit the chest. The two Tyrannosaurus Rex that had just climbed out of the pit were beaten back again, their mouths full of blood. Lu Xingxing's method of attack is also specifically used to deal with mobile fortresses. Speaking of which, among Liziu and his companions, the one who is really good at dealing with the mobile fortress is not Batubu's hydroxyl slaves, nor Zhang Peng's mole people, nor the undead, but Lu Xingxing's treasure-hunting cat people. The treasure-hunting cat race is relatively weak, and a lot of their combat capabilities are placed in the fortress. Lu Xingxing might be a bit timid when facing the enemy's massive army, but he can really give it a try when facing the enemy's fortress. After the dirty fight, Lu Xingxing didn't even stop and drove away in his treasure-hunting cat fortress. He Zipping was confused. I'm too big, Tyrannosaurus Rex. But before I could show my power, I was beaten back? Once, a Triceratops crawled out from the bottom of the pit. Special skill. Horses trample mountains and rivers. The stone horse came galloping from a distance, raised its hooves, and kicked the Triceratops. Ah! The Triceratops screamed in pain from being kicked, and retreated repeatedly, falling back into the pit again. The stone horse turned around gracefully, and rode away again. Li Ziyu, who was far away, also noticed the situation here, and immediately turned the muzzle of the Fist of Annihilation, and aimed at the Dragon Lizard Fortress. Hit him. Hit the one riding the dragon first. Boom! Call out. When he Zipping was about to launch another attack, the Psychic Energy Burst Bomb arrived, and hit the Triceratops accurately. Boom! Ah! This attack was more serious than the previous two attacks by Badab. And the roar of the Triceratops changed. It wasn't just an explosion. The psychic flames were burning on the Triceratops' body. Whether it is a Triceratops or a Tyrannosaurus, there are essential differences between them and the stone horse. The stone horse is, to some extent, a dead object. But the Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus are real living creatures. Large monsters like Godzilla. The psychic flames were like a torch thrown on gasoline, burning so fiercely that it made the Triceratops crackle. Chapter 250, Climbing the Pit Plan. This psychic explosive bomb can be considered a special attack. Li Ziyu didn't expect the effect to be so good. After exploding on the Triceratops, the psychic flames continued to burn, and the fire tended to get bigger and bigger. He Zipping also found something wrong. He could see the burning flames clearly from above. Why is my skin burning? Is it an incendiary bomb? He Zipping was puzzled. The most urgent task is to put out the fire. But how to put it out? The Triceratops is so big. It needs a lot of water. And there is no pond or anything around. After thinking about it, He Zipping felt that he had to get out of the pit first. No matter how powerful an incendiary bomb is, it will eventually burn out. It is true that the Triceratops will be injured. But as long as there are resources, it can recover. After all, the Triceratops is also part of the mobile fortress. Ignoring the blazing spiritual energy, He Zipping gave the order for the three dragons to charge upwards simultaneously. He didn't believe that Batubu could withstand it. He Zipping, who was determined to rush out of the pit, did not realize that the spiritual flame burning on the Triceratops' body was becoming more and more intense. And the Triceratops was becoming more and more painful. When climbing the pit this time, the guard Tyrannosaurus close to the Triceratops accidentally came into contact with the psychic flames. The flames immediately burned its body, causing the Tyrannosaurus to roar in pain. Get out now! He Zipping had no intention of paying any attention to the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was in pain. Instead, he urged the three-headed dragon to speed up. What greeted him were still the hooves of the stone horse and the big iron fist. The three-headed dragon was in the pit, and it was already difficult to defend itself. The flames burning on its body made it even more distracted. This time was even easier than the previous two times, and they were easily sent back to the pit. He Zipping was so angry. He was such a big guy. But how could he be such a waste? It's just a pit. Why can't I get out of it? He Zipping, who was burning with rage, didn't notice at all that the Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus with flames on their bodies had become much weaker. And even their roars were not as fierce as before. After observing this from a distance, Li Ziyu roughly guessed what was going on. Good guy. You can do it by not caring about the psychic flames. He Zipping. I was thinking of firing a few more shots at you. But now it seems that's not necessary. I feel that if we continue to waste time like this, the three-headed dragon will be dead soon. By then, there will only be a city left. What else can He Zipping do? He once again shifted his sights to the Bear Fortress and the Half-Dragon Fortress, and gave orders to the Undead. Don't worry about the dragon over there. Aim at the other two fortresses. And shoot! Boom! Call out. The Half-Dragon Fortress was in a mess, because they had no understanding of the psychic flame. They suffered a great loss. The Half-Dragon Fortress city is not much different from a normal city, and is densely populated. In addition to soldiers, there are also civilians in the fortress. If a fire breaks out in one place, it will quickly spread. The half-dragons did not understand what was going on with the fire, and did not isolate it immediately, causing the psychic flame to spread quickly. There's something wrong with this flame. Isolate! Isolate all the places that are on fire. Don't let anyone else touch the flame. Not even a spark. The half-dragon lord finally saw the clue and gave the order. Soon the guards came running to report. City lord, we have tried various methods, but we cannot put out the fire. Ah, the half-dragon lord sighed. And then his eyes became firm. In order to save more people, only a small number of people had to be sacrificed. He looked at the guard and said, since we can't put out the fire, let's give them a quick death. They are all our brothers, and we can't let them die in such pain. The half-dragon guard hesitated. Follow orders. This fire will spread and burn more people. The half-dragon lord glared and roared in a hoarse voice. He also didn't want to kill the half-dragons under his command, even if they were civilians. He had worked hard to gather resources to summon them. Not to mention that doing so would likely reduce the half-dragon's loyalty. But this fire is like a plague. If you are not careful, it will spread on a large scale. Rather than waiting to die, it is better to kill those who are already burning. Stop loss in time. Yes. The half-dragon guard seemed to have suddenly lost his strength. He responded and walked out with his head down. The psychic explosive bombs fell on the mountain of the bear fortress, causing rocks to fly everywhere. But they did not have as good an effect as on the half-dragon fortress. The mountain of the bearman fortress is black and is made of huge rocks. The bearmen like to live in caves. The stone mountain outside is both their city and their city wall. All the bearmen hide in the caves inside the stone mountain. But the giant trees on the mountain were in bad luck. The psychic flames have little effect on stone, but they can ignite these huge trees. The giant trees planted on the stone mountain are actually a specialty of the bearman fortress. They are called ironwood, a special material that is as hard as steel. The basic weapons and armor of the bear people are made of this wood. Ironwood is resistant to high temperatures, severe cold, water, and the sun. Normal flames cannot ignite ironwood at all. However, the psychic flames were not normal flames. Instead, they burned life force. As a result, the ironwood, a specialty of the bear people, began to burn and turned into torches. The bear lord hid in the mountains and was very angry. Damn it. Those iron trees were cultivated by him with great effort, and were to be used to make armor and weapons, and also to exchange for supplies. And now they are on fire. Lord of the Undead, you deserve to die. Send out the warriors. Attack the undead. Otherwise, you would say that the bear lord is a fool. But this guy has a different way of thinking. He was not thinking about how to get the fortress out of the cave, but was thinking about letting his warriors go out and directly behead the undead lord. Simple and crude. The bear people are a notoriously stupid race. Each of them is very stubborn. The lord's order actually made them want to rush out, howling. Guys, be careful. Don't touch the fire. Be careful of getting burned. The bear lord suddenly remembered something and shouted to the bears. It's not that he realized the characteristics of psychic flame, but the bear man is hairy. As we all know, hair is flammable, and the bear man is covered with hair, and long hair at that. If he were to be burned by fire, he would be in trouble. The bears responded loudly, then went out of the mountain and rushed out. Huh? How did the bear man get out? Li Ziyu looked at the bear man who was constantly crawling out of the pit from the mountain, feeling puzzled, looking at their route of action. Are these guys planning to abandon the fortress? Aiming at the places where there are many guys. Come and see. See what ghosts they are engaged in. Li Ziyu pointed at the bear's fortress and instructed to the undead. Weapons such as the Fist of Silence are used to make precise blows. But who made the bears gather together so densely? Even if there are deviations, they won't be too big, right? After aiming for a long time, the undead finally opened fire. Boom! Call out. Boom! The psychic explosive bomb flew out and hit the mountain. Although it was a little off-center, it still hit the crowd. At the moment of the explosion, many small black dots flew out. They were all bear men that were hit by the explosion. Then, little flames lit up and spread everywhere. Li Ziyu, what on earth are these guys thinking? The bearman's team was just planning to charge out, but they didn't expect that a sun fell from the sky, and a large group of bear men were directly wiped out. Many of those who were far away were blown into the sky by the shock wave. And then, the psychic flames burned on their bodies. Now they were already in a state of being ready to go. And word spread from 1 to 10. And from 10 to 100. and in an instant a large group of bear men were ignited by the psychic flames. Oh! No! My son! When the bear lord saw the scene, his eyes were red with anger. He stood up from his chair with tears streaming down his face. Those bear people were burned to ashes before they could leave the mountain. They were in great pain before death, and screamed at the top of their lungs. It was so heartbreaking. Unlike the half-dragon lord, he's Zipping and others, the bear lord really has feelings for the bears. He felt sad to see his men die in front of him. What was even more distressing was that more bear men were ignited and burned fiercely. Keep attacking. Don't stop, sh. Ling. Li Ziyu stared into the distance, feeling very surprised. When digging the hole, he was thinking about trapping the other side as much as possible. But he didn't expect the effect to be so good. It was simply outrageous. Up to now, our side has not lost a single soldier. But the other side has been beaten badly. The Fist of Annihilation has performed a great deed. He Zipping was the one who suffered the most. His Triceratops and 2 guard Tyrannosaurus have been ignited by the soul flame. It burned for such a long time. But not only did it show no signs of going out, it burned more and more vigorously. At the same time, his Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus looked more and more decadent and weak. What kind of fire is this? He Zipping was extremely frightened. When the SHL hit the Triceratops, he didn't care, thinking it was an incendiary bomb. However, no matter how powerful the incendiary bomb was, it could not kill the Triceratops. At that time, his idea was to hold on and get through the burning effect. Unexpectedly, this was not an incendiary bomb at all. He didn't know what it was, but it was definitely not an ordinary flame. In addition, he had always wanted to get out of the pit. And as a result, the guard Tyrannosaurus, which had not been hit by the psychic explosive bomb and had no flames on its body, was also contaminated by the soul flames. When there is no soul flame, climbing out of the pit is difficult. But there is still a chance. After being contaminated by the soul flame, the 3-headed dragon became extremely weak, and climbing out of the pit became even more difficult. In addition, with Batubu and Lu Xingxing guarding it, it was almost impossible for it to climb out. The half-dragon lord and the bear lord had no intention of climbing out of the pit. They were both overwhelmed by the soul flames in their own city, and could not handle it. On Li Ziyu's side, he was still bombarded with the Fist of Annihilation. Wave after wave. How's it going over there? The half-dragon lord, with sweat on his forehead, sent a message to the bear lord and he Zipping. My bear men suffered heavy losses. It's too tragic. Damn the lord of the undead. I must kill him when I catch him. The bearman lord was heartbroken. He didn't know how many bear men were burned to death by the flames of souls, and died in extreme pain. He saw it all and felt the pain in his heart. But he was powerless to do anything. The situation is not good. We have to find a solution. He Zipping was also very anxious. What can I do? I want the bear people to charge out. But that guy is immoral and bombarded my army. The bear lord replied angrily. When he Zipping and the half-dragon lord saw this message, they cursed in their hearts at the same time. Stupid. This is a war. Why should others talk to you about morality? Do they have to wait for you to deploy your troops and get ready before fighting? What a joke. The undead lord has made it very clear that he will use cannons to consume our forces until all of us are killed. The only good news is that the enemy's cannons should not be many, and the intervals between them are very long, so they can still think of a way. I just observed that there is a gap of dozens of minutes between each bombardment. We can make use of this time. The half-dragon lord sent a message to Zipping. He no longer counts on the bear lord. This guy is useless and has a simple mind. The bear men can be used for the charge, but the bearman lord cannot help you escape from the trap. This pit is too deep, and there are people guarding it. It's difficult to send troops out. He Zipping understood the half-dragon lord's meaning and replied after hesitating. We have to do it no matter how difficult it is. Otherwise, we will all be consumed bit by bit. Is the fire on your side out? Asked the half-dragon lord. No. I don't know what kind of flame this is. It has been burning all the time, and there is no sign of it going out. He Zipping replied. I suspect this is a flame unique to the undead. A flame that targets life. Once it infects a member of the undead, it will burn the person to death. Otherwise it will not go out. After every artillery attack, this kind of fire will erupt. If we don't take action, this fire alone will burn us to ashes. The half-dragon lord shared the intelligence he had summarized with He Zipping. He observed carefully and found that the damage to the building was limited, most of which was caused by falling into the hole and the artillery explosion. There were few signs of burns. This led him to speculate that the opponent's fire should not cause much damage to inanimate objects. But if they stay in the pit and let the enemy hit them with SH/LS one after another, the lives in the mobile fortress will be burned out sooner or later, and they will be left alone. It's better to rush out. As for letting the fortress out, the half-dragon lord knew it well. It would be very difficult for his half-dragon fortress to leave the pit even if there was no one guarding it outside. His mobile fortress has no time for climbing hills. What the bear leader did was right. He should send the warriors out, leave the pit, and interfere with the undead. Only then would they have a chance. What's your plan? He zipping asked. Judging from what the half-dragon lord said, he must have his own plan. Let's send our troops out. Don't gather them together like the bear lord did. Spread them out and rush out from all directions. Don't give the undead a chance to attack the troops. Let's get them outside first. The half-dragon lord replied quickly. Although the bear lord's idea was not wrong, and he should indeed send people out, his approach was too stupid. Like mentally retarded. Knowing that the other side is cannons, you still let the bear people gather together. Isn't this seeking death? The more people gather on your side, the more exciting it will be for the other side to attack. Okay. Is there anything else we should pay attention to? He zipping thought about it, and felt that this was the only trick he had now. Let our people spread out into the pits first, and after 2 artillery bombardments, rush out together. The half-dragon lord sent a message. The pit was very deep, and the undead's artillery attack was aimed at the fortress, so scattering the soldiers in the pit made them safer. Wait until the SH/Ling stops and then act together, and it will be very difficult for the enemy to intercept us. After discussing with He Zipping, the half-dragon lord communicated with the bear lord, and the 3 agreed to act together. Li Ziyu didn't know the arrangements of the 3 people. He was not in the cemetery now, but standing on the roof of the main building observing the opposite side. He couldn't see very clearly, and there were many dark corners in the pit, so he didn't notice that the opponent's soldiers really split up and left the fortress. Is this giving up? Seeing that there was no movement in the 3 fortresses, Li Ziyu scratched his head, somewhat confused. Forget it. Why think so much? Just bomb them. Looking at their current state, they probably don't have any long-range countermeasures. Chapter 251 Want to surrender. Go! Kill! The shouts of killing were deafening, and during the gaps in the fist of annihilation, the bear men, dragon lizards, and half-dragons started their plan to climb out of the pit, quickly climbing up along the edge of the pit and pouring out of the pit like bugs. Before Batubu and the others could react, a large number of soldiers rushed up and rushed in all directions. By the time he realized something was wrong and sent his slaves to intercept them, it was too late as the enemy had already rushed out. Although caught off guard, Batubu did not panic. He found that the other party came out, but they were scattered and rarely gathered together. It is easy for the hydroxyl slaves to deal with such warriors, but it is more troublesome. After all, it is not a group battle, and it is difficult for the other side to overthrow the hydroxyl slaves. However, it would be too difficult for Batubu and his Hydron people to stop the warriors of the 3 tribes alone, as the number of the enemy was much greater than that of the Hydron people. Seeing this, Lu Xingxing also joined the battle. Huh? What happened? Looking far in the direction of the pit, Li Ziyu quickly discovered that something was wrong. It's too far away, and I can't see it clearly. Li Ziyu went from the main building to the cemetery, and looked over there with the help of the cemetery Jim. Are you preparing to break out? Li Ziyu frowned, then felt relieved. This was his mistake. He thought the other side would defend because of his artillery fire. He Zipping and the others were not fools. They were all time travelers. Even if they had never been to the battlefield, they had watched a lot of war movies, and knew that passive defense was of little value in this situation. It's not easy to deal with the opponent if they scatter. It's not worth it to attack them with the fist of annihilation. But as for blocking them, too late. That's right. It's too late. In order to prevent accidents, he hid far away and attacked with the fist of annihilation. If he wanted to send the undead over, it would take a long time. By the time the undead arrive, who knows how many of the other side may have already come out of the pit. Beepta. I am here. I remember you said you had men following you. As the Lord of the Void, I naturally have my own subordinates. I need your help. Take your people and rush to the front line as soon as possible to help Batubu, and Lu Xingxing intercept those who come out of the pit. Good. As the Lord of the Void, Bepta's movements are much faster than those of the undead. And all his soldiers are in the void. So all we have to do is let him rush to the front line, and then summon them out. After receiving Li Ziyu's order, Bepta immediately left the cemetery. Said H. Lo to Damanlevsky, left the fortress in a flash, and rushed to the front battlefield. Bepta used Void Flash and Flying Jet to advance, and soon approached the battlefield. Looked down from the air. Wow! What a lively fight! Very chaotic. Generally speaking, it was Batubu and his Hydroxyl Slave Cavalry who were chasing after the Bear Men, Half-Dragon Men, and Dragon Lizard Cavalry. The number of people over there far exceeded that of the Hydron Slaves. But the Hydron Slaves were conserving their energy, and their formation was not in disarray. In contrast, the Bear Men, Half-Dragon Men, and Dragon Lizard Cavalry had just emerged from the pit and were very scattered, without forming a battle formation. Although they outnumbered the Hydra Cavalry, the battle was one-sided. The Hydra people maintained their formation and rushed around to chase the panicked warriors of the three tribes. The problem is that the area is too large, and the Hydroxyl Slaves cannot chase and kill them all. As for dispersing and chasing them, that's nonsense. The individual combat power of the Bear people and the Half-Dragon people is stronger than that of the Hydroxyl Slaves. Even if they don't disperse, they can still attack them out of the blue. If they disperse, maybe it won't be the Hydroxyl Slaves chasing them, but they will be chasing the Hydroxyl Slaves. In this way, although the Hydroxys had the upper hand, they could not stop the warriors of the three tribes from fleeing in all directions. The warriors of the three tribes who were fleeing in all directions had no time to look at the sky. But Batubu saw Bepta, who suddenly arrived. Batubu was familiar with this alien who followed Li Ziyu. But he just didn't understand why Li Ziyu sent him here. Li Ziyu introduced that the two people around him, Damanlevsky and Bepta, are both masters with very strong strength. But no matter how strong you are, it will be of no use at a time like this. They are on the run. If you chase them one by one, your efficiency will be lower than that of the Hydroxyslav cavalry. Bepta, floating in the air, looked down at the battlefield below, felt Batubu's gaze, glanced in his direction, and then looked away. Creatures of the void, respond to the call of your lord. Come! Beptapin stretched out a hand and said in a low voice. A small black dot appeared behind him, and it quickly expanded to form a pitch-black wormhole portal. Plop! The sound of wings vibrating was heard, and a void beetle's head popped out. It took a deep breath, leaped hard, and flew out of the void wormhole. After the first void beetle appeared, more void beetles appeared clinging to the edge of the wormhole and emerged from the void one after another. Among void creatures, void beetles are the largest in number and the lowest in level, and usually appear as the cheapest soldiers under the void lords. The number of void beetles under Bepta's command is far more than that of other void lords. After all, he himself grew from a void beetle to a lord, and is closer to the void beetles. Dense swarms of void beetles flew out of the void wormhole. There were all kinds of shapes, including the gourd-shaped void beetles, shield-shaped void beetles, and gun-shaped void beetles that Li Ziyu had seen before, as well as centipede-like void beetles that he had never seen before. The variety and number were terrifying. The strength of these void beetles varies, and it is difficult to distinguish between good and bad ones. This is also one of Bepta's shortcomings. Other warlike void lords often train their subordinates to keep their void soldiers combat ready. Bepta is the kind of person who likes to fight in the battlefield himself. And as for his subordinates, he basically relies purely on numbers. Anyway, as long as they are willing to surrender, I will accept them. Not picky. This results in a situation where, although there are a large number of people, their strength levels vary greatly. Bepta would not consider training the void beetles to form a formation or anything like that. He preferred to let the void beetles fight on their own, in whatever way they were comfortable with. If they died, it would be because he was not skilled enough and not strong enough. So he could not blame himself. Pointing to the battlefield below, destroy them. Following the Lord's order, the void beetles swooped down from the sky and attacked the bear men, half-dragon men, and dragon lizard cavalry. Hack. There's another trick like this? Where did Li Ziyu find such a guy? Batubu looked at the void zerd pouring down from the sky like an upside-down Milky Way, and his head was suddenly a little confused. Just now he thought that the other party was a lone hero, and he came to support him. because he had never seen void creatures in the undead fortress before. I didn't expect that Bepta, as the Lord of the Void, could directly open a wormhole to summon the Void Zerg. The main quantity is still large. If it weren't for the pit climbing plan, neither the bearmen, half-dragonmen, nor the dragon lizard cavalry would be afraid of these Void Zergs. As long as they formed a group battle, the Void Zerg under Bepta would not gain any advantage. At best, they are a group of relatively powerful guerrillas, who cannot defeat group combat and multi-arms coordination alone. But now the battlefield is in chaos. The bearmen, half-dragonmen, and dragon lizard cavalry are all mixed together in order to escape. In addition, the charges and sneak attacks of the hydroxyl slaves on the battlefield make it impossible for them to gather together. This gives the Void Zerg a chance to exert their combat effectiveness. A large number of Void Zergs swooped down from the sky. They were not only capable of fighting, but also had strong combat effectiveness. The warriors of the three races were immediately caught up in a bitter battle. Several more black holes appeared around Bepta in the sky. This time, what came out of the black holes were no longer low-level Void Zergs, but middle-level warriors under his command. In addition to the evolved Void Zergs, there were also other Void creatures. These guys were much stronger than ordinary Void Zergs, and they were also Bepta's core combat force. As a reckless man, Bepta never considered any formation. He just charged forward. With a wave of his hand, these powerful Void creatures immediately fell onto the battlefield and started killing mode. Necropolis. Li Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Bepta leading the Void creatures to join the battlefield. Now I feel much more comfortable. Still thinking about rushing over? Does that give you a chance? Come on. Keep blasting. The sound of the fist of annihilation was heard again, and the psychic explosive bomb drew a curve and fell into the big pit. When the warriors of the three tribes just left the pit, he zipping and the others were still celebrating. Their plan was successful. The rest depended on how their warriors would deal with the undead fortress. Even if they could drive away the undead fortress, they would get a chance to breathe. As long as they can get out of this pit, they believe that they are strong enough to take down the undead fortress. However, the appearance of the Void creatures made the three lords curse in anger. It's obvious at first glance that this guy has nothing to do with the Time Traveler Lord. So why would he come over here to cause trouble for them? Where did this monster come from? Why only kill their people, and not kill Batubu and the Xianu people? Could it be that this monster is from Li Ziyu's side? But how is this possible? They were sure that the guy in the sky was not an indigenous person. Although the indigenous people also looked strange. They had never heard of anyone who looked like this. Moreover, he could even summon soldiers through wormholes. Isn't this just a mobile transport ship? This is such a rip-off. But no matter what they thought, the battle outside became one-sided due to Bepta's intervention. And it became increasingly difficult for the warriors of the three tribes to resist. The three mobile fortresses wanted to climb out of the pit, but Li Ziyu did not give them a chance. The bombardment of the Fist of Annihilation never stopped. Every once in a while, a psychic explosive bomb would fall and hit the fortress of the three people, and the shooting became more and more accurate. Damn! How could this happen? The Half-Dragon Lord had never fought such a frustrating battle before. He was completely passive, and did not even have a chance to fight back. He was pressed into a pit and beaten. His face turned red, and his temples bulged with anger. Or let's surrender. After fighting for now, the Bear Lord has become scared. His body is shaking, and his heart is filled with despair. His bear men have suffered heavy casualties, but he has not seen any glimmer of hope. If he continues like this, it will be useless even if all his bearmen die. When the Xiongren was gone, his lord is also a light rod commander. And then he said that everything was too late. The Bear Lord really didn't want to fight anymore. There was no point in fighting like this. Do you think he will accept our surrender? He zipping replied in a message. He is the most desperate now. Anyway, Lord Xiong and Half-Dragon Lord still have a chance. Although their fortress is severely damaged, they still have the ability to move. As long as the main building does not collapse, they will eventually have the opportunity to escape. But what about him? He zipping no longer had a chance to escape. He found that his three-headed dragon was almost unable to function, and could barely even scream. It lay weakly on the ground. Even if he gave an order, the three-headed dragon only struggled for a while before lying down again. The flames had been burning for such a long time, constantly consuming the vitality of the Triceratops and the two guard Tyrannosaurus. I can't hold out much longer. Without the three-headed dragon, He Zipping would lose the right to escape. His fortress was built on the Triceratops. If the Triceratops fell, he would lose the ability to move. You can't even move. Why are you running? As for surrendering, there is no way he would surrender. He had a grudge against Batubu and Liziu, and he knew it very well. He had offended Batubu during the battle in the central area, and the current situation in the wasteland area was also caused by him. Even if Liziu accepted the surrender, he might let the Half-Dragon Lord go, or the Bear Lord go, but he would never let the culprit go, and would kill him as soon as possible. Whether you surrender or not, you will die. Then it is better to resist it. He didn't want to die himself, so he planned to take 2 people with him. Maybe he could find a chance to survive. So he would never let the Bear Lord and the Half-Dragon Lord surrender easily. He had to get 2 people to stand with him and fight against Liziu and Batubu together. Yes, I think we can. After all, we all come from the same place. We haven't had any direct conflicts. We only plunder the indigenous people. The messages sent by the Bear Lord were full of uncertainty. Are you stupid? When we came in, we had already crippled Batubu and his hydroxyl slaves. Why wasn't there a direct conflict? He Zipping reminded. But we have no conflict with the Undead Lord. Batubu should listen to the Undead Lord. Right? The Bear Lord asked hesitantly. What good things are you thinking about? We are now looting and destroying someone's house. Do you think the Undead Lord will say something good to us in front of Batubu? He Zipping retorted immediately. The Bear Lord was silenced. That was indeed the case. This wasteland does not belong to Batubu, but to the Undead Lord. They came to this wasteland and burned, killed, looted, and swept through the indigenous tribes. Strictly speaking, they were all trying to rob the Undead Lord of his resources. Thinking about it this way, their hatred for Batubu might not be as great as their hatred for the Undead Lord. If you still want to ask the Undead Lord to plead for you, isn't that the same as you robbed him, held him, and now that you can't beat him, you still ask him to help you say good things? If it were me, I wouldn't do it either. If the other party can forgive me, it would be a great favor. And there is no need to even think about begging for mercy. He Zipping. I suddenly thought of one thing. If Lord I and I contributed you, do you feel that the Undead Leader will let us go, and even help us speak in front of Batu? The Bear Lord was frightened by He Zipping, but the Half-Dragon Lord reacted. He is not as fooled as Lord of the Bear. He didn't say anything while watching the conversation between the 2 people just now, but his mind was still working. The Bear Lord's proposal to surrender is not actually unreasonable. It is also the only other option. But He Zipping's hasty rebuttal made the Half-Dragon Lord suspicious. He always felt that this boy was up to no good. After thinking for a while, the Half-Dragon Lord suddenly realized that this guy might want to drag both of them to be buried with him. It's not a question of whether the Undead Lord will let them go, but whether He Zipping wants the 2 of them to surrender. The reason why they knew about this place, could come here, and plunder here unscrupulously was only because He Zipping brought them here. This is the culprit. Chapter 252, No Hope for Peace Talks. The Half-Dragon Lord knew very well that none of the lords were good people, so there was no need to worry about whether everyone would share weal and woe. Once danger occurs, they will not feel any psychological pressure to sell out their teammates. This guy He Zipping probably knew that he was doomed, but he was unwilling to die and wanted to take others with him, so he didn't want them to surrender. He Zipping felt awe when he received the news from the Half-Dragon Lord. The Bear Lord was silent. He suddenly realized that this seemed to be an opportunity. Don't be fooled by his simple-minded appearance. But since he can hang out with He Zipping and the Half-Dragon Lord, he is definitely not a good person. Looking at the system screen, the Bear Lord narrowed his eyes slightly, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. If sending He Zipping away could buy their safety, then without any hesitation, he would be the first to go and tie He Zipping up and send him to the Undead Lord. But the question is whether it is possible. This is something that needs to be thought about. In the mind of the Bearman Lord, He Zipping is not as good as any Bearman picked out at random from his fortress. The Bear people are very loyal and willing to fight for him. So who is He Zipping? It's useless to send me out. The Undead Lord will not let you go. We are all in the same boat. Let's think about how to deal with the Undead Lord. After waiting for almost a minute, He Zipping sent another message. The Half-Dragon Lord looked at the news and sneered. I really let myself guess. This guy just wants to drag himself and the Bear Lord down with him, regardless of whether the Undead Lord would agree to surrender. He Zipping definitely wanted to use him as a scapegoat. If we hand He Zipping over to the Undead Lord, Will he agree to our surrender? After seeing Zipping's message, the Bear Lord privately chatted with the Half-Dragon Lord and asked for his opinion. I don't know whether we should gamble now. The Half-Dragon Lord responded quickly. Are you saying that even if we hand Zipping over to the Undead Lord, he will most likely not let us go? Asked the Bear Lord. Yes. If the other party is unwilling to let us go, and we hand over Zipping, our situation will become even more difficult. The Half-Dragon Lord was also hesitating. Obviously, handing Zipping over to the other party would be a way to calm their anger. But as Zipping said, the conflict between them and the Lord of the Undead is not as simple as Zipping's. Wait for 3 lords to plunder too many resources. If the other party gets Zipping, it is not enough. And let them return the robbery resources. It will be a disaster. When they were robbing, they never thought that this day would come. A lot of the resources they had snatched had already been used up, and they couldn't afford to give out that many resources. What's more, they are now at the mercy of others. It is not a fair deal at all. They don't even have the qualifications to put forward conditions. They have to agree to whatever the other party says. They are just praying for their lives. If Zipping is not handed over, they will be at least 3 lords. No matter what. Zipping has the Dragon Lizard Cavalry in his hands, and still has a chance to fight with the enemy. The Half-Dragon Lord doesn't care about selling out teammates. But if he sells out his teammates, not only will he not gain any benefits, but he will also strengthen the enemy, which would be a loss. Zipping looked around and found that neither of the 2 lords responded to the message. He immediately felt disappointed, knowing that these 2 guys were really thinking about him, and were planning to use him to exchange for safety. Oh no! Feeling increasingly anxious, Zipping clapped his hands and turned around in circles, thinking about how to survive this crisis. The more Zipping thought about it, the more frightened he felt. He dare not gamble, dare not bet on the Bear's Lord and the Half-Dragon Lord, whether he is still good at himself, whether he will let him go, and whether he will resist the Lord of the Dead. Zipping knew very well that people like them always think about themselves and never consider others. As long as their own interests are not harmed, everything is acceptable. Sacrificing teammates for their own benefit does not pose any psychological burden to them at all. The most important thing is, the dragon is on fire. The dragon was his mobile fortress. Who could have thought that the mobile fortress would catch fire like this? Not only did it catch fire, but it also burned so vigorously. Even if you pour gasoline on your body, it wouldn't necessarily burn so vigorously. Right? The fire was burning so fiercely, and the Bear Lord and the Half-Dragon Lord were not blind. How could they not see it? My own mobile fortress can't move. Will the other party let me go? Even if you don't give yourself to the Undead Lord, you will not let go of yourself? We have to take action now. If we don't, our life will really be at stake. It is said that he who strikes first is the strongest, and he who strikes last will suffer. Biting his fingernails, Zipping's eyes became more and more fierce and determined. He no longer wanted to consider the consequences. No matter how terrible the consequences were, it would be death. Anyway, according to his speculation, if he doesn't attack, he will die. When sending out the troops just now, Zipping had a trick up his sleeve. He did not send out as many Dragon Lizard Knights as agreed. Anyway, the situation was very chaotic just now, and it would not be noticeable if he sent fewer. Those who were sent out were low-level Dragon Lizard Cavalry. He didn't send out the high-level warriors at all, and they came in handy now. It is wishful thinking to directly attack the fortresses of the Bear Lord and the Half-Dragon Lord. There is no chance at all. Although they cannot climb out of the big pit, their fortresses are still well preserved. It is impossible to break through them with the Dragon Lizard Knights in their hands. But you can use surprise attack and beheading to achieve your goal. The Lord can indeed be resurrected after death, but resurrection takes time. With this time, he can do many things. Zipping thought about it and secretly gave orders to his Dragon Lizard Knights, asking the senior Dragon Lizard Knights to form a team, secretly leave the Dragon Lizard Fortress, and launch a surprise attack on the Bear Lord and the Half-Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lizard Knight did not leave with a big fanfare, but left quietly, and left in a scattered manner, with a small number. Even if the Bear Lord and the Half-Dragon Lord paid attention to him, they might not be able to see him. The Fist of Annihilation is still firing, and it fires immediately whenever it is ready. The Undead have set out to the battlefield. Badab's Hydroxyslate Cavalry and Bepta's Void Creature Warriors took control of the battlefield, chasing the warriors of the 3 tribes around. Li Ziyu was observing the movements in the pit in the cemetery. And there was no movement in the three fortresses. Did you give up hope because you failed to break out? Li Ziyu thought doubtfully. It seems quite normal. After falling into the pit, in addition to Yi Zipping's triangular dragon, there are almost 2 fortresses. There is almost no chance to climb the pit. Or it is very difficult to climb the pit. Neither the Bearman Fortress nor the Half-Dragon Fortress were flexible fortresses. Their counterattack was to send out soldiers, apparently wanting to behead him. Unfortunately, they failed and were stopped by Batubu, and then they encountered attacks from Bepta's void creatures. Even if some of them were able to rush over occasionally, they would only be able to die in the face of such a large number of undead. This battle is about to end. Li Ziyu thought happily in his heart. System tip. I don't want to love anymore. King Heishan. Want to add you as a friend. Who are these 2 people? Looking at the system prompt, Li Ziyu was a little confused, but still clicked to add. Private chat. Don't want to take a driver's license, are you? Don't want to love again, hello? Lord of the Undead. My name is Zhang Hemming, the Half-Dragon Lord. Black Mountain King, I am Lu Chuang, the Bear Lord. Don't want to take a driving test. Oh, it's you too. What do you want from me? I don't want to love again, Lord of the Dead. We have no intention of being the enemy of you. We are willing to compensate you for this reckless behavior. At this time, what do you feel? Don't want to take a driver's license. How do you plan to compensate? I don't want to love again. We are willing to give you the Dragon Lizard Lord He Zipping. What do you think? Don't want to take a driver's license. That's it? Black Mountain King, we will surrender and honestly withdraw from this wasteland, and will never be your enemy again. Don't want to take a driving test. If I keep all of you here, you won't be my enemy anymore. Why should I let you go? Is it to give you a chance to retaliate against me in the future? Li Ziyu in the cemetery looked at the message coming from the system and sneered. What are you doing with me? Surrender? Even if you exit? I've made such a big fuss. Mobilized all the manpower. Even the indigenous people have joined the battle. And consumed so many resources. Now you say you surrender, and I'll let you go. What a good thing. What do you think of this battle is not evenly matched? So you see and talk about it. Boom. Call out. The Fist of Silence was bombarded in the past. And it was not dead. This time, the undeads were accurate for the Bear Fortress. The spiritual burst fell into the mountain and exploded. The bears had experienced with their lives how dangerous soul fire was. When they saw the blue flame, they immediately hid under cover, not daring to stick their heads out, and trembled in fear. Lord Lu Chuang heard the explosion, and his body stunned unconsciously. Half-Dragon Fortress. Zhang Hemming's face twitched. He now wants to fan Lu Chuang big ear melon seeds. This product really doesn't have any brains. How can you say that? This is not to find the leader to get angry. What a complete pig teammate. He suddenly began to doubt whether it was right or wrong for him to seek cooperation with Lu Chuang. Working with such brainless teammates is simply making life difficult for yourself. Zhang Hemming sighed and sent a message to Lu Chuang first. Don't want to love anymore again. Shut your mouth. If you want to die, you will continue to anger the undead lord. King Heishan, why did I anger him? I am telling the truth. Don't want to love again. Sometimes the truth is more annoying than a lie. King Heishan, for the first time. I knew that, to be honest. It was still angry. The undead lord was very hypocritical. I don't want to love anymore again. I think you have not been bombarded enough. And let the undead lead the owner of you, be honest. King Heishan, but don't. Don't I speak anymore. Don't want to fall in love again. Just wait for news patiently. King Heishan, okay. In the Xiongrenshio. Lu Chuang was indignant. And he didn't do anything. Why did you say himself? I hate guys like Zhang Hemming the most. He is so hypocritical. It would be better for him to just say what he wants to say directly. But he has to beat around the bush in one sentence, and I have to guess what he means. Who has the time to guess what he means every day? The same goes for the undead lord. You can say whatever you want. If you want compensation, just ask for it, and I will give it to you. Anyway, as long as you let me go, everything can be discussed. These guys have so many tricks up their sleeves. It's so tiring to talk to them. The communication with Lu Chuang was over, and Zhang Hemming sent a message to Li Ziyu. I don't want to love again. The Lord of the Dead should not be angry. Lu Chuang can't speak. I don't want to take a driver's license. It's okay. You say you. Don't affect me to continue attacking. Don't want to love again, Lord of the Dead. There is no direct conflict between us. It's all a misunderstanding. It was he Zipping who provoked this battle. We all come from the same place. We shouldn't attack each other. That will only waste our strength. We can unite, and don't have to fight to the death. Don't want to get a driver's license. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you believe what I said? Don't want to love again. I know that we did something wrong this time. And I just hope that you can give us a chance. In addition to you Zipping, we are willing to make other compensations for this matter. John Hemming stared at the system screen nervously. There's a saying in the previous life that everything has the price. If you can't get one thing, it is because the benefits you give are not great enough. As long as the conditions of Lizzie you can do it. John Hemming will not hesitate. And will be completed. What he feared most was that Lizzie you would not put forward any conditions. That would be really difficult to deal with. As it would mean that the other party was determined to kill them. Don't want to take a driver's license. Are you dead? Don't you all mind? What compensation can be richer than this? Don't want to love again. I believe there are many more precious things in the world. Such as friendship. As long as you are willing to let us go, we will not only not be your enemy, but also become your friend and will advance and retreat with you in the future. I don't want to take a driver's license. I laughed at me. Isn't he Zipping, and you a friend? I didn't see that you want to advance and retreat with him. Aren't you going to give him to me? Don't want to love again. He Zipping's situation is different. He was the one who tricked us here. This incident was caused by him. As the culprit, he should take the responsibility. Don't want to take a driver's license. So, you sell him? Don't want to fall in love again. That definitely won't happen. We can sign a contract. Don't want to take a driving test. No need. Put away your little thoughts. Just like you said, we all come from the same place. And no one is really a fool. Now that things have come to this, do you think there is any chance of relief? Don't want to love anymore again. We must kill it. Don't want to take a driver's license. Pull down. If you come here and say low to me instead of unscrupulous, I won't do this to you like this. You can ask for it. Don't want to love again. There's absolutely nothing to talk about. Don't want to take a driver's license, otherwise. You go to Batu and chat? It is said that there is no need to continue in this portion. John Hemming knew that this time it was troublesome that the master of the undead was to kill them. They were injured too few chips. And there was almost no room to talk. They fell into a trap. And the opponent had long-range firepower. They couldn't even climb out of the pit, let alone reach the opponent. They were completely passive and took the beating. To offer he Zipping and the resources. The other party did not mean to loosen. John Hemming suddenly felt tired and had a sense of despair. I think he became a semi-dragon lord. And he would run the fortress to the present. How can he fall to this field now? What did he do wrong? Is it because he listened to Zipping? Or was it because he invaded the territory of others? No. They are traversal. Plundering the aboriginal people should do. This is an opportunity for them to develop. The other world is not the peaceful world of his previous life. It is a world where the strong prey on the weak. This was clear to him as soon as he arrived in the other world. John Hemming didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. He just blamed his bad luck for encountering the undead lord. He thought of the time travel lords, who had been defeated by him. Those people had begged for mercy. But he did not agree. For the sake of resources, he killed those time travel lords cold-bloodedly. He never thought that one day he would end the same as those people. A good reincarnation. See who has been forgive. Now that the peace talks is hopeless. It is only possible to fight. But fortunately, he did not really give he Zipping out. Chapter 253. Sneak attack failed. Private chat. King Haishan, what to do now? The undead lord can't say it. I do and want to love again. I do and want to wait for death. Since the other party is unwilling to talk. Fight. See who died first. King Haishan, after speaking for a long time. I still have to hit it. It is better to tell each other directly as me. I don't want to love anymore again. It is not beneficial to say more. Contact he Zipping. And see what to do next. King Haishan, you wait first. I seem to have come here. Lu Chuang, who was chatting privately with John Hemming, heard the noise outside. Looked out. Quickly replied to John Hemming. And then shouted outside. What happened? Soon there was a guardian guard in a hurry. Lord, we are attacked. Lu Chuang scratched his head and asked puzzledly. What are you talking about? The undead has never stopped. We have been beating. The bear guard realized that he hadn't explained clearly. So he quickly explained, "They are not undead, but dragon lizards. A group of dragon lizards suddenly attacked us just now and killed dozens of our brothers. They are now heading towards the cave quickly." Lu Chuang's face changed, and he scolded, "Glip. He's zipping of this dog X." When dealing with other things, Lu Chuang seemed to have no brains. But when someone attacked him, his brain worked very fast, as if he had become a different person. He immediately understood the whole story. He and Zhang Heming planned to sell out He Zipping, but it was too obvious and made He Zipping suspicious. For people like them, suspicion is enough. After all, the lords like them are pursuing the set of people who do not destroy themselves. No need to ask. Just go for it. Obviously, He Zipping decided to do it at him. It is estimated that Zhang Heming did not let go, and he must have sent someone. This is what happened. The undead lord did not promise them to surrender, but offended He Zipping. You can't please both sides. Gathering people and horses. Kill those dragon lizards. Yes. Leave a few live mouse. And bring it, Lu Chuangzhen said. He has already sent out most of the troops. But that doesn't mean he has no soldiers available. A group of strong men were left around him, specifically used to defend. Even the dragon cavalry was strong. But this is his bear's fortress. Can you count the dragon lizard cavalry? Lu Chuang was not panicked at all. And after ordering, he waited for the news. The dragon lizard cavalry sent by He Zipping were the strongest warriors he could summon now. They were extremely powerful. Even though Lu Chuang was full of confidence, the dragon lizard cavalry actually killed through the bear warriors and rushed all the way into the cave in the main building of the bear fortress. It is not blame the bear people. Mainly the dragon cavalry is too fierce. And the speed is extremely fast. The bear's skin is thick and strong. And the power can be weakened in terms of speed. More than a dozen dragon cavalry rushed to the main building cave. Rushed all the way. And came to Lu Chuang. Protect the Lord. Following a loud shout from a bearman guard. Dozens of bearmen heavy infantrymen, wearing heavy armor, and holding huge shields rushed out of the cave, and stood in front of Lu Chuang. The giant shield erected, and the bear's heavy infantry formed a steel wall. The bearman lord Lu Chuang sat on a throne covered with soft animal skins, looking coldly at the dragon lizard knight, who rushed into the cave. A fierce look appeared on his face. But he was not panicked at all in his heart. Not to mention this life. Even before crossing, he has seen a strong wind and waves. Lu Chuang, like his name, is a guy who dares to fight. He had an impatient and explosive temper. In his previous life, he had conflicts with others and got into trouble. So he thought of a way out and went abroad to seek gold. The country he went to was not a free country like the United States, but Africa. It is harder to make money abroad than in China. But the good thing is that there are always opportunities for those who dare to fight and work hard. Those people abroad have fought with others using knives, risked their lives, and even had people blasted with spray guns over their heads. It was also hovering several times in life and death. And then passed through, becoming the lord of the bear people. Aren't they just a group of dragon lizard cavalry? Are you trying to scare me? Lu Chuang, who has never seen the world. Ah! Lu Chuang sneered in his heart. Not to mention that there are still many bearmen warriors left in his fortress. Even if there were none, relying on the dozens of bearmen heavy infantry in front of him. He doesn't care about these dragon lizard cavalry in front of him. The bear people's heavy infantry. But the representative arms of the bear people, iron cans, and battlefield bulldozers are not as famous. Especially in the environment of caves. The dragon cavalry will be able to kill himself. So it is really a ghost. There was a dragon lizard cavalry who could cross the bear's heavy infantry. And he lost. A group of tin cans. And the dragon lizard cavalry was also scratching their heads. The environment in the cave is not suitable for their cavalry. In addition, it is not easy for cavalry to fight against heavy infantry. So they can only consume their strength slowly. It is really difficult to complete the task assigned by the Lord. Tap tap tap. Messy footsteps sounded from behind the dragon lizard cavalry. And the bearman warriors were coming. There is only one entrance to the cave in the main building. Even if the dragon lizard cavalry wanted to escape at this time, they would have no chance to escape and would collide head-on with the bearman warriors rushing over. Lu Chuang looked at the heavy infantry in front of the dragon cavalry and opened the system. Private chat. Black Mountain King, good man. This guy He Zipping said people to deal with me. How are things over there? Don't want to love again. You were attacked too? It's okay with me. Zhang Hemming received the news of Lu Chuang and turned his head subconsciously to look outside. The half-dragon soldier was cleaning the ground. He was faster than Lu Chuang over there. The dragon knight rushed to the door of the main building and then was destroyed by the half-dragon fighter. It was quite tragic. The half-dragon soldiers had a stomachache when they encountered the dragon lizard cavalry who dared to attack them. They didn't stay at all. None of all the dragon cavalry was torn into fragments by the half-dragon's life. And even the dragon was not spared. Civilian. The waiter carried a bucket and a mop, poured a bucket of water, and rubbed the mop hard. And the blood flowed along the gutter. Zhang Hemming thought that he was the only one attacked by He Zipping. But he didn't expect He Zipping to be so greedy. He even did not give up on the Bear Lord and also sent out cavalry. Don't want to love anymore. How's your side going? Have you dealt with it? Black Mountain King. It doesn't matter. I plan to kill He Zipping. Don't want to love again. Not now. The civil war at this time gives the Undead Lord a chance. King of Black Mountain. The Undead Lord didn't send any assassins to kill me. He Zipping targeted me so blatantly. So I have to teach him a lesson. Right? Don't want to fall in love again. Let's wait until peace comes. Don't start a civil war now. Black Mountain King. Okay. Just when Lu Chuang and Zhang Hemming sent the message, the dragon lizard cavalry chose to charge, bravely rushing towards the iron wall like bearmen heavy infantry. The charge was powerful, but had no effect. The dragon lizard cavalry's attack landed on the shield, and there was no other reaction except for a few sparks. Not even a dent was made. Instead, the bear heavy infantry stabbed out with the spears in their hands, directly piercing the dragon lizard cavalry and their dragons into candied haws. With another effort, the dragon lizard cavalry and the dragon were lifted up and hung on the gun. My lord, the danger has been eliminated. The bear guard came to Lu Chuang and reported. Lu Chuang glanced at the corpse hanging on the gun and said, "What are you doing? The corpse is going to stick it here. Pull it down, chop off the head, and send someone to deliver it to the dragon lizard lord." Yes. The guard of the Xiong responded quickly, making people clean up the battlefield. He Zipping is still waiting for news. He sent the dragon lizard knight as a killer. He knew the success rate was not high. But what if? What if it succeeded? Even if he didn't want to fight to the death with the bear lord and the half-dragon lord. Things had come to this point, and he had to do it. Holding your hand nails. Waiting anxiously. Finally waiting for the news. Sir, there is a bear man outside who wants to see you. The dragon lizard guard came to He Zipping and said. He Zipping was stunned. The dragon lizard guard's words undoubtedly shattered his fantasy. The dragon lizard cavalry failed to deal with the bear lord. Otherwise the other party would not have simply sent the bear men to ask for a meeting. There are only two possibilities if the bearman lord is killed successfully. One is that the bearman fortress falls into chaos. And the other is that the entire bearman army attacks and comes for revenge. It's over. It's over. The nail-biting speed increased. Sir, there is a bear man outside who wants to see you. The dragon lizard guard thought He Zipping didn't hear clearly, so he repeated it again. I get it. Stop talking. I can hear you. Get out. He Zipping suddenly became furious, staring at the dragon lizard guard with red eyes and roared. The dragon lizard guard was silent for a moment, saluted, and turned to leave. What should I do? Should I meet him? What does the other party mean? Can't he just send me a message if there is anything? We can communicate through the system. Why send a bear man? After sitting there and thinking for nearly 10 minutes, He Zipping took a deep breath. Being afraid was useless, and it wouldn't solve the problem. Since the other party has sent someone, I should at least meet him. He Zipping stood up. Guards. Sir. The dragon lizard guard came to him. Gather people, and go with me to meet the bear man, and see what he is going to do. He Zipping said to the dragon lizard guards. The dragon lizard guard gave the order without hesitation. He felt that it was actually unnecessary. There was only one bear man on the other side, so there was no need to make a big fuss. He Zipping didn't think so. Although it was unlikely that there would be assassins among the bear people. Who knew? If the other party really wanted to attack him, he still had to take necessary precautions. With hundreds of dragon lizard knights, He Zipping left the fortress and came to meet the bear man. The bear man stood under the dragon lizard fortress with a bulging bag beside him. He looked at the dragon lizard fortress with unfriendly eyes and marveled at the burning triceratops. The bear people have been the alliance relationship with the dragon lizard. The rabbits are sorrowful. The bears will feel sorry for the burning triangle dragon. But after the dragon lizard sent cavalry to assassinate their own lord, the bear people's perception of the dragon lizards changed. Regret is definitely not regrettable. Burn it. Burn it more vigorously. This is hacking retribution for letting you assassinate our lord. It would be better to burn him to death. He Zipping led a group of dragon lizard cavalry, and came to the bear warriors in a mighty manner, facing the huge group of people coming over. The bear warrior raised his head sideways, and looked at the guys in front of him with squinted eyes. Drink. There are quite a few coming. Who are you trying to scare? Can your Lord Xiong be frightened by 100 or so people like you? In fact, the bear people did not quite understand Lu Chuang's approach. If it were based on their previous habits, they would have brought a large army to attack directly. There was no point in talking. They would just do it, and kill as many people as they could. I don't know what the Lord is going on this time. He actually asked himself to come over. He also named the name Dao to see the Dragon Lord, saying that he would give him the bag. Xiong people, explain your intention. Under He Zipping's instructions, a dragon lizard brought forward and asked the Xiong run. The bear people still keep their heads, and their eyes are disdain. The dragon lizard cavalry asked again, but the bear man still ignored him. The meaning is obvious. Do it come over. I am here to find the dragon lord. The dragon's cavalry face was gloomy and annoyed by the bear man. He wanted to rush to cut off the head of the bear in front of him, but he couldn't do it. Otherwise it would likely cause a comprehensive conflict between them and the bear people. Repeatedly told himself in his heart that the guy in front of him was the messenger of the Xiong people, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, dropping the transfer dragon, and returning to the team. Sir, the bear man refuses to speak. The dragon lizard cavalry reported. There was no need for him to say anything. They were not too far away, and He Zipping could hear the voices of the dragon lizard cavalry. The reason for sending the dragon lizard cavalry over to question them was, on the one hand, because they were afraid that the bear people would suddenly attack, and on the other hand, it was to show off. Anyway, it is the dragon lizard lord. How could the Lord of Dangtang coming out as soon as you screamed? It was too faceless. He Zipping didn't say anything, but looked at the bear man. His eyes moved to the bag next to the bear man. It was bulging, and judging from the shape, the things inside were spherical, but he couldn't tell what was inside. After hesitating for a moment, He Zipping took 2 steps forward. I am the dragon lizard leader He Zipping. What did Lu Chuang ask you to do? He Zipping didn't dare to get forward, and shouted with his neck. Seeing this, the ridicule on the bear's face was even stronger. Copy ghost. I came alone. And you brought so many people. And he didn't dare to approach. Xiong Yi was showing his face this time, and he had to blow back. Ha! A bear faced hundreds of dragon cavalry. Scared the other lords dare not approach. Well, that's it. Our lord is still reliable. At least he is brave, and has a bear-like appetite. Our lord asked me to come here and give this thing to you. Seeing the real owner, the bear man stopped being polite and looked directly at He Zipping, pointing at the bag beside him, and said, I let people take it. You can give me the bag. He Zipping would not be stupid, and he didn't dare to approach, let alone picking things. Not so troublesome. Continue. During the speaking, the bear people picked up the big bag and threw it hard, and the bag flew to He Zipping. His hand was frightened by He Zipping, leaped backwards, took 2 steps back, and returned to the crowd. Ghost knows what is inside the bag. In case of explosion, isn't he going to be cold? A close dragon cavalry did not think so much. Stepped forward, reached out to pick up the bag. He grabbed the bag, but he didn't know if the bag was not tightened, or he was opened by him. Anyway, the contents inside fell out. Gurgle. One of blood rolled from the bag with a bloody head to the ground. Suddenly the head of his head shocked He Zipping. And then he could see who was the head of the person. And He Zipping's face suddenly flushed. He is the dragon lizard who sent it. The dragon cavalry failed to kill the lord of the Xiongren Lu Chuang, but was killed by Lu Chuang, and even sent him his head back. This meaning was self-evident. The dragon wool's cavalry beside He Zipping also changed his face. This is the head of their companions. What does the bear mean? They pulled out their weapons, and glaring at the bear people. What? Do you plan to do it with me? Come! The grandson is counseling. The Xiongren not only was not afraid, but shouted and said, He also pulled out his weapon. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The anger on the dragon lizard's face is getting stronger. He zipping looked at the bear man, but he did not order. Chapter 254. After experiencing the bombing of the spiritual burst, the soul is burning, and the taste of the bottom at this time is not very good. Hundreds of dragon lizard cavalrymen stared at the bear warriors in front of them, while the bear warriors held their weapons and remained fearless. He zipping took 2 deep breaths, stared at the bear warrior, and said as much as possible with a calm voice, "Go back and tell your lord I received his gift." The dragon cavalry turned around and looked back at he zipping. Those heads were those of their brothers. How could the lord want to let this bear man go? Lord. Grown-ups. Let him go. I know what I am doing. Let him go. He zipping said, while breathing heavily in response to the dragon lizard knight's questioning. The dragon lizard sent by him failed to kill the bear lord. Although he did not get the news, it is estimated that the half-dragon lord's side has also failed. This is a stupid assassination. The other party did not send troops to kill him directly, but sent his head back to let him understand that the bear lord Lu Chuang and the half-dragon lord Zhang Hemming did not want to go to war with him at this time, but wanted to express their anger. They are now a grasshopper on a rope. If there is something wrong, no one has to run, and they have to die in the pit. He zipping saw the indignant look of the dragon lizard knight. Without even looking at the system, he understood that the loyalty of the dragon lizard cavalry under his command must have decreased, and his choice was not in line with their wishes. It was the bear warrior. Laughed, put away the weapon, turned around, turned back to them, and left. This scene makes the dragon cavalry even more hot. Arrogant! Too arrogant! Looking at the back of the bear soldiers, the anger in the eyes of the dragon lizard was sprayed out. The roots of the teeth were itchy, but the lords had ordered them that they could only respect. He zipping let out a long breath and turned back. Let's go back. After 2 steps, he stopped again, turned his head to look at it, and said to the dragon cavalry, "Get the brothers' heads and bury them." Yes. The dragon cavalry stepped forward, picked up the heads of their companions, and put it back to the bag. Dragon lizard fortress. He zipping bit his fingernails and turned around, anxious in his heart. When he came back, he watched the injury of the triangle dragon. It is particularly heavy. Many places have been carbonized. He has never seen that triangle dragon will suffer such a serious injury. What makes him even more upset is that the injury is still intensifying. The state of the triangle dragon is getting worse, and if you continue, he will definitely die. But he zipping didn't know how to help the Delta. He inquired about the system, and used the system prompt to treat the triangle dragon. When the injury recovered, the damn flame became even more vigorous, and he quickly disappeared his treatment. The stronger the vitality, the stronger the flame burns, the stronger the flame burning, and the faster the triangle dragon dies. This is not a solution. The system prompts he zipping, and he received a new short message. Private chat. King Heishan, he zipping. Did you receive the gift I gave? Do you like it? Black Mountain King, why don't you speak? King Heishan, little cub, you are really ignorant. At this time, send someone to kill Lao Tzu. Do you really want to start war with me? Black Mountain King, look at those little reptiles in your house. Can they kill me? The news one by one was all from Lu Chuang, and the words were gloating and dissatisfied between the words and disasters. Until the latter, the half-dragon lord appeared, and he stopped. Don't want to love anymore, alright. Stop scolding. Now is not the time for internal fighting. King Heishan, okay. Lord Banlong, I give you a face. I talk about internal unity. I don't want to love anymore again, that's how this happens first. He zipping. We are willing to give you a chance, but there will never be a second time. Arrogant brother Ping, I'm sorry. I was confused for a moment. Please calm down. Brothers. He zipping was arrogant at this time, even if the expression on his face was very embarrassing. But between the words, all of them were flattering and begging for mercy. He didn't even dare to say a word. Who made this time catching the handle? He first sent the dragon lizard to assassinate people. If they counterattack, it would be reasonable. He zipping had a careful eye and sent some soldiers out. But if the bear and the lord of the half-dragon person, the Iron Heart, was going to kill him, then he would really die. Triangular dragon. Both Tyrannosaurus guards were lying on the nest, with the dragon lizard cavalry alone. They played with the bear people in an environment in the potholes. At first, He could be mixed in the central area. He relied on sensuality. He did wrong. And recognized it honestly. It was time to ask for mercy. Bone. Face. And dignity. Of course. Apology is apologized. And the offenders will be a typical type of sorry. I am wrong. I dare to dare next time. As for what to do, and what can I do next time? What else can I do? Continue to admit my mistakes. Pure and shameless. John Hemming had given him a way out. So he zipping understood that he had to take advantage of the situation and run down the stairs quickly. I don't want to love again, not much to say. The Lord of the Dead is to kill us. What can you do? King Haishon, fight with him. Don't want to love again. How can we fight? Most of our soldiers have been sent out. There are Batubu and others guarding above. We can't rush over. And even retreating is difficult. Moreover, our fortress can't escape from this big pit now. How can we fight? Black Mountain King, I am not responsible for matters involving the brain. Don't want to love again, he's zipping. Do you have any good ideas? What can I do? I have a way to say it. Watching Lu Chuang and Zhang Hemming sang a while. He Z was blocked in his heart. At this time, I remembered me. When I sold me, I didn't ponder what I thought. Oh, I understand. This is the communication with the guy of the Undead Lord. People said that they did not accept the surrender. So I went back to find me. He zipping quickly thought about it. No wonder the two were able to bypass me after I set people to assassinate them. It seems that they knew the situation was serious, and they had to unite all forces to fight against the Undead Lord. You two are really amazing. I am arrogant. Brother Ping, two brothers. I really have no way. I can think of it. And I have said it. Don't want to love anymore again. Is it possible to achieve this waiting for death? Great Brother Ping, otherwise. Let's contact the Lord of the Dead. Ask for love. And see if the other party can promise to let us go? King Haishon, this is not clear about this form. The other party will definitely not let us go. Do you let us go? I am arrogant. Brother Ping, Brother Lu said. But I really have no good way. When the three lords communicate, the outside situation is also changing. The undead army finally arrived. The overwhelming undead were simply devastating to the warriors of the three tribes. They still have the opportunity to the void creature of the Patuju and the void of Beta Tower. Although the resistance is not significant, at least there is a chance to escape. But in the face of a large number of undead, the escape becomes a joke. The purpose of the undead is not to attack, but to interfere. The hydroxyl slaves and void creatures will kill the warriors of the three tribes who are entangled by the undead. Efficiency is quite high. After the undead joined the battle, the warriors of the three tribes could no longer hold on and collapsed completely. The three lords of Ez and the three lords worked hard to save themselves. But in this situation, self-rescue is just like a joke, which is completely meaningless. They tried every possible means, but ultimately they were doomed. No one would think that a potholes trap had brought three fortress-level lords to the road of demise. Afterwards, even Li Ziyu was very emotional. The idea of digging a pitfall was a flash of inspiration at first. I didn't expect the effect to explode. The Fist of Annihilation also played a huge role. This main gun could not only cause damage to the fortress, but more importantly, it could harm the creatures on the fortress. The lightning boil after the spirit burst, which caused great damage to the invasive lords and consumed their large soldiers. After eliminating He Zipping's three lords, the resources of the three lords were also divided up by Li Ziyu and his men, and the invasion war was declared over. Li Ziyu, Batu, and Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng's four lords embarked on the return of the Soul Mountains. Mountains of the Dead. Respect our good friends, good brothers, commanders of war. Li Ziyu. It was already the third day after returning to the Ghost Mountains. Everyone gathered in the lobby of the main building of the Undead Fortress. Batubu, with a hearty smile on his face, raised his glass in the direction of Li Ziyu. Gong Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng, Lu Xingxing, Damanlevsky, Bepta, Gulajeli, Mum, Tastring and others all laughed loudly and raised their glasses to toast Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu raised the wine glass and responded to them. Everyone was very happy that they could defeat the invading lord. Happy from the bottom of their hearts. Centaurs, crocodile men, bear men, half-dragon men, and dragon lizard men. 5 fortress-level lords. And they were lords who plundered their wasteland wantonly. In the end, All the resources belong to Li Ziyu and his group. How can I not be happy? As for returning the resources to the original inhabitants, that is not something that needs to be considered at all. Except for Li Ziyu. Other lords also need to develop. Whether it is Batubu, Lu Xingxing, or Zhang Peng. They are all waiting for resources to develop. There is no reason to give away the resources they have obtained. And after this calamity, it has brought greater benefits to the unification of the wasteland. Many tribes were destroyed by He Ziping and his men. And the remaining population could only gather around the Seoul base stations, which formed residential areas with the Seoul base stations as the core, and at the same time promoted the integration of the indigenous people of the wasteland. It has to be said that He Ziping and his men gave Li Ziyu a gift and killed a lot of troublesome tribesmen, making it easier for Li Ziyu to control the wasteland area. This is a huge benefit. The party is very lively. All foods are not limited to supply, and even drinks. This wine is made from the Bear Fortress. The taste of the very good taste. The taste is soft, with a trace of sweetness, and it will not have a headache if you drink too much. Li Ziyu drank too much. After traveling to the other world for so long, he had been feeling depressed and unable to completely relax. Taking advantage of this celebration, he let go of everything and drank to his heart's content. He didn't know how long he had been drinking or how much he had drunk. And finally he collapsed on the table. Except for Li Ziyu. Everyone else also drank a lot, but not as drunk as him. Especially Batubu. This guy drank the most. But he acted like nothing happened. Lu Xingxing gave him a new title of Big Wine Barrel. Li Ziyu turned over in a daze and hugged the quilt. Wow! This quilt is so warm, soft and fragrant. It's really nice. I thought this subconsciously and pinched it with my hands. Who put buns in the quilt? Li Ziyu smacked his lips and suddenly felt something was wrong. Frowning slightly. A quilt bun? He opened his eyes fiercely, in which the quilt was in his eyes, but a soft long hair, and a pair of furry cat ear. Oh! IX. Li Ziyu was startled and quickly stood up. At this time, the person in front of him slowly turned around and snuggled up to him. It was the Catwoman Ming and I, whose pretty face was flushed and whose beautiful eyes were gazing at him lovingly. Gurgle. Li Ziyu swallowed a sip, and looked at the Catwoman in front of her. What happened? How could Mingni be by my side? The brain was stagnant first, and then the messy memories shocked my mind. Party. Yes, we had a party. The mead was delicious. I drank too much. And then I lost my memory. However, according to the current situation, it seems that it happens very incredible. The point is that my hair experience has no experience. Isn't this big? Oh no. Drinking too much will lead to mistakes. Li Ziyu showed a look of regret on his face. A soft cat tail gently wrapped around his leg. Mingni stretched his body, stretched out his fingertips, and put it on his temple, rubbing gently. Master, you don't need to worry. We are your servants. Serving you is what we should do. You don't need to feel any pressure or burden. Mingni was still so gentle, but she trembled in her voice. She has no regrets about what happened to Li Ziyu after she got drunk. But no one wants the other person to be someone who doesn't recognize them after pulling up their pants and has no sense of responsibility at all. In the other world, servants are just servants, and their status is only slightly better than that of slaves, especially after signing the soul contract. Life and death are in the hands of the master, and they have no choice. Servants who have signed a soul contract have no status and no dignity in front of their masters, because everything they have belongs to their masters. In fact, Mingni feels that she is very lucky, and she is very grateful to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu is not a tyrannical person. On the contrary, he is a very nice person. She and her sister Ming Ming have not been discriminated against by anyone on Li Ziyu's side, apart from helping Li Ziyu with the trivialities of life. Their lives are countless times better than before in the tribe. Mingni has been to repay Li Ziyu, but she has never expected a way. The only thing she can do is to contribute herself. But Li Ziyu seemed to have no interest in women. She and Ming Ming had been with Li Ziyu for a long time, but Li Ziyu had never touched them. Even after he went out this time and brought back a beautiful leopard girl named Guli Jelly, he still didn't touch them. Who would have thought that Li Ziyu suddenly got drunk? And everything that happened afterwards happened naturally. Looking at the beautiful and gentle Ming and I in front of him, Li Ziyu's annoyance disappeared, and his heart suddenly became calm. Mingli, don't say such things. From now on you will be my close friend. Li Ziyu held Mingni's hand and said seriously. He couldn't recognize people after drinking. He had never done it in the previous life. And he would not do this in this life. Since the other party gave himself. It was his own. Well, suddenly I am also a woman's dog, a man. It's a bit hard to get used to it. In the last life of the last life. Let alone his wife and wife. It is the object. He has nowhere to live. I didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. TSK. 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 That's really touching. Yes. Yes. From now on you will be my close friend. Wow. What a great atmosphere. Yes. If it were me, I would have jumped on him right now. Sister, don't be so explicit. I'm still young. Where is it small? Sister. A slight voice entered Li Ziyu's ears, making his body stiffen. He looked in the direction of the voice, and saw 4 fox girls floating in the air in the corner of the room. Whispering. Chapter 255 Post-War Arrangements. The corner of Li Ziyu's mouth twitched, and his face suddenly turned dark. Why are you 4 in my bedroom? Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes. A dangerous look flashed in his eyes, and asked in a bad tone. TSK, TSK, TSK. Master. Don't be so heartless. We are always here. Oh, he and G covered her mouth, and let out a series of malicious laughs. Yes. You didn't say you wouldn't let us enter your bedroom. Haven't we always been serving you together with the Catwoman sisters? Meiji also spoke, emphasizing the word serve. Master brother. Are you going to chase Lingji away? Lingji asked aggrievedly, with 2 fingers entwined. The master is very wealthy. Bingji was silent for a while, and suddenly blurted out these words, causing the other 3 fox girls to look at them sideways. Oh no. They didn't expect that. When they were chatting just now, Bingji, this foxy girl, was silent all the time. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she spoke in such a fierce and threatening manner. Li Ziyu, who was originally a little angry, was made to blush and feel embarrassed by the 4 fox girls. When did you come? Li Ziyu asked with the last glimmer of hope. Well, when did you come? Meiji put her finger on her lips. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. Her foxtail swung back and forth behind her, her face full of teasing. Oh ha ha ha. It's always there. Yin Ji is the most bold in this kind of thing. And there is nothing to hide at all. She really didn't expect that her master had such a side to him. It was so funny. I just like teasing innocent people like this. Ling Ji didn't say anything and covered her mouth. But she couldn't hide the smirk on her face. This girl only looks innocent and young. But as a fox princess? And a ghost at that. She is definitely an old driver. Watch the whole process. Bingji was still as cold as ever. She spoke 4 words as soon as she opened her mouth, which again attracted the attention of the other 3 fox girls, who secretly gave her a thumbs up. Well done, Bingji. You really deserve the name of Fox Ji. Otherwise you would not speak at all. Or else your words would be threatening and threatening. I can't do it for Li Ziyu now. You really have learned something from watching the whole process. It's quite profound. Just go and see what I'm doing. It's a huge loss. A huge loss. I was drunk and didn't feel anything. Are you guys just watching and enjoying it? Not to mention Li Ziyu. Even Ning and I was so embarrassed that her pretty face was red, as if it was about to bleed. She buried her head in Li Ziyu's chest and didn't dare to look up. Li Ziyu looked down at Ming and I, then looked up at the fox girl. The 4 fox girls put away their teasing expressions. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes, and the best among foxes. Judging the situation is a basic quality. Okay. It's okay to tease. But if you go too far it will cause people to feel disgusted. Especially when that person is their master. Their figures faded, and slowly disappeared from Li Ziyu's sight. Gently stroking Meng Ni's hair, Li Ziyu said softly. Okay. They're all gone. After hearing this, Meng and I raised her head, turned her head, and looked around. After making sure that Fox Princess was gone, she stood up. As soon as she stood up, Li Ziyu's eyes widened. Meng Ni's face turned slightly red. But she was not shy like when she was teased by Fox Girl just now. She stood up openly without any intention of avoiding Li Ziyu, and dressed neatly again. The 4 words Bing Ji had just said suddenly appeared in Li Ziyu's mind. Watch the whole process. It seemed that because of what happened last night, and because the 2 of them had made substantial progress, Ming and I became much bolder. Seeing Li Ziyu looking at her stupidly, she climbed back onto the bed, held Li Ziyu's face and said, Master, get up quickly. I'll go prepare food for you. Looking at Ming Ni's shy face, Li Ziyu blinked and nodded, feeling touched by her tenderness. Ming and I leaned over and gently touched Li Ziyu's forehead with hers, then stood up and walked outside. Li Ziyu keenly discovered that there was something wrong with Ming Ni's walking posture. Ming Ni is a catwoman, and she has always walked in a regular cat-like manner. In terms of walking alone, she is more like a model than a model, and her posture is extremely elegant. But today, well, she is out of shape, and she would pause slightly after taking 2 steps. He subconsciously looked at the bed, which was covered with white cloth with a red spot on it. Hit the jackpot. The corner of Li Ziyu's mouth twitched. It was almost impossible to see such a red color in my previous life, but I didn't expect to see it in another world. Now he can no longer pretend that nothing happened yesterday. As a man, he cannot evade some responsibilities. After lying in bed for a while, Li Ziyu got up and put on his clothes. Knock, knock, knock. I had just put on my clothes when there was a knock on the door. Come in. Li Ziyu washed his face and looked up and said, Master, please come with me to the restaurant for dinner. Several guests are also over there. Ming and I came in from outside and saw Li Ziyu, who was neatly dressed. She first breathed a sigh of relief, and then said softly, They haven't left yet? Li Ziyu raised his head and asked in surprise. No. The guests all drank yesterday and did not leave. They are all resting in the guest rooms in the main building. Ming and I picked up the towel and walked to Li Ziyu, wiped the water off his face, and said while tidying up his clothes, She looked like a gentle and kind young wife. Okay then. Li Ziyu didn't feel uncomfortable. It was the same for Ming Ming and Ming Ni before, but Ming Ni was more gentle this time. The two of them came to the restaurant, and Lu Xingxing and the others were already seated and waiting on both sides of the large dining table. Wow, boss, you can really sleep a lot. You laid down before us. We have all gotten up, but you haven't. Lu Xingxing shouted exaggeratedly as soon as he saw Li Ziyu. Zhang Peng also nodded seriously. After Li Ziyu drank too much and was sent away yesterday, they continued drinking and only took a break when they were satisfied. As for why they didn't leave, it was a decision made by several people together. The harvest this time was so huge that they decided to let Li Ziyu allocate resources. Several people have now formed a group, and the person with the most say in this group is Li Ziyu. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Ping joined Li Ziyu's side when they were not strong enough. Thanks to his care, they have come all the way to where they are now, and are doing better and better. They trust Li Ziyu and believe that Li Ziyu will not treat them unfairly. This is even more true for Batubu, since he chose Li Ziyu and became a comrade in arms with Li Ziyu. He also tacitly joined this group. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. If he wants to develop stably, it is best to have only one voice. He chose to let Li Ziyu speak. Oh my god. You guys got up early. I guess who drank the most yesterday was Brother Batu. Li Ziyu, who had relaxed, greeted them with a smile, then turned his head to look at Ming and I, who automatically stood at the back. Ming Ni, Ming Ming, and the new leopard girl Gila Jelly all stood at the back, acting as maids. Gila Jelly didn't want to be a maid. She felt that she should also sit at that table. But Ming Ni asked her a few questions and made her join the maid team honestly. Question 1. Are you a lord? Question 2. Have you signed a soul contract with your master? Question 3. Why do you have the right to sit at the same table with the host to eat? 3 questions that strike at the soul. As a time traveler, Li Ziyu doesn't care about such ethical issues. But Ming and I takes them very seriously, and has always taken them seriously. On weekdays, when Li Ziyu was eating, she and Ming Ming would consciously serve tea and water, and conscientiously complete their maid duties. This was a rare opportunity for them to feel that they were still useful. But the situation today was different. Li Ziyu turned his head and pointed at the table. Come and sit down. There are undead here to serve tea and water. Gila Jelly and Ming Ming subconsciously looked at Ming Ni. Ming Ni hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. The 2 girls immediately ran to their seats happily and sat down. Oh, I forgot to mention that Ming Ming and Gila Jelly unexpectedly hit it off and became good friends. As if influenced by Ming Ming, Gila Jelly also began to respect Ming Ni very much. Zhang Peng noticed something different, raised his head and glanced around, his eyes fixed on Ming Ni's face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. They were all men after all, so he could guess what had happened. Bepta also discovered the difference, but he did not detect it through the atmosphere, but through the smell. He smelled the scent of Li Ziyu mixed with Ming Mi's. And he couldn't help but look at Ming and I twice more. A group of people were eating and chatting with each other. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the topic gradually turned to business. At the request of everyone, Li Ziyu made a smooth allocation of resources, ensuring that Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng were promoted to the fortress level and had what they needed for subsequent development, while also taking care of Batubu. This time, there were enough resources, and Batubu's combat effectiveness would return to its peak, or even surpass it. This battle allowed Li Ziyu to see the shining points of both Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng, and he decided to give them more resources so that they could develop better. Everyone tacitly agreed not to bring up the topic of the central area. They all knew in their hearts that once things stabilized, it would be time for them to go to the central area and join in the chaos. The resources in this wasteland are no longer enough for 4 fortresses to continue to develop. After breakfast, Lu Xingxing and the others said goodbye and left, returning to their respective fortresses. They still had their own things to do. Li Ziyu is also very busy, with a lot of things to do after the war. Not only does he have to restart the Ghost Mountain range, but he also has to set up more resource points to collect resources more quickly, especially the corpses in the mountains, which he will take away when he leaves. He also needs to make arrangements with the Seoul base station. Although he will leave the wasteland, he will not completely abandon the wasteland area. By using the Seoul base station, he can still get the news and resources here. Technology also needs to be developed as quickly as possible. The Fist of Annihilation is the best example. If they didn't have the Fist of Annihilation this time, they would not have been able to defeat He Zipping and other lords and obtain their resources. While we have enough resources now, we must seize the time to upgrade our technology. Li Ziyu was giving orders while thinking. As the undead with the strongest execution ability, every undead would appear at the place where they should appear. Countless undead set out from the undead fortress and rushed to various locations like ants. The mountains of the dead are bustling again. The undead have returned, and there are more of them than before. They have moved into the mountains of the dead to collect resources. The other undead, including those in the battle sequence, rushed to Seoul base stations according to Li Ziyu's arrangement. According to the map provided in the system, Li Ziyu selected a total of 32 Seoul base stations in the wasteland area where he was located. These would serve as the 32 cities and 32 largest gathering places that would control the entire wasteland in the future. The core of these 32 cities is the reinforced Seoul base station, in addition to the basic undead and ordinary combat sequences. Each city is also guarded by 10 black warriors and 10 skeleton knights. The black warriors and skeleton knights will enact laws to prohibit fighting around the Seoul base station, prohibit unprovoked killing, prohibit theft, etc., to stabilize the area around the base station and allow the indigenous people living around it to develop better. Li Ziyu also made a special trip to the location of 32 cities and built new buildings around the Seoul base stations for sustainable development. A month passed quickly. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng were successfully promoted to the fortress level, and at the same time ushered in a wave of technological advancement. Their overall strength has been greatly improved. They are no longer weaklings, who can only follow Li Ziyu and play soy sauce. Batubu and the fearsome Hydroxyslav cavalry, which had returned to their peak, were mighty and numbered in the hundreds of thousands, including many advanced and powerful troops. But this is just the beginning. There are still a lot of resources obtained from the previous war, and they can continue to develop and improve their strength. Another month passed, and everything stabilized. After 2 months of development, Li Ziyu unlocked a lot of new technologies, developed a lot of new buildings and new soldiers, and the others were also ready. So they gathered again in the mountains of the dead. The full moon hangs high in the sky, and the soft moonlight shines on the wasteland, making it look like a blanket of white. A rare sight. There was a busy and bustling scene in the mountains of the dead, with clanging sounds ringing in ears. Not far away from the mountains, there was a complex of buildings. The main building stood tall, and above it, countless green ghosts were floating around the undead fortress. From afar, bright lights came closer and closer. It was a semicircular fortress with a metal SHL. If you look closely, you can see that it is uneven and there are many pipes exposed outside. It is full of a mysterious sense of technology. The light came from this fortress. This is the treasure-hunting cat fortress that has been upgraded to the fortress level. After receiving Li Ziyu's call, Lu Xingxing immediately rushed back. As we approached the fortress of the undead, The lights above became much dimmer, and the speed slowed down until it was connected with the fortress of the undead. The treasure-hunting cat fortress had just been connected to the undead fortress when a rumbling sound was heard from beneath the ground. A drill emerged from the ground, then soared into the sky with the body of the rat fortress, fell to the ground, and completed the connection with the undead fortress. The appearance of the rat fortress has not changed much. It still looks like a train, but it is much larger than before. B241 was the last to arrive, and was also connected to the undead fortress. Lu Xingxing and his friends came out of the fortress, smiled at each other, and went to the main building of the undead fortress hand in hand. They arrived at the main building, where Li Ziyu was waiting for them at the door. The door of the main building was open to welcome their allies. "Boss!" Lu Xingxing smiled and waved vigorously at Li Ziyu. "Oh, you arrived at a coincidence. You came together? That's great. Let's go. The food is ready." Li Ziyu was very happy to see the three of them. He had been very busy in the past 2 months, and all the communication between them was done through the system. They finally met today. The four of them walked in, talking and laughing, all the way to the restaurant. It was still the same long table we used last time, and on it were all kinds of delicious meats and fruits. "Let's eat first, and see how it tastes. A lot of this is made by Mingni herself." Li Ziyu smiled and invited everyone to take a seat. Hearing what Li Ziyu said, several people looked at each other and had inexplicable smiles on their faces. Li Ziyu would never introduce them like this before. Now that his and Mingni's identities are made public, it's good. Several people sat down and enjoyed the food. Chapter 256: Sending a Troop Carrier. A wasteland of dead land, near the border of the central zone. After the last gathering, Li Ziyu and his team decided on a strategy to enter the central area. After being promoted to the fortress level, Lu Xingxing's treasure-hunting cat fortress has more parts to use. At the same time, its defense, combat effectiveness, and speed have been improved. Its concealment has become stronger, and even a map function has been updated. This function can also be shared with companions, making his fortress easier to explore. Li Ziyu was very interested in this map function. He knew very well what an accurate map meant. Unfortunately, the map function that had just appeared was still completely dark. There was nothing on it. Lu Xingxing had to explore it by himself, just like the Fog of War map in a real-time strategy game. In view of this, Lu Xingxing's mission is to sneak into the central area alone, use his stealth and speed to explore the central area, and strive to draw a complete map of the central area as soon as possible. Zhang Peng's mission was to enter the central area and dig underground network passages. According to the information provided by B241, the race that has the greatest hatred for the Traversal Lord among all the races in the central zone is the Ratmen. In addition to their advanced technology and large population, this race is also known for its underground city construction. All the powerful cities of the Ratmen are divided into 2 parts: above ground and underground. The underground cities are even more prosperous than the above ground cities. If you want to truly defeat the Ratmen, you cannot ignore the existence of underground cities. Zhang Peng wants to build a large network of underground passages in the central area to prepare for the subsequent battles. If possible, Li Ziyu feels that she can still do business. Of course, this is on the premise of ensuring her own safety. B241 and his brother, who had escaped from the central area, would not go to the central area with them this time, but would go to other places to contact more lords. The central area is too vast and contains many powerful races. It is beyond the ability of the 4 fortress-level lords, including Li Ziyu, to handle it. They need more help. As for Li Ziyu himself, he can do whatever he wants, and no one is worried about him. Anyway, with the Wasteland Death Land, Li Ziyu is quite safe. If he can't win, he can just hide in the Wasteland Death Land. It is almost impossible to catch him. At worst, Li Ziyu still has a Void Lord under his command. At worst, he can spend some resources to run to the Void Land and see how others chase him. Li Ziyu has already thought of his retreat plan. There is nothing to worry about. He can do whatever he wants. What he wants to do most now is to land in the central area and see if he can try to establish a base in the central area. Once we can establish a base, it will be of great help to what we do later. The wasteland was still covered with sand, and the border of the central area in the distance was vague. With the help of the vision provided by the gem above the cemetery, Li Ziyu could see the situation around the border, but found no movement. Send the Alpha Armored Personnel Carrier over. Enter the border. and land in the central area. After observing for a long time, Li Ziyu took a deep breath and gave the order. The Alpha Armored Personnel Carrier is a vehicle developed by Li Ziyu through mechanical technology. Alpha Armored Personnel Carrier. Weapon: vehicle-mounted heavy crossbow 1 arrow/10 seconds. Speed: 60 km per hour. Transported troops: skeleton undead *30 units. Normal size units *6 units. Introduction: one of the vehicles invented by the mech-tech Undead. It has a low carrying capacity, weak combat power, and unsatisfactory defense. But it did make a contribution to the early development of the mech-tech Undead. In terms of the size of its contribution, it is just SOSO. P.S. This is just a primary troop transport vehicle. Don't use it as a tank. Requirements: 1 psychic core, 30 thickened bone plates, 50 metal plates, 30 metal tubes, 100 gears. Although the Alpha Armored Personnel Carrier seems to be just a primary vehicle according to the introduction, Li Ziyu is still very satisfied with it. At least it represents the beginning of the development of mechanical technology. The Alpha Armored Personnel Carrier is about 6 meters long and is similar in shape to the armored personnel carriers of the previous life. There is a heavy crossbow on the roof, and it moves on tracks. It has 3 layers of armor. The outermost layer is a metal plate. The second layer is a bone plate. And the third layer is a bone wall made of skeletons and undead. There are 3 doors, which are divided into the left, right, and behind. There are skylights on the roof. You can use the sunroof to operate a heavy crossbow. The internal space of the soldiers is not large, and only the dead spirit of the 6 black warriors can sit side by side. Elite heavy hammer skeleton soldiers, such as the large dead spirit, can't get in at all. There is a storage space behind the soldiers. The space is not large, but it can be used to store weapons, water, food, and other debris. It is not necessary to consider it. The undead is not used. Li Ziyu put 30 latest Thorns 1-1 and a lot of ammunition in the storage warehouse. Thorns 1. Introduction. In order to make those skeletons that have no fighting power useful and not be destroyed to nothing, the undead used mechanical technology to upgrade the crossbow and created a series of thorn weapons that are simpler than the crossbow. The Thorn 1 can fire conical bone arrows, which have certain penetrating properties. After being improved, the Thorn 1 has a foolproof operation. You just need to pull the trigger, and it can be fired 5 times in a row. P.S. Even if this thing can fire continuously, the skeletons are still skeletons. Don't expect them to explode with the Thorn 1. Manufacturing Jets Number 1. Skeleton *2 unit. Gear *3. Mixed material long tube *4. Parts *10. Manufacturing 5 thorn bones, 1 bone. 10 high explosive gunpowder. Li Ziyu had previously researched the crossbow and was equipped with the bone dead spirit. At that time, the equipment was equipped with 100,000 skeletons. And the effect was okay. At least it hurt. When I was climbing technology, I accidentally found the thorns. Li Ziyu almost didn't think too much, so he prioritized Xing to unlock. Advanced military force and advanced weapons are good, but he still has the most low-level skeleton undead in his hands. If he can arm these skeleton undead, then he can truly make the undead in his hands burst out with terrifying combat power. A alpha transport vehicle is equivalent to a tactical team. As long as it is well matched, it can play a great role. In order to do everything, Li Ziyu is equipped with 2 black warriors, 2 skeleton jet 4, a thrower 2, and the hunter 2 type. Skeleton jet 4. Weapon 1, jets 4. Weapon 2, alloy sword *2. Introduction. Compared with the previous generation of bone spray, the mechanical attachment is lighter and has a lot of flexibility. Demand: skeleton dead spirit *1. Skeleton *10 units. Soul energy *300 units. The core of the spiritual energy *1. After a period of research, the skeleton blaster model has been upgraded from Type 1 to Type 4. I have to say that the Undead's technology is jumping, and the Bone Jet 1 type pays attention to the attack power. But in the Type 4, it has developed towards the soldiers on the real battlefield. Type 4 uses a puppet shotgun, and is also equipped with alloy war knives. Although the introduction is smaller, the actual application of the battlefield is even more prominent. Let's talk about Type 1. It moves as slowly as a turtle, and has a short range. It is indeed powerful, but it is really not easy to hit someone. In the Type 4, It is obviously much stronger, and you can throw it on the battlefield. And after upgrading to Type 4, Li Ziyu has a lot of confidence in the Undead of the Department of Machinery Technology. In the early stage, the mechanical technology-based Undead really had prominent advantages, and even more prominent disadvantages. However, with the unlocking of subsequent technologies, the advantages and disadvantages are gradually becoming balanced, making them more adaptable to the battlefield. Li Ziyu feels that when developing mechanical technology Undead, I am afraid that the Undead is in the battle. So he is constantly adjusting the direction of mechanical technology. Taki 2. Weapon 1, Flame Ball Line. Weapon 2, Lightning can explode thunder. Weapon 3, Ejection Landmines. Weapon 4, Unstable Compound Self-Destruction. Introduction. This is a technology created by a group of Undead with broken brains. They claim that they love the art of explosions, and are willing to show this art on the battlefield. So the thrower type of Undead was born. But to be honest, the performance of throwers on the battlefield is very bad. After all, they explode when they are unhappy. P.S. Most of the soul fires of Undead who can become throwers are not very reliable. So don't go and provoke them. Be careful of their self-explosion. Demand, Skeleton Dead Spirit *1. Skeleton *2 unit. Soul Energy *50 units. Spiritual Energy Core *1. Unstable Compound *1 unit. Li Ziyu was surprised when he unlocked this kind of arms, because this kind of arms were completely born to explode. I believe everyone knows the power of grenades and landmines on the battlefield. But the minds of the Undead are indeed a bit strange. They actually developed such a type of soldier specifically for the purpose of throwing grenades and landmines. The appearance of the throwers is different from that of other Undead. Mechanical devices have been added to their legs to allow them to stand more steadily, and their arms have been replaced with nearly 150 centimeters long, thin and soft mechanical arms that allow them to throw various mines farther. A psychic core is implanted in their chest cavity, in addition to driving the mechanical accessories on their bodies. This psychic core is also connected to an unstable compound. This allows them to perform a wave of explosion art even when they have no bombs to throw. Of course, after this explosion, they will be reduced to ashes. I have to say that the thrower was quite brutal. Li Ziyu likes this type of soldier very much, but he doesn't dare to build more of them. This stuff gives him the same feeling as heterogeneous undeads, such as the dark skeletons. The strong is strong. The problem is that this guy is unstable and builds too much. In case of self-explosion in his team, the music is too big. Another point is that the prices of various mines are very high and require a lot of resources. It is undeniable that the thrower is an absolute fire output point on the battlefield. Even if you encounter several times the enemy, there are throws, and they can successfully break out. Hunter 2. Weapon 1, Hunt 2. Weapon 2, Alloy Sword *2. Special Mechanical Annex, Eye of the Eye Single. Introduction. The Hunter is the Undead of the Mechanical Technology Department with remote attack methods. They can compare with excellent archers and launch an attack in the place where the enemy is unaware. Requirements: 1 skeleton undead, 10 skeletons, 1000 soul energy, 2 psionic cores, 1 peeping eye. Like the throwers, the Hunter is a newly unlocked by Li Ziyu's death. It is also the Undead of the Department of Mechanical Technology, which is currently most satisfied with Li Ziyu. This guy is almost a combination of reconnaissance, sniping and assassination. The Undead of the group of Mechanical Technology is very concerned about the Hunter. Even the attachments have prepared 2 sets. One set is a lightweight attachment fixed on the body, which allows very flexible close-up fighting. There is also a set of accessories that is very heavy. Once equipped, it cannot be moved. It is specially prepared for hunters to use hunting too. His weapon hunting -2 is actually equivalent to a sniper rifle with a range of 500-800 m. In addition to these, the Hunter also has a very special mechanical accessory called the peeping eye, which is equivalent to a scope that uses psychic power for remote observation and aiming, allowing the Hunter to use it to lock onto the enemy. Just such a bunch of equipment. I saw Li Ziyu's heart. Who hasn't had a dream of a sniper? With skeleton sprayers, throwers, hunters, and the Black Warrior, one of the core arms of the Undead. It is definitely an elite tactical team. Not to mention the support of 30 skeleton Undead armed with Thorn 1. This team is not cheap and consumes a lot of resources. Whether it can be useful or not will only be revealed in battle. Following Li Ziyu's order, The undead fortress lowered its bone plates and connected to the ground. The Alpha armored personnel carrier accelerated and rushed down from above, driving towards the border of the central area. Li Ziyu sat in the cemetery and observed the movements of the troop carrier. If it was beyond his observation distance, he could also communicate through the soul network. There were no accidents in the wasteland. The troop carrier safely reached the border and landed in the central area. The task of the undeads was to explore the surroundings, looking for those tribal races around, and measuring the strength of the surrounding tribal races, sending these news back to Li Ziyu. After entering the central area, the undead became more cautious. The hunter stood up from the cabin, opened the sunroof, pointed out his body, held a heavy crossbow, and at the same time launched his eyes to look around. The eyes of the thief enlarged the observation range of the undead, allowing them to see further and perceive the lives farther. The troop carrier had been circling for about an hour when the hunter discovered signs of life in the distance. He sent this message to the soul network to inform his companions in the troop carrier. The troop carrier slowed down, and a skeleton sprayer exchanged positions with the hunter, while the hunter picked up his mechanical attachments and left the troop carrier early. They want to go to the tribe in front, but they do not know the situation there. The hunter should ambush in advance. Ambushing in advance does not mean that the hunter is smarter, but because he has more combat awareness. After all, he is a sniper, and it is impossible for him to rush to the front like others. Li Ziyu in the cemetery also became nervous. This was about to start contact with the tribes in the central area, and it was impossible for him not to be nervous. As you approach, things ahead are more obvious. This distance has been separated from the observation distance from the large cemetery, and can only rely on the news that the undead returned in the soul network to judge. Fortunately, Li Ziyu sent out the Black Warrior. This guy was much smarter than the other undead, so he could explain it clearly and describe it more specifically, allowing Li Ziyu to roughly understand what they saw. Through the description of the Black Samurai, Li Ziyu felt that the undead saw that it was not a tribe, but a village. There are houses, fields, and suggested fence walls. This is different from ordinary tribes. With the closer of the soldiers, the undead was found in the village and reacted. Chapter 257, Something to be Avoided. Bula Bula Village. This is a village belonging to the red-eyed rabbit people, with more than 2,000 red-eyed rabbit people living there. The red-eyed rabbit people belong to the beast-headed people among the orcs, and are not the kind of rabbit people who produce girls with hot bodies and long legs. Among the orcs, the red-eyed rabbit people are very weak. Their specialties are grass seeds, vegetables, cannon fodder soldiers, and themselves. That's right. In the eyes of many orcs, the red-eyed rabbit people are food, and they are still very delicious. The meat is firm and suitable for molar snacks. They are one of the foods that werewolves like very much. In the central area, the red-eyed rabbit people can survive because of the rat people. The red-eyed rabbit people are their subordinate race. Well, the kind of subordinate race that serves as food. Red-eyed rabbit people generally have a height of 130 centimeters to 140 centimeters. They have developed muscles. Unlike many other rabbit people, the red-eyed rabbit man has a bad temper and is very fighting. Although he often fails, he defeats repeatedly. They have a spirit of fearlessness of sacrifice. After all, they give birth to many children. A female red-eyed rabbit person can give birth to 4 to 6 babies each time. Red-eyed rabbit persons are considered adults at the age of 10, and they can live to 30 years old. In this situation, we have no choice but to fight. The population has exploded, and we can't afford to support it. We might as well consume it in the war. Village Chief. Something happened to the village chief. A red-eyed rabbit villager ran into a house and shouted loudly. What happened? A sturdy red-eyed rabbit man kicked the villager away first, then asked with red eyes. Village. Cough. Village chief. A strange guy outside. Everyone ran outside the village. The villagers covered their chests and climbed up with a painful face. Call the soldiers to the village entrance. I'll go over and take a look first. The village chief didn't care about the villagers at all. He picked up a spear and rushed outside. The villagers didn't take it seriously and immediately shouted to gather more people after the village chief left. 200 meters away from the village of Bula Bula, the Alpha armored personnel carrier stopped. 100 or 200 red-eyed rabbit people were blocking the front, pointing at the carrier curiously. Not long after, the village chief came jumping over, swung his spear and whipped the crowd around him. making the red-eyed rabbit people who were watching the fun cry and hide aside. Then, he walked forward leisurely, poked the ground with his spear, and looked at the Alpha armored personnel carrier. Alas! What kind of thing this metal box is? There is actually a crossbow on it. And there is a human skeleton behind the crossbow arrow. Who is it scared? The village chief took a look, then swaggered forward, pointed his rifle at the troop carrier, and shouted in a shrill voice. Hey! That ghost thing in front. Is there anyone alive? Come out and talk. Click. The door on the side of the armored vehicle lifted up, and a black warrior in black armor walked out from inside. He slowly turned around, faced the red-eyed rabbit village chief, and slowly walked to the front of the car. The village chief raised his head and glanced at the black warrior. Then his eyes fell on his armor, full of greed. This armor looks really good. Who are you, and why did you come to my territory? Tell me quickly, or I will treat you as invaders and kill you. The village chief raised his spear and pointed it at the black warrior, shouting loudly. The black warrior remained silent and continued to sweep the village chief with soul fire. No matter how he looked, he felt that the guy was a chicken in front of him, and even poked the vegetable chicken with a finger. How did he dare to clarify and threaten to kill himself? Is it that my armor isn't thick enough? Or that my sword isn't sharp enough? Or that I'm not scary enough? This was the first time the Dark Knight encountered someone who dared to threaten him like this, and he was a little confused for a moment. Are you a mute? I'm asking you a question. As the chief of the red-eyed rabbit village, he had a quicker temper than the other villagers, and didn't consider at all whether he could beat the guy in front of him. Or, the red-eyed rabbit people never consider these things. Does it matter whether they can win or not? If you can't win, just die. What's the big deal? We are the bones of the dead spirit. The black warrior no longer silent, and his voice sounded in the village chief's ears. Ha! Who are you scaring? Stalling a skeleton on this strange thing. You said that you are the undead? I tell you, you can't scare me. Don't say you are fake. Even if you are really the undead, I am not afraid of you. The black warrior stared at the village chief for 2 seconds, then turned his head to look at the jet on the roof of the troop transport. Move. In the Soul Network, Darth Vader sent a message to the jet. The jetman was confused and didn't understand how to move. But the Dark Warrior was the supreme commander of this operation, so he had to do it, moving his arms and twisting his waist. The jetman looked at the Dark Warrior, while the Dark Warrior turned his head to look at the village chief. We are undead, able to move. Really? The Black Warrior began to speak. He now understood that the short guy in front of him was a brainless guy, and his IQ was probably not much higher than that of the skeleton undead. The fact that he dared to shout about this actually aroused the Dark Warrior's evil taste. He wanted to tease this guy to see if he was really not afraid of the undead, as he said. At this moment, dense footsteps were heard from the direction of the village. Hundreds of young and strong red-eyed rabbit people holding spears and swords ran out of the village and surrounded the village chief. The village chief turned his head to look at the villagers behind him, then looked at the Black Warrior, his face full of pride. Undead? So what if you are undead? I just said, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid. Since you are undead, it's easy to deal with you. Do you see the people behind me? There are so many of them. Now I ask you, are you afraid? Get out of here now, if you know what's best for you. Get out of my territory. By the way, you have to compensate us. I want your heavy crossbow and the armor you wear. The villagers who came later gave the village chief great confidence. He had been unscrupulous to begin with, and now it was even worse, becoming outrageously rampant. What if I don't give it to you? The Black Warrior poked his sword on the ground in front of him and asked leisurely. You won't give it to me? I will kill you if you don't. Aren't you undead? Undead should stay underground. If you don't give me my crossbow and armor, I will bury you all. The village chief threatened loudly, causing laughter and cheers from the villagers behind him. Are there still such idiots in the central area? The Black Warrior was completely fascinated. He couldn't figure out what he gave him confident in the guys in front of him. The Black Warrior, the best soldier in the undead. Do these guys in front of them know who they are threatening? The village chief talks to you. I don't hear it. A villager shouted loudly, picked up a stone, ran forward 2 steps, and threw it hard at the Black Warrior. Ding. The stone smashed on the armor, making a crisp sound, and was bounced aside. Click. Whoosh. Seeing the Black Warrior being attacked, The sprayer immediately pulled the trigger. The rough arms of the arms spun let out, and the cave was instantly penetrated through the rabbit who threw the stone, flying out of his body for more than 10 meters, and nailed to the ground. The people who dared to kill me. Kill them! Seeing this, the village chief was no longer nonsense. The long gun pointed at the black samurai. The one who rushed the fastest was the chief of Beulah village holding a spear. It must be said they were really fast at sprinting. With those 2 long legs, he could jump a long distance. And in 2 or 3 jumps, he was in front of the black warrior. He held the spear in both hands, with the tip of the spear slanted upwards, and stabbed without saying a word. He wanted to kill the warrior in front of him with 1 shot, and didn't even consider whether his spear could pierce the armor. However, as beautiful as the thought is, the reality is very cruel. The spear had just been thrust out, and before the tip of the spear touched the black warrior's armor, the black warrior suddenly swung the sword with both hands. The sharp sword drew an arc in the air, like a flash of thunder, and the village chief and the spear were cut off in 1 stroke. The body fell to the ground. At the same time, the rear door of the Alpha armored personnel carrier opened, and a slightly modified group of skeleton undead came out one after another, holding thorn one in their hands, and came to the sides of the personnel carrier, aiming their guns at the red-eyed rabbit people rushing forward. Crash, crash, crash. A root-tapered bone spurs are screwed out of the muzzle. The bone spurs are less than 20 centimeters long, but the undead improves its puncture. Even if the other party wears a leather armor, it can easily penetrate, let alone the red-eyed rabbit warrior, who does not even have cloth armor. Blood flowers rose. The red-eyed rabbit people gather together, which allows each thorns to easily penetrate the body of 3 or 4 people. Under the command of the black samurai, the undead holding the thorns, 1 undead was quite chapters. They did not shoot at the same time, but used 3 rows of rotation. The first row was quickly fired. After the ammunition was empty, the back row was forward, and the front row was backward. In this way, the rotation of the bones can keep the skeleton dead. The continuous crossbow on the roof is also constantly shooting the crossbow. The power of heavy crossbow arrows is much stronger than thorns. Each arrow can shoot several red-eyed rabbits and nail them on the ground. The black samurai stood at the forefront of the soldiers. Even in the face of hundreds of red-eyed rabbit soldiers, they were still calm and took a step forward to wave their swords. He was like a meat grinder. No red-eyed rabbit man could leave alive once they entered his attack radius. They would either be beheaded or cut in half, all killed in 1 blow. There was a fierce fight in front, and the thrower too sitting in the car couldn't help it. He slipped out from the back door, shook his head to look outside, calculated the distance, took 2 steps back, and 2 metal balls slipped into his hands. The thrower swung his arms violently, and using the principle of leverage, he threw 2 metal balls out one after another, and they fell far into the pile of red-eyed rabbit men. Boom, boom, along with the sky. The 2 bursts of sound sounded in the crowd. The flames were shot, and the instantaneous high temperature burned the red-eyed rabbit. What the thrower threw out was the fireball grenade, which is the most commonly used grenade by the mechanical and technological undead. It is a grenade made by combining magic and technology. The core of this grenade is a modified fire magic crystal. The flame ball lightning does not rely on fragments attack, but the effect of combustion ammunition. The flame temperature of the outbreak is high, and it can burn for a while. It is not a conventional flame, but a magical flame. Don't look at the number of undeads, but there are black warriors in front, and there is a skeleton dead spirit with a heavy crossbow and a thorns 1 bones in the back. Hundreds of red-eyed rabbits died like cutting wheat. Here is fighting. But the information transmission in the Soul Network did not stop. The black warrior who made the defense in the thrower vehicle reflected the situation of the battle back to Liziu. The enemy issues an attack order. We launched an offense in the direction. We choose to fight back. The dark warrior moves out. Heavy crossbow attacks. The skeleton undead attack. The enemy cannot break through our defense line. The thrower attacks. The enemy suffered heavy casualties. The enemy begins to collapse. The Dark Knight orders a pursuit. Has entered the enemy base. Black Warrior ordered the annihilation of the enemy. Enemy resistance is defeated, and the enemy begins to flee. Too much escape. The Black Warrior ordered to stop chasing. The fight happened hastily and fiercely, and ended quickly. Liziu was still confused, not knowing why the fight suddenly started. And then it was over. The opponent was defeated. Until now, Li Ziyu still didn't know who the undead were fighting against, who they were, and what race they belonged to. The Black Warrior then made some moves and won the battle. Rubbing his forehead, Li Ziyu closed his eyes. As expected, the Dark Knight is also an undead. How hacking unreliable. What I mean is that you should go and explore and see what's around. If you find a village, you can at least communicate with them and get some information about the central area from them. Right? Even if it's not possible, you can at least ask them what race they are and tell me what they look like. Right? Why did you kill the other party like cutting melon and cutting vegetables in the past? If the distance is too far, Li Ziyu can only know the information on the Soul Network through the Soul Network. But it is clear that the Black Warrior is different from what he thinks. Well, just be tired. Destroy. Li Ziyu leaned back in his chair, feeling a little hopeless. He no longer cared about anything and left the mess to the Black Warrior at the front line. He waited for the other party to report to him through the Soul Network what happened at the front. At this time, a strong smell of blood filled the village of Bula Bula. The red-eyed rabbit people, who had no time to escape, dragged the bodies of the killed villagers over under the instructions of the skeleton undead, gathered them together, and piled them into a pile. More red-eyed rabbit people knelt together with their heads in their hands, behaving obediently and not daring to resist at all. The red-eyed rabbit people have bad tempers and are warlike. But it doesn't matter who they are with. If they are angry with the undead, they will really die. And all of them will die. These skeletons in front of them have no mercy at all and kill people without mercy. Only a few dozen undead manage to kill hundreds of armed red-eyed rabbit men without any injuries. They even chase the red-eyed rabbit men warriors all the way into the village. After some resistance, the red-eyed rabbit collapsed and looked at each other, who was killed by ruthlessly. And they finally rose to awe of death. When the passion passed, all that was left was fear. Some red-eyed rabbit people couldn't help but scream, threw away their weapons, and fled the village. They didn't know where to escape to. They only knew that they didn't want to face these skeletons anymore. Hundreds of people fled together. And with only a troop carrier and dozens of undead, they naturally could not be pursued. The Black Knight immediately gave an order to capture the villagers who did not escape. As for those who escaped, they would be killed if possible, and ignored if not. As a symbol of the bones, the Black Warrior did not have the moral concept of Li Ziyu, and did not think that the killing was wrong. All along, it was Li Ziyu who suppressed them and prevented them from killing indiscriminately. The Black Warriors couldn't understand why they were not allowed to kill. Wasn't death a gift? Only after death can it become an undead. But why doesn't the Lord allow us to bestow the gift on those poor fellows? This time they have a chance. After all, the Lord is a bit far away from. And there is a saying that it comes to. Oh, yes. There will be something outside. Anyway, I am far away from you. I'll give the order first. Please hurry up. I'll have finished everything by the time you give the order. Perfect. Looking at the group of red-eyed rabbit people kneeling on the ground in front of him, the Black Warrior thought with great pride in his heart. Chapter 258, I really understand. Our ones to occupy local bases. Enemies have escaped. More than 100 enemies were captured. Begin to clean up the battlefield and collect spoils. Li Ziyu leaned on the chair and waited for a while with her eyes closed. The new information finally passed from the Soul Network, letting him sit up at once. Fortunately, there are still prisoners, and the enemy has not been completely wiped out. At least, we can still get some information from the prisoners. Don't kill the captives first. Ask them information. Li Ziyu couldn't wait to spread the information, fearing that the Black Warrior would skip him again, and killed all the captives. Black Warrior received Li Ziyu's information on the side, and thought slightly, feeling that he had understood the Lord. The Lord is the Lord. When you talk deeply, you can think about it. Look at this sentence. Don't kill first. That is, if you ask the information, you can kill it? As expected, he is worthy of being our Lord of the Dead. Kind and merciful, willing to grant these poor ghosts eternal peace. Let the skeleton undead squat beside the corpses to prevent anyone from stealing them. These corpses may very well be their brothers and sisters in the future. How can they be stolen? The Black Warrior took a step forward and stood in front of the red-eyed rabbit man. Answer my question. If I am satisfied, I will give you compassion. The Black Warrior's deep voice rang in the ears of the red-eyed rabbit captives. Extremely clear. They trembled with fear at the sound, not daring to look up, still keeping their heads in their hands. Your race. The Black Warrior looked at the captives in front of him and asked his first question. We are the red-eyed rabbit people. A captive quickly looked up and answered, his eyes full of desire for life. We are a subordinate race of the rat men. Another prisoner raised his head and said. The captives who spoke before glanced at him dissatisfied. It was significantly you. And he would answer it. The undead in front of him didn't ask this. The Black Warrior did not say anything, but sent the information he got from the two people back through the soul network. Seeing that the undead in front of them did not respond, the two captives were obviously disappointed. They thought that if they answered first, the other party would let them go even if it was just to set an example. Where is this place? The Black Warrior continued to ask. Beulah Beulah Village. All the people living here are us red-eyed rabbit people. The prisoner still answered honestly. Are there any other villages around your village? Besides, I don't know if it's because the questions asked by the Black Warrior are very simple and common sense, but the red-eyed rabbit captives tell me everything they know. As for whether what they say is true or false, the Black Warrior can't judge. He just tells Liziu whatever the other party says. Information was passed in one after another. Liziu judged and analyzed it. He felt that the red-eyed rabbit captives did not lie. After all, there was nothing secret about these questions. They were all very common questions. Even if he did not ask them and let the undead find them themselves, it would only take some time. He did not feel that the red-eyed rabbit captives would deceive him on such issues. Liziu did not ask the Black Warrior to ask any profound questions. These villages living on the borderline are often excluded and squeezed out of the circle of power, so they would not know those news. The border is to use races like the red-eyed rabbit people as a shield. If someone wants to enter the central area, the tribes and villages of the red-eyed rabbit people and other races will be the first target of attack, which will give other races living in the central continent more time to prepare. To put it bluntly, they are pure cannon fodder. What important information can you expect cannon fodder to know? The reason why I asked the Dark Knight to ask was to make the action more convenient. There was no other meaning. After asking the question, the prisoner looked at the Black Warrior nervously, and the Black Warrior also waited quietly for Liziu's instructions. After waiting for a while, and seeing that there was no response from Liziu, the Black Warrior understood that there was no problem. Your attitude is very respectful, and your answers satisfy me. I will show you mercy, the Black Warrior said to the red-eyed rabbit captives. When the red-eyed rabbit man heard this, his eyes widened immediately, and his red eyes were full of surprise. Mercy! This sentence means that they can survive. The Black Warrior turned around and walked towards the skeletons, saying as he walked, in the name of the Lord of the Dead, the Lord of the Dead, grant them the mercy of eternal silence. The skeleton undead said nothing, raised the thorn number 1 in their hands, aimed at the red-eyed rabbit captives, and moved forward together. What are you going to do? No! You can't do that. You don't follow the rules. Help! Ah! Bang! 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 The sound of the thorn one being fired was heard, and the red-eyed rabbit man wailed continuously, but soon fell into silence. Mercy and mercy have been shown to the captives as you requested. Liziu, who had just sent the information to Lu Xingxing, suddenly received such a message in the soul network, which surprised him. What do you mean by according to my request? What did I say? What did the undead do? Liziu blinked and read the message back and forth, but he couldn't remember what request he had made to the Dark Knight. He just asked the Dark Knight to ask the prisoners for information. Why did this guy suddenly say such a thing? Could it be that they released the person after getting the information? That's fine. Just release him. Wait. Something doesn't seem right. This statement is not clear. Pity and mercy seem to be different from releasing the prisoners. What have you done? Liziu couldn't figure it out, so he couldn't help but send a message to the Black Warrior to ask. I grant them eternal peace and give them the grace of death. Soon, news from the Dark Warrior came back. Oh shit! I knew that sentence was abnormal. And you killed the prisoners. How can this be called mercy and compassion? It has nothing to do with these two words. Forehead. No. To the undead, death really seems to be mercy and compassion. After all, the undead are not living things. In their consciousness, it seems that death is really merciful. No. Why would I think like that? I am a human being, but I am also a lord of the dead. Alas. So annoying. Liziu scratched his head. Two consciousnesses colliding in his mind. When the Black Widow was in the fortress, he hadn't found the killing heart of these guys so much. He stood as armored to show lazily tomorrow. Why did he completely change? Just through the soul network. Li Ziyu couldn't clearly know what happened this time. He didn't know why the undead fought with the red-eyed rabbit people. But he felt that killing prisoners was not easy to accept. Even though he didn't know what the red-eyed rabbit people looked like. Besides, according to the Dark Knight, it was me who gave the order to kill the prisoners. When the H.L. did I let the undead kill the red-eyed rabbit prisoners? Monk Li Ziyu's second monk couldn't touch his head. And he was fog. When did I give the order to kill the red-eyed bunnyman captives? The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. Li Ziyu decided to find out for sure, and sent a message to the Black Knight again. You said don't kill the prisoners first. Ask them for information. Which means that after asking for information, you should show them mercy. Looking at this sentence, Li Ziyu fell into deep thought. Is that what I mean? How come I don't know? You are a Dark Knight. And you are doing reading comprehension with me. And you still want to guess what I mean? The Lord said, don't kill the prisoners first. Ask them for information. The hidden meaning of this sentence is after asking for information. Show them mercy. The Lord said, no. I didn't say that. I didn't mean that. Literally. I didn't say how to deal with the prisoners. Li Ziyu rubbed his temple with complicated emotions. As a core soldier, the wisdom of the Black Warrior was much stronger than that of ordinary skeletons and undead. It was the same as humans. Or even stronger than humans. But wisdom is something that can be both good and bad. And we must look at things from both sides. If ordinary undead read this message, they would definitely not think too much. Kill the captives. Or show mercy or compassion. They would just wait for his orders obediently. But the Black Warriors were different. They thought wrongly and believed that their words had depth. So the red-eyed rabbit captives were in big trouble. Why? Li Ziyu sighed. Although the red-eyed rabbit captive was killed, he still had to make it clear to the Black Warrior and told him not to do such a thing again next time. Mercy for the dead and mercy for normal creatures are two different things. And they are opposite in meaning. Well done. Don't do it again next time. Don't speculate on my thoughts. Just take it literally. Li Ziyu sent a message to the Black Warrior. My lord, have I done something wrong? Shouldn't we kill the enemies who attack us? No. I mean, the prisoners don't have to be killed. Do you think they don't deserve mercy? Yes. They don't deserve it. I see. Li Ziyu started rubbing his temples again. Your understanding. The understanding that I have, and what I think. Is it the same understanding? Hope so. I don't want the undead under my command to create any more horror legends. I'm Li Ziyu. I'm a good person. He leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes again. It was really difficult for him to explain to the Dark Knight. And he didn't dare to say anything too serious. He needed the Dark Knight to remain wise. If he said something too serious, the Dark Knight would become stupid. And what would be the difference between him and an ordinary undead? I'll stop here. I hope he really understands. I originally wanted to investigate first, and then consider other things. But now that this has happened, well, I can't think too much. The Black Warrior launched an attack on the red-eyed rabbit people's village. This news will definitely spread. And the rat tribe will soon know that their enemies are back. It would be a miracle if they don't find a way to deal with them. Fortunately, we still got a lot of information. And the next exploration should be much easier. In the village of Bladla, the Black Warrior commanded the undead to collect corpses and spoils. But he soon discovered a big problem. They couldn't transport them away. The Alpha Armored Personnel Carrier had limited carrying capacity, and could only transport a small number of undead. There were hundreds of corpses in front of him. Not to mention the other trophies they had collected. The personnel carrier certainly could not transport them all. And they had to go to other places next. It was impossible for them to send hundreds of corpses back, and then set off again. The Black Warrior was a little dazed. It doesn't matter if the corpses are rotten. They are skeletons, not zombies. They can be summoned as undead whether they are rotten or not. The focus is on soul energy. The undead were all good at managing their household frugally. And the Dark Warrior felt very sad when he saw the soul energy of hundreds of corpses dissipating and disappearing. He contacted the Lord and asked what to do. What could Li Ziyu do? He had no other choice. There were transport vehicles with larger capacity. But he had only unlocked an Alpha Armored Personnel Carrier so far. Not only could the soul energy not be collected, Li Ziyu asked the Black Warrior to dig a big pit, bury the bodies, and mark them. He would collect the soul energy after logging into the fortress. That's all we can do. The 30 skeleton undead started doing the hard work again, digging pits, and then burying the corpses and the collected spoils. There was also a lot of food among the spoils, which they also could not take away, and had to leave in the village. Fortunately, the undead moved quite quickly, and buried the body quickly. The Black Warrior gave the order to set off. Just as the Black Warrior was digging a pit to bury the bodies, the escaped red-eyed rabbit man had already spread the news of the arrival of the undead to the surrounding villages. At first, these fleeing red-eyed rabbit people were regarded as crazy by others. They pointed at the embarrassed red-eyed rabbit people and laughed when they heard the red-eyed rabbit people say that they were attacked by the undead. These people became even happier and thought that the red-eyed rabbit people had gone crazy. But as more and more red-eyed rabbit people appeared in various villages, they realized that something was wrong. If 1 or 2 people say this, they can say that these red-eyed rabbit people are crazy. But if 10 or 100 people say this, then it is not just a matter of madness. It is very likely that something really happened. They don't believe in the existence of ghosts. Ghosts are just legends. After living for so long, has anyone ever seen a ghost? No. Therefore, ghosts are just something made up by old people to deceive children. There are no such things as ghosts in the world. The undead do not exist. Only ancestors can survive after death. They don't believe in the existence of ghosts. But they feel that the red-eyed rabbit man must have encountered something horrible. Other villages close to Beulah Beulah village decided to send people to take a look, at least to find out what happened or what the red-eyed rabbit people encountered, so that they could take precautions. When those who came out to investigate the news arrived at Beulah Beulah village, they saw a quiet village, dead silent. The entire village had been looted, and there were traces of dried blood on the ground, proving that a battle had indeed taken place here. People from several villages met and started searching the village. They found a burial site, and after digging it up, they found hundreds of bodies of red-eyed rabbit people and other things collected from the village. Is this something the undead can do? I don't think it was done by the undead. If it was done by the undead, would they have dug a hole to bury the bodies and spoils? It doesn't look like the work of the undead. It looks more like it was done by bandits or something like that. Several people who came to investigate the situation looked at each other, and they became more certain that the red-eyed rabbit man was talking nonsense. He was probably scared crazy. Or the other party was dressed too scary, so they saw it wrong. Not necessarily. I'm afraid it wasn't done by the bandits. A man picked up a small package from the pit and opened it to reveal a pile of things that looked like gold coins. He poured the things out and showed them to a few people. This is the currency used in the central area and has a certain purchasing power. If it is committed by horse bandits or bandits, they will rob these tokens and food. There is no way they will bury these gold-like things in corpses. Maybe it leaked. The man rummaged around again, took out a small bag, poured out the gold coins inside, and handed it to the man. Aren't these horse bandits a bit too unprofessional? They killed so many rabbit people and left without even asking for money? Several other people also noticed something unusual and jumped into the pit to search the corpses. The more they searched, the more strange their faces looked, because they found that the corpses seemed to have not been turned over, and all the personal belongings were still there. If it was really the bandits who killed people, then everything on the body would be taken away. Occasionally 1 or 2 might be missed, but there definitely wouldn't be so many. Coming out of the pit, several people looked at each other. Chapter 259. The Undead are coming. Just when other villages sent people to investigate the situation in Beulah Beulah village, the Black Warrior had already left with the Alpha armored personnel carrier. They found a huge rock, and the Alpha APC parked in the shadow behind it. It was already noon. Under the scorching sun, the undead were in very bad condition. Even the Black Warrior felt that his soul fire was not as strong as before, and his combat effectiveness was probably less than half of the normal time. It was not easy to get into a conflict at this time, and they needed to rest. At this time, the Black Knight contacted the undead fortress far away in the wasteland through the Soul Network and communicated with Liziu, hoping that the Lord could send more warriors over. Based on the information obtained from the red-eyed rabbit people, the Black Warrior felt that the surrounding environment was relatively safe. There were quite a few villages, but they were all built by vassal races similar to the red-eyed rabbit people. Their combat effectiveness was stronger than that of the red-eyed rabbit people, but only to a limited extent. The Black Knight judged that a temporary gathering place could be established here, which would be of great use whether for exploring a larger area or for defending against possible conflicts. when Batubu was chatting with Li Ziyu. He once revealed information about the central area. This is a place with a huge gap between the rich and the poor. The closer to the center and resources, the better the development and the stronger the combat effectiveness. The closer to the border, the worse the development and the weaker the combat effectiveness. The well-developed places and the poorly developed places may be several eras apart in terms of life and military. And the Black Knight also proved this point this time. The combat effectiveness of those red-eyed rabbit people is almost the same as that in the remote area where Li Ziyu is. Not to mention armor. Their weapons are just spears, although they have metal gun heads. That's all. Even if the Black Knight is not sent, sending more elite skeleton warriors can sweep them. Establishing a temporary gathering place seems to be a feasible solution. Li Ziyu thought about it, and decided to do as the Black Warrior said. After the last battle with Zipping and his men, the resources in his hands were greatly expanded. He also built quite a few Alpha armored personnel carriers. Even if they were lost, they were lost. At worst, he could just build another one later. Since we are going to establish a temporary gathering place, let's be generous and not be stingy. Li Ziyu directly dispatched 50 Alpha armored personnel carriers with the same configuration as the previous ones, and asked them to meet in the central area to establish a temporary gathering place. It is very easy to use the Alpha armored personnel carriers to establish a temporary gathering place. As long as the personnel carriers are connected, a simple wall will be formed to resist foreign enemies. Relying on the existence of the personnel carriers, the Undead will be easier to defend. The Undead fortress lowered the slide, and one troop carrier after another drove out of the fortress and headed towards where the Black Warrior was hiding. Looking at the departing troop carrier, Li Ziyu felt a little dazed. The magical feeling was getting weaker and weaker, and it was trying to create the feeling of a war blockbuster from his previous life. A total of 50 Alpha armored personnel carriers were galloping on the border of the central wasteland. It was a huge scene, and the surrounding villages and tribes could not have failed to notice it. However, because the personnel carriers looked strange and fierce, they did not dare to move forward. However, their curiosity was aroused, and they really wanted to know what these things were. The Undead had no intention of hiding the large-scale activity. The target was too big to hide, so they drove directly to the expected location in a swagger. The hunters among the Undead had already discovered the spies sent out by the surrounding villages, but they did not attack them. Instead, they let them watch from afar. After the reunion, the armored personnel carriers quickly assembled to form an area as a temporary gathering place, thus establishing a foothold in the central area. They were busy here, but they didn't know that the surrounding villages were in an uproar. They saw clearly the scene of the Undead coming out of the troop carrier. The spies were all confused. The skeleton is alive and can move. Undead. It's the Undead. They remembered the red-eyed rabbit man, whom they had previously thought was a madman. The red-eyed rabbit man had once warned them that there were undead ghosts haunting and even massacred their village. No one believed it at the time. The people who were sent out also felt that it might have been done by bandits or something like that. But they denied that it was done by ghosts, as they had not seen any ghosts. This time I saw a large group of them. It's so scary. The spies did not dare to stay for too long, as who knew if the Undead would suddenly kill them. So they dispersed and brought the news of the Undead's appearance back to the village. What? Undead? Are you sunburned? Impossible. Are you as crazy as those rabbits? The dead are just legends. They don't exist. Don't try to trick me. The village heads did not believe what the spies said at all. They felt that the spies were not telling the truth and were not doing their jobs honestly. So they were all very angry. But after their anger, they turned to doubt, because they could not figure out why the spies deceived them. They didn't know what those strange things were, but they knew that apart from their own tribe, other tribes must have seen them and would definitely send people to investigate. In this way, the spy's words will be self-defeating. So why would the spy deceive himself? Most people who can become village chiefs are smarter than other villagers. Even without communicating with other village chiefs, they can quickly figure out the whole story. After calming down and analyzing the situation, they found that there were many suspicious points. And in the end, everything pointed to one possibility: there really were undead spirits, and they were near them. After reaching this conclusion, the village chief broke out in a cold sweat and felt his hair stand on end. They are on the border and cannot compare with their overlords. They do not have such strong fighting power, and they cannot ignore the legendary evil and terrifying incarnation of death. The Undead. The Undead's practice of establishing a temporary gathering place made the surrounding villages become cautious. They all entered a state of alert, defending against possible attacks, and at the same time passing on the news of the Undead. The sudden appearance of the Undead was no longer something they could control. Normally, some races can come to the central area through the Wasteland and Deathland. But those races often become very weak because of the baptism of the Wasteland and Deathland. And even their population will drop sharply. The border villages loved this race because it meant they could make a lot of money. When there is nothing going on, the village is peaceful and harmonious. But when outsiders come, they don't mind turning into bandits and plundering. The villagers have a large population and are powerful, so they often win by relying on their numerical advantage. Of course, the arrival of a powerful tribe cannot be ruled out. If they encounter a powerful tribe that they cannot resist, they will report the news, and the overlord race will then send a more powerful army to suppress these powerful tribes. If the strong tribes can hold out, they can gain a place in the central area. In fact, almost nothing can resist. This is an unequal battle. But this time things were different. The Undead were something they had never seen before. And it seemed that the Undead did not suffer any harm when they traveled through the wasteland. They remained intact, and were even able to destroy the village of the red-eyed rabbit people. Must report. The news soon passed to the nearest Ratman city-state Irmahaha. Alimaha. The above-ground city. The city lord's palace. The adjutant stood in front of the two thick wooden doors of the office, holding an animal skin scroll that almost covered his face. He paused, shook the animal skin scroll hard to make sure it would not fall, and then kicked open the door of the office. This is a suite office with an area of nearly 200 square meters. It not only has a work area, but also a bedroom, bathroom, and exercise area. It is also the place where the lord of the Alimaha ground city spends the most time. He walked into the office, holding the scroll, and came to a long solid wood table that was 4 or 5 meters long. The table was piled with various scattered scrolls. The adjutant stuck his head out and searched for a long time. He laboriously cleared out an area on the table and piled the scrolls on it. What's this? Tell me what this is. How come there are so many files? The scroll of the scroll rolled down, so that the owner of Arima, who was buried, lifted his head and just glanced at him. So he made him a shocking roar. He reached out and pointed at the newly reported scroll, and looked at the deputy. His face was full of unbearable expressions. The adjutant, on the other hand, had a calm expression and was not in a hurry. He seemed to be familiar with the city lord's situation and even guessed his reaction. The city owner grabbed a scroll and held it hard, so that the animal leather paper became wrinkled. He waved the animal leather paper and said loudly, "Resign. I want to resign. I refuse to continue being the master. I have to send it to me. I have enough. Do the guys below are a group of rice buckets? Do you only know to eat? Look at what this is. A murder case? Why is a murder case placed in front of me? What does the Xuanwei station do? Why not hand it over to them?" After roaring for 10 minutes, the owner of the city was panting slightly. The deputy official was still calm, and the scroll was pulled out and put it in front of him. "What is this, and what are you going to do?" Even as he said this, the city lord spread out the animal skin scroll and subconsciously read the words on it. The animal skin scroll recorded a piece of information coming from the border. Several villages on the border sounded the alarm at the same time, saying that they had seen the undead, and that the undead were stationed around them. In order to prevent danger, they specifically reported to the Ratmen, hoping that the Ratmen could send warriors to the border to wipe out the undead. Ancestor, are you teasing me? Undead? Now there are still people who believe in the legend of the undead. If it were you, I would catch them and hang them. Hang them! Are you thinking I'm not busy enough and want to find something for me to do? Although he was cursing, the city lord's expression became very solemn, and his big eyes rolled around. The city lord is a very typical ratman, who looks like a giant rat that has become a spirit. The ratmen are beast-headed people with pure big rat brains. They are not powerful themselves, but they are very smart. It is precisely because of their intelligence that the rat people have developed from a weak race to the powerful race in the central area today. No matter how angry the city owner is, his wisdom is still there. The shouting and cursing gradually died down and slowly disappeared. The adjutant calmly reached out his hand and pushed the ink beside him towards the city lord. The city lord skillfully grabbed a small piece of animal skin paper, dipped his fingers in the ink, and began to write on the animal's skin paper with his fingernails. What's with all those guys on the border? They should all be hanged. It can be used to do experiments. Isn't the laboratory lack of test products? As he wrote, he began to chatter again. After finishing writing, he grabbed a seal, licked it with his tongue to make it moist, then pressed it hard on the animal's skin paper and threw it to the adjutant beside him. Let them go. The deputy took over the animal leather paper and looked at it, and it was a two-ing order on it. A Limaha Ground City Lord's order. Deploy 5,000 Ratman warriors to the border area. Mission: cooperate with subordinate races in border areas to investigate undead incidents. If the situation is true, eliminate the undead and maintain the security of the Ratman's territory. After bowing to the city lord, the adjutant took the transfer order and went out, handed it to the guard waiting at the door, and asked him to mobilize the troops. Soon, a team equipped by the 5,000 Rat soldiers left Ir Mahaha and headed to the border area. When the Ratman warriors set out, the situation in the border area had changed, with the idea that the first to strike will gain the advantage and the last to strike will suffer. Warriors from several villages were organized, gathering nearly 20,000 people to surround the gathering place that the undead had just established. They launched 3 attacks, but all failed. Not only did they fail to gain any advantage, they also suffered heavy casualties, with many of their men killed by the undead. Relying on the defense formed by the soldiers and a large amount of remote firepower, the undead can easily block the opponent's offense. Let alone there are more than 100 black warriors in the gathering place. The undead are not the good guys who won't fight back. The black warriors are even more murderous. As long as the other party comes, they will fight and kill one at a time. They could break through. But the Dark Knight didn't let the undead break through. Instead, he was waiting for something. After being surrounded and attacked for the first time, Li Ziyu issued instructions, asking them to evaluate these people to see what the enemy's combat effectiveness was. To be honest, the black warrior felt that the other party was quite garbage. After fighting for a long time, the undead suffered almost no losses, but many of the other side died. It's a group of miscellaneous fish. After 3 battles, the patience of the black samurai was almost consumed. The results of the evaluation: the other party was nothing. Not to mention, at the current level, even if no one else helps, only with 100 black warriors can kill the quartet. The other party has no means to stop them. The black warrior reported the evaluation results to Li Ziyu. So, do you think that if I log in and build a base station in your current location, are we capable of guarding the base station? This is the real purpose of evaluation. After all, Li Ziyu is going to enter the central area. He wanted to build a sole base station in the central area, and use the sole base station as the core to establish one stronghold after another, gradually eroding the territory of the Ratmen. Starting a war directly is definitely not a good plan. So many time travel lords united to fight against the Ratmen, but they were defeated in the end. Li Ziyu has never felt that he can hit the mouse people with the undead. It is unrealistic. As long as it is not a fool, he will not think so. If he can build a stable soul base station and expand it with the soul base station, it is another statement. Use soul base stations to paralyze the Ratmen and make them think that they are the undead, not some time travel lords. This may make the other party relax their vigilance, allowing him to gain more time to develop. Taking it slow is better than launching an all-out war right away. After receiving Li Ziyu's reply, the black warrior looked at the soldiers surrounded by the gathering place, and he was silent. I didn't think so much. It turns out that the Lord's meaning is to establish a base station, so it really has to be studied. Soul base stations are different from them. They can move and run, but soul base stations cannot. They are not easy to move, and soul base stations are often accompanied by a bunch of buildings. Chapter 260: The Rat Man is coming. The Rat is here. The regular army formed by the 5,000 Rat soldiers finally arrived at the battlefield. Looking at the temporary gathering place composed of Alpha armored personnel carriers in the encirclement, the Ratman commander was quite surprised. The mobilized Cess and Bone proves a fact. The intelligence is real, and the other party is the legendary undead. What's wrong with these guys? Why didn't you gather together and destroy them immediately? Why can they establish a stronghold on our territory? Just when they met, the Mouse commander immediately massed the below the people. In his opinion, a team of more than 20,000 people, even if it is a cannon fodder team, has a chance to destroy those undead. After all, The number of undead is only a few thousand. Despite the gap of dozens of times, not only did they fail to destroy the enemy, but they also allowed the enemy to establish a stronghold. This was a manifestation of incompetence. It is precisely because of their incompetence that I need to come here and face the undead. Everyone present bowed their heads in the face of the commander's duty. They are the affiliated races of the rats. At this time, if they dare to hit the mouse commander, the other person will probably use the topic to play a few people to kill chickens and monkeys. This kind of thing is not uncommon, or it is the case every time. But all Ratman commanders like to do this. They do this to make the subordinate races obedient and more daring to charge forward in battle instead of shrinking back. The silence made the Ratman commander look dissatisfied. Since they didn't speak, he couldn't show his power. They all gave in, and it would be too much if he continued to do so. After all, they are a vassal race of the Ratmen, so they can't be too excessive. Since I am here, then we must eliminate each other. I'll give you 1 hour to prepare and find 3,000 elite soldiers. The rat commander thought for a moment, thinking about what he had just seen, and gave orders to his subordinates. The people below looked at each other. Although they were all vassal races of the Ratmen, there was competition between the races, and they also hoped that their own race and village could prosper. 3,000 elite soldiers represent 3,000 young and strong men, who are the backbone of any village. Moreover, according to the common practice of the Ratmen, these 3,000 people were going to die and be killed by the enemy. They could almost be said to be dead soldiers. As a vassal race, they have accompanied the Ratmen in their battles for many years, and they are very familiar with the Ratmen's fighting methods. During battles, the Ratmen would not treat them as their own people. These vassal races were simply used as cannon fodder to die, just to attract enemy firepower and give the Ratmen more room for output. The Ratmen are a race that excels at long-range firepower, and they are not good at engaging the enemy head-on. In order to make up for this shortcoming, the Ratmen recruited a large number of vassal races. In the central area, the Ratmen have the most vassal races. What are you waiting for? Go gather some people. Do you want to rebel? When the Ratman commander saw that the people of the vassal races below did not move, he immediately screamed in a shrill voice. There was nothing the people of the vassal race could do, as there was a very strict relationship between superiors and subordinates among the Ratmen. They were the lowest class and, strictly speaking, outsiders who were even worse than the slave Ratmen. If they don't take action, the Rat commander will execute them all in the name of rebellion, and then send all their men to die on the battlefield. The Ratman commander was not worried at all about how to distribute the 3,000 people. He didn't want to take care of such things. All he had to do was to destroy this group of undead who had just established a stronghold. The vassal race reluctantly gathered 3,000 people, who were indeed all young and strong men. But the largest number among them were the rabbit people, with various rabbit people accounting for a total of 2,000 people, who made the rabbit people weak, useless and able to survive? If they don't do this kind of dying job, who will do it? The Ratman commander came over to inspect them, and pretended to encourage these 3,000 warriors with an okay. He distributed the shields he brought to these warriors to prove that the Ratmen still valued them, and at least gave them shields for defense. But everyone can see that these shields are useless. Although the shield is not small, it is a round shield that can cover half of the body. But the material it is made of, wood and animal skins. You can imagine its defensive power. Moreover, these are all old shields. Not only do they emit a disgusting smell, but the wood is also a bit bad. Not to mention the defensive power. The wooden boards can be broken with a little force in the hands. You can even see some dark, unclean blood stains on it. These shields have definitely been through many battlefields. They even vary in size. It's not certain whether they are the shields of the Ratmen. Perhaps they were picked up from the battlefield. But even so, the 3,000 assassins still had to force a smile and thank the rat boss for sending them the junk shield. They dared not show any anger or dissatisfaction, as that would be seen by the rat commander as disrupting the morale of the army. Not only would they be killed, but their companions would also suffer the same fate. After distributing the shields, the Ratman commander asked them to go to the front and prepare for the first wave of charge. Among the 5,000 Ratmen who came this time, 2,000 were slave Ratmen, although they are also mice. Under the rigorous class of the rat, the slave and rat people still exist. They are responsible for mining, farming and other simple, but tired work in the mouse people's society. During battle, These Ratmen would be given knives as weapons, and then thrown onto the battlefield. In fact, the slave Ratmen are often even worse than the dead soldiers who died before. They are thin and weak. But these guys are also Ratmen with rat heads. In addition to the 2,000 slave Ratmen, there are also 1,000 Alimaha Ratmen, which are clan Ratmen, and are secretly vassalized by the race to become urban civilian Ratmen. Their status is slightly better than that of the slave Ratmen, but still limited. They have received some simple training. And that's all. When the battle comes, the clan Ratmen will be classified and given different weapons. The ones brought this time are the most common clan Ratmen, who are only given cloth armor and knives. Well, the difference between the slaves and rats is that the slave and rat may be cut to death by a knife, and they can stick to it again. The remaining 2,000 Ratmen were the real combat formation of the Ratmen. A total of 1,600 loot-carrying Ratmen and 400 plague flamethrowers. Pure remote output. The slave and rats and the Iramahaha mice are playing with trouble. And these 2,000 long-range firepower are the real battlefield weapons. The Ratman commander made a very simple arrangement. 3,000 elite soldiers of the vassal races stood in the front with shields in hand. Behind them were the slave Ratmen and Alimaha Ratmen. And at the end were the ranged troops. The movement of thousands of rats is naturally impossible to detect. The hunter observed the other party, and continuously transmitted the information to the Soul Network. The Ratman finally appeared. Li Ziyu sat up straight in the cemetery. In the previous battle, there were no Ratmen, and it was other races that surrounded the undead. Now is the master. What Li Ziyu has to face is the Ratman. If the Ratman does not appear, Li Ziyu will have no way of measuring the opponent's combat effectiveness. The undead in the gathering place also became busy and prepared for battle. The Ratman commander headed towards the gathering place of the undead and issued an attack order. 3,000 elite soldiers of the vassal races held the tattered shields in front of them and charged towards the gathering place. The undead hid behind the Alpha armored personnel carrier, raised the Thorn one, aimed at the rushing soldiers, pulled the trigger, and shot out thorns one by one. The Thorn number 1 was originally used to replace the crossbow. The thorn bone spurs equipped on it further enhanced its penetration. The tattered shields distributed by the Ratmen were simply unable to block the attack of the thorn bone spurs. Blood flowers splashed, and the fighters of the vassal race fell. The mouse commander looked far away, and there was no compassion in his eyes. Fire! He ordered the rats. The rats are a typical long-range soldier among the rats. They are two groups. They will put a shield with nearly one person in front. This shield is used to defense, and it is also to make the rat stabilize the gun. The long gun barrel was placed on the groove specially reserved on the shield. One Ratman was responsible for shooting, and the other was responsible for loading ammunition. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with gunpowder smoke and a pungent smell, and green flames flew towards the gathering place of the undead. The Ratmen used poison metal beads as ammunition. The penetration of this ammunition is average. In order to increase the attack power of the beads, the Ratmen soak them in poison. If you are hit by the beads, even if your skin is slightly broken, you will be poisoned. Although they have poor penetrating power, their lethality is no small matter. Moreover, when shooting, gunpowder will ignite poison. When the ball hits the opponent's position, it will produce poison gas. Even if it does not hit the opponent, the poison gas will affect the opponent. The Ratmen are best at using various poisons, especially corrosive or plague poisons, which they are particularly good at. This is also the reason why the various tribes in the central area do not like to go to war with the Ratmen. Even if you win the war against the Ratmen, the consequences will be very tragic. Various poisons will leave huge trauma to the warriors of all races after the war. On the other hand, the Ratmen, because of their talents, have strong immunity to various poisons. The enemies will be poisoned, but the Ratmen themselves will be fine. The poison bullets hit the Alpha armored personnel carrier, making crackling sounds and making small holes on the surface of the carrier. But they failed to penetrate the outer metal plate and embedded themselves in it. The poisonous fire on the poison bomb was quickly extinguished, and a nauseating odor emerged. A normal person would feel dizzy when smelling it. However, this has no effect on the undead, and they will not even look at it, focusing on the vassal soldiers who rushed over. The range of the Ratman is much longer than that of Thorn 1. The undead cannot shoot the Ratman, but instead the Ratman keeps shooting at the gathering place. Most of the ammunition hit the troop carriers. Occasionally, stray bullets would hit inside, But they were not accurate. Even if they hit the undead, they didn't care. The undead have no sense of pain. The 3,000 vassal soldiers had lost a large number of men halfway through the charge. But they still charged forward with gritted teeth, feeling sad in their hearts. They knew they couldn't get through. Even if they got in front of the troop carrier, they couldn't break through the defense line and get in. The Ratman commander was very unhappy as he looked at the vassal warriors who kept dying. He originally planned to use the warriors of the vassal race to lure out the undead hiding in the bunkers, and then have the Ratmen shoot them. But the undead had no intention of coming out of the bunkers, and instead quickly killed all the vassal warriors. The attack of the rats did not work. The bunker was too thick and could not be worn at all, and the poisonous gas brought by ammunition did not seem to work on the undead. They were still very happy to shoot. These rubbish. The Ratman commander cursed angrily, turned around and shouted, "Flammer! Burn those guys to death." The plague flamethrower is not the traditional close-range flamethrower, but a long-range soldier. The same group of two people. The rats in front are responsible for adjusting the angle of the jet, and the mouse man in the back carries a fuel box and hose. This set of jet equipment is properly belonging to the mouse human black technology. They developed a special fuel that, when compressed, forms a jelly-like mass that is then fired from a jet in a catapult-like manner. The dyes made by the rats are sticky and burn for a long time, but they will be extinguished by things such as soil, water, etc., and conventional fire extinguishing methods. Of course, the Ratman who is well versed in poisons cannot be that simple. Since the fire can be extinguished, it doesn't matter. Just add poison into it and that's it. Fire can be extinguished, but poisonous gas will also spread, and its lethality is greater than that of flames. This poisonous gas can not only cause direct death, but also spread plague. If you don't die immediately, it would be even more miserable, and you would be tortured to a point where life would be worse than death. The range of the plague flamethrower is slightly shorter than that of the Ratman. They mainly use parabolas to make the flames fall to the designated location. Under the command of the Ratman commander, the jet slowly moved forward for a distance. Even after moving forward for a distance, Thorn was still out of reach. Then pieces of flame spurted out and fell towards the gathering place of the undead. In a flash, the gathering place was engulfed in flames and smoke rose. Seeing the smoke, the warriors of the surrounding vassal races were immediately frightened and retreated quickly. This was an indiscriminate attack. It's not known whether the undead will die or not after inhaling the poisonous fog, but they are definitely not well. The unlucky ones were the warriors of the vassal races who were charging. Not only were they attacked by the undead, but they were also attacked by their own poison gas. After smelling the poison gas, some warriors, who were rushing in the front immediately had their eyes rolled back and fell to the ground twitching. Does the Ratman have a grudge against these guys? When the black warrior saw the warrior of the vassal race being poisoned to death, he scratched his head in confusion and looked around. My goodness! In just a short while, the entire gathering place was on fire. Flames were everywhere, and thick fog had covered the entire area. But what's the use of this? Are you going to burn us all to death with flames? Please, we are the undead. The Dark Knight was happy after the Ratman commander set the fire. Now they didn't have to attack. The enemy could just charge forward and be killed by the poisonous fog. So, the Black Knight gave the order to let some of the undead put out the fire first. And it would be best to make the poisonous fog thicker. The method of extinguishing the fire is also simple. There is soil everywhere, so just use the soil to put out the fire. This attack was indeed a stupid mistake by the Ratman commander. When the plague flamethrower shot out flames, he realized that he had issued an absolutely wrong order. Unfortunately, the flame could not be brought back. He just watched the poisonous fog slowly dissipate in the gathering place of the undead, and the charging warriors of the vassal race plunged into the poisonous fog. The shrill howls continued to ring out. Rat commander. Well, this is good. The other side didn't suffer any loss, but I paid the price with 3,000 strong warriors. The commander who came this time was not from the official Ratman military, but a second-generation gilded man who knew nothing and was forced into the team. Corruption is a common occurrence among the Ratmen. The second generation's understanding of the battlefield is to let their subordinates charge and do the work, and everything is based on what they hear when people around them brag. He often thinks that he could also fight in those battles. This time when I went to the battlefield, I didn't expect that in the first wave of fighting, I would accidentally injure friendly forces. You can't fight for now. Wait until the poisonous fog dissipates. Meanwhile, At the gathering place of the undead, shrouded in thick poisonous fog, the Black Warrior was sending a message to Li Ziyu through the Soul Network. Chapter 261, The Army Arrives. Hunter, the opponent's soldiers are gathering. Dark Warrior, quick! 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 Go in! Why are you going in empty-handed? Bring the thorns with you. Skeleton Undead. Thrower, throws. Dark Warrior, shut up. Throwers, get back. Thrower, throws. Darth Vader, put away the fireball bomb. Do you want to blow us to death? Hunter, enemy moves forward. Dark Warrior, the enemies are about to arrive on the battlefield. Kill them! Skeleton Undead, kill. Darth Vader, shoot. What are you waiting for? Hunter, ranged attack. Black Samurai, speaking of the words, the enemy has a long-range attack and launch an attack on us. Darth Vader, are they attacking? Hey, is anyone injured? Skeleton Undead. Thrower, throws. Darth Vader, no. Throwers, go to the back and hide. Don't let them hit you. Thrower, not. Afraid? Of death. Dark Warrior, no. 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 It has nothing to do with whether you are afraid of death or not. I am afraid that you will explode and kill us. Thrower, explode. Dark Warrior, roll. Roll. Roll to the back. Hunter, it didn't penetrate. Darth Vader, to be frank, they didn't penetrate our armor. Hunter, fire. Darth Vader, it's coming. Thrower, dodge. Thrower, explode. Black Samurai, that's not an explosion you made. Skeleton Undead. Dark Warrior, what's the point of setting fire? Do you want to roast our bones? Why are those guys' life breaths weakened? Hunter, what's going on? Hunter, dead. Darth Vader, I know he's dead. How did he die? Hunter, smoke. Black Samurai, well, do you mean toxic? Black Samurai, come on the undead. Destroy the fire. Make the smoke bigger. Hunter, retreats. Skeleton Undead. Darth Vader, got it. Observation report. The enemy's combat power is not strong. The skeleton undead holding the Thorn One can cause effective damage to the enemy. After being attacked by the Thorn Bone Thorn, the enemy's life breath will be significantly weakened until death. The enemy has long-range firepower, but it cannot penetrate our armor. The enemy will spray flames at us from a distance, and the flames can be extinguished. According to observation, the smoke caused by the flames will cause effective attacks on the enemy, causing the enemy's life breath to weaken quickly. The result shows that if the enemy's long-range firepower can be eliminated, they will not be a threat. The news continued to pass on the Soul Network, and Li Ziyu could see the corners of his mouth, and he could feel that the frontline Black Warrior was a little irritable. Just as the information he had collected showed, the rat people really relied on long-distance communication to survive. Alas, I am no longer at the scene, and I have no way of knowing what happened on the scene just by relying on the information in the Soul Network. However, it seems that the opponent's attack on the undead is not sharp enough. There were only a few undead on the front line, but they were able to hold on. They were even able to hold on, with just the skeleton undead holding the Thorn One. The Black Warrior and the others did not move. Well, in that case, it's time to build the first fixed undead stronghold in the central area. Undead, forward. As early as when the temporary stronghold was just established, Li Ziyu deployed a large number of undead troops on the border. After he gave the order, the undead took a step forward, walked out of the wasteland, and stepped onto the land in the central area. 2 full bodies, 200,000 full of crossbow, thorns, and the commander of the Bone Warrior Commander. In addition to the regular skeleton warriors, these 2 legions are also equipped with 200 patrol knights acting as scouts, 2,000 skeleton Jet 1 type, 200 Spirit Fire Artillery, and 400 Thrower 2 type. Behind the Skeleton Legion is the battle formation, including 3,000 skeleton shortbowmen, 2,000 skeleton longbowmen, 10,000 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, and 100 skeleton knights. Li Ziyu did not dare to send out too many at once, as he was afraid of angering the rat men and starting a full-scale war. You have to nibble away at it gradually, not confront it head-on. He sent more than 200,000 undeads, but the bones were all vegetable chickens, even if the number was large. But the death was fast. It should not attract the comprehensive counterattack of the mouse. Of course, if the ratmen can't deal with more than 200,000 undead, then it's not a question of whether the rat men will launch a full-scale attack, but whether Li Ziyu will launch a full-scale attack. Li Ziyu used the skeletons of the undead to arrange a very long battle line. He wanted to give the rat men an illusion that the undead were really wandering out from the wasteland and not sent by him. Li Ziyu, specifically, Insidious, the large-scale login in the middle of the wasteland, was suddenly panicked at the village near the login point. Are you kidding me? So many undead? However, the next thing is different from what they think. These undead spirits that came out from the wasteland and dead land are moving forward silently. The undead will only show their power when they attack them. Several villages that attacked the undead did not end well, and were killed by the undead. Those who did not try to attack the undead, and instead defended their villages, were unharmed. The undead just passed by their villages silently with no intention of attacking at all. This made the village realize that the undead seemed to be killed by anyone. As long as you do not go to the undead, they are too lazy to ignore you. And the undead seem to be heading somewhere. The news reached Ilmaha quickly. That idiot hasn't dealt with the previous undead yet. And now so many have come again? There must be tens of thousands of them. No. 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 Wait. Let me see. The mayor of the Alimaha ground city quickly rummaged through his long table and found a few pieces of animal skin paper and compared them with the numbers on them. Ancestors. These are hundreds of thousands of undead souls. How can there be so many? Could it be possible that there is a lair of the undead in the deadly wasteland? Forget about the approximate amount of the undead. The face of the city owner of the city of Iramahaha changed. This time, it wasn't that the undead came to the central zone as simple things, but that the undead was in the center of the attack. What makes him uncomfortable is that the city closest to the dead is the city of Iramahaha. Although the report pointed out that the undead were not powerful, their numbers were there after all. To destroy so many undead, a team of at least tens of thousands of people would be needed. Rat people city-state. Half of the ground. Half of the ground basically belongs to trading cities. Most of the cities are businessmen, or people of other races. The number of troops in the ground cities is not large, and the focus is on maintaining stability. Real rat people all live underground, and underground cities are their real home. The undead entered the territory in large quantities. This incident is no longer able to get it. Let those guys down there worry about the headache. The mayor of the upper city of Alimaha pretended to be indifferent, but the cold sweat oozing from his forehead proved that he was not so calm in his heart. He still doesn't know where the undead came from. Did the undead occupy other areas of the wasteland and then come to the central area? Or did they originally live in the wasteland and only appeared this time? He doesn't know any of this. Another question is why the undead came? For so many years, ever since the rise of the Ratmen, the undead have been a legend passed down from generation to generation, and no one has ever actually seen the undead. If they have always existed, why didn't they come before? But now? How did so many undead hides? One problem emerged in the mind of the city, but there was no answer. All he could do was to find a way to suppress the news and stabilize the Alimaha ground city area so that the ground city would not panic and continue to operate smoothly. The question of whether or not the undead could be defeated was not even within the city lord's consideration. The rat people are powerful. Countless battles and competitions with various powerful tribes have made the rat people full of confidence in any hostile forces. They are not afraid of anyone. Just as the intelligence of the undead was sent to Ilmaha, the undead army was marching towards the temporary gathering place on the front line. As the second-generation commander on the front line, he naturally received the news, but he did not take the undead seriously. In his opinion, with so many vassal races and the Skaven's proud long-range troops in his hands, there was nothing to be afraid of the undead. However, when he saw a long black shadow appearing on the horizon in the distance, swaying forward and gradually revealing a skeleton figure, he was afraid. The densely packed skeletons and the suffocating breath of death that was blowing in his face were far beyond what a second generation like him could endure. More than 200,000 undead souls were rubbing shoulders with each other and staggering forward. They were not afraid of pain and did not care about death. It seemed that nothing could stop them. Where had the second generation seen so many undead before? He had only heard of armies of hundreds of thousands, but had never seen it with his own eyes. This time he saw it. But unfortunately, it was not an army of ratmen, but of undead. There are more than 10,000 attached soldiers, and the mousemen and military regiments brought from the upper urban area of Iramahaha. To resist 200,000 undead army? What are you doing? The second-generation commander suddenly realized that this battle was no longer something a small rat like him could fight. He did not act hypocritically, and decisively issued the order to retreat. He was the first to run away, and his escape was so clean and neat. The commander has run away, and the others will not stay there. The Ratman army will run with the commander. When the more than 10,000 affiliated soldiers saw that the rat army had run away, they immediately scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared without a trace. When the undead army arrived, they saw a messy battlefield and the black warrior who had already cleaned up the battlefield and was waiting for them calmly. The two sides gathered together and instantly occupied the surrounding area. The news of the arrival of the undead was spread to the city lord's mansion in the Alimaha underground city. The underground city area is the real territory of the Ratmen. There are almost no outsiders here. If outsiders want to enter here, they need to go through layers of review and obtain dual permissions from the above-ground city area and the underground city area before they can enter. Most of the time, the only foreigners who can enter the underground city, apart from the messengers of other races, are the powerful ones with all-powerful hands and eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The owner of the underground urban area heard the knock on the door and looked up. The office door opened, and the Ratman assistant came to him with a roll of animal skin paper, bowed, and handed him the roll. Master of the city. Emergency document set by the ground in the ground. The city lord took the scroll with a serious expression, unfolded it, and read it carefully. The rats attach great importance to the ground urban area. After all, handing over the urban area will provide food and wealth for the underground urban areas. These are stable in the lives of Mouseman nobles in the underground urban area, and providing research and development funds for scientific research institutes. If there is trouble in the ground area, there will be no problems in the underground urban area in a short time. But if the time is slightly longer, there will be chaos. There is no such problem in the Mouse People's city-state. One year there was a severe drought, which resulted in a decrease in grain production in the urban areas, and business was also hit. The supplies from the above-ground city could not be supplied to the underground city in time, and the rat nobles in the underground city had long been accustomed to the high standard of living. However, the first to cause chaos were not the rat nobles, but the rat people in the research institute. The ratmen in the research institute may not be high-ranking officials, but their social status among the ratmen is even higher than that of the ratman nobles. Once they have problems with experimental materials and funding chains, these research lunatics won't care whether you are a city lord or a noble, and will go crazy. No one knows what kind of weird things are inside the research institute. The unfortunate city-state was almost destroyed by those crazy people in the research institute. That incident made the rat people realize the importance of the above-ground city. From then on, the underground city will also take the affairs of the above-ground city seriously. The lord of the above-ground city of Alimaha is a capable ratman. He has always managed the above-ground city very well, and supplied materials very timely. In the underground city, not only the nobles praise this lord, but even those crazy people in the Scientific Research Institute are very satisfied with him. It is even news that the next city owner in the underground urban area is this. But now this praised city lord actually sent an urgent document, which means that there is really a problem. The kind that cannot be solved in the above-ground city area. And the city lord of the underground city cannot afford to ignore it. The animal skin paper had small characters specifically written on it, detailing the journey of the undead. And there was a red pen mark at the back indicating that the undead army had already landed. The mayor of the above-ground city speculated that the other party's destination was the newly appeared gathering point. Undead? After carefully reading the emergency document, the dungeon city lord frowned. He had the same doubts as the city lord on Earth. Why did the undead suddenly appear? The rise of the Ratmen was accompanied by war. He had read a large amount of historical materials on the Ratmen, and knew that during the rise of the Ratmen, they had been in conflict with too many races. It was by stepping on the corpses of many races that they climbed to their current position. I have fought so many wars and seen so many races, including legendary races. But this is the first time I have seen the undead. In his memory, the last battle between the Ratmen and the undead in their history could no longer be verified. It was too long ago. Even in the vast history of the Ratmen, there were only a few sentences about it. It is not even certain whether the undead race exists. He suddenly thought of something, and grabbed a piece of animal skin paper. He quickly wrote down a few questions, and handed it to his assistant. Send it to the Upper City Lord and ask him to reply to me immediately. I want accurate information. Yes. The assistant took the animal skin paper and left in a hurry. And the Lower City Lord also stood up and left the office and rushed to the library. Whether he was speculating. He had to go to the big library to find the information about the undead to determine how to deal with the undead. Every Ratman city-state has a large library. And most of the books in it are about the history of the Ratman. Documents on Ratman technology are not stored in the Great Library, but in the Research Institute. Those crazy people don't trust the Great Library. Firstly, they feel that the Great Library cannot protect its own documents. And secondly, they are afraid that someone will sneak into the Great Library and steal their Ratman research successes. The Research Institute has its own independent documentation system. And every once in a while, it will transport documents from various city-states to the Rat People's city through secret channels. What the City Lord needs to do is to look for clues of the undead from history first. Chapter 262, Monument of the Dead. They, in groups, they are endless. They will not roar. But they are approaching silently. They are not afraid of death. For them, death is already the past. They are death itself. They are the undead. The scourge of death. Don't try to resist. If the undead come, run away. That will allow you to live longer. We don't know where the dead come from, but we know that wherever they pass, there is silence and no life, which is cleared more thoroughly than the plague. The undead are a huge group. Many powerful races have been wiped out by them, while we are barely surviving. I don't know if I can still survive. I have seen skeletons walking. They are a branch of the undead, called the skeleton undead. I have seen transparent bodies filled with cold light. They are a branch of the undead, called dead souls. I have seen corpses with shriveled bodies and skin wrapped around bones. They are a branch of the undead, called zombies. There are so many branches of the undead, but without exception, they will bring the silence of death. The number of skeletons and dead souls is too huge, endless, and can never be killed. Every dead companion may join them and become one of them. I don't know if resistance will work, or if I should join them. The Lower City Lord put down the worn animal skin paper in his hand and looked at the priest beside him. Is this all the records in the Great Library? The priest turned his head to look at the bookshelf, then looked at the City Lord and nodded. Ratman priests are similar to shamans. And after the explosion of Ratman technology, these Ratmen with special abilities entered the Great Library. They spend all day in the Great Library, reading all the documents. No one knows what documents are in the Great Library better than them. Since the priest said that they were gone, then they were really gone. The only records about the dead were a few pieces of animal skin paper in the hands of the City Lord. Maybe there are some in the big libraries of other city-states. But the City Lord can't see them now. Shaking his head helplessly, the Lower City Lord sighed. The rampage of the undead happened a long time ago, and it is very difficult to verify the history of that era. What's more unfortunate is that at that time, the Ratmen were the lowest race, and were doing so badly that almost no history of theirs has been preserved. Being able to find these records is the result of the priest's hard work. It's not to say that it has no use, but it's really not that great either. After returning the parchment to the priest, the Lower City Lord left the Great Library. As soon as I went out, I saw the assistant running over and handing the animal skin paper with a reply from the Upper City Lord to the Lower City Lord. The Lower City Lord was flipping through the documents while muttering to himself. I didn't see a moving city, but those undead actually have cars, and have used them to build a base. They should not be with the previous group of humans. They are a group of skeletons. The skeletons of the undead? After reading the reply from the Upper City Lord, the Lower City Lord let out a long sigh. In all the documents he had read, one thing was recorded at the end: if the undead came, run away quickly because the undead were invincible. But the Lower City Lord disagreed with this. The Ratmen were too weak back then, not to mention the undead. Most races had to run away when facing the Ratmen. But look at it now. The Ratmen are a powerful tribe in the wilderness. They have a large population, advanced weapons, and occupy a large area of land. Compared with the Rat people at that time, they are like heaven and earth. With no comparison, the City Lord doesn't want to run away in disgrace just because of a few words in the document. We have to fight. Of course we have to fight. Not only does he want to fight, he also wants to destroy the undead. Make great achievements. The undead are scary. But the Ratmen are even more powerful. The lower city lord and his assistant rushed back to the city lord's mansion, quickly signed the document, and handed it to the assistant. Go. Gather the soldiers. Enter the first level of alert. Mobilize everyone. Prepare to go out. And destroy those undead? Yes. The assistant took the document, saluted, and ran out in a hurry. Bells rang in the underground city of Ilmaha. The busy rat people raised their heads and looked towards the city. Recruiting. You guys get ready. The farmer came to the farm with a big belly and shouted loudly. The slave rats who were working raised their heads numbly. And it was not until the farmer repeated it for the second time that they showed any expression on their faces. The empty eyes suddenly became bright. The pupils gradually turned red, and the long-lost strength and passion were gradually returning to their bodies. Screams and roars echoed from the farm. The only way for the slave rats to get rid of their identity is through war. As long as they can survive the war and kill the enemy, they will be transformed from slave rats to civilians and regain their freedom. For the slave ratmen, war is the beginning of a new life. Rather than dying numbly and hopelessly in an underground farm, it is better to fight for a chance of freedom on the battlefield. The Lord of the Yilma underground city has issued an order for the prosperity and stability of the area around Yilma, for the continuation of our peace, for our lives, women, and children. Clan warriors are now being recruited. Warriors, this is the time to show your military strength. Join the battle enthusiastically. The official of the city lord's mansion unfolded a piece of animal skin paper and read out the conscription order of the city lord's mansion aloud. Densely packed ratmen gathered around and listened attentively. The older ratmen were dismissive of the conscription information. Having lived longer, they naturally knew more. They knew very well what this conscription meant: suicide. What soldiers? What warriors? Aren't they just to recruit more cannon fodder and shields? It is true that participating in the war will allow the rat people to cross classes. But classes are not so easy to cross. And it is easy to lose one's life. The so-called clan ratmen are the civilians in various city-states. Pingming status is higher than that of slaves. But he also belongs to the bottom of society. If you want to cross class boundaries, the easiest way is to join the army or go directly to the battlefield through a conscription order. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the conscription, the ratmen who go to the battlefield directly through the conscription order will be given credit for their merits. But the prerequisite is to survive and kill the enemy bravely. Among the ratmen, there are always some legends circulating, which are stories about civilian ratmen participating in wars, returning with military merits, jumping classes, becoming the best of the best, and winning the hearts of beautiful women. The legendary protagonist is undoubtedly a hero among the civilian rat people, and the most down-to-earth grassroots hero. So the story is naturally popular. People all know that these are just for publicity and are deceptive. But the young rat people don't think so. They feel that this is a shortcut to success. If you try once, you may become rich. A rat person's life is only a few years long. If you don't try your best, you will regret it until you die. In contrast to the rat people's disdain, the young rat people's eyes lit up, and they were ready to sign up for the war. Call the soldiers, and all units be ready to set off at any time. Who is the enemy this time? It is said to be a ghost of the dead. In the Ratman camp, the officers received the transfer order sent by their assistants. They did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately prepared to mobilize the Ratman troops. The Omaha underground city suddenly became busy. All the Ratmen knew that war was coming, and the enemy was the undead whom they had never imagined. The wasteland of death, the fortress of the undead. Finally done. Hearing the prompt sound from the system, Li Ziyu became alert, jumped up from the recliner, opened the door and ran out. His sudden appearance startled the little cat girl Ming Ming, who was dozing off outside. When she looked over blankly, Li Ziyu had disappeared. When Li Ziyu appeared on the rooftop of the main building, Damanlevsky, Bepta, and others also rushed over. They were all familiar with Li Ziyu's habits. Whenever he came out in such a hurry, it meant there was new work. What's new? Damanlevsky stood next to Li Ziyu and asked. Hee. Good stuff, Li Ziyu said mysteriously. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed toward the sky. The raging sandstorm suddenly stopped, and everything became quiet and peaceful. After a moment, a faint sound was heard. The voice was ethereal, penetrating the heart and reaching the depths of the soul. The sound seemed to come from a very far away place. Very ethereal, From being vaguely heard to being able to hear it clearly. It is a language that I have never heard of before. Very strange and complex. Although I can't understand it. It has the miraculous ability to bring peace to the soul. Him? After listening for a long time, Damanlevsky suddenly spoke in confusion. He understood that the voice was singing something rhythmically. He couldn't understand what it was. But he felt it was a hymn. Is it a tribute or something? Have no idea. Ripples appeared in the space, like water waves, and a huge and heavy stone tablet emerged from the void. Bepta showed a look of surprise. He is the Lord of the Void, and his perception of space is far stronger than anyone present. When the stone tablet appeared, he could sense that there was an abnormal movement in the space. Behind the ripples, there was another space. But the aura emanating from that space made him feel silence, the silence of death. What's behind? When he had the urge to explore, he had a feeling of extreme danger in his heart. A voice in his heart told him, "You will die. You will die. You will die as long as you go." Such a strong intuition made Bepta instantly give up the idea of exploring that space. For strong people like them, intuition is very useful. Compared with judgment, sometimes trusting intuition is the best choice. After the stone tablet emerged, the praise continued, and runes on the stone tablet lit up one by one, covering the entire surface of the tablet. Invisible energy spread out, swept across everyone's bodies, and then passed through their bodies, covering the entire undead fortress. Psychic protective wall. Like the magic protective wall, it is a protective defense method. As the psychic protective wall unfolded, the sound of praise gradually weakened until it disappeared, leaving only the huge stone tablet suspended in the air. The stone tablet is rectangular and about 10 meters high. It has a coat of arms written in dark blue runes and relief decorations with obvious undead style. On the left and right sides are two huge full-body sculptures of skeletons. They stretch out their hands to pull the stone tablet, as if two people are unfolding animal skin paper. What's the use of this stone tablet? Damanlevsky raised his head, stared at the stone tablet, and asked blankly. He sensed a powerful energy on the stone tablet, but that energy was very stable, and was hidden inside the stone tablet, flowing freely. This stone tablet is very useful. I solemnly introduce to you the special building of the skeleton undead clan. The square tablet of the undead. Liziu said proudly. What's its use? Damanlevsky was not interested in the name of the stone tablet in front of him. He was only interested in what it was used for. Monument to the dead. Attribute, special building monument. Introduction. The immovable nature of the Soul Base Station made the skeleton undead quite dissatisfied. They decided to transform the Soul Base Station, but unexpectedly developed the Undead Monument. A large amount of soul energy was injected into the Undead Monument, and runes were engraved on it, allowing the energy in it to circulate back and forth. The Undead Monument can float in the air and move in a way that the skeleton undead cannot understand. The power of the runes allows the monument to release a psychic protection wall, and even create a psychic field to protect the skeleton undead inside, while offsetting and weakening the damage caused by sunlight and holy light. The Undead Monument not only provides the skeleton undead with a more flexible means of communication, but also gives the undead a greater advantage on the battlefield. Construction requirements. Skeletons *100, 000 units. Soul Energy *500, 000 units. Stone *50, 000 units. Metal Alloy *10, 000 ingots. Psychic Core *4. Occupied Area, none. Liziu explained the function of the monument to the dead to Damanlevsky. Damanlevsky curled his lips in disdain. It turns out it's just for defense. How boring. I thought it was a powerful weapon, like the Fist of Annihilation. Damanlevsky, who advocates the use of force and likes to attack as defense, said he has no feelings about the monument to the dead. Bepta, +1. The two ruffians made Liziu roll his eyes. He was really impressed by these two guys whose brains were full of muscles. Is the Tomb of the Dead really that simple? Of course, it is not simple. Just look at the long introduction of the system, and you will know that it is not simple. Its function is not individual, but it is used to enhance the strength of the group, and it affects the entire battlefield. What is the biggest advantage of the skeleton undead? It is their large number. What is their biggest disadvantage? It is that they are too fragile. Any large-scale magic attack will kill a large number of them. Moreover, sunlight will make the undead extremely weak, and holy light is even more lethal to the undead. But all this will be improved after the monument to the dead appears. Within the range of the monument, the damage caused by sunlight and holy light to the undead will be offset. And at the same time, it can provide the undead with a psychic protection wall to defend against range attacks. The most important thing is that this thing is movable and can follow the undead into the battlefield. The system introduction says that the undead monument gives the undead a greater advantage on the battlefield. This is really awesome. Even at the present moment, it has a huge effect. Li Ziyu plans to establish a base in the central area and place a Soul base station. Then the problem arises. If Li Ziyu wants to place a Soul base station, he needs to drive the undead fortress there. Such a large undead fortress would be exposed too easily. If the undead fortress was exposed, it would attract the attention of the Skaven, which would make all his early arrangements go to waste. In the past 2 days, Li Ziyu has been hesitating whether to place a Soul base station. If Soul base stations are not placed, intelligence transmission will become more and more difficult as time goes on. However, if base stations are placed, there will be the risk of being exposed. Fortunately, when he was researching, he noticed the monument to the dead, which was a big surprise. With the monument of the dead, he can still hide in the wasteland and let the undead escort the monument of the dead, making the rat people feel that the undead are the same as them, and not the subordinates of the Traversal Lord. Development in secret is the real way forward. Damonlevsky and Bepta did not understand this approach. In their opinion, just charge ahead and be done with it. Why bother with so many things? It was useless to talk to the two rough guys. Li Ziyu quickly began to arrange the next step, selecting the undead and letting them escort the undead monument to the central area. Chapter 263 Eyes of the Dead. Just as Li Ziyu was mobilizing his troops to transport the undead monument, a war broke out between the ratmen and the undead in the central area. The lord of the Alimaha underground city acted extremely quickly. Although he failed to find more clues about the undead in the Alimaha Grand Library, he knew that he could not delay any longer. There is no doubt that the longer we delay, the greater the number of undead will be. If the undead were really allowed to gain a foothold within the city-state of Alimaha, then there would be real trouble. He sent messages to the mayors of other city-states that he was familiar with, asking them to help search for clues about the undead in the great libraries of their respective city-states. The rat army assembled and rushed out from the underground city, heading towards the temporary gathering place of the undead. At the same time, a conscription order was issued from Ilmaha, requiring the surrounding villages and towns to send soldiers to cooperate with the rat army's actions. It was a bit hasty, but the rat people managed to gather an army of 100,000 in a short period of time. And every village and town also sent out troops after receiving the conscription order. Under the rule of the Alimaha city-state, any village or town must obey orders. If they do not obey orders, their entire clan will be exterminated. The rat people do not allow any dissenting voices under their rule. In addition to the 100,000-strong Redman army, various villages and towns gathered nearly 50,000 foreign warriors to follow the Alimaha Ratman army to launch an attack on the undead. On the battlefield, the Ratmen still use the old tactics, with foreign warriors launching the first wave of fighting in the front, and the Ratmen using long-range firepower to assist them in the rear. The races in the central area, even if they are only dependent races, have some abilities, at least in professions such as magicians, shamans, and priests. They are much stronger than the remote corner where Li Ziyu is. The warriors charged forward frantically, using various amplification magics to greatly increase their physical strength and combat effectiveness. At the same time, the archers, magicians, shamans, and other long-range soldiers in the rear were also continuously outputting. In the past, it would have been difficult to deal with a legion of just over 200,000 skeleton undead. But with Li Ziyu's research and development of mechanical technology and psychic technology, even the skeletons and undead have been upgraded. The skeleton undead sent to the central area were not only equipped with a large number of crossbows, but also equipped with a part of Thorn one, which gave the originally weak skeleton undead the ability to fight at a distance. Although they were weak, they had a large number of people, and they made up for the lack of numbers. In addition, the undead were not afraid of pain or death. Although they suffered heavy losses, the ratmen were not in any good condition. Tens of thousands of crossbows were fired at the same time, and the crossbow arrows formed a cloud of arrows in the air, which then fell like raindrops. Before this wave of arrow rain was over, the next wave of crossbow arrows flew into the sky. Wave after wave. Continuous. Foreign warriors who charge head-on not only have to face the overwhelming and pervasive enemy, but also have to face the frontal attack of Thorn One. Under the command of the skeleton warriors, the skeleton undead formed a hedgehog-like firepower position, constantly outputting firepower. The foreign warriors desperately rushed to the front of the position, facing the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, and the artist thrower too, who had been itching to get started. At this stage, the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior has been reduced to a tall meat shield with some combat power, and is no longer the absolute main force in the skeleton undead legion. The main force for close-range output has been transformed into the thrower 2 type. Various kinds of grenades are thrown into the crowd by their modified long arms, making continuous roars. The foreign soldiers who had finally rushed to the undead position suffered heavy casualties under the continuous bombing of grenades. The foreign warriors were charging hard, so the ratmen naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. This time, the ratmen came with their regular long-range armed gun-carrying ratmen and plague flamethrowers. The range of the ratmen with guns is longer than that of the hand crossbow and Thorn One. They can hit the undead, but the undead cannot hit them. Due to the large number of undead, the defense system formed by the Alpha armored personnel carriers could not accommodate such a large number of undead. So the attacks of the ratmen with guns fell directly on the group of undead. Bullets flew in from afar, trailing green tails. Each shot could smash the heads of many undead, causing their soul fire to dissipate. The dead undead didn't care. They still maintained their previous state and continued to output. However, allowing the opponent to attack it will obviously made the black warrior behind them unhappy. They had experienced attacks by ratmen with guns before. At that time, they were able to hide in bunkers, and the ratmen could do nothing to them. And they could also ignore the ratmen with guns. But now many of our brothers have died because of the gun-carrying rat people. And this cannot be tolerated. Where are the artillery? Artillery forward. Blast them. Look carefully. It's over there. The black warrior called out in the soul network. And this group of undead coming over were accompanied by soul fire artillery. Even though they are just low-level artillery, they are still artillery. How can their range be shorter than that of a group of ratmen carrying guns? Under the arrangement of the black warrior, 200 spirit fire artillerymen lined up, hid behind the defense formed by the Alpha armored personnel carrier, adjusted the muzzle, aimed at the position of the ratmen, and opened fire. Boom boom boom. The LS streaked across the sky and flew towards the positions of the ratmen carrying guns. It is impossible to expect low-level artillery such as the spirit fire artillery to carry out accurate strikes. But as long as they don't deviate too much, it will be fine. In order to increase the power of their volleys, the rat people carrying guns often stand in square formations. And when the LS fall into their territory, they will explode everywhere. After the explosion, psychic flames spread out in 4 directions, burning the surrounding ratmen. Ah! Help! Fire! 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 I'm on fire! Put out the fire! Put out the fire! The psychic flame created by the explosion of the spiritual fire artillery LS, and the soul flame created by the explosion of the psychic explosive bomb fired by the fist of annihilation are 2 different flames. The soul flame can burn continuously, using the breath of life as a dye. The stronger the breath of life, the more vigorously the soul flame burns. The psychic flame is a special kind of flame. Its temperature is much higher than that of the soul flame, but it will go out after burning for a period of time. Under the burning of the psychic flames, the phalanx of the ratmen carrying guns was in chaos. Some of the ratmen who were contaminated by the psychic flames fled in panic. As they ran, they brought the flames to their other companions and set them on fire. The black warrior looked at the position of the ratmen with guns from afar. Fires broke out there from time to time and spread rapidly. When the fire went out, a large area would be left empty in the square formation. Hee hee. I'll let you do whatever you want. Come again. Look. If I don't blast you, you're done for. Enemy flamethrower spotted. Should we snipe? The news of the hunter came in the soul network. They have been observing the battlefield. They keenly discovered the movement of the opponent's plague flame jet and asked the black warrior, Sniper, take out those flamethrowers. The artillery is turned around. When the spirit fire artillery turned its gun to aim at the plague flamethrower, the hunter had already opened fire. Every hunter is a bad guy. The plague flamethrowers are composed of 2 people. The front one is responsible for spraying fire, and the back one is responsible for carrying the fuel tank. The hunters didn't even consider shooting the Ratman in the front, who was responsible for spraying fire, but aimed at the Ratman in the back and the fuel tank. The result is predictable. Special bullets penetrated the fuel tank, causing the special fuel to leak out. The fuel tank turned into a gunpowder barrel and exploded directly. The Ratman carrying the fuel tanks and responsible for spitting fire in the front naturally did not have a good end. They were burned to ashes in an instant. The raging flames also released a large amount of poisonous fog, which spread between the Ratmen and the foreign warriors. The Ratmen have an excellent ability to resist poison, but it depends on the situation. They can't stand it if they are in a thick poisonous fog. Even the Ratmen can't withstand the poison, let alone foreign warriors. The plague flamethrower only sprayed a few rounds of fire before it was mistaken by the spirit fire artillerymen and hunters as a bomb placed among the Ratmen, killing many of them and causing the poison gas to spread. Seeing this, the Ratman commander knew that the battle could not be fought. If they continued to fight, the poison gas would spread and all the foreign soldiers would be killed. It wasn't that he felt sorry for the foreign soldiers. In the eyes of the Ratman commander, the foreign soldiers were cannon fodder, and they were there to carry the bombs and die. But cannon fodder also has to play the role of cannon fodder. They can't just die inexplicably under their own poisonous fog. Right? In addition, after this battle, he has roughly understood the combat effectiveness of the undead, and he needs to study how to fight the undead next. The Skaven commander gave the order to retreat. The foreign warriors who were fighting with the undead retreated like a tide, leaving behind a field of corpses. When the undead saw the foreign warriors retreating, they immediately sent out a team to collect the bodies of the foreign warriors on the ground. The undead don't know why other races fight, but they will definitely take away the corpses. In the wasteland of death, outside the undead fortress, the tombstone of the dead hung high in the sky, blocking the wind and sand, allowing Li Ziyu to clearly see the dead under the tombstone. The team sent out this time is a high-level team, including 50,000 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, 30,000 skeleton short archers, 20,000 skeleton long archers, 200 spirit fire artillerymen, 150 black warriors, 100 skeleton knights, as well as 1,000 evil spirit rangers, and 10 newly produced fully staffed alpha armored personnel carriers. The number is not as large as the undead team sent to the central area before, but in terms of quality, it is definitely much stronger than the undead team sent before. Set off. Li Ziyu sent a message to the undead, and the undead team, which had been well prepared, moved forward. The evil ghost rangers riding motorcycles took the lead and rushed towards the central area. They existed as scouts, under the protection of the monument of the undead. The undead team appears even stronger and more majestic, stepping onto the central area, heading towards the gathering place of the undead. The third wave. Li Ziyu muttered to himself. He already knew about the battle ahead through the Soul Network. This group of high-level undead team set out not only to escort the undead monument, but also to reinforce the front line. The Ratmen have already started sending troops. We are fighting on the Ratmen's territory, and are inherently at a disadvantage. The other side can continuously recruit warriors to attack the undead. If the undead want to gain a foothold, they must fight the other side to the death, and absolutely cannot retreat. Since the undead fortress cannot appear in the central area, the situation of the undead is not so optimistic, and the replenishment of troops is a big problem. Indeed, Li Ziyu can send troops there continuously, and continue to consume the enemy's resources. But the problem is that he has no roots, and the resources will be exhausted sooner or later. If you want to fight a protracted war, you need to constantly replenish corpses and resources. Otherwise you will be like a cook without rice. A lot of corpses have accumulated in the undead gathering place in front, but they can't be transported back to the undead fortress. And it is unlikely that Li Ziyu can use the bones as casually as he did in the undead mountains after he stretched out his arms and legs to the wasteland. As for resources, he still has a lot, but the problem he faces now is still the lack of bones. We have to find a way to increase the storage capacity of bones and transport the bones collected from the central area out. It's not enough. The R&D efforts are not enough. There is still a long way to go. When the monument of the undead is delivered to the front, the war situation there will change and intelligence communications will become smoother. But Li Ziyu still cannot achieve the effect of being on the battlefield in person. He cannot see what is happening at the front. This meant that he had no way of adjusting his fighting methods at the fastest speed. It's still a problem of scientific and technological research and development. We need to raise the level of science and technology to a higher level. After watching the Undead team set off, Li Ziyu returned to his bedroom and entered the unlocking stage. This time he mainly developed two projects. One was something called the purpose of the Undead, and the other was a method to increase transportation volume. The Eye of the Undead is a special kind of undead created by the Undead using psychic technology, imitating the evil eye demon among the demons. The appearance of the evil eye demon is a large eyeball with countless arms. They have super eyesight and a sinister and cunning personality. They like to live in dark cave mazes and lure creatures into the caves, causing them to hallucinate and trap themselves to death in the cave mazes, becoming their nutrients. Fighting on the front, the devil and demon are not weak. In addition to those tentacles like steel whip, their eyes can also emit petrochemical light. As for demons, none of them have an easy life if they can survive and become a group. The Undead got inspiration from the evil eye demon and designed the Eye of the Undead, which is a good thing that can increase their vision. The appearance of the purpose of the Undead is a round sphere made of bone powder, with a polished crystal facing forward and the fire of the soul burning in it. At first glance, it looks like a big eyeball floating in the air. It looks simple, but in fact it incorporates a lot of Undead technology, involving the psychic technology used to make the outer SHL and the runes embedded inside, etc. There are still many things that need to be unlocked. Fortunately, Li Ziyu now has sufficient resources of all kinds, and the research and development during this period has allowed him to unlock a lot of technologies. He only needs to unlock them one by one according to the needs of the Eye of the Undead. Without considering the cost, Li Ziyu created the Eye of the Undead. Eyes of the Dead. Introduction. This is an eyeball that can fly around and scout everywhere. The Eye of the Undead is a curious baby. When you don't need it, it will fly around and peek everywhere. There are no secrets in front of it. It can always find a way to see what it wants to know. After its birth, it became one of the favorite scouting tools of the Undead. P.S. They are very flexible, but without other technological assistance, they have no attack power. Requirements: 20 units of bones, 200 units of soul energy, 1 psychic core, 1 crystal lens. After the successful research and development, Li Ziyu immediately couldn't wait to make an Eye of the Undead. The size of the purpose of the Undead can be selected. The smallest is the size of a palm, and the largest is infinite. The larger it is, the more resources it consumes. The larger the eyes of the dead, the farther they can see, and the clearer what they observe. Li Ziyu was just doing an experiment, so she simply made the smallest one. The system quickly prompted that the Eye of the Dead had been completed. Unlike normal undead, the Eye of the Undead is a very strange thing. You say it is not a undead, but it has soul fire and can move on its own. You say it is a undead, but it is a psychic technology created by the undead, which belongs to the category of weapons and items. Li Ziyu doesn't want to categorize the Eye of the Dead, as long as it is useful. Practicality comes first. Chapter 264. Seeking help from the front. Vision is connected to the eyes of the dead. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he saw himself, but the angle was looking down from a high place, which gave him a weird feeling. In the new field of vision, I was sitting in the same place so dully, and my eyes were not focused, as if they were in a daze. The perspective is a bit weird. I don't want to look down at myself. Just as this thought came to his mind, the world in front of him suddenly shook, and he felt dizzy. When his vision became clear again, he was already eye to eye with himself. Oh shit! A bit scary. Stay away. Stay away. There is another flower before my eyes. This time it was a lot normally, and it turned to look at myself. Could it be that after entering the eyes of the dead, I can only see out through the eyes of the dead? Li Ziyu thought about it in his heart, and then he found that he had double vision. The first level is one's own vision, which is very normal. One can see the eyes of the undead floating in the air not far from oneself. The first level is the eyes of the undead, and in the field of vision, I am looking at you with a look of surprise. So chaotic. Li Ziyu cut off the link with the undead, and his eyes closed slowly. When he slowed down, Li Ziyu put the purpose of the undead from the fortress, and it was exactly what the purpose of the undead's purpose under the wind and sand test of the wind sand in the deserted ground. As a result, it was unexpected. The wind and sand have no effect on the eyes of the dead, and everything is clearly visible. After all, The purpose of the Undead was developed by the Undead. Don't look at the picture of Li Ziyu's side. It is normal. But it is actually filtered back and forth by the runes and other technologies, and then wears clear images. Things such as wind and sand obviously belong to the existence of the field of vision. The purpose of the Undead is naturally filtered out, and the clear picture is transmitted. After realizing this, Li Ziyu frowned slightly, and the filtering effect was pretty good, but this lost its authenticity. On the battlefield, if the eye of the Undead filters out something, it can be fatal. Just as I thought of this, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. It was no longer a clean world, but one filled with wind and sand. It turns out that it can be switched. It's pretty smart. Li Ziyu, sitting in the main building bedroom, raised her eyebrows, and was very surprised. After trying again, Li Ziyu couldn't help but sigh at the power and perversion of the Undead's purpose. Although the eyes of the Undead do not have the ability to see through things, they have a soul fire vision similar to that of the Undead. It can penetrate normal buildings through a way like soul-like scanning, and scan the breath of life. Then reconstruct it through the selection method to simulate the internal environment and life dynamics of the building. Of course, this simulation may not be completely correct, and there will be something different, but it's also abnormal enough. Then it is transmitted. Where there is a soul network coverage, you can link it with the dead of the Undead. This involves the problem of soul network node, which is similar to the network of previous lives. If the distance to the node is far, there will be a delay when transmitting images through the Undead. However, near nodes such as soul-based stations and monuments of the dead, the transmission will be very fast and in real time. It feels like when we were using 2G, video was a difficult thing. By the over 5G coverage, the video became very smooth. The field of vision of this small Undead is similar to that of normal human vision. It is not too far away, but it is enough. Li Ziyu thought about it, and simply made 100 out, thrown around the Undead fortress, and waited to send it to the central area next time. After completing the purpose of the Undead, Li Ziyu entered the R&D status. The city owner. The reinforcement of the Undead. The front line is urgent. You need to reinforce it. A Ratman officer stood in front of the lower city lord and spoke to him. In the past few days, the Ratmen and the Undead have been fighting back and forth for many times. The frontline commander has almost figured out the Undead's tactics. The Ratman is also constantly sending troops to the front line, and at the same time call for more foreign soldiers to serve as cannon fodder. After several days of fighting, the frontline commander has become confident that he can defeat the Undead. The Undead's fighting method is actually quite simple. There are just a group of big guys holding hammers standing in the front row to resist foreign warriors. A large number of Undead are arranged in various formations in the back, using crossbows and foreign one to shoot. Oh, by the way, there are throws hiding in the crowd and throwing grenade in the defense. Compared to the Undead holding the crossbow, the thrower obviously makes the mouse commander more concerned. These guys are too lethal. It is not the attack on the rats, but the foreigner soldiers in front will be killed by the film. Too much loss. Foreign soldiers have begun to have opinions. The commander can also suppress the grievances of foreign soldiers. But for a long time, there will be problems after all. Overall, the Ratmen still have the advantage, and the Undead suffered far more casualties than them. Well, the death of foreign soldiers does not need to be calculated. When the commander wanted to launch the general attack and won the Undead position, the other party's reinforcement suddenly arrived. This reinforcement force is too powerful. There is a team of cavalry and reinforcements, and there are not many people. It looks about 100 people, but just such a little person. But he killed foreigner soldiers. Skeleton knights directly cut through the charge of foreign soldiers, and they rushed over the mouse people's army. And the goal was very clear. That is, the mouse command? The mouse commander did not expect that such a powerful team would suddenly emerge in the Undead. After seeing the movement of the other party, the soul was scared. He quickly dispatched slave Ratmen and Alimaha clan Ratmen to intercept. These two types of Ratmen can only be considered low-level warriors, and their combat effectiveness is even inferior to that of foreign warriors. The only thing that can be said is that the slaves and the Iramahaha clan mice dare to die. These rat people's warfare is stronger than foreign soldiers. After getting the command, they rushed to the Bone Knight regardless of the body. When the slave Ratmen and the Alimaha clan Ratmen used their lives to delay the skeleton knights, the Ratman commander immediately ordered a retreat. And he himself was the fastest to escape. It was not him who was afraid of the war. Mainly, he was the battlefield commander. If he died, the mouse's army would fall into chaos. He needs to protect himself. In fact, his choice is right. The slave ratmen and Alimaha clan ratmen did not intercept the skeleton knights for long. Although regardless of the body, and using life as a barrier, they seemed too thin in the face of absolute strength. The bone knights did not cost much to rush out of the slave and mice and the Irima clan rats. But when they rushed out, they found out that the rats' army retreated. Especially the mouseman commander they stared at. And it was a fast running. It doesn't make much sense to chase the past. The bone knight fell angrily, and turned the horse's head angrily, and rushed towards the fleeing foreign soldiers. Rat people retreated, and the dead monument officially arrived at the temporary gathering place. The psychic shield was activated, protecting the temporary gathering place and a large number of undead. In this way, the rat people's advantage disappeared. There is no way for their gun wraiths to protect the cover. The bullets are hit on it, and will splash layers of ripples. But they cannot hurt the undead inside. On the other hand, the undead output, especially the spirit fire artillery. It was such a joy. There is no need to worry at all. Some are time to adjust the artillery mouth. The angle is aimed at the firing. After 2 games, the rats were defeated by soldiers. And the undead was not. The ratman commander began to doubt his life. Insufficient firepower. Can't break the protective cover. In desperation, he could only ask Ilmaha for help and request siege equipment to be sent over. This is no longer the kind of field battle. After the opponent reinforced, it has become a siege war. It is unrealistic to attack the city alone with the attack of the rats and the plague flame sprayer. Where did these undead come from? How many undeads are there? The master of the lower city is very hot. He knows that the undead is difficult to entangle. But he does not know that the undead is so difficult to entangle. Hundreds of thousands of undead have been in the central area. And now they are still increasing in a steady stream. What exactly happened in the wasteland of death? And why are there so many undead? And the more later the undead seem to be stronger. More importantly, the undead do not exist alone. They are organized and have various devices. This situation made the city lord feel uneasy. Something seems to be wrong. When things have reached now, they see and fight. The war needs to continue. And these undead must be eliminated. Fortunately, a general mobilization order had been issued before. After the frontline commander requested reinforcements, Xiaoqing owner immediately sent more and more powerful rats. Not only are there a large number of slave ratmen and Alimaha clan ratmen, but there are also tens of thousands of gun-carrying ratmen and plague flamethrowers. In addition to regular troops, the lower city lord also mobilized more ratman troops. For example, super long-range weapons used to siege plague lemonade bomb car. This type of grenade launcher can not only be used for sieges, but is also a serious anti-infantry weapon. It is projected by the corrosion of the plague. Once exploded, it will not only spread a large amount of plague virus, but also splashing gas with corrosive ability. Very sharp. In addition to the plague rat tooth bomb vehicle, there are also the death wind rat core, the plague shaman rat core, the night rat core, and the mutated plague giant rat core. The death wind rat core is an assassin type core, and was once one of the most famous core among the ratmen. These rats are equipped with double knives and special cloaks, which can sneak into the enemy, violently kill, or use the fog bomb on their bodies to release a black mist and cover the opponent's vision. Once they are allowed to enter the infantry square, it will evolve into a disaster. The Plague Shaman Rat Core is a regular magic core among the ratmen. It not only has healing capabilities, but is also equally capable against infantry. They are called shamans. But the weapons used by these shaman rats are maces. They are extremely ferocious. In addition to healing spells, they can also cast long-range attacks and violent spells, with slave ratmen and clan ratmen serving as cannon fodder in front. These plague shaman ratmen can exert extremely terrifying combat power. The Night Ratman Corps is somewhat similar to the Death Wind Ratman Corps. They are also highly mobile troops, but they are not engaged in assassinations, but are long-range attack corps. They throw weapons at the enemy and throw while running. The Night Ratman Corps is good at sneak attacks, and at the same time, he has the same high motivation as the cavalry. The Plague Rat Corps is a beast corps belonging to the Ratmen. Rat people like to climb technology, but when climbing technology, many horrible things are often made. The giant mouse is one of them. They were originally a group of giant rats with little fighting power and timid nature. But after a series of experiments by the ratmen, these giant mice not only have a stronger body and strength, but also become bloodthirsty and violent, and have been implanted with a variety of viruses in the body. They have become walking sources of viruses, cooperating with the Ratman core charge. It can play a good combat effectiveness. The city lord spent a lot of money to send out so many rat troops at once. He wants to kill the undead. Even after sending such a large army, he was still worried and sent messages to the surrounding city-states, asking them to prepare reinforcements. Xiaoqing owner feels that the undead is coming weird and has been increasing. He didn't know if the army he sent out could destroy the undead. Irmaha City is not a wealthy city-state among many rats, and technology is also very average. Many powerful arms. Irmaha City does not. However, the Ratman city-state is still a Ratman city-state. Even Ilmaha, which is not ranked high, has a population of more than 20 million. Ratmen are never afraid of fighting. This confidence comes not only from their technology, but also from how many their population. The Ratmen are also a race with very strong fertility, with at least 4 to 6 Ratmen born at each birth. Not only are they fertile, but the rat people grow very quickly, compared to humans who reach adulthood at the age of 16 to 18. The Ratmen reach adulthood at the age of 10. Which is a much faster cycle than humans. Of course, even if the rats are adults, the strength of itself is that, under the same conditions, the probability of melee and mouse people cannot fight humanity. The rat was very smart. They knew their disadvantages. Fighting forward, they did not dominate. Sneak attacks, assassination, remote are king. And the rat's technology almost developed in these aspects. The frontal meat shield force has always been the shortcomings of the rats. The powerful fertility ability allows the rat people to have a sufficient number of people, and a shorter growth period, allowing the rats to have the foundation of war consumption. These are the reasons why rats can dominate. After entering the central area, the ratmen took advantage of various advantages, constantly fought for territory, became a powerful tribe in the central area, and gained the opportunity for peaceful development. This kind of peace brought about a massive population explosion among the ratmen. Their numbers are increasing rapidly year by year, which makes their city-state develop rapidly as well. If you pick any city-state at random, it is common to find that the population of the upper and lower cities combined is tens of millions. After all, there is no war, no consumption, and a thief can give birth. Although they have become a powerful tribe in the central area and have gained the opportunity to develop peacefully, the rat people still have a strong sense of crisis. Their awareness of crisis is engraved in the blood. After all, they were very weak, and they were threatened at any time. Even if it is strong now, the crisis awareness is still reminding them. The mouse people have maintained a large number of troops all year round, and they are still developing weapons crazy to enhance the combat effectiveness of the army. They don't know when the battle will come, but they are always ready for it. It is precisely because of this that when the city lord decided to take action against the undead, he was able to mobilize a large army so quickly. It is not exaggerated, as long as the preparation time for Xiaoqing Lord is enough. With an Iron Maha, he can pull millions of Mouseman forces. This is the confidence of the powerful ratmen in the central area of the wilderness. The reason that the coalition forces had not been able to fight the rats at the time were that they were too young to look at the rat. When the Traverser and the Mouse people started the war, it was almost the mobilization of the whole family. Not to mention the rats and powerful weapons to protect. Even if they are fighting consumable, these lords may not be able to win. Not every lord is like Li Ziyu. As long as there is a bone, you can summon the steady stream of the dead army, like Batu and the Hydroxy Slave Cavalry. There are a lot of resources that need to be needed. If you die, and want to add, it is not easy. In order to cope with the undead, the owner of Xiaoqing directly sent 300,000 troops to reinforce the front line. Chapter 265 New Vehicle. The front line was in full swing, and Li Ziyu developed technology in the dead fortress to sleep. After a few days, the new vehicle of the Department of Machinery Technology was finally unlocked by Li Ziyu. Corpse Transporter. Speed, 50 km per hour. Load capacity, 15 tons. Introduction. You can think of it as a moving empty SHL. Its function is to speed up transportation. If you can develop weapons, you can also install them on it. P.S. The purpose of developing this thing is to transport corpses. Requirements: 1 psychic core, 10 thickened bone plates, 20 metal plates, 50 metal tubes, 200 gears. The corpse transport vehicle is slightly longer than the Alpha armored personnel carrier, about 7 meters. The appearance is like a reduced container. A simple rectangular block with simple protection of metal plates around it. Entering the container, you can see an independent space. Mini metal tube extends from it. This is the source of the power of the transport vehicle. Below is not a wheel, but a row of mechanical feet like insect-like. Li Ziyu counted a total of 14 pairs. Compared with Alpha's armored troops, the corpse transport vehicle is too rude. Not to mention combat effectiveness. Even if it is defensive, it is not unsatisfactory. However, the load carrying capacity is good. Much stronger than the medium-sized trucks in the previous life. And the speed is acceptable. Don't look at the speed of only 50 kilometers per hour. But you can't hold the corpse transport vehicle to run all the time. As for transporting troops, the corpse transport vehicle has a very good carrying capacity. A skeleton weighs only about 10 kilograms. So there should be no problem squeezing 1200 to 1400 skeletons. If you transport the corpse, you can also transport 200 to 260. Even more wonderful, the corpse transport vehicle can not only act alone, but also connect. The linked corpse transport vehicles are like a big long worm, and their carrying capacity increases sharply. As a vehicle that requires a lot of technology to unlock, the corpse transporter is naturally not that simple. This is the initial version. As technology is unlocked and more mechanical technologies are applied to the corpse transport vehicle, its capabilities will be greatly enhanced. With a corpse transport vehicle, Li Ziyu has the ability to quickly transport troops to the battlefield and bring the corpse back. Compared to the Alpha APC, the corpse transporter requires fewer resources. Li Ziyu didn't hesitate too much and directly bought 100 cars. Each 5 vehicles are connected to form 20 teams. Each transport vehicle is loaded with 1,000 bones and bones. And then bring the dead spirit to let them set off to support the frontline battlefield. The fighting on the front line is quite intense right now. The Lord of Alimaha City continued to increase his troops, trying to kill the undead frontline troops. The undead is defended by the spiritual protection wall of the undead. Fortunately, Li Ziyu brought out the undead monument. Otherwise the Ratmen would have really succeeded, as the opponent's firepower was incomparable. The most troublesome thing now is that the opponent has a bomb vehicle with a very long range. The range of the bomb car is too long, and even the spiritual artillery cannot be beaten. And the undead can only be beaten passively. Once the protective wall of the undead's monument is broken, the undead will be damaged under the attack of the bomb car. What Li Ziyu can do is to increase troops first, and then continue to study lighting technology and develop weapons that can deal with bombing cars. He had thought about making a few more dead monuments, but the amount of resources needed by the dead monument of the undead. Not to mention, it is said that 100,000 units need to be bones, and Li Ziyu has a headache. Without the support of the Ghost Mountain, the bones in his hands would be increasingly scarce, and he could no longer squander them like before. One after another, corpse transport vehicles drove out of the undead fortress and entered the wind and sand. Li Ziyu sighed and continued to research what technology to unlock next. Bang bang bang. Boom. Cannonballs, bullets, and magic flew across the sky toward the undead positions. Before it could land, the attack hit a psychic wall in midair and exploded. The energy from the explosion caused countless ripples on the psychic wall, just like raindrops falling on the water. Under the countless attacks, there is a charging army composed of foreign warriors and slave ratmen, who charge hard against the crossbows and thorns of the undead. Thanks to the protection of the psychic protective wall, not many undead died. But after a long battle, they were running low on ammunition. If this continues, the undead will have no choice but to leave the psychic protection wall and fight the enemy head-on. Just when the foreign warriors and slave rat men were about to rush to the psychic protective wall and launch an attack to consume the protective wall, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the distance. Several palm-sized balls flew through the air and entered the psychic protective wall without any hindrance. The black warrior looked up in confusion, and an eye of the undead descended and hovered in front of him. A piece of information came from the soul network, allowing him to understand the function of the thing in front of him. Good stuff. The Dark Warrior was instantly happy. The management rights of the Eye of the Undead have been connected to the Soul Network. The Black Warrior and the Skeleton Knight have the right to use the Eye of the Undead sent to the front line, with the intention of giving it a try. The Dark Knight connected to the Eyes of the Dead. Oh, that's interesting. Under the control of the Black Warrior, the eye of the undead flew up and down, suddenly rose to a high altitude, looked down at the surroundings, then flew out of the protective wall and flew away. In the Soul Network, the Dark Warrior learned that a group of reinforcements were on the way and asked them to be prepared to receive them. The Eye of the Dead flew back over the convoy and looked down from above. Is this something new that the City Lord has come up with? It is a bit similar to the previous Alpha armored personnel carrier. I hope there will be more soldiers in it, and preferably weapons and ammunition. Under the guidance of the Black Warrior, the corpse transport vehicle slightly adjusted its direction, increased its speed, and rushed towards the battlefield. The foreign warriors and slave rat men were still trying hard to attack the psychic protective wall, and did not notice the arrival of the corpse transport vehicle at all. Instead, it was the rat men in the distance who discovered the corpse transport truck. Commander, the enemy's reinforcements have arrived. A rat man standing next to the rat man commander shouted, pointing into the distance. The rat commander looked in the direction of his finger, adjusted his glasses and refocused. A lot of convoys appeared in his sight, heading towards the battlefield. The rat man commander didn't say anything. He didn't know what was in those convoys, so he used the foreign warriors and slave rat men to find out. The corpse transport vehicle rushed into the battlefield, and the metal plates unfolded, revealing the skeletal undead holding crossbows inside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The undead in the corpse transport vehicle were already prepared. As soon as the metal plate was opened, they immediately pulled the trigger and shot crossbow arrows at the enemies on the battlefield. The metal plates at the front, back, left, and right of the corpse transport vehicle can be opened and closed freely. Knowing this, the Dark Warrior had already figured out how to use this advantage. Crossbow arrows poured out in large numbers, and before the foreign warriors and slave rat men could figure out what was going on, a large number of them were shot down. By the time they reacted and wanted to attack the skeleton undead, the metal plate of the corpse transport vehicle closed again. Not only did it close, but it also shook its head in an unruly manner and turned around and ran away. This ran away? The foreign warriors and slave rat men, who had been chasing for only a few steps, stared in a daze at the corpse transport truck that was running away. The corpse transport vehicles didn't run very far. They just moved to another place. When the metal plate opened, the prepared skeleton undead pulled the trigger again and shot out a crossbow arrow. After shooting the crossbow arrow, the metal plate closed again and ran away. Foreign warrior, slave rat man, so shameless. The corpse transport vehicle suddenly became a weapon on the battlefield, relying on its metal plate SH/L to rotate around the battlefield, and stopping to shoot when it got the chance. It's so exciting to run away after shooting. The Black Warrior controls the overall situation through the eye of the undead. The corpse transport vehicle is responsible for movement, and the skeleton undead is responsible for output. It is perfect. The undead said they are very happy to fight like this. But although they were happy, the foreign warriors and slave rat men were not happy at all. They don't care about a few crossbow arrows. But if a large number of crossbow arrows come at them, even if they don't kill them, it will still hurt. If you have the guts, don't run. Some foreign warriors were so enraged by the corpse transport vehicles that they chased them everywhere. Just when they were about to be surrounded, the corpse transport vehicle suddenly ran into the psychic protection wall, leaving them helpless and unable to attack it. The corpse transport truck that entered the psychic protective wall immediately began unloading. Li Ziyu also knew the difficulties on the front line. This time, he not only sent the undead over, but also transported a large amount of ammunition, various crossbows, bows and arrows, thorns and bones. In short, as long as the undead needed it, he got a batch of it so that they could hold on longer. In addition, there is a batch of soul energy blocks. These soul energy blocks are used to replenish the energy of the monument to the dead. The soul energy protective wall consumes the energy stored in the monument. Once the energy is exhausted, the protective wall will disappear. The easiest way to make the protective wall last longer is to replenish the energy of the monument of the dead. After receiving the supplies, the Black Warrior breathed a sigh of relief. So timely. With the lack of ammunition, the undead were already showing signs of fatigue. After all, they didn't have enough ammunition, so they had to be frugal with each attack. It's not necessary now. We have supplies, and we can save an egg. Hit me. Show no mercy. The output is directly maximized, almost at the moment of receiving supplies. The Undead's firepower output immediately became fierce. The foreign warriors and slave rat men could not hold on any longer and suffered heavy casualties. If they fail, let them withdraw. The Ratman frontline commander looked at the battlefield, sighed, and gave instructions to the adjutant beside him. The order to retreat was given, and the foreign warriors and slave rat men, who were beaten and crying for their parents, immediately retreated like a tide. Why didn't I realize before? The Dark Warrior is quite thoughtful. Li Ziyu naturally knew that the corpse transport vehicle had arrived at the front line. Not only did he know that, he also sent a message to the Dark Knight, telling him the purpose and function of the undead. Through the eyes of the dead, Li Ziyu saw everything. He had never expected that the Dark Knight could use tricks and make something special out of an ordinary corpse transport vehicle. The corpse transport vehicle is not particularly outstanding in any aspect, but such a vehicle, in the hands of the Dark Warrior, actually displayed impressive combat effectiveness. These guys usually seem quite honest, but I didn't expect that they are full of bad intentions. But I like it. The Ratman army has retreated, and the undead have collected a batch of corpses from the battlefield. Li Ziyu was no longer worried and sent a message, asking the undead on the front line to load the collected corpses into the corpse transport vehicle. After sending the message, Li Ziyu continued her research. He wanted to study cannons. Whether they were mechanical technology cannons or psychic technology cannons, it would be fine, as long as they could shoot down the Ratman army's bombers. After searching for a while, Li Ziyu gave up. It's not that there is no technology, but that the technology required is simply too much. Even if one has the foundation of spiritual fire artillery, in order to meet his requirements, one still needs to consume a lot of resources to unlock the technology. Some things are not worth the effort. However, the lack of cannons does not mean that we cannot research other things. There are all kinds of weird and strange things in the undead technology. For some technologies, even Li Ziyu doesn't understand why the undead wanted to develop them. He guessed that it might be because he was bored. Having developed so many things and technologies, Li Ziyu gained some insights from the system introduction. The undead are lacking entertainment. That's right. I just feel that the undead are very boring. The daily routine of the undead is sleeping. It is not the sleep of humans, but deep sleep. The undead can compress their soul fire and enter a state of near stillness. Not thinking, not moving, just as quiet as a stone. They can remain in this state for decades or even centuries, because they are too special. The will of the undead has been different from that of humans and other living beings since their birth. Many things that humans and other life forms pursue are of no value at all in the consciousness of the dead. For example, immortality. We are already dead. So what is the point of talking about immortality? For example, fear of death. We are already undead. So how can there be any death? For example, money. What is that? For example, beautiful women. Skeletons have no gender. They are just bones. For example, territory. It is worthless. There is no place that the undead dare not go to. Wherever the undead go, that is their territory. The dead souls disdain many things that the living souls pursue. To put it nicely, the undead are indifferent. To put it bluntly, it means having no pursuit. Since there is no pursuit, there will naturally be less entertainment. The undead are boring. Low-level undead are fine. Their consciousness is not strong, and they can stay peaceful by sleeping. But for high-level undead, this is quite hopeless. They need to find fun for themselves. Apparently they found their invention. As a result, all kinds of strange and even unidentified technologies appeared. The technology of other races is always useful, and the quantity will not be excessive. When I arrived at the undead, good guys, everything can be counted as invention. That technology is simply vast. From something as small as a nail to something as big as surface transformation. There is nothing that the undead will not think about. It's off the mark. However, the benefits of this are also obvious. That is, the dead plant trees, and Li Ziyu enjoys the shade. When he needs it, he can always find what he needs in the vast ocean of technology. Even if you fail to meet the requirements for a while, you can find a way to find a substitute. The plague-limulating car is a super long-range bombing weapon. Since the cannon of the same range cannot be studied, then change the direction of thinking. What kind of weapons can bypass the opponent's attack? Or do not need to care too much about the opponent's attack? And can they kill the opponent's bomb car? After thinking about it, Li Ziyu set all 2 directions. One is the weapon used underground, and the other is the weapon used in the sky. Now it seems that although the rat people live underground, they are still the same as the normal battlefield when fighting, and there is no habit of fighting underground. After finding it, Li Ziyu was helplessly discovered, but he almost did not unlock any technology related to the underground. Then you can only consider the sky, similar to a bomber, fighters and other weapons. Do the undead have such a thing? Li Ziyu was skeptical. The regular battle sequence of the skeleton undead must include the Air Force. The famous Bone Dragon is the high-level Air Force of the undead. That Bone Dragon is not what he can do now, let alone technology. Even if he is unlocked, where does the keel go to find? Forget it. Go through it first. Chapter 266, Sneaking Away. Not to mention, just like this, it really made Li Ziyu find a good thing. In the mechanical technology tree, there is a technology called the Wheel of Fear, which is a vehicle with a flight ability. In the psychic technology tree, there is a technology hidden in a corner called the Scythe of Death. It is also a technology with flight capabilities. However, it is a technology that is biased towards combat sequence troops, similar to the modified form of the undead's purpose. Li Ziyu opened two pictures of technology. The picture of the Wheel of Fear is full of punk style. The appearance is the shape of a wheel. The main body is made of bone. It is wrapped in a layer of metal for protection. There are various metal pipes connected to it. The picture is what the Wheel of Fear moves, spraying steam, and the wheels are moving, equipped with a weapon system. You also need to create a pilot undead who can drive a rod of fear. The Sickle of Death is a bit interesting. The appearance is horizontal crescent, like a sickle. In the center of the crescent, there is a transparent ball, and the fire of the soul is burning in the ball. The power of the air. Li Ziyu knows it. There are two concepts of the Air Force and no air troops. Whether it is the Wheel of Fear or the Sickle of Death, Li Ziyu wants. He likes both of these two. The only question now is which one he can develop. Unlocking technology is to consume a lot of resources. He needs to choose the easier to unlock. The undead science and technology about the Air Force have been made, and these guys were really idle. While Li Ziyu looked at the technology of fear and the need for death, he thought about it. Just as Li Ziyu studied the technology tree, the eyes of the undead at the moment of the fortress were suddenly sent out. There are abnormalities. Li Ziyu suddenly raised her head. Her eyes narrowed. And the mouse sent someone to enter the desert to death? Connect the purpose of the undead. The purpose of the undead filtered out the wind and sand, so that Li Ziyu's vision was clear, and he could clearly see the scene in the deserted land. Seeing that they were not too far from the undead fortress, several figures moved sneakily. Li Ziyu, _. It was 4 skeletons. In the front 2. The other was a big deal. Shook his hands, and took the pace of 6 relatives, and walked forward. It was the violent bone. Being around him was looking around, and from time to time, he turned to look at the speed bones of the rear undead fortress. If these two goods are secretly slipped out, there are sneaky loves, but they can have physical bones and strength bones. What do you both mean? It's hilarious how you two look so sneaky. And you are a little bit to pretend to be a little. It's really hard for you. But why are there only 4? Where did the worst dark skeleton go? Li Ziyu does not believe that there are only 4 bones of violent bones. Speed skeletons, strength bones, and physical skeletal bones. These 4 didn't have the brains to sneak away. If they can make something, 80% is the bad species of the dark bones. The eyes of the undead did not see the dark bones. Li Ziyu speculated that 80% of the guy was hiding in the shadow. Want to steal other bones as shielded arrows. Are you hiding yourself? Li Ziyu was so angry that she laughed. Well, I am busy every day. I study how to light up technology every day and how to reinforce the front line. A few of you bones are good, right? I want to sneak away. If there is no purpose of the undead, it will really make you succeed. Since the 3 family coalition forces, Li Ziyu has been busy. Not much time to pay attention to the magic bones. As a result, these guys now jump out to show their presence. The demonized skeletons and normal skeleton undead are not in the same soul network. They have their own soul network. So they had no idea that there were such things as the eyes of the dead in the sky. They stayed in the undead fortress for too long. And they were too boring. The dark bones and the violent bones are the masters that can't be idle. They have been wanting to cause trouble for a long time, but never had the chance. This time Li Ziyu hid in the Undead fortress, but gave them a chance. After observing for a long time, I found that the master of their own city couldn't come out. So the bones' minds moved. Since it has not come out, it means that the city owner is likely to not be noticed, given the level of attention the city lord is paying to them now. Even if they disappear for a while, I'm afraid the other party won't be able to notice them. So a few skeletons sneaked out of the Undead fortress and planned to go to the central area. If it wasn't for the purpose of the Undead in the sky, I am afraid that it would really make a few magic bones. Li Ziyu controlled the eye of the Undead, flew in front of the violent skeleton and stopped him. Suddenly a strange thing was flying in the sky, so that the madness was stunned, and the subconscious claws were grabbed. Li Ziyu is too familiar with the habit of the violent bones. Just after shaking, he flew away again. Just let him know that there is the eye of the Undead, and then you have to hide where he can't catch you. Sure enough, the violent bones were attracted by the eyes of the Undead. They were not moving forward, but instead observed the eyes of the Undead curiously. Where are you going? While the violent skeleton stopped, Li Ziyu connected to the demonized skeleton's soul network and sent a message to the violent skeleton. Through the purpose of the Undead, Li Ziyu clearly saw that the violent bone's body suddenly stunned, and his head turned around for 360 degrees, as if he was looking for something. There is a sense of a kind of primary school student who is doing bad things by the class teacher on the spot. After looking around, he didn't find a trace of Li Ziyu, and the violent bone scratched his head. The purpose of the Undead fell in front of him. Want to slip? Another information came. The soul fire of the violent bone suddenly skyrocketed, and some panic looked at the purpose of the Undead in front of him. He finally understood what was going on. It's the ball in front of you. This thing can allow the city lord to discover himself. Now that he has been discovered, the violent skeleton no longer hides and reveals his cards. He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. I'm going! It is also strong and strong. The fierce bone of the bone is inherently muddy, and it will definitely not be so straightforward to the dark skeleton. Why do you want to go? Do you want to find me? Don't say that the dark skeleton is not with you. Without him, you can't think of this kind of thing. The information came with an impatient taste. Li Ziyu was helpless about these guys. No one wants to stay in a desolate and dead land with ashes flying everywhere every day. But this is not that there is no way. Damanrevsky and Beta are not idle people. But they did not say secretly slipping to the central area. How dangerous. Now the front line is fighting with the mouse. And the villages in the central area are very nervous. If these 5 guys just ran over there stupidly, they would definitely get into trouble. The combat effectiveness of the 5 demonized skeletons is remarkable, and their strength can be continuously improved. But if they are surrounded by others, the risk of falling is still quite high. Li Ziyu is for them. But the magic bones are obviously not appreciated. Do not go. The violent bones are very resolute and do not explain. Anyway, just go. In fact, he didn't know what the central belt was. But Dark Skeleton said that there are a lot of fun things over there, which is better than sitting around in the fortress. Different from the normal bones of the skeletal bones. They couldn't help it, and the dark bones obviously grasped this, and successfully flickered the violent bone. Under the intimidation of the violent bones, the speed of the bones of the Constitution, and the strength of the bones were not able to persist, and then slipped out of the fortress. Dark Skeleton, you come out. If you hide again, be careful I clean up you and kick your head as a ball. Unable to explain himself to the stubborn violent skeleton, Li Ziyu simply went looking for the dark skeleton. The threat of kicking the ball was obviously very useful. The scene of having his head chopped off by Li Ziyu left a huge psychological shadow on the dark skeleton. With such a threat, the dark skeleton could no longer hide. It poked its head out from the shadow of the physical skeleton and looked cautiously at the eyes of the undead in front of the violent skeleton. The eyes of the undead turned and flew in front of the dark skeleton. Take them back to the fortress. Now. Immediately. There is no way to make us stronger. Li Ziyu was slightly stunned when he received the message from the dark skeleton. The dark skeleton was indeed not like the violent skeleton, who simply said I want to go, but gave a very convincing reason. Indeed, in the fortress, there are fewer and fewer ways to make the demonized skeleton stronger. The speed skeleton can continue to grow stronger. After all, by running continuously, he can gradually become stronger. But the other demonized skeletons are almost stagnant. Demonized skeletons are more motivated than normal skeleton undead. They desire to become powerful, which is their survival instinct. Normal skeleton undead will remain the same as they are when they are born. Without a great opportunity, it is almost impossible to break through. His Majesty's soldiers want to become more powerful. This is fine. On the contrary, there is a performance of upper heart. Logically, Li Ziyu shouldn't stop it. But the central area is not peaceful. Li Ziyu is really afraid that the dark skeletons will die there. People are like this. They will develop feelings for a bracelet after wearing it for a long time. The dark skeleton has been with Li Ziyu for quite some time. And unlike other skeleton undeads, it naturally has feelings for it. Believe us. The dark skeleton took the initiative to send a message to Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu became conflicted. 5 magic bones are waiting for Li Ziyu in place. After a long time, Li Ziyu in the main building of the fortress sighed. The child has grown up, and I can't control him anymore. Okay. Go ahead. But remember to protect yourself and stay safe. If you encounter trouble, hurry up. Li Ziyu gave instructions, like an old father, who was sending his son thousands of miles away. The 5 magic bones saw Li Ziyu loose. And the soul fire was a little bright. It's like the excitement of a baby bird leaving the nest. Allowing the 5 demonized skeletons to leave was allowed. But Li Ziyu would not completely leave them alone. Instead, he sent an eye of the undead to stay with them. The 5 demonized skeletons happily set off on the road, heading towards the central area. Watching them walking away, Li Ziyu shook his head and continued to study technology. The central zone boundary. In the deserted soil of the wind and sand, the 4 figures were faint and suddenly clear. And it was gradually clear. It was a skeleton with different shapes of different shapes. The demonized skeleton staggered out from the wind and sand, crossed the border, and stepped onto the central area. The demonized skeletons that walked out of the wasteland were a little confused. They only knew that they wanted to come to the central area, but they didn't know where exactly to go. The crazy skeleton looked left and right, feeling a little disappointed. The dark skeleton told him that the central area was an interesting place. According to the frenzied skeleton's understanding, an interesting place should be an extremely chaotic battlefield. There were creatures fighting everywhere. Everyone was roaring, with red eyes, showing their bravery. But in fact, the area around the border of the central area seems very desolate, and there is nothing special about it. It's so peaceful, so boring. Risking the city lord and running to such a place. The violent skeleton felt that he was being fooled by the dark skeleton. Speed bones, constitution bones, and strength bones are indifferent. Very calm. With the existence of dark skeletons and violent skeletons, ordinary demonized skeletons, like them, have no right to speak. The dark skeleton poked its head out from the shadow of the physical skeleton and observed its surroundings. This is a boring place. Where do we go now? The violent skeleton suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked the dark skeleton. The dark skeleton thought for a moment, then pointed in a direction and asked them to go in that direction. The other demonized skeletons had no objections. It didn't matter where they went, as long as they had fun. They didn't even want to ask why the dark bones would let them go in that direction. Of course, even if you ask, the dark bone will not tell them. After all, he just pointed in a random direction. In the central area, the dark bones have not been here. Where can I know the specific situation here? However, he was smarter than other magic bones. He knew that he couldn't do anything at this time. He simply pointed at the direction at will. The demonized skeleton set off staggeringly. The environment in the central area is much better than that in Li Ziyu's area. There are much more vegetation, and some mountains can be seen. But a wasteland is a wasteland, and you will get tired of the scenery after looking at it for a long time. Fortunately, the demonized skeletons don't have any guests. They don't care about the scenery. They only care about how to have fun. As we wandered along the way, we did see some living creatures, but most of them were small, harmless creatures, such as rabbits, foxes, wild boars, deer, and so on. For these creatures, the magic bones are not interested at all. They are eager to become stronger, and like the lively battlefield, even if it is a body. The worst is the world of Warcraft. Just all the way forward. They didn't know where they had gone, but they only knew that a group of living spirits appeared within the scope of detecting. The spirit of the skeleton shook the spirit, and intuitively told them that there was fun ahead. What they found was a village. And what happened was, it was a village of red-eyed rabbit people. The demonized skeletons did not hide their bodies, but just walked straight forward. With such a big swing, the red-eyed rabbit man naturally discovered. The warning bell rang from the village. Undead. The undead are coming. The undead are attacking the village. Someone come quickly. The news of the recent battle between ratmen and undead has spread a long time ago. And the red-eyed rabbit people naturally know about it too. The undead is the enemy. And it is still an enemy who can fight with the rat. The red-eyed rabbit people were very nervous. Villagers armed with weapons ran out of the village and stood in front of the demonized skeletons. The undead is naturally afraid of the red-eyed rabbit. But if there are only 4 undead, there is nothing terrible. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they have thousands of soldiers on their side. Can't they defeat them? Looking at the 4 demonized undead in front of them, the red-eyed rabbit people became excited. This is a good opportunity to make a contribution. Take their skulls to the ratman to receive a reward. Brothers, charge. I don't know which red-eyed rabbit man it was, but he couldn't help but shouted suddenly. And then he attacked the demonized skeletons. Before the other demonized skeletons could move, the violent skeleton took a step forward and stretched out his hand to stop the other demonized skeletons. Mine. All of me. As a message came out, the fierce bones burned the flames of the bones. Chapter 267 Unbridled. As a purely reckless husband, even if facing thousands of troops, the violent bones will not only be counseled, but there is a kind of happiness from the heart. Come! Fight! Happy! As he took a step forward, the red-eyed rabbit man let out a deafening cry of killing and rushed up like a wave. The sound of rushing sounded throughout the sky. The violent bones took out 2 one-handed trophy, facing the red-eyed rabbit with a fearless charge. It fully demonstrated his courage of being able to stand alone against 10,000 men and being invincible. A pure reckless man. No matter how many enemies he faces, he will face them head-on without thinking. The red-eyed rabbit people rushed over when they saw only 1 undead rushing over. And they were happy. Spears and swords stabbed and chopped at the violent skeleton. But they ignored why the other party dared to face so many of them alone and launch an attack. 2 one-handed battle axes swung. The spear shafts were broken, and the swords were broken. At this moment, the violent skeleton Kratos possessed him, and no one could stop him. A strong and violent aura spread out, invisibly affecting the red-eyed rabbit people and making them crazy. He ignored the difference in strength and even lost his mind. As the red-eyed rabbit man rushed towards the violent undead, there was only one voice in his mind: fight madly. It was as if they were cast into a bloodthirsty frenzy by a shaman. Their rationality completely disappeared, leaving only a crazy consciousness. The violent skeleton was unaware of anything and was swinging 2 axes, his body burning with flames, moving freely among the crowd. The red-eyed rabbit people no longer had any sense of defense and simply attacked. But their attacks had no effect on the violent skeletons. Instead, they were chopped to the ground one after another by the violent skeletons. The more he fought, the more excited the violent skeleton became. His speed was increasing, his strength was growing, and his violent aura was spreading faster and wider, affecting more red-eyed rabbit people. Gradually, the red-eyed rabbit people on the periphery felt something was wrong, because their companions no longer simply rushed towards the undead, but began to attack each other without regard for anything else. What's happening here? The shaman in the red-eyed rabbit village also noticed this. He widened his eyes and found that many of his tribesmen were covered with a thin layer of red light. Group bloodthirsty violence? The other party released a buff magic on our people? No, that's not right. This is not a mass bloodthirsty violence technique. Although it is very similar to bloodthirsty rage, it is not. Although this spell can drive people crazy and increase their speed, strength and physical fitness in all aspects, it will not make people completely lose their minds. At least they will not attack their own kind around them. The shaman of the red-eyed rabbit village had no idea what was going on, but he knew that he could no longer sit there and wait for death. He had to find a way to remove the spell from his people. The shamans looked at each other and nodded. They took out their magical instruments. Some were singing, some were dancing, and in the middle, an old red-eyed rabbit shaman wearing a strange mask and with wrinkled skin raised his wooden staff. Purification. An old voice came from under the mask, and a white light shone on the top of the wooden staff. Points of light floated down from the sky and landed on the red-eyed rabbit people with red light on their bodies. Purification magic can be used to offset magic that brings negative effects. This kind of group purification technique cannot be performed by the old shaman alone. Several shamans must add magic power to him, and use ancient songs and sacrificial dances to enhance the range and power of the purification technique. The mass purification was released successfully. But it's no use. The red-eyed rabbit man is still crazy as usual, and is still attacking his own people as usual. He has not changed at all because of the purification technique. It's not negative magic after all. The old shaman understood what was going on. He glanced at the other shamans, who were still singing and dancing around him. And then he muttered to himself and chanted a spell. He raised the staff again. Get rid of. A diffusion wave exploded from the top of the wooden staff and swept across the battlefield. The spreading wave did not hurt anyone. It just swept past the body. Unlike purification, exorcism is used to dispel the magic on the body, whether good or bad. What made Lao Tzu less satisfied was that the exorcism technique was useless. Although the red light on the rabbit was slightly weakened when the dispersion was swept away, it soon emerged again. And it was even more rich. It was as if a gust of wind blew on the fire, causing the flame to sway, and the fire to slow down slightly. And then it burned again, burning even more vigorously. Seeing this scene, the old shaman immediately realized that the situation was not good. Purification and exorcism are two common magics that are effective against most group magics. These two spells are very simple, but they are magic that all wizards must learn. Simple, but practical. When these two magic is useless, it shows that the other party's magic is very special, or the strength of the other party exceeds them. The old shaman didn't believe that the magic of a skeleton could surpass that of a group of shamans. So there is only one possibility left. That is, the opponent's magic is very special. It was so special that neither purification nor exorcism was effective. The old shaman's guess was correct. The magic that affected the red-eyed rabbit people was indeed very special. This magic comes from the ability of the violent skeleton itself. Or in other words, from the power of the mark. It is a power that has the same origin as magic, but is different from the other. Neither purification nor exorcism can have any effect on the mark. As the energy of the mark continues to be released, the red-eyed rabbit man's madness will continue to increase until he kills himself. Destroy yourself in madness. The old shaman tried every possible way and cast magic spell after magic spell, but it still had no effect. Instead, more and more of his tribesmen died. The old shaman's heart was filled with despair. He never thought he would encounter such a strange situation. There is only one person on the other side, but there are thousands of people on our side. Under the siege of thousands of people, not only was the enemy not killed, but people on their side kept dying. The red-eyed rabbit man on the periphery was still awake, with cold sweat dripping down his temples. He looked at the violent skeleton with more and more fear, and his legs trembled unconsciously. Their eyes glanced towards the shaman. The only thing that may save them here is probably the only shaman. But what they saw was the helpless expression of shaman. No. 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 I don't want to die like this. A red-eyed rabbit man finally couldn't bear the pressure, threw away his weapon, and ran back screaming. His running caused a chain reaction, and the other red-eyed rabbit people, who were still conscious, chased after him. Total defeat. The violent skeleton accomplished the feat of defeating an entire enemy tribe by himself. The sober one ran away, but the red-eyed rabbit man who was disturbed by the violent aura was still there, still fighting. And the violent skeleton was also fighting happily. But could things be that simple? The rabbit people who fled back to the village soon discovered that something was wrong. The darkness was swallowing everything. The shadow on the ground is like a swamp that devours life. Once you touch that shadow, there is no way to leave, and you will gradually sink into it. They screamed and begged for mercy, but were eventually swallowed by the shadow in despair. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The whole body was covered by a hooded robe, revealing only a dark gray arm holding a long-handled sickle. He stood quietly in the center of the darkness, like the god of death in silence, calmly watching those red-eyed rabbit people being devoured. Dark Skeleton. After rushing over to the violent skeletons and fighting the red-eyed rabbit warriors, he sneaked into the village and used his skills secretly. The red-eyed rabbit man didn't expect that the other side would have someone to steal his home, and he was swallowed by the dark swamp without any preparation. There were too many red-eyed rabbit people, and even the dark swamp could not swallow them all. In the end, some of them escaped. These people do not need to worry about the dark skeleton, which is a matter of speed. Skeleton. The battle outside did not last long. It ended after the violent skeleton chopped off the old shaman's head. This was a village with thousands of people, but it was literally razed to the ground. The ground was clean, without even a blade of grass. It was as if the entire village had never existed. "Is it fun?" asked the dark skeleton, looking at the violent skeleton. The violent skeleton's upper and lower jaws opened and closed, as if it was laughing. Behind him stood a group of skeletons burning with pale red soul flames. If Lizzie were here, he would be very surprised. Surprised that the violent skeleton can actually summon new undead. These skeletons are very weak. About the same as ordinary skeleton undead. Or even weaker. But one can clearly feel the violent aura from these skeletons. An aura that is of the same origin as the violent bones. They have violent marks on their bodies. Now they are weak. But they have ability upgrades that the skeleton undead don't have. These undead summoned by the violent skeletons can increase their strength just like the violent skeletons, provided that they do not die prematurely. If these skeletons grow up, they will definitely become a violent army of skeletons. Not only the violent skeleton has this ability, but the dark skeleton also has this ability. One by one, the fragile-looking undead emerged from the dark swamp released by the dark skeletons. They appear weaker and more fragile than the skeleton undead. The dark skeleton did not transform all the red-eyed rabbit people it devoured. Instead, it distributed the corpses to the power skeleton and physical skeleton that had been watching the show, asking them to also transform some new skeletons. The skeleton transformed from the demonized skeleton is much weaker than the demonized skeleton summoned by Lizzie, and it is unknown whether it can grow. But do the demonized skeletons care about this? Of course I don't care. To them, it doesn't matter whether these skeletons exist or not. It would be best if they can grow up. But it doesn't matter if they can't. Anyway, these skeletons have no intelligence at all, and will only act according to their requirements. Just cannon fodder. It doesn't matter if they all die. At worst we can recruit another batch. The horror legends circulating among the undead are not just from normal undead, but mostly from these demonized skeletons. The undead still know what sustainable development is. Land and other things are not important to the undead. But killing living beings and turning them into undead is considered stupid in the eyes of the undead. As we all know, living things can reproduce, but their lifespan also has an end. Then why not wait until the living beings die before transforming into undead? In this way, many new creatures can be born during their lifetime. This is sustainable development. Therefore, during the reign of the undead, not only would the undead not kill at will, they would even take the initiative to help the living, allowing them to live better and give birth to more offspring. The demonized skeletons have different ideas from the undead. They don't consider sustainable development at all. They only consider the present. They are the undead who have been transformed through tattoos. And they are the ones with damaged brains. Not only did they kill people everywhere, they also caused considerable trouble to the undead. The two sides even fought a war. Because of this, when the demonized skeletons encountered the rabbit village, they had no intention of letting it go from the beginning. Why did they come to the central area? Of course, to fight. Anyone who shows the slightest hostility towards them must be eliminated. I wonder if Lizzie will still let them come to the central area after knowing their thoughts. As the Lord of the Undead, and the creator of the demonized skeletons, only Lizzie can suppress these demonized skeletons. Now that we are far away from the fortress, the demonized skeleton has been freed from its shackles, and is a bit reckless. After the battle, not only was the demonized skeleton safe, but it also gained thousands of skeleton subordinates. Where is the next place? Asked the violent skeleton to the dark skeleton. He was looking forward to the next battle. Sure enough, the central area was an interesting place. The dark skeleton did not answer him, but looked to the other side, where a figure was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. That was the speed skeleton, who was chasing the red-eyed rabbit man. He came in front of the dark skeleton and stopped suddenly, at the edge of darkness under the dark skeleton's feet. I found something interesting. The speed skeleton sent a message. Where is it? Before the dark skeleton could ask, the violent skeleton next to him became alert. The two one-handed battle axes collided with each other, making a crisp sound, and flames burned faintly on his body. The dark skeleton looked at the violent skeleton and snorted. The violent skeleton immediately put away his two-handed battle axe and stood still. The hierarchy between the demonized skeletons is very strict. The dark skeleton knew that the violent skeleton's act was unintentional, but he could not allow the other party to ask questions without him knowing, as this would be a provocation to his authority. Without Lizzie around, rank becomes more important, And Dark Skeleton doesn't want to cause trouble because of the rank system. The Violent Skeleton was just having fun and didn't think too much about it. But the Dark Skeleton thought much more long-term than him. The fortress was too boring for him. He felt that he was actually strong. At least not weaker than those black warriors in armor. But for some reason, the master was unwilling to let them go. Every time he wanted to go out, his master would try to stop him, as if he was afraid of something. This time, the Dark Skeleton secretly came out to do something, to show his master that he could help. This way, he could come out to play from time to time in the future instead of just staying in the fortress. I have to let my master see my strength. What did you find? The Dark Skeleton asked the Speed Skeleton. There is a field with many corpses buried in it. The Speed Skeleton responded. After he said this, the Dark Skeleton immediately understood. Having corpses means they can get more soldiers. Which is really interesting. Take us there. The Dark Skeleton said, as he moved to the physical skeleton and got into his shadow. The Speed Skeleton led the way, leading a group of skeletons to the place he discovered. They didn't realize what they had found. It's actually the village cemetery. The vast majority of orcs have ancestor worship and faith. They will not easily cremate the bodies of their own people, but will build cemeteries to bury their people. They believe that this will allow the souls of their tribesmen to rest in peace and bless them. At the same time, cemeteries are also part of the orc culture. Many orcs will inscribe their history on tombstones, corpse pillars, and totem poles in the cemetery, and even bury the warrior's favorite weapons and wealth with them. Through the cemeteries of tribes and villages, we can know how long a tribe or village has been developing and its development history. But these are of no value to the undead. All they care about is how many corpses are buried in the cemetery, and how many companions they can summon. Chapter 268 300 Death Scythes. The Wasteland of Death. The Fortress of the Undead. Liziu hid in his room to unlock the technology, and had no time to figure out what the demonized skeletons had done. After some research, he decided to prioritize unlocking the Scythe of Death. Liziu has also unlocked a lot of the underlying technology of psychic technology, which is not much worse than mechanical technology. More importantly, psychic technology is the most orthodox undead technology. Although the mechanical technology is good, it seems not very orthodox. When it reaches a higher level, psychic technology will definitely surpass mechanical technology. Obviously, the undead are not as fond of machines as they are of psychic powers. Death Scythe. Weapon: psionic particle cutting blade. Speed: normal 340 km per hour. Acceleration 1,500 km per hour. Introduction. This is something invented by the undead on a whim. It is not very stable. As a flying unit, it is better than nothing. P.S. Don't use the Death Scythe as a bomber. It is for close combat. Requirements: Soul Energy * 3,000 units. Psychic Superconducting Bone Plates * 10 pieces. Psychic Superconducting Bone Pipes * 50 units. Psychic Cores * 3 pieces. Soul Crystals * 10 units. The things invented by the dead are always magical and weird. Looking at the introduction, the Death Scythe is a flying machine used for close combat. It's absolutely amazing. Liziu couldn't understand the thought processes of the undead. Let's say that the aircraft has been built, so it would be fine even if we installed a few heavy crossbows on it. No, the undead don't. He insisted on turning a flying vehicle into a melee weapon. Where can I find reason? Liziu looked at the introduction, rubbed his eyebrows, and was too tired to complain. No matter what. It is an aircraft after all. It doesn't matter whether it is close combat or ranged, as long as it can kill the opponent's Plague Rat Tooth Grenade vehicle. Let's build one first and do some research. After choosing to summon the Death Scythe, it didn't take long before a Death Scythe appeared. Liziu placed the Scythe of Death in the main building because the wind and sand outside were too strong. If he puts it outside, he really won't be able to see anything, and will have to rely on the eyes of the undead. It would be better to put it in the main building, as there is enough space anyway. Liziu came out of the house, and went to the lobby of the main building. The Scythe of Death was floating in the air at this time. Before him, Damonlevsky and Bepta had already arrived and were studying the Scythe of Death. Just like what we saw in the pictures before. It is all white and shaped like a sickle, with a transparent sphere in the center, inside which is burning the fire of the soul. The presence of soul fire means that the Death Scythe is not a purely dead object, but has its own consciousness. It's just hard to say how intelligent this consciousness is. The Scythe of Death was not as big as Liziu had imagined. The overall length was a little over 5 meters. Less than 6 meters. It has a streamlined shape. And from time to time, there will be blue flashes inside, which is the light emitted by the inscription of the undead. And there is also the flow of psychic energy. What is this? Damonlevsky turned his head and asked Liziu. It's called the Death Scythe. A kind of, weapon. Liziu hesitated halfway through his speech. How do I use this weapon? I can't find where to hold it. Why is this weapon so big? Damonlevsky asked puzzledly. I'm not asking you to pick it up and swing it. It will move on its own. Liziu said helplessly. Although it is a weapon, the Scythe of Death itself has its own will. Dear. When he heard that it could move on its own, Damonlevsky became interested. Come on. Let me try and let him attack me. Damonlevsky took 2 steps back and said to Liziu. This okay. After thinking about it, Liziu also wanted to see the power of the Scythe of Death. Since Damonlevsky asked for it himself, he might as well give it a try. The Scythe of Death has its own consciousness. Without Liziu's command, a blue light appeared on his body's surface. One undead inscription after another was activated, and spiritual energy began to surge. The blade-shaped front is covered with a psychic halo that is almost invisible to the naked eye. This is the psychic particle cutting blade, which was created by the undead after research using undead inscriptions. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the Scythe of Death disappeared from its spot in an instant. Bang! Sizzle! Liziu heard the sound of collision and realized that the Scythe of Death had appeared in front of Damonlevsky. Damonlevsky raised his right hand and blocked the Scythe of Death with his palm. The spiritual energy was constantly exploding, making a crackling sound. The Scythe of Death seemed to be increasing its psychic strength, trying to break through Damonlevsky's control. But it still could not move forward at all. The two seemed to be competing with each other. Liziu could feel that the Scythe of Death was eager, as if he wanted to cut the person in front of him. On the other hand, Damonlevsky was very calm. He blocked the Scythe of Death with one hand and still had the mood to study the psychic particle cutting blade. Okay. Stop. Seeing this, Liziu said to the Scythe of Death. After receiving Liziu's order, Death Scythe immediately released the psychic particle cutting blade and wanted to retreat. Unexpectedly, after retreating a bit, he was unable to get away and remained at a distance, being caught by Damonlevsky. It was not until Liziu looked over that Damonlevsky reacted and quickly let go, and the Scythe of Death returned to its original position. How do you feel? Liziu asked. This result was within his expectations. Liziu would be surprised if the Death Scythe could reach Damonlevsky with the cutting blade damage of psychic particles. To be honest, the level of Death Scythe in the undead combat sequence is lower than that of the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight is no match for Damonlevsky, let alone the Scythe of Death. The Damonlevskys are a race of heroes, a race that dominates the world by relying on their super strong individual combat power. So weak. Damonlevsky rubbed his fingers and said dissatisfiedly. The speed is quite fast, but the attack is a little lacking and doesn't hurt at all. When I first touched the psychic particle cutting blade, I did feel a sharpness. But then, I felt nothing. Well, the palms of my hands may be a little oily. This stuff seems to be pretty good for exfoliating. Damonlevsky thought so in his mind, but didn't say it out loud. He understood the ways of the world to some extent. This one is so weak that it's magical. Liziu sighed helplessly. He couldn't tell from Damonlevsky how powerful the Scythe of Death was. Forget it. Let's change the test target. Liziu called a black warrior and asked him to test the Scythe of Death. This test was very effective. When the Death Scythe attacked, the black warrior used his sword to block the attack of the Death Scythe and gave Liziu feedback. Apart from anything else, the Death Scythe's attack is definitely more than enough to defeat the Plague Rat Tooth Grenade vehicle. In this case, there is no need to bother to test it anymore. Liziu intends to build him 300 first, and put it into the battlefield to see if it can play a role. The 300 dead sickle was made, and Liziu immediately asked them to go to the front line to support the undead. The goal was to kill those plague leather bombs that used ultra-remote range to attack the wall. In the fortress of the undead, the Scythes of Death soared into the sky, flew into the air, formed a formation in the sky, and flew towards the central area. Liziu inserted the purpose of the undead in the sickle of death. This thing is not heavy. Even if it is placed on the sickle of death, it will not affect their flight. Through the deserted ground, the sky was suddenly clear, and the blue sky and white clouds looked very beautiful. The Sickle of Death is the product of Lingming technology. It is a series of orthodox undead and can be added to the Soul Network. Flying into the Central Zone airspace. The Sickle of Death immediately linked to the Soul Network on the front line. Throwers. Throw the fireball bomb towards crowded places. Throw it farther. Shooting. Don't stop. Note. Don't leave the scope of the protective wall. Chaotic information immediately poured into the soul fire of the Death Scythe. The front line was so lively. The soul fire of death beating twice. Seemed a little excited. Although there is a large sun hanging in the sky, it has no effect on the Sickle of Death. The transparent ball wrapped in the fire of the soul is also the product of Lingming technology. In addition to protecting the soul fire, it can also weaken the influence of the sun on the fire of the soul. Dead Sickle 001. Call Front Commander. The sickness of the death of death was what Li Ziyu asked him to say that. Before setting off, Li Ziyu numbered the sides of death from 001 to 300. The reason for doing this is completely because of Li Ziyu's bad taste. Who? I am the commander. I am the commander. We are both dark warriors. So why are you the commander? Are you a black warrior? I am a bone knight. I am the commander you are looking for. Death Sickle 001. Death Side 001 only sent one message. And it seemed that the high-level undead on the front line almost started fighting among themselves. Because of a message. The atmosphere of the undead in the battle was also very dignified. First, the black warrior could not look at each other, and followed the skeletal knights to join in. And the two sides began to confront. When Li Ziyu sent the black warriors and skeleton knights, he did not say who asked who to be the commander. On the front line, the black knights and skeleton knights are of high ranks, and the other undead have to obey their arrangements. But the problem is that the black warrior and the bone knight are at the same level, and they are not only a black warrior or a bone knight, usually fighting. It is easy to say, but now the Dead Sickle 001 came from such a message, and it was suddenly messy. But these are all appearances. A real fight is impossible. It seems more like a joke. As undead, we always have to find some fun for ourselves. Dead Sickle 001. Call Front Commander. The Soul Network is becoming more and more noisy, and the Sickle of Death is getting closer and closer to the temporary gathering place. In desperation, only news can be sent again. As this message was sent, the information in the Soul Network suddenly became silent. And then another message came. Dead Sickle 001. We have received the news of you. Death Side 001. What kind of undead are you? The topic finally became official. Noisy. But really do it with yourself. The undead cannot be done. We are the Sickle of Death. The Order of Feng Chung. Come to support. How did you get here? Do you need us to pick you up? We flew here, so we shouldn't need any help. You can fly. Flying. The front line was silent. Not to mention the current black warriors and bone knights are Li Ziyu, who is summoned by the system. Even the real indigenous undead tribe may not understand the technologies that the undead have. The Lingming technology of the undead is as vast as the sea. When the science and technology explosion, sometimes dozens of hundreds of new technologies appear a day. In the consciousness of the black samurai and skeleton knights, there are not many soldiers who can fly in the bones. Flying arms have an advantage in nature, and the worst is the same level as them. But the question came. They did not hear the Sickle of Death. The Sickle of Death was turned out of the corner of Li Ziyu in the Lingming technology tree. To say that the other party is not the bone dead. The other party can also access the Soul Network. To say that the other party is the bone dead spirit. For the Air Force such as Mao. Do we know the core arms of our bones? This is quite embarrassing. How many people are here? We have a total of 300. What is your task? The wisdom of the black warriors and skeleton knights is not low. Even more than humans. They just reacted. And they noticed unusual. When the undead fortress? Don't say that they have seen the Sickle of Death. Even if they have never heard of it. They know nothing about the Sickle of Death. In other words, the Sickle of this death should have appeared recently. It is the combat sequence that the Lord is deliberately summoned for the front line. Then the other party is not simply here to support. He must have a mission. They need to know what the mission of the Sickle of Death is, to cooperate with the Sickle of Death. The task given us by the city is to eliminate the bomb car that attacked you. Woo! The response of the black warrior and skeleton knight took excitement. Sure enough, he came with a mission. Especially their task goals are the opponent's super long-range bomb car, the Plague Mood bomb car, has been tortured by the Black Warriors for a long time. The other party is too far away to get the temporary camp. But the dead side? The farthest is the spiritual artillery. But it is not enough to the opponent. During this time, it was always beaten. In order to defend the opponent's bomb car, the spiritual protection wall of the Undead's monument was not closed. That spirit can consume even the Black Samurai, and Bone Knights feel distressed. If these spirits cannot be consumed, they can still have many brothers. The Skeleton Knight had thought of breaking the opponent's shotmaker, but the Mouse people obviously would not make them succeed. Around the SH.LS, the Mouse Man arranged several square matrix to prevent high-mobility teams such as Skeleton Knight running over to destroy. After several consecutive times, not only could not kill the opponent's shot, but instead damaged a dozen Skeleton Knights. And the Undead reluctantly gave up. Now it's good. We have an air force. The Undeads have observed that no Mouse people have air forces for the time being. If you attack from the sky, kill the opponent by surprise. It is likely to get the opponent's ballistic machine. To figure out this, the Black Samurai immediately discussed with the Bone Knight to see how to help the Sickle of Death. Do you need repairs? If no other enemies are encountered, it is expected to launch an attack. Okay, we'll give you a hand. When you are about to tell us, we will attack the enemy and attract their attention. Receive. Dead Sickle 001. Call Commander. We are about to arrive. We can act? After receiving the news, the Black Samurai and Skeleton Knight suddenly shocked and moved. The Skeleton Knights rode their war horses out of the temporary gathering place, cut through the attacking foreign warriors and slave ratmen, and charged forward. The Black Warriors also moved. They entered the battlefield, swung their swords, and killed everyone in their way. Knights. Those knights are coming out. Pay attention to defense. Be careful, they rush the camp. Protect the bomb truck. The Ratman immediately discovered the Bone Knight figure and ordered the order. The square array of each Ratman began to move, blocking the Bone Knight's charge route to prepare to deal with the Skeleton Knights who came to commit crimes. Unfortunately, this time they guessed wrong. The Skeleton Knight did not run for them, just to attract their attention. Seeing that he was going to the opponent, the Bone Knight suddenly turned to the horse's head, circled around, and ran back. This time he stunned the mouse. What the HL? We are all ready. Why are you still running? Chapter 269 Mission completed. In the central area, the frontline battlefield of the Bone Dead Spirit, the Ratman launched a very conventional charge, which is still the forefront of foreigners and slaves. In recent times, this kind of charge will be launched almost once or twice a day, frequent times, and even 4 or 5 times a day. Not to mention the Ratmen. Even the Undead have become accustomed to their charges. Anyway, it was to consume it. The frontline commander of the Ratman is also helpless, and he doesn't want to fight like this. No way. The Turtle SH.L of the Undead is too hard. Every day with a foreigner soldiers, shooting with a gun and rat, hitting a bomb car with a plague. It is not broken. For so many days, the Turtle SH.L is still in front of them. Today, as usual, the frontline commander asked the foreign soldiers and the slaves to launch an offense, and continued to grind the Turtle SH.L opposite. What made the rats not expect was that the Undead did not hide in the Turtle SH.L as usual. They rushed out. The first to rush out was a cavalry team. It was called a fast-moving situation, like a state of no one, and directly chastened through the foreigner warrior in front of him. Rushing forward, the soldier who had not waited for the charge reacted. A group of soldiers wearing black armor killed again, holding the long sword in his hand to harvest life. The Mouse Commander is no stranger to those knights. The Skeleton Knights rushed through the formation, targeting their grenade launchers. Once again, I almost succeeded. The Ratman Commander was still frightened and made preparations early. Seeing the knight rushing out, he immediately commanded the Ratman army to intercept them. Skeleton Knights roamed the battlefield, responding to the charge of the Ratman army. Just when they were about to reach the front of the battle, they suddenly turned around and ran back. The rats who were on high alert were stunned. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. This is different from the command I received before. The order they got was to wait for those knights to rush over. They dragged them, and it was best to kill those knights. Weapons are prepared to be spears, and are specifically used to deal with cavalry. But the knight turned around and ran away. What should they do? Should they chase him or not? The Ratman commander stood in the distance, watching everything. His brows furrowed. What are these cavalrymen doing? Why don't they charge? He muttered to himself. As the time spent fighting with the undead increased, he discovered that the undead's brains were not very flexible, and they always fought in a very rigid way. Take those cavalrymen for example. Their intentions are always very obvious, and any ratman can tell what they are going to do. This is why the Mouse Man commander could not let the Skeletal Knight succeed several times. However, this time it was different from what he thought. The other party obviously came to cast a bomb car, but turned around and ran back to kill the foreign soldiers. The Ratman commander didn't understand. What is the significance of killing foreign soldiers? Just when he was confused, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky. The Ratman commander looked up and saw a white cloud. But the cloud looked a little strange. It moves too fast. If the other clouds are moving, then the white clouds are running, and they are still moving towards themselves. The buzzing sound just now came from the cloud. When the Mouse commander was still pondering why Bayun made a noise, the Bayun changed, and the position was adjusted. Blown by the wind, the Mouse commander faintly felt a bad feeling, and quickly adjusted the telescope with the telescope on his eyes, and looked at the cloud. When he saw clearly what the cloud was, the Ratman commander gasped. Enemy attack! He shouted at the top of his lungs. As soon as the word enemy attack was shouted, the Death Scythe had reached the distance where it could launch an attack. Blue light lit up on the Death Scythes, and surging spiritual energy burst out from their bodies. Their speed increased rapidly, and they rushed towards the Plague Rat Tooth catapults. The normal flying speed of the Death Scythe is only 340 kilometers per hour, which is almost the speed of a high-speed train, or even slightly slower. But when they launch an attack, the speed will reach 1,500 kilometers per hour instantly. With the help of this sudden burst of speed and the psychic particle cutting blade, the Death Scythe was able to fight. The sickle of death disappeared instantly, turning into a blue light from the sky. The Mouse commander turned his head and looked back. Sure enough, their goal was to cast a bomb car, although he knew the other party's goal. The speed was too fast. Rays of blue light, like meteorites, rushed towards the bomb vehicle position with an unstoppable momentum. The Mouse commander was cracked and ordered loudly to return all the square matrix that originally used to block the Bone Knight. It takes time for the order to be given, transmitted to the phalanx, and then for the phalanx to turn around and return. During this time, the sickle of death has fallen into the plague-limulating car. The curved crescent shuttled back and forth between the bombing car, just like the sickle cut in the rice fields in the autumn. The sharp spiritual particle cutting blade cut the bomb car into fragments, and the incision was smooth and neat. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the bomb vehicle's position. Thick smoke rose up. The bomb car was destroyed, and the ammunition that had not had time to launch exploded in the chopping of the sickle. The corrosive liquid sputtering is everywhere, and the poisonous gas that is scattered is also covered with the entire bombing car. None of the ratmen operating the bomb vehicles escaped. The luck was better, and the sickle of death passed by, and died without pain. If you are unlucky, the liquid sputtering is corroded. The flesh is melted, and it turns into pus and blood. This process is extremely painful. They will watch their bodies being corroded, but they cannot die. Eventually even their bones will turn into dust and seep into the ground. And this is just the beginning. The spread of poison gas is the real killer. Ratmen have strong immunity to poison gas, plague, and viruses. But the ammunition of this bomb vehicle was also invented by ratmen. It was contaminated with poisonous gas. Nor was the rat. Looking at the flames rising into the sky and listening to the screams of the ratmen, the Ratman commander closed his eyes in pain. That's too late. The enemy has broken through the position, and the Plague Rat Teeth Grenade vehicle is finished. Too careless. I never expected that the Undead would have air units. The Rat commander opened his eyes, and his teeth were chattering. The Plague Rat Tooth bomb vehicle is destroyed. But that doesn't mean the Ratmen are finished. The war can still be fought. As long as we get rid of the Undead Air Force, there is still a chance. When the Death Scythe destroyed the grenade launcher's position, the Ratman troops also returned. The Night Ratman Corps was the fastest and arrived one step ahead of the other corps. Because of the poisonous gas, they did not dare to get too close and stayed far away. While running, they threw throwing weapons at the flying scythe of death. It is true that the Death Scythe is extremely fast, but the number of the Night Ratman Corps is large. When a large number of throwing weapons are thrown at them, There will always be a few blind cats that catch dead mice. Even though the death scythes can roam freely in the grenade vehicle positions, they are actually very vulnerable when attacking. The Knight Ratman Corps attacked the death scythe simply because the Ratman commander gave the order, without expecting it to have any effect. But an accident happened. Dozens of death scythes that were unable to dodge were attacked. And then, they shattered. Just like broken porcelain. After being attacked, cracks appeared centered on the attack location, and then it shattered. Not only would it break, the death scythe was filled with spiritual energy inside. And once the outer SHL broke, the spiritual energy would expand rapidly, causing an explosion. One after another, the death scythes exploded into blue light. This scene stunned the attacking Knight Ratman Corps. This is too easy. We just threw a wave of weapons. The continuous explosion of the death scythe filled the Knight Ratman Corps with confidence. The opponent turned out to be a rookie. Then there is no need to be afraid. As they moved, they continued to throw their weapons. At this time, the Ratman with a gun also arrived, aiming and firing at the flying death scythe. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 death scythes exploded. Enemy attack. We encounter an attack. We will evacuate after the next wave of attacks. Death Sickle 001 has returned to silence, and Death Sickle 003 has taken command. The Sickle of Death. Attack! Pieces of information are transmitted quickly in the Soul Network. Li Ziyu, who was far away in the wasteland of death, noticed the information of the Scythe of Death. He was actually paying attention to this battle as well. After seeing this information, he couldn't help but feel a little curious about what was happening on the front line. The link was on the purpose of the undead, and looked at the battlefield. He saw a piece of wreckage. The flying death scythes, the night-crawling ratmen and ratmen carrying guns, and the exploding death scythes. The death scythes turned around and charged at the night ratmen and the gun-carrying ratmen. During the charge, many death scythes were still hit, and beautiful blue fireworks exploded in the air. Buzz! The sound of the beast sounded quickly, and the eardrums of the shocks were cracking. More horrible things are behind. The sickle of death was swept across the crowd, and then rose towards height. With just this sweep, he cut a bloody path through the crowd of ratmen. With a wingspan of nearly 6 meters, anyone within this range would be killed if they were touched. Most of the mice who encountered the sickle of death were cut into several pieces in an instant, and the rest were not good, and they were cut. The psychic particle cutting blade was too sharp. The ratmen that were cut in half could not die immediately and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. After the death scythe launched its final wave of attacks, it flew high into the sky and reached a safe distance. At this distance, even the ratmen with guns couldn't reach them. The supply of spirit can return to normal. The light of blue gradually dissipates, and the blade of the spiritual particle cutting blade was collected. Speed naturally returned to normal. To launch a high-speed attack of 1,500 km per hour consumes a lot of psychic energy. And the psychic particle cutting blade will also consume a lot of psychic energy. The death scythe does not consume that much spiritual energy. After launching an attack, they are temporarily unable to launch another attack, and need to go back to rest and replenish their spiritual energy. The scythe of death flew high in the sky, heading towards the temporary gathering place of the undead. Li Ziyu controlled the eyes of the undead, and looked around curiously. Hack! After counting the sickles of death around him, Li Ziyu couldn't help but swear. He said 300 sickle of death. But now it is estimated that there are not even 30. The rest of the dead sickle, don't think about it, all turned into the beautiful blue firework. Wow! More than 270 planes were lost in one attack. The mission was indeed accomplished, but with heavy losses. Li Ziyu remembered the scene of the battle that was fighting. The sickle of death after the attack was attacked. He finally understood why the air force of the dead of death was thrown into the corner of the Lingning technology tree by the undead. It is very useful, but it has too many shortcomings. Super high speed that can only be used when attacking. An attack that requires a large amount of psychic energy to launch. If you are attacked, you will be cool, almost without defense. This is not a simple air force. This is obviously a dare to die. If they are sent out and fail to complete the mission, the entire army will be wiped out. The mission was accomplished, with heavy casualties. Chun Chun hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lost 800 of his own. No wonder the undead is unwilling to use it. According to such war damage, it is better to use the resources of making the sickle of death to create more other weapons, or summon more high-level undead. Li Ziyu sighed. After he unlocked the Scythe of Death, he thought he could rest easy. After all, the rat people have not yet shown their air force, and they have no means to deal with it. But now it seems that I am naive. The other side really has no way to deal with the air force. But our air force is really vulnerable. Without this battle, he would probably have a wave of death scythes. Tens of thousands of them. Attacking from the sky is bullying people. Is it unhappy? Of course. After experiencing this battle, he had to give up this idea. Use a lot of resources to build up tens of thousands of Air Force suicide squads? Pull it down. There are resources. With that kung fu, to make more bone knights. It is not bad. The death scythe can only be used for special tasks, such as destroying the enemy's bomber. The damage was great, but it also liberated the undead and changed the situation of the undead passive beating. It is not as good as imagined, but it does work. People, learn enough. Li Ziyu sighed and comforted himself. The sickle of death can't expect any more. It seems that the route to unlock technology cannot stop, and it has to continue. There is still a lack of the power that can rule the battlefield. The sickle of death is safe, and it is very close to the temporary gathering place of the undead. Li Ziyu simply stopped paying attention, disconnected the purpose of the undead, opened the technology tree, and pondered the next technology to unlock. Mission completed. The bomber has been destroyed. Dead sickle returns. We will enter the protective wall. Successful news made the undead spiritual spirit, and even the skeletal knights and black warriors cut people a little faster. Alas, the little sister-in-law, you have blown us for so long with a projector, and it is also our turn to take revenge. Originally, the Bone Knight and Black Samurai just wanted to attract the attention of a mouseman, but now they don't think so. The bombers are gone. I'm still afraid of an egg. Everyone is a horizontal line. Who takes who? Attack! Shoot them. Fire! The skeleton knight rode a war horse, and in the mouseman's regiment, he killed foreign soldiers and slaves and mice who cried. The black warrior was transformed into a meat-grinding machine and beheaded all the enemies who rushed over. The undeads were ordered by the black warrior, and they immediately launched a counterattack. The attack was several times fiercer than before, especially the spiritual artillery. The opponent has no large-scale killing weapons, but the undead also have spirit fire artillery. Just behind the Ratman, the dead air force collapsed, under the lack of the cover of the rats of the foreigners and slaves. The foreigners' soldiers and mice could not stop the Bone Knights and the Black Warrior co-shaking. Finally defeated, foreign warriors and slaves who came back to the charge backward. Skeleton Knights covered all the way, chasing the opposite side. The mouse commander reacted and quickly organized manpower. It is the fact that the plague lemur is destroyed. He cannot let the foreign soldiers and slaves fold again. Without these cannon fodder, how can their long-range weapons be effective? Fortunately, he reacted in time. The rat man with the gun turned the gun around and shot at the skeleton knight, forcing the skeleton knight to retreat. Chapter 270 Demon Wolf Village. The lower city of Ilmaha. What? The opponent used the air force to destroy our projector? The battle report from the front line was transmitted back to the lower city district, causing the lord of the lower city to stand up in shock with his eyes wide open. He was already very surprised that the plague rat Tooth Bombard had been attacking for so long but still failed to take down the undead. I didn't expect the other party to have the air force. These undead spirits are hiding really deep. Air force. The city lord calmed himself down, slowly sat down, and quickly thought of a countermeasure. It's not that the ratmen are incapable of dealing with the air force. As a powerful tribe in the central area, they have seen all kinds of races and armies. Birds. They have not been hit either. After so many years of research, it can be said that the rats have developed a play for all enemies who can think of. The problem is that Ire Maha did not have the time to deal with the air force for the time being. This is uncomfortable. Damn it. Why are these undead so difficult to deal with? The master of Xiaoqing grasped his fists with both hands, hammered the table hard, and the pain uploaded on his fist made him grin with his teeth. Ever since the undead appeared from the city-state, they have been causing trouble for them. The lower city lord also thought that he could rely on the power of the Alimaha city-state to quickly eliminate the undead. As a result, a lot of troops were sent out, and the defense of the undead could not be broke. And they now even have the air force. Making achievements is a good thing, but causing too much damage to your own city-state will not be worth it. The rulers of each mouse city-state are not just the city owner. There are many families in the rats, differentiated into various factions. And factions are fighting for resources. The interior is intricate and complex. The lords of all city-states are actually people sent by factions to manage the city-states. There are several families in each city-state. Normally, the city lord's words are effective, and those families will give him some face. After all, it is very likely that someone from their family will become the city lord in the future. This is a hidden rule. But if the city owner is ignorant and wants to hurt the city-state, the interests of the family, then they will not obedient. The Ratman Corps now sent out to fight the undead is the most powerful force that the lower city lord can mobilize. If you want to continue to send troops, you need the support of factions and families. If the power of factions and families is damaged too much, then as the city lord, it will not only be a simple matter for him to pay compensation, but it will even be a question whether he can keep the position of city lord. The undead came to the central area, and dealing with the undead is not a matter of my ire mahaha. Why do I let me carry a thunder? The lower city lord thought it through. At the beginning of the war, he had sent the news of the undead to other city-states around him. It is to deal with the current situation. Tell the other city-states that it's their turn. Ask them to send troops. Tell them about the undead's air force, so they can be prepared. The city lord should at least find a reason for his failure, and not let others laugh at him. I can stop the undead on the ground, but the other party has the air force, so I can't help it. The secret order for the help was passed on through special channels, and delivered it to the owner of the city-states. Upon receiving the secret order for help, the city lords were not surprised, and immediately gathered their troops. The Lord of Alimaha sent secret requests for help to 4 city-states in total. The first batch of reinforcements from each city-state included a total of 100,000 soldiers of various types. Together with the warriors on the Alimaha front, they are enough to deal with the current undead. Just as the Ratmen were busy planning to eliminate the undead on the front line, something happened again in the city-state of Alimaha. Still the undead? The undead attacked the village. Aren't they the undead who escaped from the front line? Does that mean there are more undead appearing from other places? Do you know how many people there are? 10,000 people? Don't worry about that. Let's deal with the undead that have settled here first. After we eliminate them, we can go and clean up the rest. The Lord of Alimaha City was exhausted by the front line, so he naturally didn't take the undead attacking the village seriously. In his opinion, an army of only tens of thousands of undead was not worth paying attention to at all. Without him, the villages around him will spontaneously organize and wrap the undead dumplings. What I did not expect that Ire Maha was going down the city. And it was not long after that, and news came over. The undead attacked the village again. This time there were more people. Over 10,000. Almost close to 20,000 people. Do you know that there is a battle going on ahead? Do you know how many soldiers we have lost ahead? Do you want me to make a decision everything? Kill those undead. Let the warriors in the village do it. Soon the news came again. The village did organize a force to exterminate the undead. Unfortunately, they failed to find any trace of the undead. Instead, another village was attacked by the undead, and the number of them was larger than last time. The Lord of Alimaha City finally realized that something was wrong. Why is this bigger and more? What happened to the previous few villages? I wonder if they didn't kill any undead at all. If it continues to do this, then this undead legion that has been fighting the village is not as big as the snowball. These are all villages under the city-state of Alimaha. That means that the Alimaha city-state will have to fight on 2 fronts. Not only having to deal with the undead that have settled down, but also sending troops to attack the army of souls that attacked the village. Just dealing with the stationed undead was already a difficult task. The Lord of Alimaha City doesn't want to have any more enemies. So he gave the order, gathered the soldiers, and wiped out the team. Within the sphere of influence of the Ilmaha city-state, a legion composed of demonized skeletons was marching in a mighty and aimless manner. The number of demonized skeletons has increased from the original 5 to more than 40,000. Dark skeletons are different from normal skeleton undead. They have no clear purpose and are here purely for fun. They don't even know where they are now. The violent skeleton doesn't care about these things. What he cares about is when the fight will happen. He had a lot of fun in the previous battles, but those creatures were too weak. Can't help hitting. The violent skeletons haven't even had enough fun yet, let alone the physical skeletons and the strength skeletons. They are only fit to pick up scraps and leftovers behind the violent skeletons. A gathering place was found ahead. The speed skeleton ran over and said to the violent skeleton, The speed skeleton and his demonized skeletons are now acting as scouts, looking for villages everywhere. The previous villages were also the first ones they discovered. They already have a set style of play. The violent skeletons were responsible for the frontal attack, mobilizing the warriors in the village, while the dark undead quietly sneaked into the village and put everything else into the dark swamp. After the battle, the corpses will be distributed to the skeletons and transformed into demonized skeletons under their command. The sun is high in the sky. The originally listless and violent skeleton immediately became energetic when he heard that there was a gathering place ahead, and his soul fire suddenly burned fiercely. There is a shelf. After experiencing the previous tribes, the dark skeleton no longer said anything. Just fight. Whether you can win or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if all the other skeletons are lost. As long as the 5 of them survive, there will still be a chance to form another team. The dark skeleton hid in the shadow of the physical skeleton, too lazy to show its head, leaving all power to the violent skeleton. Everything has been left to the brainless and reckless violent skeleton. What else is there to think about? The violent skeleton did not disappoint the dark skeleton at all and decisively showed his true strength. He reached out and took out his one-handed battle axe, the soul fire burning more fiercely. He raised the axe and pointed it in the direction of the gathering place. Dry. The other demonized skeletons had not reacted yet, but the demonized skeletons under the violent skeleton instantly became energetic, and the fire of their souls became stronger. One by one, they raised their heads, opened their jaws, and let out silent roars. It's basically a team of war maniacs. The violent skeleton led his men and horses and rushed towards the gathering place. The other demonized skeletons were not in a hurry at all, because it was always the violent skeletons who took the lead anyway. It's not anyone else's turn. If other demonized skeletons dared to take action before the violent skeleton, he would definitely go crazy. For the demon wolf village, today is just another ordinary day. They didn't hate this kind of day. As long as the 2-headed demon wolves that went out could bring back enough food, that would be enough. The main residents of the demon wolf village are 2-headed demon wolves. They are not orcs, but a kind of creature between orcs and demon beasts. The 2-headed demon wolf possesses considerable intelligence, but like the Warcraft, it is a pure beast in form. Rather than calling this a village, it would be more like a wolf's den. The double-headed wolf living in the wild is a cunning and fickle predator. This is to better survive. When they came to the ratmen, they remained the same, but they no longer attacked indiscriminately because the ratmen would solve many of their problems. The ratmen would regularly send them large amounts of food, so they only needed to go hunting occasionally to ensure they would not go hungry. Much better than living in the wild. The wolf villages are not populated entirely by 2-headed wolves. There are also other ratman-affiliated races. Everyone belongs to the family race, and the double-headed demon wolf can also get along with these people. Each subordinate race under the ratman has its own value and role. For example, the rabbitman can provide a large number of cannon fodder soldiers and food. The 2-headed demon wolf provides combat power. An adult 2-headed demon wolf possesses the fighting power of a demon beast, and is not considered weak among the subordinate races. Among the foreign warriors, the 2-headed demon wolf can be ranked in the middle. At this time, most of the 2-headed demon wolves were hiding in the shadows, avoiding the sun in the sky, while some wolf cubs were chasing and playing around. A whoa-whoa. 2 long wolf howls were heard, and immediately all the 2-headed demon wolves raised their heads and looked outside. Other family members in the wolf village were stunned. They didn't know what happened. They looked at the 2-headed wolf around, waiting for them to explain. There are enemies. Don't run around in the village. Let's deal with them. One by one, the 2-headed demon wolves stood up, shook their hair, shook off the dust, left the shadows, and walked out of the village. The 2-headed magic wolf is generally over 3 meters long and nearly 1 meter tall. It has 2 wolf heads and a naturally grown magic crystal between its eyebrows. They have sharp claws and can use magic. Soon, more than 3,000 double-headed wolves were gathered outside the village. It was a strange thing made up of bones. Are there any creatures like this? The 2-headed demon wolf looked at the group of demonized skeletons standing in front of it, and thought with some curiosity. A 2-headed demon wolf remembered the recent rumors, and couldn't help but shout out to attract the attention of other tribesmen. These are not just bones, but souls of the dead. They are the current enemy of the ratmen. Several villages have been destroyed recently, and it was them who did it. Although they were reminded, Most of the two-headed demon wolves didn't care, and their eyes were still full of curiosity. The undead can destroy other villages. But so what? Can other villages compare with their demon wolf village? Those rabbits were born to be the life of food, and they were killed by the undead. But these two-headed demon wolves are not those rookies. Even though the number of undead far exceeded theirs, they remained unafraid. A woo-woo with the Wolf King took a step forward, trying to communicate with the violent skeleton. The violent skeleton tilted his head and looked at the Wolf King for a while, then suddenly raised the axe, threw it hard, and smashed it hard at the Wolf King. Now, let's start the war directly. Seeing that he could not communicate, the Wolf King opened his mouth and blew out a stream of cold air to block the axe, and his other head spewed flames at the violent skeleton. The violent bones found out a one-handed Randall axe. Facing the flames of the Wolf King forward, the boss charged forward, and the demonized skeletons behind him also followed suit. Seeing this, the two-headed demon wolves howled and joined the battle. In addition to using its sharp claws and teeth, frost and fire magic also continuously spewed out of the wolf's mouth, shattering the demonized skeletons one by one. Each two-headed demon wolf can use both ice and fire magic, one for each head. They were indeed not weak. Those demonized skeletons that had just been born were completely unable to withstand the attack of the two-headed demon wolf. As soon as they came into contact, the two-headed wolf was fine, but a large number of undead fell down. In the shadow of the skeletal bones, the dark skeleton silently revealed the head and looked at the battle ahead. Well, this time the opponent, the violent skeleton, should be very happy. At least strong enough. The dark skeleton looked up at the physical skeleton. You too. Take your men with you, and go over there too. It's hard to defeat Quangbao alone. The dark skeleton sent a message to the physical skeleton and the strength skeleton, asking the two demonized skeletons to join the battle as well. The physical skeleton and the strength skeleton did not hesitate and joined the battle with their demonized undead. The pressure on the two-headed demon wolf suddenly increased. What the undead like and are best at doing is to use numbers against numbers, taking advantage of their own fearlessness of death and suppressing the enemy. Weaker than you? That doesn't matter. I'll just kill you with my numbers. The demonized skeletons don't care about martial ethics. They only care about winning or losing. While the fighting was in full swing in front, the dark skeletons quietly sneaked into the village. I have to say, the two-headed demon wolf is really ferocious. 3,000 two-headed demon wolves faced 40,000 demonized undead. But they did not fall into a disadvantage. Instead, they suppressed the demonized undead. Mainly, they can use magic. Various ice and fire magics were thrown around, and these magics were extremely lethal to the demonized skeletons. There are actually only three kinds of undead that the two-headed demon wolf is afraid of: the violent undead, the physical undead, and the powerful undead. These three undead ghosts are real trouble. The violent undead fought with the Wolf King like crazy. Neither of them gave in, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. The physical undead are a being that the two-headed demon wolf cannot defeat. They even have the illusion that the more they hit, the harder this guy seems to become, and the more they hit, the weaker their attacks become. Fortunately, the physical undead were not very aggressive, and their spirituality was not high, so they were simply beaten by the two-headed demon wolf. The strength of the strength was quite dazzling. This guy dealt with the 5 double devil wolves, and also chased others everywhere. You have to run. If you get hit, something bad will happen, and you'll be crushed to death. The scene was in chaos. The two-headed demon wolf was so focused on the battlefield that it didn't even notice that an undead had sneaked into their village. Chapter 271, Destroying the Demonic Wolf. Outside the demon wolf village, magic was flying everywhere, and all kinds of fireballs, ice balls, large-scale ice and snowstorms, seas of fire and other magic were released by the two-headed magic wolf. The demonized skeletons have very low resistance to this kind of magic, and once it is released, it will often clear out an area, and a dozen or 20 demonized undead will be turned into a pile of broken bones. At the very beginning, all the two-headed demon wolves were full of confidence when they saw this situation. So what if the other side has more people? At worst we can use magic to clear the area. The magic resistance is so low. What's so scary about it? As the fight went on, the two-headed demon wolf noticed something was wrong. The undead are getting stronger, growing rapidly in a terrifying way. At first, when a spell was cast, The explosive magic would kill 40 or 50 undead. But now, when a spell is cast, it can only kill a dozen or 20. It's not that the power of their magic has decreased, but that the undead have become stronger. As for resisting magic, it is still a small matter. As for resisting physical attacks, the growth rate of these skeletons in front of us is even more terrifying. As long as their minions fail to kill these skeletons immediately and give them a chance to breathe, and then turn around and come back, their bones will become thicker and harder. The craziest ones are the skeletons with flames on their bodies. These skeletons are easy to kill. They are not as strong as the others with hard bones, and their bodies are relatively fragile. But you can't stop them from going crazy. Wave after wave, they kept running over to die. The flames on these skeletons are not simple either. They will affect the consciousness of the two-headed demon wolf. As the contact time increases, a faint blood-red color appears in the eyes of the two-headed demon wolf. Their thinking is no longer clear, but gradually becomes confused, and they are affected by emotions such as irritability, anxiety, and anger. Although the two-headed magic wolves have the appearance of monsters, they are actually very methodical when fighting. This is the combat experience and skills that the two-headed magic wolf race has accumulated from countless battlefields. They have their own methods on how to use claws, when to bite the opponent, when to release magic, and how often to release magic. But when these negative emotions affect the mind, fighting becomes less smooth. They would become angry because they failed to kill the undead with one claw, and instead of jumping away to prepare for a second attack, they would rush forward to continue attacking, thus falling into an encirclement. When releasing magic, he ignores everything else and just casts as much magic as he has. This results in serious consumption of magic energy and inability to output it continuously. On the other hand, the undead are indeed dying in large numbers, but the surviving undead are becoming stronger and stronger. It is the kind of power that can be seen with the naked eye. As the situation became stronger, the two-headed demon wolf gradually couldn't hold on any longer. The two-headed demon wolves were surrounded by the undead and died wailing under countless attacks. While fighting with the violent skeletons, the Wolf King kept an eye on the battlefield, and his heart became more and more surprised and cold. Is this the horror of the undead? No wonder the rat people have to deal with it with caution. The battle cannot continue. Otherwise the wolf pack under his command will be gradually devoured by the undead. Ouch! The Wolf King's two heads shot out fireballs and ice balls at the same time. The two magics collided in the air, causing an explosion, which also burst the thick fog and knocked the violent skeletons away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Wolf King jumped out of the battle circle and let out a wolf howl. This is the signal to retreat. The Wolf King turned around and ran towards the village, leaving the battlefield first. The two-headed demon wolves on the battlefield also forced back the undead around them, followed the Wolf King, and ran towards the village. Some two-headed demon wolves that were severely affected by the violent mark did not follow the escape, but continued to fight with the undead with red eyes. They soon died in the siege of the undead. As soon as he ran to the village, the Wolf King realized something was wrong. It's too quiet. The whole village fell into an eerie silence. The two wolf heads looked around vigilantly, but did not see any familiar figure. His nose twitched, sniffing the air. No smell of blood. The Wolf King felt slightly relieved. After sniffing again, the Wolf King was a little confused. It is true that there is no smell of blood, but there are no other familiar smells either. Instead, there is the stench of the undead. There are undead in the village, but the people in the village are not dead. What kind of weird situation is this? The Wolf King kept digging the ground with his claws, and he was hesitating whether to enter the village. The other two-headed demon wolves following behind him turned around, bared their teeth at the back, and made threatening with sounds in their throats. After dealing with the mad two-headed demon wolves, the undead chased after them, and slowly approached the two-headed demon wolves outside the village. A darkness spread from the village, causing the Wolf King's pupils to shrink. He saw darkness spreading along the ground, and the buildings in the village sank silently and gradually disappeared into the darkness. It was a fear of silence, pure dark power. On the ground covered in darkness, a figure slowly emerged. He was wearing a hood, and the shadow obscured his features, so it was hard to see what was underneath the hood. He was wearing a black robe that blended into the ground. In the bony palm, there was a long-handled sickle. After this figure appeared, the breath of death spread, causing the hair of all the two-headed demon wolves to explode. That is the fear of death. which is the instinct of all living things. The dark skeleton stared at the two-headed demon wolf. The dark skeleton watched the entire battle between the undead and the two-headed wolf. He judged that the two-headed demon wolf would not fight to the death with the undead, but would retreat back to the village and try to fight guerrilla warfare with them. But during the battle, the dark skeletons had already arrived at the village silently. So how could they give the two-headed demon wolf a chance to return to the village? He used some tricks to devour the other races hiding in the village and the remaining two-headed demon wolf. And the other party didn't even have time to warn them. Only the buildings remain. This is a trap. A trap set for the Wolf King. If the other party retreats and rushes into the village without thinking, it will give the dark skeleton an opportunity. And he will kill these two-headed demon wolves without hesitation. Unfortunately, the Wolf King was very alert and stopped outside the village instead of entering. Since the other party was not fooled, the dark skeleton was too lazy to wait any longer and directly used his skills to swallow everything with the dark swamp. At the same time, he appeared in front of the Wolf King. Seeing the dark skeleton appear, the Wolf King's heart sank to the bottom. Finished. Everyone else in the village was doomed. No wonder it's so quiet. No wonder I don't smell those familiar smells. They must have all died at the hands of the guy in front of them. Most of the two-headed demon wolves left in the village are old and weak two-headed demon wolves and wolf cubs. Facing such a creature, there is no possibility of survival. The Wolf King was very heartbroken. Those are their children. The Wolf King was very angry. Those are the foundation of the village. But as the leader of the pack, he knew he couldn't let these emotions affect him. Being irrational will put them in a desperate situation. The more times like this happen, the more you need to stay calm. The undead wanted to kill them all, and they had to find a way to escape. If the village is lost, it can be rebuilt. If the wolf cubs are lost, they can be reborn. If they are gone, there will really be nothing. Those who followed the Wolf King out to resist the undead were all young and strong two-headed demon wolves. As long as these two-headed demon wolves could escape, there was still hope. The Wolf King suppressed his heartache and anger deep in his heart, stared at the dark skeleton, slowly retreated, and approached the other two-headed demon wolves. The dark skeleton was very calm. He stretched out his empty hand and waved it in the direction of the two-headed demon wolf. There were changes in the dark swamp. Skulls emerged from the dark swamp, followed by bodies. One after another, demonized skeletons emerged from the dark swamp and stood in front of the Wolf King. These are the demonized skeletons created by the dark skeletons. The bones are gray and look very brittle. Unlike the black soul fire when the dark skeletons were just born, the soul fire of these demonized skeletons is also gray, similar to the color of their bones. The sickle was slowly raised and pointed at the Wolf King in front. Kill. A plain word spread throughout the demonized soul network. The demonized skeleton that emerged from the dark swamp immediately rushed out of the village and killed the Wolf King fearlessly. The other demonized skeletons chasing from behind also attacked the two-headed demon wolf at the same time. The two-headed demon wolf was instantly attacked from both sides. The Wolf King looked at the demonized skeleton with a faint dark aura on it, opened his mouth and ejected fireballs and ice balls, while letting out a long howl. Ouch! Hearing this long howl, the two-headed demon wolves that were about to fight with the demonized skeleton were all startled. The Wolf King was not asking them to fight to the death, but telling them to break through. The enemy has already reached our doorstep, but the boss doesn't let us fight to the death, but instead asks us to break out? They were confused, but they had to respect the Wolf King's orders. The two-headed demon wolves that were baring their teeth and about to pounce stopped their movements and instead released magic to suppress the attacking demonized skeletons. While the demonized skeleton was caught off guard, the two-headed demon wolves suddenly moved, rushing in all directions. The violent skeleton was covered in flames as it rushed towards the two-headed demon wolf. But when he swung the axe, he found that the two-headed demon wolf had swiftly turned in another direction and passed by him. Violent skeleton? He turned his head blankly, watching as two devil wolves flexibly moved, and escorted the undead that rushed towards him and ran away from the distance. Ran? Ran! The violent skeleton reacted, raised his axe and pointed it at the back of the two-headed demon wolf, cursing continuously with his mouth opening and closing. Unfortunately, he was a skeleton and could not make any sound. The two-headed demon wolf ignored him and ran away at a very fast speed. Pooh! Coward! After cursing a few words, the violent skeleton turned around and looked at the battlefield. It doesn't matter if one runs away. Don't we still have? The scene before him made the flames on the violent skeleton even more intense. But this time it was not because of rage, but because of anger. All the two-headed demon wolves are running away. The two legs of the demonized skeleton really couldn't stop these four-legged ones. They were not as flexible or fast as them, allowing the two-headed demon wolves to successfully pass the level and escape. However, some two-headed demon wolves were unlucky, and were surrounded by numerous demonized skeletons. Once it is taken over, the two-headed wolf is doomed. After all, only a few could be surrounded. Most of the two-headed demon wolves successfully broke through and ran away, which made the violent skeleton stunned. I just wanted to have some fun, but I didn't expect the other party to run away. Boom, boom, boom. In a series of explosions, the demonized skeleton was blown all over the place, and broken bones flew all over the sky. The Wolf King, which was much larger than the average two-headed demon wolf, broke through the encirclement and rushed out. Oh, there are surprises? When the violent skeleton saw the Wolf King, he was overjoyed. This one is stronger than the other two-headed demon wolves, so it's worth it to be able to fight with him. The violent skeleton didn't think twice and rushed forward with an axe to stop the Wolf King. The Wolf King had no intention of fighting with the violent skeleton. He even sprayed fireballs, scratched and bit, trying to force himself away from the violent skeleton. But he was a step too slow after all. He had just forced back the violent skeleton and was about to retreat when his body suddenly stopped. The Wolf King tried to lift his legs to leave, but found that his limbs seemed to be stuck to the ground. He looked down, and the ground was dark. At some point, the dark swamp had spread to his feet, and his limbs had sunk into it, unable to pull themselves out. The Wolf King knew something was wrong and went crazy. He struggled with all his might, trying to pull his leg out. However, he did not notice that dark skeleton silently emerged from the dark swamp beside him. The sickle was raised and lightly passed across the Wolf King's neck. The movement was swift, as if the sickle was weightless, and there was no obstruction in between. The sickle passed by the neck, and the Wolf King stopped the movement. The light in his eyes disappeared. No vitality, and his body was spreading. Strangely enough, although the Wolf King was beheaded, there was no wound on his neck and his fur was not damaged. But he was dead. This is one of the abilities of the Dark Skeleton, which can directly attack the enemy's soul. It's hard to guard against. However, this method is not so easy to use and has many limitations. Fortunately, the Dark Skeleton succeeded and killed the Wolf King with just one strike. The Wolf King really had no way to defend against this kind of attack that was directly launched on the soul. Their two-headed demon wolves can use magic, but at the soul level, they are still weak. After the Wolf King died, his body was gradually swallowed by the dark swamp. The Dark Skeleton looked up and saw that the battlefield was almost over, except for those two-headed demon wolves that successfully broke through and quickly escaped. All the remaining two-headed demon wolves were killed one by the demonized undead. Those who escaped the double-headed wolves are not good. But there are only 4 skeletons of dark bones, violent skeletons, strength bones, physical skeletal bones, and 4 skeletons. According to the layout of the Dark Skeleton, the Speed Skeleton is responsible for killing the escaping enemies. Although it is impossible to kill all the double-headed wolves, some will still die in the hands of the Speed Bone. All the enemies were killed, and the next step was to divide the spoils. The two-headed demon wolves are the strongest wave of enemies that the demonized skeletons encounter after they set foot in the central area. In this battle, they lost nearly 20,000 newborn skeletons. The corpses of the dead two-headed demon wolves are not enough to replenish the 20,000 new demonized skeletons. The dark skeletons do not have Lysieu's system, which can use the corpse of a two-headed demon wolf as 2 or even 3 bodies and summon 2 or 3 demonized skeletons. Their transformation was simple and crude. A two-headed demon wolf corpse was transformed into a demonized skeleton. It seems on the bright side this time, but in reality, it cannot be calculated like this. The strength of all the surviving demonized skeletons has been improved, and the improvement is not small. There is a group of demonized skeletons that are on the verge of promotion. The Dark Skeleton calculated that even if these demonized skeletons were promoted, they might not be able to reach the level they were when they were first summoned. There is still a long way to go in the future. If you want to grow, you need to put in more effort. Several demonized skeletons reorganized their team, abandoned the dilapidated village, and set off again. Goal, no goal. The direction, the dark skeleton bone through the root branches at hand. Just after the demonized skeleton team disappeared for several days, a reconnaissance team arrived at the demon wolf village. A deadly village made the reconnaissance team yell. They quickly entered the village and searched for a circle in the village. It is the undead, which is exactly the same as the previous villages. Another undead? Let's go. I found a clue. Follow me. The reconnaissance team followed the traces left by the demonized skeleton. Chapter 272. The Wasteland of Death. The Fortress of the Undead. It is not easy to light up the technology. Sitting still all the time makes me feel that my joints are rusty, and my muscles are stiff and numb. Li Ziyu stood up and stretched his waist, feeling refreshing. His mind was not as dizzy as he was. By the way, Dark Skeleton and the others have been out for quite a while. I wonder if they are still alive. As for whether these guys will cause trouble, even if Li Ziyu doesn't try to understand, he can know it clearly. It will definitely cause trouble. Not to mention the three products of the skeleton. The strength of the bones, and the bones of the constitution, the bones of the dark bones, and the violent skeletal bone, have never been a stable skeleton. When I have nothing to do, I always think about doing something. Now that I finally get a chance to relax and unwind, it's good enough if I don't make a big fuss. The reason why I wondered if they were still alive was because I was afraid that these guys would arouse public anger and be surrounded and killed by the powerful tribes in the central area. This is very possible. Although it is a closed-door technology, it is still important to combine work and rest. Li Ziyu connected to the eyes of the dead through the soul network. When Dark Skeleton and his men left, he sent the Eye of the Dead to follow them, just to find out what these guys were doing. It is equivalent to placing a surveillance camera next to the demonized undead. And it is the kind that is connected to the internet. The purpose of connecting the undead is not fast. They do not know where to go to the dark bones. And the soul network is relatively weak. After a while, Li Ziyu finally appeared in front of him. What the hell is this? The scene in front of him stunned Li Ziyu. He thought he would see 5 demonized skeletons. But what he saw was actually an army of undead. What's going on? Where did the undead come from? What did the dark skeletons do? Li Ziyu's head was full of question marks. What exactly happened during the time I was studying technology? Li Ziyu gathered his mind and carefully observed the army of skeletons. The more I look at it, the more frightened I become. Demonized skeleton? No. It seems not. Aside from the 5 dark skeletons, the other skeletons do have the characteristics of demonized skeletons. But this is too weak. Li Ziyu still remembers what the dark skeletons looked like when they were born. And the skeletons in front of him are weaker than the dark skeletons when they were born. Where on earth did the dark skeletons dig out such a large army of undead? There must be tens of thousands of them. Li Ziyu was sure that these skeletons following the dark skeleton were not summoned by him. No matter what, the system would not give him such a group of weaklings. Just as Li Ziyu studied the skeleton, a sudden more claw was out of his sight, covering the eyes of the undead. Oh shit! Li Ziyu subconsciously stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. After waving it twice, he remembered that he was in the fortress and the eye of the undead was still far away from him. Central area. An eyeball as big as a palm suddenly flew up into the air and looked at the skeletons below. The dark skeleton was the first to notice something was wrong. It emerged from the shadow of the physical skeleton and looked up at the eyes in the sky. He tilted his head slightly to think about it, then silently retracted his head. It is obvious that this eyeball is a product of the undead. Since it is a product of the undead and can still follow them, it is most likely placed here by the owner. The dark undead were too lazy to guess what the purpose was. Could the master harm them? Impossible. So, love is what it is. It doesn't matter. Just because the dark skeleton doesn't want to intervene, doesn't mean the other skeletons don't want to intervene. The second person to notice the undead's purpose was the violent skeleton. This guy is a pioneer, walking in front with his weak and violent skeletons. Sensing some unusual movement behind him, he turned his head in confusion and looked in the direction he felt. And then he saw the eye of the undead floating in the sky. What is this stuff? The violent skeleton didn't think about it like the dark skeleton. His idea was very simple. Just grab it and study it. So he quietly came to the eyes of the undead, jumped hard, and grabbed the eyes of the undead. Li Ziyu, who was far away in the wasteland, controlled the eyes of the undead to rotate continuously, trying to escape from that hand. The eyeball rolled around in the violent skeleton's hand, which made the violent skeleton even more curious. Can this thing still move? Although it is an undead style, it does not look like the undead. He raised the eye of the dead curiously and examined it carefully. A ball of burning soul fire appeared in front of Liziu, and then his sight shifted away, revealing the skull of the violent skeleton, which looked silly and savage. "You let me go!" After shouting this sentence, Liziu discovered that because the distance was too far, there was no such thing as a soul-based base station, which caused him not to connect to the magic soul network. In other words, the other party could not receive his news at all. The violent bones on the opposite side seemed to feel the gaze, and stared more seriously at the purpose of the undead. It even knocked on the SHL of the purpose of the undead. Liziu's eyes narrowed, and he felt like watching the 3D blockbuster. After a while, the violent skeleton did not study what this was. He held the purpose of the undead and ran towards the physique skeleton. "Dark, dark, you come out. See what I found." The violent bone stopped the skeleton and screamed at his shadow. The dark skeleton bone ignored him, but he knew that if you ignored the violent bones, this guy would not give up. So he helplessly emerged from the shadow and looked at the purpose of being grasped by the violent bone. "Hey, this idiot. When can you learn to run your soul fire?" The dark skeleton really wanted to curse. "Look, I caught a ball. Just now on our heads. I caught it in a jump." The violent skeleton showed off, and he shook the bone of the dark skeleton. Looking at it, he didn't know that Liziu, who was so shook, almost spit it out. "This is exactly like the 720 degrees windmill. Breaking bones? You wait for me. When you come back, I will definitely lock you up in a dark room." Liziu mentally wrote down the violent skeleton in her little notebook, planning to teach him a lesson when he came back. The dark skeleton looked silently at the violent bone, and the gaze of the soul fire slowly moved from the bone of the violent bone to the purpose of the undead. "Alas, it really violently this guy can die or die. Do you know what this is?" After a while, when the violent bones were no longer stunned, the dark bones asked calmly, "I don't know, but this stuff will move and fly." The violent bone continued to show off. "And a look at me. Well, this thing can move, fly, and is undead. It can also follow us. Do you have any ideas?" The dark skeleton asked slowly and patiently, like a teacher teaching his apprentice. "What do you know?" The violent bone looked at the dark bone and asked suddenly, "I don't know, but I know where this thing comes from and who it belongs to." The dark skeleton shook his head and said, "Say." The violent skeleton couldn't see the dark skeleton, and said dissatisfied, "This thing comes from the undead fortress." "Oh, yes, where we come out. He belongs to our master," the dark bone said calmly, looking at its shape. "It is similar to the eyes. The function may be used by the owner to observe us." The bone of the dark skeleton continued. "It flew up just now. It's very likely that the owner wanted to see where we are and what we are doing. And then you caught it." The dark skeleton ignored the violent skeleton's soul fire, which had begun to wane, and said calmly, "So, Quanrong, what are you showing me? Are you showing me that you may have been remembered by the master, and you may be punished when we go back?" The dark skeleton said this, and finally felt a sense of pleasure. If he goes back, will his head be taken as a ball and kicks? He doesn't know, but he knows that the violent skeleton is unlucky. At this time, the violent skeleton is no longer a proud appearance. Just like the defeated rooster, the whole skeleton is not good. He didn't dare to grab the purpose of the undead and hold his hands carefully. Without the restraint of the violent skeleton's claws, the eye of the undead immediately flew up and floated in the air. It glared fiercely at the violent skeleton, and then looked at the demonized skeletons around it. The bone of the dark skeleton was shrank back into the shadow. Looking at the performance of the bead, he knew that the owner must be unable to be calm now. So it is wonderful first. Liziu controlled the purpose of the undead, and watched this magic bone army several times back and forth. He really wanted to ask the dark skeletons what they had done, but he could not connect to the demonized soul network, and there was no chance of communication at all. Finally suppressed my curiosity. Unable to communicate. It does not matter. At worst, I can pay more attention to the demonized skeletons, and I will always be able to figure out where they got the demonized skeletons from. The existence of this magic bone army is not a bad thing. He could see that these demonized skeletons all obeyed the orders of the dark skeletons, and the dark skeleton listened to him. 4 houses and 5 entry are equivalent to a big army of magical bones. Good thing. Nothing wrong. Seeing that the dark skeletons were still alive and well, Liziu felt relieved. The purpose of the undead is a small episode. Summoning the new magic bone was found. This is expected by the dark bones. He knew that the master would never leave them alone and would definitely find a way to find out their situation. So the matter of the new demonized skeletons could not be concealed. I don't know if Liziu will agree to the summon of the new magic bones. After all, when they were in the fortress, they were always hidden, and the master didn't seem to want them to be too powerful. But things have come to this, and we will not be able to resist them from the outside. It has already reached the central area, and the fortress is far away from them. What to do is naturally decide by yourself. At worst, I'll be punished after returning to the fortress. Speed Bones running far away and stopped in front of the violent skeleton. What's wrong? The violent bone saw the speed bone, and immediately threw the thing that might be punished by the owner to his head, and asked slightly excitedly. Speed skeletons are usually out scouting and generally don't come back suddenly. Since he's back, he must have discovered something. Speed bones are found, which means that there is a shelf. The heavens are big, except for the master, the most fighting. The speed bone turned his head to look at the shadow of the eye body bone. Seeing the meaning of the dark bone, he looked at the violent bone. I found life behind us. Someone is tracking us, said the speed skeleton. After he delivered this message, dark skeletons emerged from the shadows. The violent skeleton was about to ask questions. When I saw the dark skeleton coming out, I stopped quickly and waited honestly. Quantity: more than 10. There are only a dozen. Investigation: well, get ready to fight. The dark skeleton figured out the situation. They must have been targeted. It's normal to think about it. They have destroyed several strongholds along the way. As long as the other party is no more stupid than violent, they will come to them. There should be a few creatures more stupid than violent. Right? Thinking of this, the dark bone glanced at the madness of the bones, making him inexplicably. However, when I heard the fighting, the violent bone suddenly became energetic. In the area of Mahaha City, there was an undead army that wandered around, which eliminated several villages. This incident had long been spread. The frontline battle was hot, and the Ratman Legion of the Mahaha City State was sent to the front line, and it was temporarily unable to support the affiliated race. Therefore, the village can only consider self-rescue. You can't let the undead don't care. Let them be overbearing everywhere. In order to eliminate this threat, various tribes sent soldiers, and they made 30,000 troops, intending to destroy the wandering undead. According to the news collected by all parties, they judge that the undead team will never exceed 50,000. After the Demon Wolf Village World War I, the undead was eliminated a lot. Now I am afraid that 30,000 people are gone. For the elimination of the undead, various villages are now full of confidence. As we all know, the undead itself is very weak, and they need to rely on weapons to stand up. The reason why the frontline battlefield is stuck is that the undead has a bunker and a shield to be deadlocked with the team of the Rat Man. This undead in the wild is obviously not so good equipment. 30,000 people soldiers coalition forces are enough. As long as you find each other, everything is over. What the reconnaissance team didn't expect was that they actually found each other. It can't be said that they found it, because the undead found them and hadn't ran yet. Not only did I not run, but I also opened the battle. At a glance, I knew that the other party had to play with himself. Skeletons are skeletons. They really don't have brains. Seeing this, the investigation team ran back quickly, spread the news, gathered the team, and killed the undead. The Dark Bones did not choose to start the terrain at all. The formation is just a simple arrangement. At the front is the physical skeleton responsible for defense. In the middle is the violent skeleton, and at the back is the strength skeleton. The dark skeleton hid quietly, while the speed skeleton led the skeletons under his command and moved away to a distance. The eyes of the dead float in the air. Liziu, who was in the wasteland, saw that there was still something interesting to watch. So he simply lay down on the bed. When watching a movie, combine work and rest. Highlight a truth. The skeletons were already prepared, and the foreign warriors who were chasing them had also arrived and stood opposite them. Neither side wasted any words. The foreign warriors came from various villages and directly attacked the undead. The vast foreign warriors rushed towards the undead like a tide. If it were Li Ziyu, he would definitely let the undead stabilize at this time. Let the physical skeleton take the first wave of attacks. And then the violent skeleton would set off again. Unfortunately, he was not the one commanding this battle. Before the opponent rushed to the physical skeleton, the violent skeleton could no longer hold back. He led the skeletons under his command and rushed out directly, bravely facing the foreign warriors. After the violent skeleton rushed out, the physical skeleton finally reacted and hurried forward. Because of the violent skeletons, the entire battlefield instantly became chaos. He's just a reckless man. But it's quite interesting to watch him like this, Li Ziyu commented. He was not worried about the death of the violent skeletons. These guys were not so easy to die. In fact, they are very smart. If they can't win, they will definitely run away. Chapter 273. Seeing it with my own eyes. The entire battlefield was in chaos, under the leadership of the berserk skeleton, a pure reckless man. All the demonized skeletons seemed to be crazy. They completely disregarded the combat power of both sides and launched mindless attacks on each other. Li Ziyu, who was far away in the wasteland, regarded this battle as a war movie. He manipulated the eye of the undead to move back and forth, making a clicking sound with his mouth. There is no better way to enjoy a movie than to watch it live. Not only is it real, but the lens can also be moved at will, so you can look wherever you want. The lens cannot be too close, as it is easy to be injured by mistake. In his previous life, Li Ziyu liked watching ancient war movies very much. He always felt that fire and sword were the romance of men. He could see the hideous expressions on the enemies' faces, and he could also see the soul fire burning in the eyes of the undead. The two sides collided, and casualties occurred immediately. In this battle, the undead are the weaker side. The other side has more people and better quality than them. But the undead are not afraid at all, or they simply don't know what fear means. Just do it. The violent skeleton took the lead, looking like a madman, wielding his two one-handed battle axes wildly, charging back and forth in the crowd, causing a bloody storm. The power skeletons and physical skeletons at the back also rushed into the crowd and started killing. The three of them attracted each other's attention. The dark skeleton went around to the back, appeared secretly, and unfolded the dark swamp. Many soldiers, who were still charging, suddenly found themselves unable to move. When I looked down, I saw that the ground was dark and my feet were stuck in the darkness. Not only did the darkness have a terrifying suction force, they also felt like there was something underground pulling them. The soldiers roared and tried to pull their feet out, but the harder they pushed, the stronger the suction of the dark swamp became, and the things below began to climb up little by little. Skeletons emerged from the dark swamp one after another and attacked the controlled warriors. The dark skeleton is not a reckless man like the violent skeleton. Violent skeletons prefer to charge head-on and fight the enemy head-on, while dark skeletons prefer conspiracy and intrigue. He believes that it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice. It is a good cat. The characteristics of the dark swamp allow the dark demonized skeletons he transformed to hide in it. This means that the dark skeleton carries a team with him, and as long as he deploys the dark swamp during the battle, it is equivalent to opening the door of the barracks. The foreign warriors were only concerned with the violent skeletons in front of them, and did not notice that the most terrifying one had already circled behind them. From the very beginning, the battlefield entered a white-hot stage. Both sides were fighting for their lives from the moment they engaged in battle. Li Ziyu looked at it carefully, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Even a reckless undead, like the violent demonic skeleton, has a hint of cunning. These newly born demonized skeletons are not completely brainless. They are very good at utilizing the characteristics of the undead. When the enemy attacks, they will try to adjust their bodies, protect their skulls, and use other parts of their bodies to resist the enemy's attacks. Even if it is broken, as long as the skull is fine, they can put it back together in a short time. The battlefield was too chaotic. The Skaven vassal race warriors were too excited to fight, and the influence of the violent mark made them ignore the details. Often after smashing the undead, they would no longer pay attention to it, and continue to rush forward and attack other undead. They didn't notice at all that shortly after they left, the bones scattered on the ground began to tremble, gather, and piece together. The broken skeletons would soon stand up again, look for targets, and continue fighting. This situation resulted in the Skaven vassal race warriors fighting hard, but the rate at which the undead decreased was very slow. At the beginning, The vassal race warriors felt that the undead in front of them were really weak, and would fall apart after a few casual hits. But as they fought, they always felt that something was wrong. The undead seemed to be getting stronger, and their numbers don't seem to be decreasing much. After fighting for quite a while, even though so many undead had been dispersed, they were still fighting, and there was a feeling that the fight was endless. Isn't that right? The undead used their bodies to withstand the attacks and then resurrected. After each resurrection, they would become a little stronger because of the characteristics of the demonized skeletons. Accumulating knowledge in this way is equivalent to training troops. There are some unlucky guys, but there are also many surviving undead. After all, the opponent did not target their heads. The result is that the more you fight, the stronger you become, and the more motivated you become. Finally, a warrior from a vassal race discovered this. They roared to remind their companions around them to attack the undead's heads, as that was the only weak point of the undead. It was only at this point that the undead began to engage in a bitter battle. Even if they used their bodies to withstand the damage, the enemies will not foolishly run away and give them a chance to revive, but will finish them off with their rolling skulls, killing them completely. Seeing that the enemy had reacted, the undead stopped recklessly and began to fight seriously. The fighting on the battlefield was in full swing. After the warriors of the vassal race began to gain the upper hand, a team suddenly rushed over from a distance. Those were the demonized skeletons led by the speed skeletons. Before the battle started, they hid far away. They are more like assassins and are not at an advantage in head-on confrontations. Now that this has happened, it's time for them to go to the battlefield. After the battle, Li Ziyu was very happy. He couldn't help but be happy. He was just very happy. He doesn't care about the death of the undead. Anyway, except for the 5 of Dark Skeleton. The other undead don't belong to him. Just die. He won't lose anything anyway. The undead had the final victory. A tragic victory of the demonized skeletons under the Dark Skeletons. Only 1,000 or so were left. Fortunately, most of the vassal race warriors on the other side were killed, and only a small number escaped. Although the demonized skeletons were almost completely destroyed, the Dark Skeletons were fine and even had a slight improvement. The surviving demonized skeletons have been qualified to evolve, and they are now almost comparable to the Dark Skeletons when they were first summoned. Those who survive are the elite. After laughing for a while, Li Ziyu's face turned serious. He still remembered the introduction of the system when he summoned the Dark Skeleton. The first sentence in the introduction is very dangerous undead. Given the nature of the system, it can create a very dangerous undead, which speaks volumes. It was precisely because of the system's introduction to the Dark Skeletons that Li Ziyu did not summon a large number of demonized skeletons, for fear of causing trouble. But now, he found that he seemed unable to stop it. Demonic skeletons have the same abilities as demonic marked skeletons. They can evolve. As long as they are not killed, they will become stronger as they continue to fight. Fortunately, the demonized skeletons now obey the orders of the Dark Skeletons. By the way, where did Dark Skeleton get these demonized skeletons from? While Li Ziyu was thinking about this, Dark Skeleton and his men had already begun cleaning up the battlefield. The Dark Skeleton raised his head to look at the eye of the undead floating in the sky, thought for a moment, and then continued to do what he was doing. He was hesitating whether to let his master know that he and others could summon demonized skeletons. This kind of thing obviously affects the master status. The Dark Skeleton was the first demonized skeleton to appear. He had been observing everything in the undead fortress. He discovered that all the undead were created by the master alone, and all the undead were born under the master's will, including himself. Same thing. This is also one of the reasons why the Dark Skeleton has always been obedient under Li Ziyu and dared not act rashly. He admires Li Ziyu very much. In his heart, Li Ziyu is like the creator god of the undead. The demonic marked skeleton possesses the same ability. They have had this ability since they were promoted, but they have kept it hidden. This is what Dark Skeleton means. He didn't dare to let other skeletons reveal such abilities, because he didn't know what the consequences would be if Li Ziyu, the creator, knew about such abilities. Will they be obliterated? The Dark Skeleton was well aware that his ability had become a threat to the creator. If the creator wanted to wipe them out, it would be very, very simple. Just a thought would be enough. The soul fire is in the hands of Li Ziyu, which is the privilege of the system. No matter how smart or powerful the Dark Skeleton is, his essence is still a skeleton undead. The soul fire is his life. If the soul fire is extinguished, he will disappear as well. The word freedom has never thought of the dark skeleton. Or rather, all the undead have never thought about it. From the moment they were born, they received information that the undead were a race with a strict hierarchy. Not to mention the creator. Even the undead lord has absolute power over life and death over the skeleton undead under his command. They cannot go against the will of the higher undead. But how long can you keep it a secret? Sooner or later, the creator will find out. If he concealed it, the consequences would be even more serious, and would arouse the creator's greater fear. At that time, there would be no room for maneuver. It might be better to let the creator know as soon as possible. Dark Skeleton decided to take a gamble. He wanted Li Ziyu to see the process of him and the demonized pattern skeleton summoning the demonized skeleton. As for the result, let's leave it to fate. If the creator is really afraid of them because of this ability, then just destroy them. This shows that they should not appear. The skeletons gathered all the corpses on the battlefield and gathered together. Li Ziyu also came back to his senses from his thoughts, and looked over curiously. Collecting corpses is a normal behavior, and all undead will do this. For the undead, the body is the best resource. Just like humans' love for gold. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with this behavior. But the next thing was what he didn't expect. Tens of thousands of corpses are piled into a corpse mountain. The dark skeleton stood in front of the mountain of corpses and made distributions. Under his distribution, the demonized skeletons with patterned marks came up one by one and directed their demonized skeletons to carry away the corpses. What is this for? Li Ziyu muttered to himself in confusion, with a vague guess in his mind, and his eyes gradually widened. No way. No way. It can't be what I think. Li Ziyu stood up unconsciously, looking extremely focused. The corpses were distributed to each of the demonized skeleton subordinates and piled up together. The demonized skeletons began to move. They drew 2 circles around the corpse and wrote mysterious and strange runes in the gaps between the circles. After filling the gap with runes, the demonized skeleton retreated, and the soul fire in the skull burned violently. Just like the wind blowing, a line of soul fire flew out from their skulls and fell into the gap between the 2 circles. Call. The rune was ignited. Runes ignited and spread out. Magic. Li Ziyu's eyes were staring at the copper bell. The demonic marked skeleton can use magic array? He was not at the scene, and could only watch through the eyes of the dead. So he could not feel the atmosphere of the scene. Weird magical energy was injected into the magic circle from the air. Under the guidance of the runes, the magical energy in the magic circle became more and more concentrated, and the corpses in it were constantly absorbing this energy. White smoke emanated from the corpse, and the skin seemed to be burned, gradually drying up, and the flesh began to crackle. Streams of gas of different colors penetrated into the corpse through the 7 orifices. Boom! A corpse exploded, and rotten flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. The demonized skeleton stood up shakily. He seemed to be still not used to his new identity. He could not even stand steadily and swayed. Just as he took a step forward, he fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, the demonized skeleton stood up again and tried to move forward again. Crash! He was shattered into pieces of bones. The bones trembled and slowly gathered together to form a demonic skeleton again. He stood up again. This time he was no longer in a hurry, but inhaled and exhaled the smoke in the magic circle. The soul fire gradually grew bigger, and the flame no longer flickered, but became solid. Bang! 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 More and more corpses exploded, and more magical skeletons stood up. Some of them tried to move their bodies. Some just stood up and then broke into pieces of bones. And some were at a loss. All the corpses were transformed into new demonized skeletons. Oh my god! Li Ziyu swallowed a sip of spit, and the hole was dull. His question was answered. Where did the skeletons from the magic pattern scalpel come from? Answer: the demonic marked skeleton summoned it by itself. It's just outrageous. How come I didn't know they had this ability? I created the magic base seal skull. They made their own family. Is this special AI program robot? I create myself. This was also the first time that Li Ziyu witnessed the birth of a normal undead. He had been curious before. What we mean is that the undead have no reproductive ability. So how are they born? The undead is not the original race of Li Ziyu. The other world has its own history. Before their time-traveling lord came to this world, there were already many races in this world. Among them are the undead. So how did the undead come into being, and how did their population increase? Now he knows. Relying on the magic circle, they were summoned one after another. Li Ziyu's head was messy. There is another thing that makes him very concerned. He couldn't control the demonized skeleton summoned by the demonized pattern skeleton. This is not his power, but the power of the demonized skeleton. In other words, the demonized skeleton created an undead force that did not belong to Li Ziyu. My undead is out of my control. Li Ziyu's eyes narrowed, flashing with an unknown light. The dark skeletons seem to be a threat. Should we deal with them? Li Ziyu doesn't want to die at the hands of the undead he created one day. The reason why he summoned the undead army unscrupulously was that the undead were different from other races. They had absolute loyalty and would never betray him. But now this feature has been broken. The dark skeleton summoned the undead he could not control. Especially these undead. They can evolve and become more and more powerful. This is a huge threat. Li Ziyu took a few deep breaths, suppressed the idea of getting rid of the demonized skeleton right away, and opened the system. He must know whether the loyalty of the magic pattern has changed. After checking it, Li Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was still in the infinity state, and the other party did not intend to leave him just because he could summon new undead. As long as you are in this state, you are still under control. This is a very dangerous thing, but it seems to be doable. Chapter 274 Continued Development. The matter of summoning soldiers has actually always troubled Li Ziyu. True, he could rely on the system to summon a large number of undead, but he was the only one who could do that. In the short term, there is no big problem. But the undead are a race that relies on numbers to win. And this will eventually become a problem over time. Even if he can summon a large number of undead, there is a limit to the summoning speed. The enemy will become increasingly powerful. Once large-scale damage occurs on the front battlefield, and the fortress cannot be adequately replenished, it will directly lead to defeat. Transportation is also a problem. It is impossible for him to drive the undead fortress to every battlefield and release a large number of undead. Just like now, in the battle in the central area, he cannot enter the battlefield at will. This formed a constraint, like a shackle on Li Ziyu. In the early buildings, there was a building called the Dead Cemetery. By consuming the power of the soul, the undead can be continuously generated without his control. The problem is that the undead that can produce the Cemetery of the Dead is the lowest level bone dead spirit, and there is no way to produce a senior undead. The other buildings that have the ability to produce undead spirits include the Prayer Cemetery and the Temple of the Dead. To produce undead spirits in these two buildings, the power of faith is required. The power of faith is even more difficult to obtain than the power of soul. This requires people to make constant offerings, pray constantly, and have a pious heart in order to achieve it. Simply put, the power of faith is a process of accumulation and cannot be achieved in a short period of time. Li Ziyu has been thinking about how to expand his undead army and have more warriors. The demonized skeletons presented him with an opportunity. It's dangerous, but doable. He has absolute dominance over the demonic marked skeleton, and the demonized skeleton summoned by the demonic marked skeleton seem to also listen to the demonic marked skeleton. This means that he can control the magic-based seal skeleton to achieve the purpose of manipulating the magic skeleton. In fact, in a sense, Li Ziyu feels that the skeletons with demonic patterns are the real undead. They can use corpses to transform more undead at any time. The undead will become stronger and grow stronger as the battle goes on, forming an unstoppable force. After the 5 demonized skeletons transformed into a large number of demonized skeletons, they stopped moving and stood quietly in place, waiting for the final judgment. They are very nervous. As intelligent beings, the dark skeletons have no resistance to death. They just don't want to disappear and sleep forever. What a wonderful world it is. It's better to have fun than to fall asleep. This is the difference between the magic pattern and the normal undead. Normal undead would not have such thoughts. Sleeping is the norm for them. After waiting for a long time and seeing no movement, the violent skeleton could not help but look at the dark skeleton. The master said nothing. The punishment has not come. Maybe the master said it, but we didn't hear it. That's a punishment. Maybe the punishment has been issued, but it hasn't arrived yet. Are we going to wait for the punishment to come? I want to have some fun. The dark skeleton seemed to be reminded and looked at the violent skeleton with some surprise. What you said makes so much sense. This is how it has come to be. If there is to be punishment, there will be punishment. If there is no punishment, why just stand there stupidly? Even if they are going to be punished, They can still have some fun first. There is no need to wait foolishly. The speed skeleton, physique skeleton, and strength skeleton turned their heads at the same time and looked at the dark skeleton. The dark skeleton nodded. Let's go! The 5 skeletons with demonic patterns did not hesitate and immediately set off with the newly transformed demonic skeletons. Even if there is punishment, it can't stop them from having fun. Li Ziyu smiled slightly when he saw them set off. Okay, let me see what you can do and whether you can surprise me. Thinking of this, he withdrew the connection with the Eye of the Undead and turned his attention to the battlefield on the front line. In the central area, there is a battle line between Ratmen and Undead. The transparent psychic protective wall that is almost invisible to the naked eye still exists. The Undead monument is firmly suspended above the temporary gathering place, protecting the Undead below with the psychic protective wall. Thanks to the psychic protective wall, the temporary gathering place remained intact, and the Undead suffered little loss. After the last Death Scythe raid successfully destroyed the Plague Rat Tooth Bomber, the Skaven army temporarily lost its effective long-range attack methods. When there are bombers, it is difficult to break through the psychic protection wall. Now that the bomber has been destroyed, they are even more helpless against the psychic protective wall. Looking at the protective wall from afar, I gritted my teeth, but could do nothing. This doesn't mean that the Skaven won't attack. They won't give up easily. Although we cannot break through the protective wall now, we cannot let the Undead sit idle, and must keep attacking. They believe that no matter what kind of defense there was, there would always be weaknesses. As long as they found the weaknesses, they would have a chance to kill all the Undead. In the area between the two sides, the land turned blood red, and the soil became moist, as if it had been plowed over and over again. If we can plant some crops on this kind of land, we should get a good harvest. Every day, a large number of foreign warriors and slave ratmen died. Their bodies were taken away by the Undead, and their blood seeped into the ground, nourishing the barren soil. The Ratman commander was very anxious. He didn't like this stalemate. Skaven combat should be fast and powerful. They should have eliminated the Undead as quickly as possible and demonstrated the power of the Ratmen to the other tribes in the central area. But those Undead always have various means to make them suffer setbacks. The central zone is very cruel. If you want to live here and live well, you need the deterrence of force. All resources need to be fought over. The strength of the Ratmen is not expressed in words, but is demonstrated on the battlefield. As a powerful race like them, they must always make other races aware of their own strength. This is a deterrent. Only in this way can the glory of the Ratmen be maintained. No Ratman can disobey this point. The Ratman commander has realized that whether he can destroy the Undead or not, he will be punished this time, because he brought shame to the Ratmen. If you win, you will be punished. If you lose, you will die. He was more eager than anyone else to destroy the Undead. But the reality was not as he imagined. Apart from the loss of a large number of foreign warriors and slave Ratmen, which led to widespread complaints and highlighted his incompetence, there was no other progress at all. Bad voices have already appeared within the army, and have even subtly threatened his position. Those people said that even if they put a maggot on there, it would be beaten into this state. All they do every day is rush forward, which is like risking one's life and sending oneself to death. A worthless death. They couldn't break the transparent protective shield, but the Undead could kill them at will. Anyone can think of this kind of brainless tactic, and there is no need for a commander. The warriors of the vassal race originally followed the Ratmen to reap the benefits. They may not be of the same mind as the Rat people. Up to now, the warriors of the vassal races have begun to avoid and fear fighting, and are no longer as brave as they were in the beginning. Even when charging, they were not putting in any effort. The shouting sound was very loud, but the speed of running was slower than walking. We need more support. The Ratman commander roared in impotence and rage in his tent. Although he was a superior, he could understand the psychological state of those foreign warriors. Any commander would understand when seeing foreign soldiers being killed in large numbers. On the battlefield, the Skaven vassal race warriors launched another attack. They were holding weapons and yelling, but they moved very slowly, their eyes occasionally glancing at their companions around them, as if they were waiting for them to charge. Everybody was paddling. Even though there were Ratman commanders behind them, they still did their own thing. These warriors have already realized that the Ratmen have no way to deal with the Undead's defensive barrier, and they can only use their lives to fight against it. Whose life is not life? Even if you are a rabbit person, you still cherish your life. After fighting for so long, So many soldiers died. But the undead were fine. They happily hid in the barrier and attacked. On the other hand, they died one after another. No one was a fool. There was no need to discuss. All the foreign warriors chose the same strategy of working without putting in any effort, shouting louder than anyone else, but rushing slower than anyone else. If there were one or two people like this, the warlord could use the excuse of laxity and fear of fighting to kill them. But if everyone was like this, the warlord didn't know what to say and was helpless. You can't kill all the warriors of the vassal races, right? If the warlord dares to do so, then what the ratmen will have to face is not the undead, but the coalition forces of their vassal races. The vassal race warriors slowly inched forward. A few unlucky guys approached the attack range of the undead, and the undead indeed launched an attack. Unsurprisingly, the unlucky guys lost their lives. The warriors of other vassal races immediately retreated and ran back to the ratman camp like stray dogs. The ratman warlord looked on in bewilderment as the warriors of the vassal races ran past him, not even wanting to stop them. There are too many people. We can't stop them. How many people died in that wave just now? Was it 100? Thousands of warriors from vassal races were completely defeated just because 100 people died. How do you expect the ratman overlord to stop this? Li Ziyu looked at this funny scene and burst out laughing. What is this? The fight isn't as intense as that over there with the demonized skeletons. The black warrior in the temporary gathering place was also speechless. He didn't know what happened in the past 2 days. The other party didn't even come over to die. Each time they left behind less than 100 bodies and ran away, which reduced the number of bodies they collected. Really boring. The ratman warlord looked at the temporary gathering place of the undead from afar, sighed helplessly, and went to report to the commander dejectedly. Seeing that there was nothing interesting to see, Li Ziyu withdrew his gaze. Scientific and technological research cannot stop and must be accelerated. Li Ziyu does not feel that the rats will be so weak. The opponent does not have the ability to break through the psychic protective wall now. But that does not mean it will remain the same in the future. Temporary gathering places must be guarded. They are the nails rooted in the central area. Li Ziyu needs more powerful weapons to deal with subsequent wars. As for the research direction, he has already determined transportation and artillery. As the saying goes, dignity is only above the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. Why did the death scythe appear? Does Li Ziyu want to study it herself? Of course not. It was because they were suppressed by the ratman's plague rat teeth grenade vehicles from a distance. And they were so angry that they had to force themselves to develop this technology. If the undead also have cannons that can attack at super long range, then why bother developing the death scythe? They can just blast them away. The ratman once again told Li Ziyu the importance of long-range firepower. No matter how many people you have, if you don't have enough long-range firepower, you will be vulnerable. It's hard to fight back. As a time traveler, Li Ziyu knows the importance of cannons very well, and has been unlocking cannon-related technologies. However, cannons are heavy stuff, and after consuming a lot of resources, he only unlocked the Fist of Annihilation and Spirit Fire artillery. He has not yet developed a cannon suitable for use on the battlefield. The battlefield on the front line was in a stalemate at the moment, which gave him time to research new technologies. This time, we have to build the cannons and transportation tools regardless of the cost. Li Ziyu was determined. The means of transportation are relatively easier to obtain. When you unlock the corpse transport vehicle, you have already unlocked a lot of technology. You have a foundation and can continue to dig deeper based on this. Li Ziyu studied the technology tree and found that the corpse transport vehicle has great potential and can be modified in a large number of ways. The difficulty lies in the cannon. I don't know what the undead are thinking. In the psychic technology tree, it seems that the only long-range weapons that can be produced are catapults, grenade launchers, and heavy crossbows. But these things are obviously not enough to deal with the ratmen. As for the cannons in psychic technology, Li Ziyu is still very far away from them. On the contrary, the cannon in the mechanical technology is something you can consider developing. In the process of researching their own psychic technology and mechanical technology, the undead seem to have split into two races. Psionic technology is still mainly traditional, focusing on military units, and all equipment is only used for auxiliary purposes. Take the Death Scythe for example. It doesn't need any controller at all. It has its own soul fire. It is equivalent to changing the body of the undead. It is no longer a simple human skeleton, but a flying vehicle. In essence, There is not much difference between the death scythe and the skeleton undead. Extract the soul fire of the skeleton undead and put it into the scythe of death. Okay. Done. Fundamentally, there is no leaving the category of the undead. Insist on taking its own route and study itself. Mechanical technology, on the other hand, transcends itself. They not only modify their bodies, add various weapon accessories, and even modify the soul fire. They also create various items, such as the Ghost Ranger motorcycle. Without a cruise knight, the evil patroller's motorcycle could not achieve the effect. Psionic technology and mechanical technology are two different development paths of the undead. So what is the demonic marked skeleton? He didn't see anything related to demonic patterns in the undead technology. Li Ziyu's thoughts strayed a little, but he was quickly pulled back. He now needs to catch both hands together. He has to unlock both psychic technology and mechanical technology. Only in this way can he better face the current situation. As for which technology will be mainly developed in the future, it depends on which technology is more applicable. Although Li Ziyu always felt that the mechanical technology of the undead was heresy. It's a magical world after all. Right? After relaxing, Li Ziyu and Mingni greeted him, drilled into his bedroom, continued to unlock the technology, leaving Mingni alone to complain. After that night, Mingni's status in the fortress improved significantly. She is a woman's woman, although the owner did not admit that she was the master. Everyone had default her status, who made Li Ziyu the only woman around him. Although her status has been improved, Mingni is still the gentle catwoman as before, and has not caused any trouble because of the change in status. The biggest benefit is actually the recognition of the undead. The undead used to treat her as a companion, and now he will obey her dispatch. This saved Mingni a lot of trouble and made her work more relaxed. Li Ziyu doesn't care about these. His mind is on the front line. Beautiful women are good, but development is more important. It concerns his own life and death, and he has to take it seriously. Chapter 275. Ilmaha City-State. The above-ground area. Tens of thousands of warriors came from all directions and entered the city through the open gates. The city lord was so busy that he had to deal with official documents and dispatch supplies at the same time. The troops coming from other city-states of the Ratman tribe must be supported by the city-state of Ilmaha. That's the rule. When people send troops to help us, we can't just ignore them and give them a meal. The food can't be bad. Otherwise people won't help you next time. For several days from various urban states, hundreds of thousands of Mouseman soldiers have been gathered in the Mahaha city-state. Even if the people in the city-state are stupid, they can see that it is wrong. This means a war is about to begin. After so long, the news of the undead has long spread. There is no doubt that the rats have gathered such a large-scale legion to deal with the undead. Merchants and civilians living in the upper city of Ilmaha city-state are feeling uneasy. And some have already evacuated Ilmaha city with their families and headed for other city-states. They don't want to be affected by war. Lower Ilmaha. The Lord of Xiaqing is receiving the commanders and messengers from other city-states to meet with them to formulate a combat plan. The war between Mahaha city and the undead has lasted for a while. This should not appear. With the fighting power of the Ratmen, they should be able to quickly eliminate the undead instead of allowing the other side to gain a foothold for so long. The rise of a new force means they have to pay with land and resources. None of the powerful tribes in the central area want to see such a thing. If you want to gain a foothold in the central area and develop into a strong ethnic group, the first step is to stand firm. Often no race can stand firm under the attack of the powerful races in the central area. The rats have eliminated too many races from other areas. Our troops have reached 500,000. Can we not eliminate those undead? Alima, the master, you can rest assured. We bring the siege weapon. We will break the protective cover. Leave the air force to my team. Our Blizzard Messenger Corps is also ready at any time. And we can give the opponent from the air. The commanders from other city-states, in addition to the normal Ratman warriors, also brought a number of troops that the Ilmaha city-state did not have. The Blizzard Messenger Corps is actually a branch of the Mouse People, a military regiment formed by the Flying Rat. Different from the Flying Rat people, they are born with gliding wings. Although it is not possible to fly freely like birds in the sky, it can slip from a high place and is one of the flying units commonly used by rats. Looking at the commander in the conference room, Lord Ilmaha breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Some people come to help and want to get a strong base of the undead. It is absolutely no problem. Since you all say this, let's set off. Let those skeletons see us, the Lord of Irmahaha said to the commander present. On this day, the Ratman Corps stationed in Irmahaha City was expelled. They are going to fight against the evil undead. Frontline battlefield. There are 3 huge dead monuments in the sky, and the spiritual protection wall is covered with the entire undead gathering place. The undead gathering place is more than before. Not only did the area grow, the number of undeads increased, but also built a circle of white bone walls, which became a fortress. These white bone walls were unlocked by Li Ziyu inadvertently, and belong to a portable defense facility. Usually it is a cube that is aggregated. After the expansion, it will become a thick white bone plate with 10 meters high and 3 meters wide. There are also military channels and fire care holes on it. The white bone plate can be arranged, linking by yourself, forming an integrated defensive wall. The bone wall has no special function. It is similar to a normal city wall, simply thick. Li Ziyu transported a batch to the front line with a corpse transport to enhance the defense of the front line. The rats have recently increased their troops. From a distance, the dust and sand are caused by the large number of troops. Li Ziyu looked at everything through the purpose of the undead. He wanted to get closer to see who the other person came. Without thinking, the eyes of the undead were discovered, and it was directly shot down, leaving Li Ziyu nothing. But from the vastness of the other party, there are hundreds of thousands of mice. The Ratman Legion continued to rush to the front battlefield and surrounded the undead. Seeing such a scene, Li Ziyu secretly rejoiced. When the rats increased their troops, he was not idle. The undead gathered. But now there are 700,000 undead, coupled with the defense of the dead monument. It is really not too much to persuade the Legion. The war was right. Li Ziyu stopped R&D technology, and his thoughts were placed on the gathering place of the undead. This morning, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sharp sound sounded, and several groups of fire passed through the sky, dragging the long-tail flames and flew towards the undead gathering place. The fireball hit the wall of the spiritual defense, and a circle of ripples spread, splashing countless sparks. Coming! Li Ziyu, who saw this scene through the eyes of the undead. The dense mouse man launched an attack. The striker is still composed of vassal race warriors. As cannon fodder, the main force was composed of the rats raised under the cover of the vassal soldiers. The rats of the gun entered the battlefield and launched an attack on the lingering protective wall. The dense bullets are continuously pouring on the spiritual protective wall of the spirit, and the ripples that are stunning are connected like a rain-falling pond. Of various types of bombers in the rear continuously firing the SH/LS of bullets, bombarding the spiritual protective wall. Whether it is a rat tribe or the undead, the key to victory is on the wall of the spiritual protection. If the spiritual protective wall is destroyed, it is really hard to say if the undead can kill each other. The undead rushed to the white bone city wall and hit the foreigner soldiers and the mouse through the shooting holes. The entire battlefield became hustle and bustle instantly. Woo, it's the start of the war. Fight back. Kill them. The Black Warrior's information is transmitted back and forth in the Soul Network, constantly commanding the undead. They seemed very excited. Black Samurai liked the battlefield, and only on the battlefield could they show their value. Some time ago, there was a lot of good things over the fortress. They were planning to try the power of new weapons. Let the Thorn's punishment and the four-armed knife are ready. It's their turn to play. A message flashed across the Soul Network. In the open space where the undead gathered, many devices were set up, including nearly 100 strange devices. It was something similar to a turret, except that the front section looked like a gun barrel that had been split into two, forming a semicircular shape. This is a catapult in the undead mechanical technology, a device that can launch special undead. At this time, behind the catapult platform, two kinds of strange-looking undead formed a long line. Thorn's punishment. Weapon, Thorn chain belt. Introduction. Undead that have been transformed by mechanical technology. These guys don't have very good brains, but when they rush into the enemy's crowd, the Thorn chain can allow them to exert a certain degree of lethality, and they still have good combat effectiveness against ordinary infantry. Requirements: Soul Energy * 50 units, Skeleton * 10 units, Psychic Core * 1, Metal Plates * 20 pieces, Gears * 100 pieces. The Thorn Punishers are 500 centimeters tall, with thick bones. Many parts of their bodies are covered with metal plates, and there are psychic cores inside, which give them powerful power. after they were transformed. Not only were their size and defense enhanced, but many of their bones also underwent mutations and grew spikes. Each Thorn Punisher struggled to drag a metal chain that was thicker and longer than themselves. On the chain were spikes that were polished to extremely sharp points. These guys don't move very fast, but as you can tell from their weapons, they are very powerful. The punishment of the Thorn standing at the forefront came to the behind the ejection platform. First stuffed the Thorn's chain in the band, and then tied himself along the chain strap. Finally, the chain was closed, and a spherical shape was formed in the ejection taichu. Seeing this, the undead on the side pulled the lever. When the powerful propulsion force bounced the Thorn Punisher, which was rolled into a ball. Out. He flew over the city wall, passed through the psychic protection wall, and fell from the air towards the densely packed vassal race warriors. Boom. Gurgle. The punishment of the Thorn smashed the ground and instantly killed several vassal soldiers. This is not over yet. The Thorn's punishment of the team's ball. Through this force, like a metal sawing gear, rolling at tens of meters forward, the warriors of the vassal races along the way were either killed or injured. The power was gone, and the Thorn Punisher came to a stop. The warriors of the vassal races around looked at the metal ball covered with spikes that had stopped in fear. They took a cautious step forward, wanting to get a closer look. But unexpectedly, the metal ball started moving. The chain unfolded and hit the ground, and the Thorn Punisher emerged from it, stretched his body, and stood up. He looked around at the warriors of the vassal races, picked up the thorn chain with one hand, swung it hard, and lashed at the warriors of the vassal races around him. Think about the scene. It's like a 5-meter tall man with modified body, carrying a thick, spiked metal belt, and whipping it in all directions. Many of the warriors of the vassal races, who didn't have time to react, were beaten to pieces. The flesh is full of flesh. The punishment of Thorns does not need any special attacks at all. He is simply standing in the crowd, and using the enhanced power to move the Thorn's chain belt to cause a lot of casualties to the enemy. The warriors of the vassal race suffered heavy casualties, and they also realized that they could not let this guy attack at will. Countless warriors of the vassal races rushed towards the Thorn Punisher. It is not difficult to dodge the chain belt. There are gaps in it, and it is not very fast. If you want to dodge it, you can still dodge it. For the vassal soldiers who rushed towards him, the punishment of the Thorns didn't care at all. He stood in place, and he held the chain belt again. The combat method is extremely single, but it is a strong miracle. His body was very defensive, and the vassal soldiers climbed on him. But he was very helpless about the steel plate of the body. Forearm knife hand. Weapon, alloy sawtooth scimitar. Introduction, undead that has been transformed by mechanical technology. You can think of it as a transformed undead warrior. Except for height, flexibility, and 2 more arms. There is not much difference between them and undead warriors. Requirements, soul energy * 100 units. Skeleton * 6 units. Psionic core * 1. Gears * 50. Behind the ejection table of the undead. Another strange guy is a 4-arm knife hand. This is a 300 centimeters tall, but a slender body. After transformation, he has 4 metal arms, and each arm holds a scimitar. A 4-arm knife drilled into the ejection taichung. His body curled up, but the 4 machetes were exposed, which made him look like 4 strange wings. When the 4-armed knife was ejected out, falling into the crowd, the curled up of the 4-armed knife hand continued to roll forward, and the 4-handed scimitar kept cutting from the surrounding vassal soldiers, leaving a blood path. The power disappeared, and the 4-armed knife hand stood up and launched an attack on the surroundings. 4-armed swordsmen and Thorn Punishers were thrown into the crowd, and the warriors of the vassal race were in chaos. And all this did not affect the combat of the Ratmen, as the warriors of those vassal races were born for these things. This time, the soldiers from various urban states were to eliminate the undead in one fell swoop. The bombers in the rear were not only plague rat tooth bombers, but also other heavy weapons. In just a moment, the psychic protective wall was already shaky. The protective effect is gradually diminishing. The black warrior looked up at the sky, but could no longer see the sky. The protection above his head was being attacked at full capacity by the Ratmen. The colorful attacks landed on the protective wall, covering everything. The saturated remote attack of the Ratman is very scary. They will not take control of consumption at all. That is, a moment of crazy attack until all enemies are eliminated. When the undead gathered was attacked crazy. The mutation suddenly emerged. Suddenly, two teams of undead appeared from behind the rat army on the east and west sides and launched a fierce attack on the rat army. One of them was the fleet. Hundreds of transport vehicles were rushed out of the west. A heavy crossbow was screwed. The bone knights were charged. And the rats were caught off guard. The transport vehicle fired heavy crossbows and opened the warehouse door. And the undead swarmed out. There are more than 100,000 abilities in the east. And they seem a lot normally. At first glance, it is just ordinary bones. But when they were fighting, the rat people discovered that these guys were more crazy than those undeads gathered. The dead army on the west was the back of Liziu. Although he still hasn't developed the cannon, he has already modified the corpse transport vehicle so that it can not only transport the undead, but also be offensive. The undead army in the east was an unexpected surprise. It was a legion led by the demonized skeletons. They have not been idle. When Liziu studied technology, when the undead and the mouse played against the mouse, these guys went one after another after another. At this time, the magical skeleton army had more than 100,000. By accident, they discovered the front battlefield. After the speed skeleton investigated, it was discovered that the target of the Ratman's siege was actually the undead. Although many times the magic patterned bones are not dealt with by the undead, they are essentially the same. At least the relationship is definitely stronger than the rat. The dark skeletons didn't think much and decided to reinforce the skeleton undead. So by coincidence, the transport corps and the demonized skeleton corps sent out by Liziu launched attacks from both sides. This time disrupted the deployment of the rats. Where does the undead come from? What did Lord Alimaha do? Why are there so many undead hiding? Damn. Turn your head. Hold steady. Don't panic. The commanders from other city-states, they only know that the enemy is the undead hiding in the defense cover. He never thought that in the territory of the Iron Mahaha, there were still 2 legions of such a scale hidden. The frequency of attack slows down. The black samurai of the undead gathered immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Kill them! Rush! Skeleton knights took the lead, and the skeleton undead followed. The battlefield was in complete chaos and turned into a huge meat grinder. All kinds of attacks were overwhelming. Shouting, screaming, sorrow, explosion, and a piece of sorrow. Chapter 276 Request for Peace. Witness the glory of me in the name of death. Knights, charge. The soul roar expands a circle of ripples, and the roar can hear even foreign soldiers. He is wearing a heavy armor, holding a knight's long gun, and a soul-warming horse with a blue flame under the seat. The skeleton knights lined up into a column. Although there are few people, they rushed to the battlefield. Foreign soldiers were shocked by the soul roar, and before they reacted, they saw that the bone knights had rushed to the front. The long gun pierced their bodies and brought a fluffy blood. The knights didn't even spare a second glance at the warriors of the vassal races. They charged straight forward without stopping. Their formation is gradually changing. From the column to the triangle cavalry array, the soul energies connected and merged continuously. As they charged forward, a sharp-angled energy barrier formed by the soul energy appeared in front of them. This barrier is different from the soul protection wall of the Monument of the Dead. The energy barrier formed by the Bone Knight charge can not only defend the opponent's attack, but also rebound the opponent's physical attack, but also have a killing effect. With their charge time, the barrier will not weaken, but it will become stronger and stronger until the blue soul flame is burning. Looking from the distance, in the flames, a team of knights came to control the horse. So powerful. The vassal soldiers and rats are stupid. They brought fear and death. Where the soul flame passes, the corpses are everywhere. No one is willing to stop such a team. The Bone Knight has not arrived, and the mouse person has been captured. Their mouths were trembling, their legs were shaking, and their wide-open eyes were filled with fear of death. In the name of death, we grant them eternal silence. This is mercy, but also punishment. I swear on my soul that the enemies standing before us will bear witness to our bravery with their lives. Remember our name. We are called the Dark Warrior. When we appear, you should be awed and sincerely repent. The Black Warrior walked out of the gathering place holding a long sword, muttering in a low voice as he walked, and it felt like a believer praying. When the warriors of the vassal race saw the Black Warrior in heavy armor, they immediately launched an attack. But their attacks were all ignored by the Black Warrior. They just walked right up to them, raised their swords high, and swung them down. If the skeleton knight gives a personal feeling of ferocity, then the black knight gives a personal feeling of despair. Unlike skeleton knights, black warriors are not as mobile as they are heavily armored infantry. While losing mobility, their defense and attack were greatly enhanced. Both physical resistance and magic resistance are very strong. In terms of offensiveness, although the Darth Vader uses a long sword, it is indestructible. As the core backbone of the undead, the Black Warrior's combat effectiveness is no joke. When facing those poor warriors of the vassal race, the Black Warrior will not use the second sword. With every sword, a warrior of the vassal race will fall down and die. During the battle, the whispers like prayers never stopped. That deep, nightmare-like voice continued to echo in the hearts of the warriors of the vassal race. Even if they survived, they would still tremble when they recalled it countless years later. That was not a force they could resist. That is an existence that they fear more than the devil. I wonder how many people will be transformed from brave warriors into weak cowards because of the whispers of the Dark Warrior. They become extremely afraid of death. They would wake up from their dreams, roll off the bed in panic, kneel in the darkness, trembling, full of fear, but praying devoutly. Pray that death will not come so soon. Pray that the Dark Lord won't appear before them again. Their fear will last for a long time. The Black Warrior's attack is so real. He doesn't dodge or retreat. He withstands all your attacks, walks in front of you, and swings his sword. The Dark Knight has definitely contributed greatly to the undead's bad reputation. The way they fight is enough to make anyone feel hopeless. In the history of the other world, the Black Warrior is indeed notorious. These guys went to war with the devil and dared to fight the devil head-on. These guys went to war with the Dragon Clan and dared to attack the dragon despite its breath. These guys went to war with the angels. And even under the illumination of the holy light, they still moved forward firmly. It seems that nothing can stop the Black Warrior from moving forward. Call them stupid or fearless. The Darth Vader is the kind of person who can bring you fear and terror from a positive perspective. The past history has long been forgotten by most people, and the horror of the Black Warrior is only a part of many undead legends. But now, the warriors of the Skaven vassal race have once again witnessed the power of the Black Warrior. That's the invincible feeling of defeating you fairly. You watch them move forward step by step, and he allows you to use all your offensive means. He doesn't defend or slow down. Isn't this the biggest source of fear? You dodge, or even defend, because you know that the opponent can be defeated. But if that person doesn't dodge or evade, doesn't even defend himself, lets you hit him at will, and then walks up to you and kills you, that's true despair. The skeleton undead also rushed out with bayonets in their hands, following the Black Warrior and attacking the enemy. For the first time, the Ratman army truly understood what the undead were. Before this, the undead had always been on the defensive, defending against their attacks. This gave the rats an illusion. The opponent seemed to be in a bad condition, only daring to defend but not attack. It is this feeling that makes the rat people so unscrupulous. They believe that the other side relied on those means of defense and long-range attack and only dared to fight a war of attrition with them. The legendary races know more than this. How could the races of distant times understand the role of progress? But when they really faced the attack of the undead, the Ratmen realized that it was not because the previous races were too weak, but because the undead were really powerful. The warriors of the vassal races could not stop their defeat. The Ratman Corps also took over the skeleton knights. The moment the battle started, their team was pierced, and they had no ability to stop the skeleton knights. If they had support from the rear, they wouldn't be in such a bad situation. But now they are attacked from all sides. Behind them are the demonized skeletons led by the demonized patterned skeletons, and the modified corpse transport vehicle sent by Li Ziyu. The Ratman collapsed. The two encirclements collapsed, and the rat soldiers panicked and, driven by the undead, rushed into the positions of the other two encirclements. Chaos is inevitable. Taking advantage of this chaos, the undead sounded the clarion call for a full-scale counterattack. The Ratman was defeated, lost more than 300,000 men, and were defeated by the undead. The news spread like wildfire, and soon all the cities and villages within the Ratman's territory knew about it. This is unbelievable news. The victory of the undead means that a new race has gained a foothold and taken root in the central area. Such a thing has not happened for many years. Or in other words, there has been no new race in the central area for many years. Every race that wants to take root in the central area must go through trials. The content of the test is the attack of a powerful tribe. If you can hold on and everyone recognizes you, you can take root in the central area and become a new force. I'm sorry. If you couldn't hold on, either your clan would be exterminated, or you would be sent back to your hometown. The chances of genocide are greater. During the time it takes to pass through the wasteland and reach the central area, there will definitely be injuries, and hunger and fatigue will consume the strength of the tribe. However, when they reach the central area, before they have a chance to rest, they will be discovered by powerful tribes and attacked. On one side is a powerful tribe's army that is gathering strength and waiting to gain military merit, and on the other side is a tired army that has just arrived in the central area from a remote area, with great difficulty, suffering from hunger and exhaustion. It is needless to say which side will win and which will lose after a fight with a strong tribe. Even if they were not wiped out and fled back to the wasteland, would there be enough tribesmen and food to return to the former area? The probability is that there will be no such thing, and you will die in the wasteland. Over the years, new races and forces have landed in the central area, but they have all been defeated by powerful races, and no force has ever been able to gain a foothold. It's like a curse. All races and forces living in remote areas know that the central area is a good place. The land there is fertile. There are abundant resources, and the living environment is better. If they want their ethnic groups to grow bigger, they have to live in the central area. But the problem is that the powerful tribes in the central area do not want to share their land and resources with others. So knowing is one thing, and being able to live in the central area is another. What no force has been able to do for decades or hundreds of years has now been accomplished by the undead. They landed in the territory of the Ratmen and resisted the attack of the Ratmen army. Not only did they block the enemy, they also launched a counterattack, killing more than 300,000 of them, and chasing after the Ratmen. The Ratmen can no longer launch attacks on the undead for the time being. It's not that the Ratmen are unable to attack, but because of the rules. There is no doubt that the newly landed races will undergo tests. But you can't do it endlessly, right? Didn't you say that I just landed in the central area, and then you brought your entire clan to fight me, and fought with all your might? It would be impossible for any race to successfully gain a foothold in the central area, let alone decades or even hundreds of years. Most of the powerful tribes in the central area now came from outside. They have all been tested. As a strong tribe, they have experienced a lot and know one thing: they cannot be flowers in a greenhouse without experiencing the wind and rain. The tribe will begin to become pleasure-seeking, will decay, and will disintegrate from within. Therefore, we need to give the tribe some crises from time to time to stimulate their nerves and let them know that they can't just focus on enjoyment, but must develop, learn to be humble, understand that they are not the strongest, and don't get carried away. Aren't these forces coming from outside the best crisis? So there are rules for the central zone. You can attack, but you can't attack endlessly. The Ratmen have fought back and forth several times, especially the last wave, which mobilized warriors from several surrounding city-states to attack the undead. This has not yet defeated the undead. It's in place. If they continue to attack, other powerful tribes will have to intervene, because the Ratmen can break the rules. If we continue to fight, not only will the race's resources and strength be wasted, but there will be no benefits. They also hope that new forces will continue to land in the future to bring excitement to future generations. The undead have passed the test, and now it is time for them to develop. At the same time, with the undead gathering place as the center, the Ratmen divided out a large territory within the territory of the Alimaha city-state and ceded it to the undead. This territory is approximately 1/3 of the territory of the Alimaha city-state. The Ratmen did not want to cede their territory, but there was no other way. Rules were rules, and if they did not want to offend several powerful tribes in the central area at once, they had to cede the land with pain. The two lords of the Alimaha city-state were very miserable because they were the ones responsible for the war. Not only do they have to face the punishment of the Ratmen, but they also have to give up their own interests and hand over the land to the undead. The Ratmen are very dissatisfied with the two city lords of Alimaha. They believe that it is their incompetence that has led to the growth of the undead clan and their failure to eliminate the undead clan in the first place. At the same time, they have brought shame to the Ratmen clan and made other powerful clans laugh at them. They must pay the price for this. The price is very painful, and they may be deprived of their position as city lord and replaced by a new one. The two lords of the Alimaha city-state tried very hard to keep their positions, but they were powerless. After all, the undead landed, and they failed to stop them. They indeed failed to eliminate the opponent in the first place, and at the same time allowed the opponent to gain a foothold. More importantly, the voices of the civilians within the Ratmen were even louder, making it impossible for them to maintain their position. Before the new city lord arrives, they have to handle the handover task and hand over the territory to the undead. Whether the Rat people are willing or not, they must take this matter seriously and give the new force enough respect. Although in the future this new force may very likely disappear due to retaliation from the Rat people because of some trivial matters. But now, they must pay attention and act respectfully. The two city lords of Ilmaha will conduct the transaction in person. They came to the gathering place of the undead with proof of territory. The two city lords did not bring too many people with them, and were only accompanied by more than 100 Ratman guards. When they arrived at the gathering place of the undead, the two city lords looked up at the undead monument floating in the sky and gritted their teeth secretly. It was this thing that blocked their attack, stopped them outside, and led to their failure. I looked at the wall of bones again. Wow! They built the wall in such a short time. The undead are still undead. The Ratman is here again? Ready to fight. In the Soul Network, information is constantly transmitted. The skeleton undead picked up thorn spears and rushed up to the city wall. The thrower jumped for joy and prepared to throw bombs. He had a great time a while ago. However, the undead, who climbed onto the city wall, were a little confused. Didn't they say the enemy was coming? Where are the people? The undead were confused, but their display startled the Lord of Alimaha. What? What are you doing? We are just a handful of people here. Is it necessary to start a war? What? Only 100 people came? Next time, make your statement clear. The Dark Warrior sent out a message, cursing the hunter. What can more than 100 people do? Mobilizing tens of thousands of undead for these 100 people is really shameful. In fact, it was because the Dark Knight was too anxious. Before the hunter could finish his words, he had already ordered the undead to prepare for battle. What are the other side doing with more than 100 people here? The Dark Knight put the undead on temporary alert while pondering something. The display of undead really frightened the two Ratman city lords. They did not dare to move forward, so they pushed out a subordinate and asked him to go and make the announcement. The unfortunate Ratman walked towards the gathering place of the undead, looking back every now and then. Damn it. I'm just a civil servant. Why do I have to shout? I'll be killed by the undead. Unfortunately, he had no right to refute. After all, the status of the two city lords behind him was much higher than his. I am from the Ratman city-state. Alimaha. On behalf of the city lord. Request. No. Ask for peace talks with the undead. The Ratman civil servant walked forward tremblingly and shouted at the top of his lungs from 200 meters away. Chapter 277 Land Map. What is this guy shouting about? Peace talks? Why are you shouting from so far away? No one can hear you. Is there no one left in the Rat People tribe? Did they send a stammerer to negotiate? In other words, the Dark Knight has good hearing. Otherwise he really wouldn't be able to hear what the other party is shouting. It's more than 200 meters away. So even if you shout at the top of your lungs, your voice won't be that loud. After the civil servant shouted, he turned and looked at the city lord behind him. The two city lords waved at him at the same time, asking him to come closer and shout. Seeing that gesture, the civil servant almost cried. It's only over 200 meters away, but I already feel unsafe. Should we get closer? Taking a deep breath, the civil servant hesitated and took 2 steps forward. Just when he was about to continue dawdling, the undead side took action. 10 black warriors in heavy armor, followed by 100 skeleton knights, walked out of the gathering place. Seeing those terrifying guys, the Ratman officer howled in fear and wanted to turn around and run. But his legs seemed to be filled with lead and he couldn't move at all. And he stood there motionless. My legs. Move a little. If you don't move, I'm going to die. The rat officer's mentality exploded. He didn't want to face the undead, let alone these undead wearing black armor. As a member of the city lord's mansion, he knew more than others, and he was very clear about how strong these guys in black armor were. Killing him is no more troublesome than killing a chicken. The black warriors didn't know what was going on with the rat man. Only when they got closer did they find that the rat man in front of them had tears and snot on his face and was soaked all over. Are you a peace negotiator? Do the Nezumi look down on us? Coward. Some of the black warriors were confused. Some were angry. And some simply picked up their swords. The rat civilian had never seen such a scene before. He was affiliated with the city lord's mansion. When he was outside, he had to show basic respect. Not to mention anything else. He would not draw his sword as he did with the undead when they met. No. 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 It's not me. I'm just here to pass on the message. I am not responsible for the peace talks. Don't kill me. I'm not tasty. City Lord. Yes. The City Lord is over there. They are in charge of the peace talks. Let me go, please. The rat civilian collapsed, shouting nonsense, as if he had gone crazy. The black warriors looked at each other, and then looked in the direction the rat officer pointed. Send those who can make the decision here. Don't send cowards. The black warrior pointed behind the rat officer, and said in a deep voice. The ratman official got on all fours, and ran back in panic, shouting as he ran, and told the city lord the words of the undead. Kill him. This piece of rubbish. When the city lord saw the look on the civil servant's face, a stern look immediately appeared on his face, and he gave orders to the rat guards beside him. Just as the civil servant approached, a ratman guard stepped forward and killed him with a sword. There was a look of disbelief in the eyes of the rat civilian. He did not die at the hands of the undead, but died at the hands of his own people. The two city lords of Alimaha straightened their clothes, took a deep breath, and walked towards the black warrior with 10 rat guards. The two city lords were covered in gorgeous robes. Even their hands were hidden. They appeared calm on the surface, but underneath the robes, their hands and legs were shaking. Scary. On the other side is a group of undead who kill without blinking an eye. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers died at the hands of these undead. Who knows if these undead will suddenly attack and kill them? They stopped more than 10 meters away from the black warrior. I am the lord of the upper city of Alimaha city-state of the Ratman clan. Nice to meet you all. The lord of the lower city of Alimaha of the Ratman clan. I am honored to meet the undead warrior. The two city lords introduced themselves one after another, put their hands in front of their chests, bowed slightly, and saluted the black warrior. Shining. The sound of metal vibration startled the two city lords. When they looked up, they saw a long sword piercing into the ground, and the black warrior in front of them raised his hand and hammered his chest. I am a member of the Undead clan. A black warrior under the command of the Lord of the Undead. The black warrior's actions made the two city lords twitch their lips, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Just now they thought that the undead in front of them was going to attack. It turned out to be a return of courtesy. It's quite scary. Lord of the upper city. Lord of the lower city. Please tell us why you are here. The black warrior asked with his head held high. The two city lords looked at each other, and the senior city lord spoke first. We are here on behalf of the Ratman city-state to negotiate with the undead. We hope that our two tribes can live in peace. After the city lord finished speaking, he waited for the black warrior to speak. But the black warrior suddenly fell silent. It wasn't that he wanted to remain silent, but that Liziu was silent. When the civil servant said he wanted to come for peace talks just now, the black warrior realized that this matter was not something he could decide, and immediately contacted Liziu through the Soul Network. Liziu was very surprised that the Ratmen were willing to negotiate with the undead. He also couldn't figure out what was going on, or whether it was a trick, and was asking Batubu about it. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test, Brother Batu. Free Flying Eagle, Brotherly. Are you unable to hold on? If not, wait a moment. I have gathered several companions here. We will come to support you in a while. Don't want to take a driving test, no. Brother Batu. The Ratmen are looking for me to negotiate. What's going on? The Free Flying Eagle. Free Flying Eagle, peace talks? Don't want to take a driving test, yes. He suddenly came here today, shouting outside that he wanted to negotiate. Do you know what's going on? Is it a scam? Free Flying Eagle, I can't really say. I wasn't there. Wait. What did you do during this time? Why did you appear in front of the Ratman? Don't want to take a driver's license test. I didn't show up. I just sent the undead over there, and fought with them for several battles. Many of their people died, and then they suddenly shouted for peace talks. A Free Flying Eagle, if this is the case, then I feel that the other party really wants to negotiate. Don't want to get a driver's license. What does that mean? Free Flying Eagle, these are the rules. Batuba was born in the central area. He knew the central area very well, and knew what the rules of the central area were. He explained the rules to Li Ziyu. Don't want to take a driver's license test. That might really be a peace talk. But if they followed the rules, why did you go to war later? Li Ziyu was still quite confused. Since there are so many rules, then the subsequent war must have been caused by the ratmen breaking the rules. At this point, Batubia no longer concealed anything and told Li Ziyu what had happened before. When the Time Traveler Lord came, anyone who could resist was able to gain a foothold in the central area. Although they might not be able to gain control of the territory, at least they could survive. The powerful tribes also abided by the rules, and did not try their best to strangle these time travel lords. They even lived in peace with them. The problem does not lie with those powerful indigenous tribes, but with the time travel lords. If everyone follows the rules, there won't be any problems. But there are always some people who don't want to live by the rules. They feel they deserve a better life, should become stronger, and should have more. Take Xi Ping for example. The trouble started with people like them. People like Batuba know what they are doing and will not act recklessly. Although their relations with powerful tribes may not be very good, they will not cause a war. He Zipping is a person who has no idea what's going on. He does things without restraint and feels like a time traveler. He keeps saying that he has the aura of a protagonist and keeps clamoring about how kings, princes, generals, and ministers are all born with different species, and he wants to take the path of being a sage inside and a king outside. They looted everywhere, causing widespread resentment and public discontent in the central region. At first, they only attacked the villages. Most of these villages were vassal races of powerful tribes. They were plundered, but the powerful tribes just turned a blind eye and did not investigate further. But plundering will eventually lead to hatred, and the villages begin to unite to hunt down the Traversal Lord. At this point, they actually still have a chance. As long as they pull back from the brink, they can still make amends. But people like He Zipping will never be satisfied. They are greedy and never know when to stop. The success of plundering villages made them taste the sweetness. They felt that those powerful tribes were no more powerful than them. So they became more daring and started to cause trouble in other people's cities. At first, they were just minor fights, and people just thought they were causing trouble. So they sent some city guards to send them away. Then this group of time travel lords began to intensify their efforts, gradually forming a large scale and plundering cities. When they plundered villages, no one cared. When they caused trouble in cities, they just drove them away. Now they have started to plunder cities, and those big clans can finally sit still. They realized that the time travelers were a scourge and began to fight back. Among all the races that fought back, the Ratmen were the most brutal. This is also why they finally fought against the Ratmen. After listening to Batubia's explanation, Li Ziyu patted his forehead. Not only is it different from what I thought, it's the exact opposite. Li Ziyu originally thought that the time travel lord was living quietly in the central area, but the Ratmen took a fancy to his mobile fortress, which led to a hunt. In order to protect themselves, the time travel lords gathered together and determined to resist, which eventually led to a war, and the time travel lords were defeated. This time they went to the central area as an army of justice, to avenge the lords who had died in the central area before. But the reality is completely different. This is clearly a colonial story. The story needs to be changed. All races were living well in the central area. But suddenly one day, a group of time travel lords appeared and drove around in a mobile fortress. After a series of battles, each race allowed the Traversal Lords to live on their own land. But unexpectedly, some time travel lords became more and more greedy, and made the people live in misery, and war broke out everywhere. In the end, all races had no choice but to start eliminating the time travel lords. The time travel lords gathered together and formed a large army. But they were unable to defeat the enemy. This is what they mean by one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. If there weren't people like He Zipping who broke the rules and were greedy, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known Batubu. No wonder the other party hates the time traveler lord so much. If I were in his place, I would hate him too. The story of the farmer and the snake. I thought I was a righteous army, but now I am shocked to find that I am actually an invader. Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. Don't think too much. This is a different world, and the law of the jungle is the true nature of this world. Free Flying Eagle, do you think the powerful tribes in the central area were so strong from the beginning? No. They also rose little by little through continuous conquests. Free Flying Eagle, If you want to live well in this world and not be killed easily, don't think about other things. Become stronger and seize more resources. This is the truth. If all of us had gone to plunder at the beginning, maybe we would not have lost the battle. Kindness is sometimes not necessarily beautiful, but maybe stupidity in the eyes of others. Batubu seemed to have guessed what Li Ziyu was thinking and suddenly sent a few messages. He couldn't say that Zipping's approach was right, but he also reflected on it after the failure. Why did the Time Traveler Lord lose? As time travelers, they have mobile fortresses and systems from the moment they are born. With the assistance of the systems, they can develop much easier than the indigenous races. The time-traveling lords don't need to think too much. As long as they have enough resources, they can develop rapidly. Their failure may really be due to kindness. It seems that it is wrong for Zipping and his friends to break the rules. But aren't rules established by the strong? If their traversal lord is strong enough, then they are not breaking the rules, but making the rules. Ultimately, it's a question of strength. When he was in Li Ziyu's area, Batubu had thought it through. Become stronger. To embark on the path of becoming a truly strong person. This is the path that time travelers should take. And it is also the path they should take from the beginning of their journey. Cooperation with other indigenous peoples is only temporary. They are different after all. He had just told Li Ziyu what happened in the central area. When Li Ziyu fell silent, he guessed what the other party was thinking. So he began to persuade him. Li Ziyu looked at the news about Batubu and fell into deep thought. Yeah. Even in this situation, I'm still thinking about something random. Be it the army of justice or the invaders. As long as I win and become the final winner, everything will be rewritten. Survival of the fittest. If I retreat now, will other time travelers let me go in the future? Will not. So, fight. Li Ziyu is no longer confused and is determined in his heart. He wants to unify the wilderness, obtain more resources, and deal with future wars. So he must be prepared. The Ratmen are just the beginning, and there is still a long way to go in the future. After thinking all this over, he focused his attention on the negotiation again. We accept your peace talks. After waiting for a long time, the two city lords had sweat on their foreheads, and the Black Warrior suddenly said this. The two city lords then felt relieved. The lower city lord quickly took out a thick roll of animal skin paper from his sleeve, held it in both hands, and handed it to the Black Warrior. What's this? The Black Warrior took the animal skin paper and squeezed it hard. There was nothing hidden inside. Just an ordinary roll of thick animal skin. He asked in confusion. This is the map. After discussion, we are willing to cede a portion of the land of Ilmaha city-state as a habitat for the dead in exchange for peace. The city lord said hurriedly. The lower city lord beside him also nodded repeatedly. Hearing this, the Black Warrior unfolded the parchment and looked up. It's not him who wants to see it, but Li Ziyu. After unfolding it, Li Ziyu was a little disappointed. He thought that the other party sent a map of the Ilmaha city-state, but it turned out to be only a partial map. A map of the land they gave, and the rest was completely missing. On the left side of the map, there are some incomprehensible words. What does this say? The Black Warrior asked, pointing at the words. The city lord hurriedly explained. The general meaning was that the Alimaha city-state agreed to cede this part of the land to the Undead. In the future, these lands will be the territory of the Undead, and the Ratmen are not allowed to cross the border at will. Otherwise it will be regarded as the start of a war. At the same time, the Undead cannot cross the border at will. Otherwise it will be regarded as the Undead taking the initiative to start a war. Below is the clan seal of the Ratmen, the public seal of the Alimaha city-state, and the signatures and private seals of the lords of the upper and lower city districts. When Li Ziyu saw the map, he was actually very satisfied. The other party's allocation of land to him gave him a foothold, and it would be easy to operate afterwards. But if he agreed just like that, it would seem very weak. So he asked the Dark Warrior to ask the other party for resources. The Lord of Alimaha hesitated for a moment, discussed it, and then agreed to his request. After all, the defeated party this time was the Rat people. They didn't want to face the Undead, and just wanted to deal with it quickly, and then leave. Chapter 278, We Have a Territory. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test, you may not believe it. But I bought a piece of land in the central area. Conscientious businessman? The free-flying eagle? Treasure hunt star? Treasure hunter, boss. You bought a house in the central area? How much is it per square meter? Conscientious businessman, Xing Xing. You are really good at making crooked buildings. The free-flying eagle, what's going on? Negotiate compensation? Conscientious businessman, what peace talks? Treasure hunt, seed land and pay compensation? Don't want to take a driver's license test, that's about it. I had a fight with the ratmen in the central area. And then they gave me a piece of land. Although I haven't been able to confirm the specific scope. It doesn't seem to be small when looking at the map. Treasure hunter, boss is awesome. Conscientious businessman, boss is awesome. Free-flying eagle, does that mean we can land? Don't want to take a driving test, wait a minute. I'll go explore the road first. Don't be in a hurry. Treasure hunter, I have a home in the central area. Conscientious businessman, +1. Don't want to take a driving test, don't worry. Don't want to take a driving test, brother Batu. How many people have you contacted? Free-flying eagle, if you are not in a hurry, I can contact more people. Don't want to take a driving test. You can stay calm for now and communicate in time if there is any situation. Free-flying eagle, I understand. Don't want to take a driving test, Pung. How is the digging of your underground tunnel going? Conscientious merchant, the progress was not very smooth. The ratmen also had tunnels underground. I dug into the ratmen tunnels several times. Fortunately, I ran fast. Don't want to take a driving test. Have you been discovered? Conscientious businessman, probably not. I didn't find anyone following me. But I felt it was very dangerous. It would be difficult if they dug my tunnel. If you don't want to get a driver's license, be more careful. Conscientious businessman, yes. Don't want to take a driver's license test, Xing Xing. Where have you been recently? Be safe. Treasure hunter, boss. I always feel like your tone is weird. Don't want to take a driving test, well, there's nothing wrong with your feeling. You are the only one wandering in the central area now. So you better be careful. Treasure hunter, I understand. If they can't beat me, I will run away, and they can't catch up with me. Don't want to get a driver's license. Them? It seems you have already come into contact with a race in the central zone. Zunbaxing, boss. Are you messing with me? How could I not have had contact with you before? I have escaped several times. I won't say any more. It seems someone is coming. Don't want to take a driving test. I'll give you the coordinates. If you can't do it, just run away. Even to a deserted place. And I'll pick you up. Treasure hunter, good. Liziu had never expected that the rat people would cede land and pay compensation. He checked several times and observed for several days, and found that the other party was indeed planning to live in peace. I felt relieved immediately, and finally had the leisure to chat with Zhongpeng, Lu Xingxing, and Batubu, asking them how they were doing recently. Everyone has their own mission. The news of the land cession spread, and the villages in the ceded area needed to relocate. The ratmen also had a little trick up their sleeves. They could give the land to the undead, but they would move away the vassal races on the land, including taking away the resources of those races. What is left for the undead is a vast piece of empty land. The land has been given, but whether the undead can control the land and exploit its resources is their business and has nothing to do with the ratmen. There is a lot to talk about here. If you want to control the land, you need manpower. But the vassal races have been withdrawn by the ratmen. And even if there are still some left, they are only a few. Of course, there are other people left here. Robbers, thieves, horse bandits. These people are all. This means that the undead need to disperse their manpower and send them to various places to control the land, and even assign people to mine resources. In addition, robbers and horse bandits would harass from time to time, which would cause considerable damage over time. There are only a few undead people, and this land is not small. If they are dispersed, the defense of each place will be reduced. And this is an opportunity we can take advantage of. The land is vast, and the population is sparse. So the vacant land cannot be wasted. Whether sending subordinate races to steal resources, or snatching them back by force or by force. This is all within the rules. Don't think that just because there are rules, the ratmen can't do anything to the undead. After the peace talks were concluded and the contract was signed, the villages of the vassal races began to migrate, and the undead could officially take over the land. Liziu also thought of what the ratmen could think of. Population is always the standard for measuring a force. The hero clan that Damanlevsky belongs to is strong. But according to him, the hero clan has a high status. But actually they can occupy very little land. It's not because of anything else. It's just because the population of the hero tribe is too small. Even if they are given a large amount of land, it will be of no help. Li Ziyu is well aware of the importance of population to a force. When the rat people proposed a 1-month buffer period to migrate the vassal races, Li Ziyu guessed what they were thinking. How many undead did he send to the central area? Only a few 100,000. After going through the test of the ratmen, the number was even smaller. The other party gave him such a large piece of land, but there are only a few 100,000 undead. So it depends on whether they are scattered or not. It's too shallow. You have too little knowledge. Li Ziyu learned all kinds of information in the central area from the Soul Network, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. No one. Tell the undead that there is no one. Are you kidding me? The undead are a race that has always relied on numbers to win. So how could they be short of population? At worst, I can just summon fewer high-level soldiers and give more skeletons and undead. The first villages that the ratmen evacuated were those near the city-state of Ilmaha, while the villages near the border of the wasteland were the last to evacuate. This little thought did not escape Li Ziyu's eyes. He just wanted to see what the undead would do next, and whether the undead had any follow-up troops. Hey, don't show it to me. Li Ziyu gave remote commands, asking the undead to urge the villages near the border of the wasteland to migrate quickly and not waste time. At the same time, taking advantage of the night, the skeleton undead continued to log into the central area in small groups, simulating a feeling that the undead were quietly landing from the wasteland and then gathering together. Even if they were discovered by the border villages, the other side would not have thought that behind the undead was the mobile fortress of the Traversal Lord. Li Ziyu's guess was correct. The mayor of the Alimaha city-state did intend to let the border villages monitor the undead during the migration period. Under the urging of the undead, the border villages hesitated, but they also saw how the undead ran to the central area. At least a dozen or so undead souls staggered out from the wasteland and landed in the central area covered in dust and dirt. As many as 100 or 200 undead gathered together and slowly walked out of the wind and sand. The news soon reached Alimaha and was reported to the two city lords. What made the two city lords alert was that the other party did not log in from one place, but the figures of the undead were found in villages all over the border. There seemed to be endless undead spirits hidden in the entire wasteland. There is only 1 month left. If the villages do not migrate, then according to the rules of the central area, these villages, including the people in them, will belong to the undead. At that time, the undead will have actual ownership and can kill or keep them as they please, and the ratmen will have no right to interfere. After only a dozen days of observation, the villages on the border began to migrate, and it would be too late if they didn't migrate. This time, the land allocated by the ratmen to the undead tribe is very large, and it will take some time to migrate back to the territory of Alimaha. After the large-scale migration of the villages, Li Ziyu began to send a large number of undead into the central area. After entering the central area, the skeleton undead's task is to go to various villages, first to find their cemeteries. That's right, looking for a cemetery. Then they dug up the graves, turned out the buried bodies, loaded them into corpse transport vehicles, and transported them back to the fortress of the dead. The cemeteries in each village are easy to find and very conspicuous. After all, in the eyes of the ratman vassal races, cemeteries do not need to be hidden. It is part of their culture, so they are often very obvious. They never thought that they would one day face the undead. To an enemy like the undead, gold, silver, treasures, granaries, and food are not the resources they care about most. Instead, cemeteries are what they care about most. Therefore, these cemeteries that could not be moved became the primary targets of the skeleton undead. One after another, corpse transport trucks loaded with corpses drove from the central area into the wasteland of death and returned to the undead fortress. The corpses turned into skeletons of undead and other combat sequences, escorting the corpse transport vehicle back to the wasteland of death. As time went by, the number of undead increased significantly. The ratmen never imagined that after they migrated their vassal tribes, the undead would continue to send more people and occupy all their vacant lands. After combing through the undead, Li Ziyu chose an open space near the border. The surrounding area had been cleared, and there would be no ratman spies. Taking advantage of a dark and windy night, the undead fortress landed in the central area. After such a long time, Li Ziyu finally reached the central area without the ratman noticing. To be on the safe side, Li Ziyu quickly put down a bunch of buildings. These buildings include Seoul Base Station, Temple of the Dead, Prayer Cemetery, etc. The undead naturally have no use for these buildings. But Li Ziyu has his own ideas. He plans to transfer a group of people from the base camp to live here. For example, the Taboo Tauren tribe, the Viper clan, etc. These tribes with which we have a good relationship. The living environment and resources in the central area are always better than those in the base camp. Only with people can there be sustainable development. Looking at the building that was pulled up, Li Ziyu relieved his breath. Finally, I still succeeded in the first step. It took a lot of effort to prevent the powerful tribes in the central area from getting suspicious. After setting up the first border village, Li Ziyu handed the central area over to the undead again, and left in the undead fortress. The Ratmen had just been defeated in the war, and this period was a stable one. Li Ziyu felt that even if he ignored it, no big problems would arise. The undead fortress sank into the wasteland and headed towards Li Ziyu's base camp. I probably won't be back for a while this time. When I come back, I'll bring a new race with me. A vassal race of the undead. The central area. The territory of the undead. Everything that once was is gone. And countless skeletons are wandering the land. Especially at night, when the undead roam. The horse thieves and bandits who remained in the area woke up one night and found that they could no longer survive. They do not engage in production and simply live by plundering. Now that the villages have all been left and the undead have no plans to build new ones, the horse bandits and thieves are starting to worry about their future. Not to mention robbing money. Even the future source of food is a problem. The undead are a race they have never come into contact with, and they are terrifying beings from legends. Some bandits and horse thieves secretly observed the undead and found that the undead would look for abandoned villages. They didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered by the undead. They would only enter the village after the undead had left. To the surprise of the bandits and horse thieves, the undead did not seem to loot the village. Why did the undead come to the village? After searching around, they discovered that the village cemetery had been dug up and all the corpses had disappeared. The undead come for the corpse. The undead disdain other resources. But for bandits and horse thieves, many supplies in the village are still very useful. Valuable things will be taken away by the villagers. But there will be many left over, such as food. They gathered the food and left the village. Bandits and horse thieves have always been rampant and have been repeatedly banned. The Ratmen turned a blind eye to the bandits and horse thieves in their own territory. Many of them even had rat nobles standing behind them. And more than half of the material wealth they plundered would go into the pockets of the rat nobles. Bandits and horse thieves have been rampant for a long time. And there are always some brave ones who feel that they are not afraid of anyone no matter who is in this land. What do they have to be afraid of? If they can win, they will rob. If they can't, they will run away. So some desperate criminals acted impulsively and attacked the undead. They thought the undead would have some good stuff. But in fact, they could only attack some skeleton undead. And they couldn't beat those undead wearing armor at all. And because of their behavior, they brought about a catastrophe. In the former gathering place of the undead front, a group of black warriors gathered together and chatted. The war is over. It's so boring. No. The war has just begun. We will always have a chance to show our hand. How long will that take? We need to have some fun. I heard someone was attacked recently. Yes. Several times. Those who dare to attack us at our site. Yes. Several times. Do you have anything else to say? Do you dare not to imitate those moronic skeletons? Well, I think we should clean up the territory and give the master a clean territory when he comes back. That's a good idea. Tell me in detail. Do we need to clean up all the living ones? If we do that, the master will clean us out. Just get rid of those who dare to attack us, and gather those who can think together to avoid any chaos. The black warriors discussed it, and went to find the skeleton knights. The two sides hit it off, and decided to clean up the horse thieves and bandits on a large scale. The undead cannot understand what is justice, and what is evil. To them, neither justice nor evil has any value. They just wanted to have some fun. The skeletons wandering aimlessly in the undead territory suddenly became alert. They received a message from high-level undead asking them to find those who dared to attack them. The horse thieves and bandits got into trouble because the undead were bored. They discovered a horrifying fact. The undead were not the same as other races. It's not that the undead couldn't find them. But they were just too lazy to pay attention to them before. Now I plan to clean up. And the horse thief, and the thief found that he had nowhere to hide. Their lair can be easily discovered by the undead. And their tracks cannot be hidden from the undead's eyes. The undead do not search for prey by sight, but by the breath of life. Groups of bandits and thieves were found at the door. If they lay down their arms and surrender, the undead will take them away. If they do not and show the slightest resistance, the undead will kill them all. This game of cat and mouse did not last long, as the bandits and horse thieves that roamed the wilderness were destroyed one after another. Chapter 279 Immigration to the New City. With the destruction of horse thieves and bandits, some remaining small tribes and wanderers were discovered by the undead. The undead did not start with these poor guys, but gathered them and found an abandoned village to see it. The undead are so scary. Will they kill us? A dirty and skinny young homeless man asked an older homeless man beside him, crying. The older wanderer looked at the closed door and shook his head silently, his eyes full of numbness. He just held the young wanderer's hand a little tighter. He came from a remote wasteland area. More than 10 years ago, he was full of energy and came to the central area with a group of adventurers. This was the sacred place in their hearts, and it was a heavenly existence. In his fantasy, this place is extremely beautiful. He will make a name for himself here and live a happy life. But when they went through untold hardships, risked their lives, crossed the wasteland, and came to this longed-for land, they found that it was more difficult to survive here than in their previous place. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer adventurers around him. Some left, some died, some became slaves, and some could not stand this kind of life and returned to the wasteland. In the end, he and his young children were left wandering in the wilderness, with no one to protect them. They have to hide from everything and live cautiously. Life has made the elderly wanderers numb, and their former vigor and vitality are long gone. Is death scary? Not scary. What is scary is being alive. Only by being alive can you experience what it means to be living a life worse than death. He had wanted to end his life countless times, but every time he saw the young wanderer, he held back. Wait until she's an adult. When she comes of age, I will die. This kind of life is too bitter. I don't want to go on like this anymore. The older wanderer had nothing to fear when being caught by the undead. He just looked at those skeletons numbly, followed those skeletons, and what he thought in his heart was, it would not be bad if I could become one of them. At least I don't have to go hungry anymore. We will die. We will die. A red-eyed rabbit man curled up on the side, chewing his fingers, muttering constantly, his body trembling, and cold sweat wet his hair and stuck to his body. The young wanderer carefully turned his head to take a look, then quickly retracted his gaze and hid behind the older wanderer. The older homeless man protected her, silently moved to the corner, and used his body to shield the younger homeless man. The atmosphere inside the house was extremely depressing. Apart from the apathetic wanderers, there were also some vassal races that had not had time to migrate. They were no longer ratmen, but undead. No one knows how the undead will treat them. Will it kill them? Will it turn them into undead? No one knows the future. The only thing we know is that they are still alive. As time went by, the undead seemed to have forgotten about them and locked them in the house. The anxiety caused by fear drives people crazy. Some people scream, some laugh wildly, some beg for mercy, and some keep whispering. The inside of the house seemed like an alien version of a madhouse. The older wanderer watched everything silently, his eyes still numb, without the slightest change, but his body still stood in front of the younger wanderer, without moving an inch. A fiery red light shines into the house. It is the light of the setting sun. They have been detained for a day. Hungry, said the young wanderer in a weak mosquito-like voice. The older wanderer did not respond, nor did he make any other movements. He was as silent as if he were dead. Crack, crunch. The door suddenly made a heart-wrenching sound, and the two wooden doors slowly opened from the outside. Everyone's eyes immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Skeletons holding weapons stood in 2 rows, and in the center were several heavily armored infantrymen wearing black heavy armor and holding long swords. The leading black warrior glanced at the people crowded together in the house and said, "Line up and come out." He simply threw out 2 words. The imprisoned person swallowed and looked at the people around him hesitantly. But no one moved first. They didn't know what the undead wanted to do, and since they didn't want to die, they naturally didn't dare to move. The black warrior took a step forward, and the people imprisoned inside were startled and stepped back, sticking closer to each other. "Line up and come out," the Black Warrior repeated again. He was a little angry because these guys were ungrateful, and his tone was not only low but also filled with anger. However, this anger turned into murderous intent when it reached the ears of the prisoners. Everyone was silent. The numbness of the old-fashioned wandering suddenly reached out and pulled the young wanderer, pushing the person in front of him. The crowd was in an uproar. They subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see a very dirty man pulling a skinny child and struggling to squeeze forward. The looks in the eyes of the prisoners changed from anger to confusion, and then from confusion to surprise. They subconsciously made way for the dirty wanderer to pass. The older wanderer did not look at the prisoners who made way for him. He pulled the younger wanderer out of the crowd and stood in front. The Black Warrior stared at the older wanderer and pointed outside. "Go over there." The older wanderer looked down at the younger wanderer, took her slightly trembling hand, and walked in the direction the Black Warrior pointed. When he came outside, he looked up at the sky. The setting sun made the sky a fiery red. "It's like the afterglow of life." The old wanderers took their sights and looked ahead. He saw a large group of skeletons, and he had a good heavy armor in black armor. He knew what he was going to do, and pulled the young wanderer towards heavy armored infantry. "Are you going to execute us? Then die." Although she wants to protect her into adulthood, it may not be a good thing to die. At least there is no need to suffer anymore. If you die, there is no pain. The older wanderer thought to himself, and pulled the younger wanderer to the front of the heavy infantry. The Black Warrior turned around, took a stone slab from the skeleton undead behind him, and handed it to the older wanderer. The older wanderer looked pointedly at the Dark Warrior before looking down at the slate in his hand. "This is food?" A sweet smell entered his nose, making his numb eyes become a little more lively. "Ah, it is food. Although it doesn't look good, with all kinds of messy things mixed together and looking like a sticky mass, like vomit. It is indeed food. And it is cooked food. For homeless people, food is extremely precious. In the wild, getting food is not easy. They dare not hunt at will, as that would get them hurt. Without even a safe place to stay, let alone medical care, injuries can easily lead to death. The food for wanderers is mostly wild vegetables and grass roots. If they are lucky, they can pick some wild fruits, which can improve their meals. But the food on the stone slab in front of him included not only wild vegetables, wild fruits, and berries, but also rice, chestnuts and other things that could fill his stomach. And he even saw shredded pork. He swallowed hard and felt a hand tugging at his hand. The young wanderer could barely control his saliva. She was already hungry, and with the food right in front of her, how could she resist? The older wanderer felt the little hand, and without hesitation reached out to grab the food. Caught nothing. The Black Warrior moved the slate down so that he couldn't touch the food. He watched the wanderer withdraw his hand sadly, and handed the slate to him again. "Take the slate." The wanderer was stunned and reached out to grab the slate handed over by the Black Warrior. "Mine?" The wanderer hadn't had water for a long time, and his voice was hoarse and dry. "Don't you want to eat?" the Black Warrior asked doubtfully, reaching out to take the stone slab. But the wanderer suddenly held the stone slab in his arms. The Black Warrior tilted his head in confusion and retracted his outstretched hand. The wanderer stared at the Black Warrior, afraid that he would snatch it away, and carefully placed the slate in front of the young wanderer. The young wanderer quickly took it, carefully grabbed a little, and put it in his mouth, chewing it carefully. When the soft and mushy food entered her mouth, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on her miserable little face. "Tasty!" She slowly swallowed the food in her mouth before she dared to grab a little more. She ate slowly and carefully, chewing all the food in her mouth into liquid before swallowing it. The Black Warrior turned around, took another slate from the skeleton undead, and handed it to the wanderer again. The wanderer quickly took the slate. Thank you," the wanderer said hesitantly. He had no idea what the undead were trying to do or why they gave him food. "Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. It's better to have something to eat than nothing to eat. It would be more comfortable to have a full meal before death than to die with an empty stomach. Go eat over there." The Black Warrior stopped the wanderer, who was about to eat, and pointed to an open space next to him. "Yes." The wanderer pulled the young wanderer, who was still chewing food, and walked obediently towards the open space. After the homeless man walked out, the prisoners in the house listened for a long time, but did not hear the expected screams. Hey, the guy in front. How's that guy doing? Is he dead? What happened? What happened outside? Tell me about it. Who saw it? Those undead seemed to give him something to eat. What? Gave them food? I do not believe. It's fake. Right? Why did the undead give him food? Would it be easier to kill him after eating it? The prisoners were whispering and talking to each other. The Black Warrior didn't speak in a hurry. Just waited quietly. Finally, someone else stood up. Still a wanderer. Compared to death, being able to have a full meal is equally attractive. The Black Warrior still did the same action. And the wanderer got the meal. With an incredulous look on his face. He carried the stone slab over to the pair of wanderers and sat down next to them. He turned his head to look at the two wanderers who were enjoying their food happily, and found that the two did not have any special reaction after eating the food. Then he grabbed the food and started eating. The older wanderer glanced at the newcomer, then pulled the younger wanderer away silently. The relationship between the wanderers is not one of mutual assistance. Most of the time, they are hostile and will rob each other, although there are undead guarding it. It's never a bad idea to be careful, with someone taking the lead. More and more people came out of the house, took the food, and hid aside to eat. After everyone left the house to eat, the Black Warrior let the undead watch them while he left. Before leaving, he instructed that after these people finished eating, the skeleton undead would escort them back to the house. The Black Warrior had no intention of killing these people. When Li Ziyu came back, he would hand these people over to Li Ziyu and let his master deal with them. One late night more than 10 days later, a huge black monster emerged from the deserted and deadly sandstorm, and its ghost turned into a green halo. Hovering above the main building, the undead fortress drove into the central area of the wasteland and arrived near the Seoul base station that had been built previously. Lord City Lord, is this the central area? Taschling stood on the roof of the main building and looked down, his eyes full of curiosity. Unfortunately, it is late at night, and even with the moonlight, we can't see too far. The encounters in life are so magical. The Taboo Tauren tribe was once just a small tribe in a remote corner of the wilderness. Not to mention in the central area. Even in the remote corners, their tribes can't even be ranked. But they followed the undead. The undead unified the wasteland. There was no endless killing as described in the legend. Judging from various feedback, life under the undead is actually quite good. It is even more comfortable than the individual tribal life they once had. The great lord of the undead, Li Ziyu, set the rules, and the undead are the executors of the rules. Everyone must live according to the rules. At first, they were worried about what would happen if someone did not follow the rules. Whether someone would bribe the undead, and whether the undead would follow the rules. But after a while, their worries disappeared. No need. As long as they don't do anything out of line, the undead won't even bother to attack them or even pay attention to them. If they are willing to pray in a cemetery or the temple of the dead, not only will the dead not stop them, they will even be very welcoming, and their attitude towards them will be much better. The bribes that we worried about before did not exist at all. The undead cannot be bribed. And the things that these indigenous people cherish are worthless in the eyes of the undead. These skeletons are quite old-fashioned, and they will do things strictly according to the requirements of the city lord. As a result, the environment in the entire area suddenly became surprisingly good, safe, stable and well-regulated. Everyone can live and work in peace and contentment. As dragon followers, the status of the Taboo Minotaur, the Viper clan and other races that follow the undead has been improved. They are the race second only to the undead. Although Li Ziyu did not announce it publicly, everyone tacitly accepted that they were aristocrats. The new aristocracy. And now, they were lucky enough to pass through that barren land of death and reach the central area. Undead Cattle 13 Broken Sound. Taschling never thought that one day he would be able to reach the central area. This time Li Ziyu went back and gathered people. He originally wanted to take the Taboo Minotaur and the Viper clan, and then find some other people to make do with, and migrate a group first. Little did they know that when these indigenous people learned that they could go to the central area, they were immediately excited and rushed to sign up. Their enthusiasm was almost uncontrollable. After careful selection, Li Ziyu selected 10,000 people, all of whom were the best of the best. Both men and women. Not only are they strong, they also have some special skills, and their combat effectiveness is not bad either. They are the elite selected from each race. These people will land in the central area as the first immigrants. Well, we're here. Look, that's the new city I prepared for you. Li Ziyu pointed to the Seoul base station and said to Tastuling. Tastuling took one look and immediately laughed. The buildings in this city are so familiar. That's good. I don't have to familiarize myself with it again. Let's go and take a look. Li Ziyu patted Tastuling's shoulder and took him out of the Undead fortress. The Undead fortress is too big, and Li Ziyu doesn't dare to get too close to it, for fear that the building will collapse if he is not careful. He brought 10,000 immigrants to the newly built city. Everyone looked around curiously. They didn't care much about the new city, as they had already seen it from the fortress. It was the central area that felt novel to them. Li Ziyu announced that they would become the first residents of the city. His words drew cheers. At the same time, the central area, the Undead territory, the first new city, welcomed its first batch of residents. Chapter 280 Border City. The central area, the territory of the Undead, an abandoned unknown village. All the people found by the Undead in the territory gathered together and were driven by the Undead to an open space. Over the past few days, the prisoners' fear of the Undead has been reduced a lot. After all, the Undead did not do anything to them, and even gave them food to eat. In fact, in the hearts of the wanderers, the Undead are not only not scary, but also have a layer of glory. But the abnormal behavior of the Undead today still made everyone nervous. The open space has been surrounded by the Undead, with 3 black warriors and 100 skeleton knights standing in front. Some sharp-eyed people noticed that there was a palm-sized eyeball floating in the sky, which seemed to be staring at them. The leading black warrior stepped forward and whispered. Those who were whispering immediately stopped talking and looked at him. I am the black warrior under the command of the Lord of the Dead. I am delivering my lord's orders to you. You must obey respectfully. If you make any unusual moves, we will kill you. As these words came out, invisible pressure spread from the Black Knight and the Skeleton Knight, making everyone's faces turn pale. Their bodies tremble unconsciously, and they lowered their heads and dared not look anymore. It's finally here. Everyone lamented in their hearts. Ever since they were found by the Undead, they knew this day would come. Judgment. Judgment from the Lord of the Dead. Whether they live or die depends entirely on the mood of the Lord of the Undead. The number of people brought here by the Undead was not small. More than 20,000 people. Most of them are wanderers and small tribes. And a small number are Ratman vassal races that did not have time to evacuate. There are all kinds of appearances. It's simply a gathering of monsters. The Dark Knight was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. The Lord of the Undead orders that you will go to the border of the Ratmen and build a town. You will be the first town residents to come into contact with the Ratmen. The Black Warrior's words made everyone present look up in surprise. Good news. Very good news. People with quick minds have analyzed a lot of things from this sentence. First of all, they don't have to die. The Lord of the Undead had no intention of killing them. Otherwise, he would not have sent them to the border. The second piece of news is that the Undead have no intention of closing their territory, but are planning to make contact with the Ratmen. However, some of the prisoners are relatives of the Ratmen and are relatively loyal to them. After the town is established, they will become residents of the town, which means they have the opportunity to escape back to the Ratman territory and no longer have to live in fear of the Undead. My lord is merciful. You should be grateful and serve him wholeheartedly. Under our arrangement, you will go to the border soon. The Dark Knight transformed the information he received from the Soul Network and conveyed it to the people in front of him. He saw excitement on some people's faces and knew what they were thinking. You are happy too early. If you want to betray the Undead, you have to ask our consent. After conveying Li Ziyu's words, the Black Warrior turned to look at the Skeleton Knight. The Bone Knights were slightly first, and the Black Samurai looked at everyone again. Line up and brand the Undead. When they heard that they were going to brand the Undead, the faces of many people present suddenly changed. They were still thinking about returning to the Ratman's territory, but if they were branded with the mark of the Undead, there would be no point in running away. There are many slaves among the Ratmen, and these slaves have Ratman marks on their bodies. Everyone present knows very well what the racial mark means. This is not simply a mark on the body with a branding iron, but a kind of shackle that has magical power. Some people cowered away into the crowd, their movements unable to be hidden from the Dark Warrior. The Black Warrior pointed at the few people in the crowd who were trying to hide. He, and him. Bring it! The skeleton undead stepped forward, parted the crowd, pulled out the few people who were pointed out, and led them towards the Black Warrior. "Let me go! I don't want to be a slave." These people struggled, and some even wrestled with the skeleton undead and beat them to pieces. They had not expected that it would be so easy to get rid of the skeleton undead. But they did not have time to think too much and just turned around and ran. But before they could take 2 steps, they heard the sound of horse hooves from behind, and the skeleton knight passed by them. The person who was trying to escape suddenly froze in place. A line of blood slowly appeared on his neck, and his head fell to the ground. "Line up and brand the undead." The Black Warrior repeated it again without even looking at the people who escaped and were killed. "Kill the chicken to scare the monkey." This time everyone was quiet. In recent days, life has given them an illusion and feels that the undead is not as cruel as expected, which makes those people feel like they can escape. The skeleton knight told them with a sword in their hands that the undead is still the undead. If you want to resist, you must be prepared to be killed. The first one who came out of the crowd was imprinted from the stamp of the dead spirit. As wanderers, they felt the kindness of the undead. Living under the rule of the undead was at least better than wandering under the rule of the ratmen. The older wanderer was very keenly aware that this was an opportunity. Maybe they really have a chance to live a good life in the central area. So he took the lead and stepped forward with the young wanderer. A skeleton knight came over, stood in front of him, and pointed his finger at his forehead. There was a burning sensation on his forehead, as if someone had branded it with a branding iron, causing the older homeless man to turn pale instantly. Because of the severe pain, sweat dripped down his temples. The pain in the skin was secondary. The main point was that he also felt pain in his body. That was the pain that came from the soul. The mark of the undead is different from the marks of other races. It is not only branded on the body, but also directly on the soul. It is more ferocious than the marks of other races. Fortunately, the pain did not last long, and a white skull pattern appeared on the forehead of the older wanderer. The skeleton knight withdrew his hand, motioned him to step aside, and looked down at the young wanderer. The young wanderer was a little evasive, not daring to look at the skeleton knight. But when he looked at the older wanderer and saw the encouragement in his eyes, he gritted his teeth, rolled up his sleeves, closed his eyes, and offered his arm to the skeleton knight. The skeleton knight reached out and touched her arm. "Ah!" The young wanderer screamed in pain, but the sound disappeared in an instant. The little person gritted his teeth, endured the pain, tears streaming down his face, but refused to scream again. A white skull appeared, and the skeleton knight pointed to the side. The young wanderer staggered to the side of the older wanderer, who embraced him and gently rubbed the mark. With someone taking the lead, the other wanderers no longer hesitated and lined up to move forward. Pain is inevitable, but it is inevitable sooner or later. The few people who escaped before them had already told them that if they wanted to resist the undead, they had to be prepared to die. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. On the other side, the undead prepared food and brought it over. Anyone who has been branded with the mark of the undead can go to the undead to receive food. The wanderers were very happy to have a full meal, and the pain they had just felt was forgotten. After everyone was branded with the mark of the undead, the Black Warrior gave them 2 days to rest, and then headed towards the border of the territory under the care of the undead. Along the way, everything was fine except the need to hurry. Wandering around is the daily routine of wanderers, and now they have no complaints about rushing on the road. Not to mention that under the protection of the undead, there are no threats such as wild beasts and monsters, and they have meals on time. When they arrived at the designated border location, they saw piles of supplies. Most of them are stone and wood, which are used for them to build houses. Since Li Ziyu planned to build a city on the border, he naturally needed houses. He transported these stones and wood to the border using a corpse transport vehicle. As for what the city will look like, it is also very simple. Li Ziyu plans to build a smaller city first. The urban planning is a pure grid, with a total of 4 areas and 2 main roads. The style of the house is also regulated. The main body is made of stone, with wooden roof supports. The appearance is very unique, especially like a tomb. It will take some time to build enough houses for 20,000 people. Li Ziyu was too lazy to wait, and directly dispatched the skeleton undead to help with the construction. With the help of these hardworking and sleepless undead, I believe the speed of construction will be greatly improved. The first house was built by the undead, setting an example for others. Even though there are undead to help, It doesn't mean that others can sit idle. They also need to work. The large-scale construction projects on the border naturally aroused the vigilance of the rat people. They sent people to find out that the undead did not attack these people. Nor did they interfere with these people too much. So they recognized them at will. Not a military building? What on earth are these undead trying to do? The newly appointed lords of the upper and lower cities of Alimaha city-state sat together, studying the intelligence sent back by the spies. They don't understand the undead. Or rather, no one understands the undead. This situation is very distressing. Whenever the undead make any movement, they become very alert. The previous lords of the upper and lower cities were brought down by the undead, and they don't want to repeat the same mistake. When they came to take over as the lord of Alimaha, someone among the rat people gave them a hint, asking them to find a way to regain the lost territory. The ratmen have never been the kind of race that allows themselves to be bullied. Although they ceded territory to the undead because of the rules, they were not willing to just let it go. If given the chance, they would still launch an attack on the undead to wash away their past shame. The undead have already proven their strength to the ratmen. The newly appointed lords of the upper and lower cities do not intend to start a war directly, but want to understand the undead first and then make decisions. Should we send someone to contact the undead? The city lord said after thinking for a while. It's not appropriate. Let's first see what the other party is going to do. Didn't the spy say that the other party doesn't seem to be building military buildings? The lower city lord shook his head and said, "Well, then I'll listen to you." The city lord nodded in agreement without saying much. In terms of subordinate relationship, the power of the lower city lord is greater than that of the upper city lord. The one who makes the final decision is the lower city lord, not him, the upper city lord. The task of the city lord is to develop the economy, develop the above-ground part of the Ratman city-state, and provide nutrients for the underground part. The lower city lord controls the real power of each city-state, including the army. Under the attention of the rat people, the border city changed day by day, and new houses were built every day. They also roughly realized that a small city was being built. The undead are actually building a city. The lords of the upper and lower cities of Alimaha city-state breathed a sigh of relief. Although I have some doubts about the undead building a city, it is better than building military facilities. The other party building a city is a good signal, which means that there will likely be exchanges between the two sides in the future. As houses rise from the ground, more and more people move into the new houses, with a fixed place to live. These people collected by the undead suddenly felt a sense of belonging. Especially those homeless people who once wandered in the central area, suffered a lot, and never thought that one day they would own their own house. They never thought that the person who gave them the house would be a dead ghost. The people of those small tribes also returned. They used to have some resentment, but now that resentment is gone. It is not easy for a small tribe to live anywhere, let alone in the central area where powerful tribes exist. They are trying to survive in the cracks, resisting dangers from all sides, and being exploited by the ratmen. Vassal races, large tribes, and villages, living no better than a homeless person. They wanted to join the ratmen, but they didn't want them. Many small tribes disappear every year, and this is the same as what happened at Liziu's base camp. Weakness is the original sin. But now, they were gathered together by the dead, who asked them to build homes, and gave them houses that could shelter them from the wind and rain. The houses are all made of stone, and are better than the houses that were once lived in. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Except for those vassal races who still felt grateful to their ratman masters. Everyone was smiling. They no longer feared the dead, but instead began to embrace them. Aren't the undead much stronger than the ratmen? At least it gave them new hope. In addition to residential houses, there are other buildings, such as the Hall of the Dead in the center of the city, cemeteries, wells for drawing water, and bathhouses, etc. They can understand the cemetery, which is a place to bury the dead. Every tribe has such a place. However, according to the requirements of the undead, there is only one cemetery in this city, and cemeteries are not allowed to be built at will. No matter what race you are, your corpses must be buried in the cemetery in the center of the city. The cemetery covers a large area. The land has been renovated, and the dead have planted vegetation in it. It inexplicably feels full of vitality, and is less eerie. In the center of the cemetery is the Hall of the Dead, inside which is enshrined a stone sculpture whose face cannot be seen clearly. In the words of the Black Knight, this is the great Lord of the Dead. But everyone who saw the stone sculpture was confused. Obviously, he is the lord of the undead, so he should at least look like a skeleton. Aren't those undead around him all skeletons? But this stone sculpture looks like a human being. The Black Warrior did not answer their questions, but just told them that they could believe it. There is no need to force this. If you want to believe in it, then believe in it. If you don't want to believe in it, that doesn't matter either. It's actually just a management tool. Li Ziyu is a time traveler and city lord, not a god, and therefore cannot receive the power of faith. The Hall of the Dead is the largest and tallest building in the entire city. The well was a surprise. It was an idea that Li Ziyu came up with on the spur of the moment. He asked the undead to try to dig it, and unexpectedly it succeeded. People living in cities obviously love wells. The existence of the well made it much more convenient for them to drink water. What the residents don't understand is the bathhouse. What is this thing used for? Bath? The vassal races could understand it to some extent, but the wanderers could not understand it at all. They may not take a bath for years, but the dead have requirements. They must be washed and kept clean. Since there was a request, they just had to do it. They didn't want to offend the undead now. There are not many lush trees in the wasteland, and Li Ziyu did not get any coal resources, so only cold water can be used in the bathhouse. After taking a shower, the residents looked at their clean selves and felt a little confused. This feels pretty good. The city is already up and running. The city walls are the same bone walls that were used in the gathering places of the undead before. They are simple and convenient, and can be used as soon as they are transported here. A new city emerged on the border between the Ratmen and the undead. Li Ziyu is not good at naming, so he named it Rat Dead Border City. I don't mean to be offensive. I just want to say that this city is a border city between Ratmen and the undead.